A planet was barreling at Blue Star, so the system dropped us onto 10 square meter floating islands to become lords. Everyone else woke on bare dirt. I woke at the bottom of my own well, my dog Rang Rang and a tank of fish crammed in beside me. Then the system named me Seo Hyuk and told me to become a god. My well became unlimited water, and my card master profession turned every enemy I beat into a soldier card. In army I marched island to island. The fool who fell down a hole had the one start no one could copy. Real quick, like the video and subscribe. It costs nothing in the algorithm, thanks you. How did someone like me get this far? It started with a single moment. A planet is barreling straight at Blue Star, too big for humanity to destroy or knock off course, and the news has screamed about the end of the world so long it is just an undeniable fact now. Knowing the end is coming does not make a normal person end it himself though, because there are 100 ways to die, and as long as your heart is beating, you will never pick starvation. My ground cages come up packed solid, the best haul I have ever pulled, and I feel nothing about it. The fish and shrimp that used to test every shadow have stopped being careful, crowding toward any scrap of food, and when I lift them out, they only flick their tails a couple of times, like they are filing one last note with fate that says I tried. Then they go still. Even the fish know death is coming, so they have decided to lie down and wait for it. I say to nobody, but my hands keep working. I cover the full bucket with a breathable lid, and since the cages still hold more than it can take, I carry the bucket in one hand and drag the cages home in the other, no longer caring if they tear, calling Rang Rang to come home and wondering out loud whether I will ever get the chance to set these cages again. Rang Rang is a stray I picked up 2 years back, smarter than a dog has a right to be, and I named him the day I took him in. The load is brutal, and I walk a solid 20 minutes before I make it back. My arm's gone soft. I haul the catch to the water well, pour the bucket into the big plastic tank beside it, set the rest on the ground to fry tonight, then change into my slippers on the well platform, peel off my filthy jacket and toss it onto the laundry pile I never washed, and head inside to rest. That is when a gate to the divine realm tears open in the sky out of nothing, and every human on Blue Star lifts their head toward it in the same instant, even people sealed in lightless basements, like some hand turned all our faces at once. A few seconds later, a flat electronic voice rings inside every skull on the planet and tells us the apocalypse has arrived, giving us 10 minutes to choose yes or no, to agree to go to a new world and try to survive there. Survive. Just that word tells me wherever they are sending us is not built for peace. It pretends to be a choice, but anyone who wants to keep living has to say yes, so I agree the second the voice finishes, blurting it 3 times over, because no matter how brutal that place is, it beats lying here while a planet erases this one. Blue Star is finished, and faced with a thing that flips everything I thought I knew. What else is there to do but believe it? The voice comes back the instant I choose, telling me I have 10 minutes to put any creatures willing to follow me and whatever I collect inside a 10 square meter circle centered on me. That those creatures will be my companions and those supplies my one guarantee of survival. And the clock already reads 9 minutes and 22 seconds. Only 10 minutes and not a second of warning before now. Complaining gets me nowhere, so I shut my mouth and start hauling, because survival means food and water first. But when I dig through the kitchen and turn up half a bag of rice, I freeze, because that is when it hits me that I have almost nothing left to eat. My stomach drops, and Rang Rang trots over, pressing against my legs, trying to comfort me the only way a dog knows how, like he has forgotten how jittery he has been these last weeks. Animals feel the wrongness before we do, and they say livestock has been going mad all over, the ones that could break loose running, and the ones that could not turn vicious in their pens. But Rang Rang stayed obedient and never left me. I lost my parents before I was old enough to remember them, and my grandfather raised me alone. Not long ago I sold our grain and went into town for his medicine and some spring seeds, but his brain gave out while I was gone, and by the time Rang Rang and I made it back, I never got to see his face one last time. Then came the planet, and the news that it would wipe Blue Star down to bare rock. Not even a trace of us left, so the experts went on television and told everyone to stop fighting it and enjoy the days we had left. Why would anyone hoard food after that? And that is exactly the trap, because right when humanity was teetering on the edge of giving up, before everything got ugly, the new world showed up instead. This is the first time in my whole life I trusted the experts, and they screwed me into the ground. So I almost cry in my kitchen, because at the one moment it mattered I have no food saved. I had a pen full of chickens and ducks once, but one man and one dog who fully intended to lie down and die ate their way through nearly the whole flock, leaving one hen and one rooster, the hen still tied up inside. The plan tonight was 2 real dishes, braised fish and shrimp and chicken stewed with mushrooms, and I was being sneaky because my rooster is a monster. Even Rang Rang gives him a wide berth, and that little hen is his one weakness, the thing he guards with his life. So he goes for anything that comes near her. I only stole his wife out from under him because he is a touch slower in the head than I am, which is also why I am not bringing him along. I would never admit I am scared to grab a rooster barehanded, Afraid of a violent bird, I raised myself. I cannot stop now, because even a hammer might be a life-saving treasure over there. I live in the countryside, which should have stacked the deck in my favor. A whole hand of good cards, except when my turn came I played the four-of-a-kind bomb as a single, with a throwaway attached. Regret is useless, so if I have no food, then I am not leaving behind the pots, the bowls, the ladles, the soy sauce, the vinegar, the tea, the axe, the pickaxe, the big shovel. Every survival artifact I own, plus clothes and blankets. How did I forget the water and my fresh-caught fish? I almost left something that important behind. I pile everything in a heap and quit caring how it lands, the clock in my head reading 3 minutes and 23 seconds. I cannot draw much from the well in the time I have, so the big plastic tank becomes my best move, because it already holds plenty of water and the river fish I just dumped in. 2 birds with 1 stone. The tank is far too heavy to drag once full, so the only play is to move the supplies to it instead. There is no time to think, so I grab the rice sack in one hand and the iron pot in the other, and start running, shouting at Rang Rang to help me haul the rest to the well, and he understands me, clamps the strap of my backpack in his teeth, and drags it alongside as he runs. My poor fish trap, dragged the whole way home and abused the entire trip, finally splits open, and a pale green catfish squirms out, fights its way across the dirt to the lip of the well, and decides it is too tired to go any farther. Years of use have grown a fine green moss in the cracks of the blue bricks around the well's edge, the same pale green as that fish. 4 legs beat 2, so Rang Rang is already waiting at the well when I am halfway there. I tell him to run another trip and he bolts in his back before I even reach the well, and just as I go to set my things down beside the tank, my foot skids out from under me. My left calf cracks against the stone rim, the supplies fly from my hands, my weight pitches backward, and the bottom drops out of everything as I plunge into the well. The shaft runs 5 meters deep, narrow at the mouth and wide at the floor, the water up to my neck, so I am in no danger of drowning, but I take a few good knocks on the way down, and the pain is nothing next to the panic in my chest. By the time I shake off the daze, the countdown still reads 1 minute and 36 seconds, and with that little time in this state there is no climbing out, no idea how I am supposed to survive a new world from the bottom of a hole. Rang Rang's barking cuts through my spiraling thoughts, and he looks down at me with that impatient face, and somehow it makes me smile, because at least I am not alone. So I lost my supplies. So what? Worst case, I scraped together more on the other side. And the handful of things I grabbed would never have lasted long anyway. Survival and exploration are surely the whole point of life over there. And bringing Rang Rang is enough. So my head clears. I shout up at him to grab a few more things and then jump in after me, that we are about to go live in another world where delicious food is waiting, and he yanks his head back and turns to run, and there is no way he understood all of it, but delicious food he understands perfectly. The single most delicious thing on Rang Rang's menu is the chicken I used to stew. The hen, wings and legs bound, has no fight left and waits in the kitchen for the end, and Rang Rang could not care less what she thinks. He bites her neck and drags her toward the well, but the moment he clears the doorway the rooster spots him, sees his beloved hen clamped in the jaws of that infuriating dog, and loses his mind. A full opera of chicken-chasing dog breaks out across the yard, and even after Rang Rang flings himself into the well, the rooster, who is mortally afraid of water, charges in after him without hesitation. All for love. By the time the circus finishes, the countdown hits 0, and my mind is sharp and clear. But no matter what I try, I cannot open my eyes, and my arms and legs will not move. Like the whole thing is a dream I am trapped inside. The voice welcomes me to the floating island New World, and tells me to treat this place as a survival game, somewhere I might evolve, or meet my end. I have no clue how a person evolves, but as for meeting my end, I was going to face that anyway if I stayed home, and in plain words it is telling us we can truly die here. It says my current location is a 10 square meter floating island and congratulates me on becoming a lord. 10 square meters, I can barely lie down in that, so I fail to see what I should be congratulating myself for. It explains that everyone receives a special product, that children and the elderly who cannot move on their own get assigned to a parent's or child's territory, then lists what I get as a lord, a random skill, a conscription camp, a lord's crystal platform, a lord's token, and 10 points of divine power. It says if I want to survive better and produce more, I must conquer everything, that I should discover the rest myself, and it wishes me to become a god. The whole string of announcements has me holding still, terrified of missing a word, and every word turns out to matter even though each one is maddeningly incomplete. That last line, "May you become a god," sets my blood roaring. Can a human being really evolve all the way up to a god? And what kind of thing would that even make me? When the voice stops, my body comes back to me, every cut and bruise gone like it never happened. And I am out of the well now, on solid ground with Rang Rang and the 2 chickens crammed beside me. All of us packed into this pitiful little square. Under my feet is the same familiar dirt, but everything beyond the edge is nothing. An endless wall of cloud and mist. So the new world is a floating island in the sky. The last thing I would have guessed. I cannot tell if that white is fog or cloud, only that it is too thick to see through. And here's the strange part. I have always been a little afraid of heights, and right now I feel no fear at all. None of my questions are getting answered. It turns out I am no protagonist, because I do not even have a private system. That voice spoke to all of humanity at once, not to me alone. What softens the blow is that everything I assumed I would never get to bring came with me anyway. The old well, most unbelievable of all, sitting dead center and eating the middle of my space. And I am overjoyed regardless, because I have never lived through survival, but I have watched enough shows to know what water is worth. I fell in like a fool and lost most of my supplies, and in exchange got the well itself. So this wave was not a loss after all. The well is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, the mouth less than half the size of the floor, the only reason all of us squeezed in. Next, I take inventory of everything beside the well. Half a sack of rice, about 20 caddies, a wok, a backpack, a quilt, 3 sets of dirty clothes on the rim, 2 pairs of shoes, the pulley rig, a bucket, the big tank, a set of fish traps, 2 chickens, 1 dog, and the fish in the tank and traps, nothing else. Looking down, I see fish still in the cages, so I pour them into the tank, not willing to let them die, because until I have a stable food supply, these are life-saving. And facing an unknown like this, more food means a little more peace of mind. Because Rang Rang never fully zipped the backpack, only 2 packets of seeds were left by the time he dragged it here, Chinese cabbage and chili peppers. And in the end, the backpack, the quilt, and both chickens are all things I owe entirely to him. On a scrap of land this small, 2 extra lives are worth more than I can say to a man this alone, and this arrogant rooster has every right to his arrogance, so I address him with full respect as Lord Chicken. I pat Rang Rang's head and tell him without hesitation that he is my lucky general. With my belongings sorted, I turn to the 3 objects hanging in the air, the starter items the system handed every lord, and I reach for the smallest, the token, and once I get a good look, I am almost speechless, because they call this thing a token and it is no different from a cell phone. A new electronic voice answers, a mature woman's this time, telling me I have merged with the Lord's token and unlocked a probe skill that lets me read the information on any item, and instructing me to set up the Lord's crystal platform in the conscription camp. Then recruit at least 1 soldier. I like the skill. It is genuinely useful, except every Lord probably has the same one, so there is no sense of having earned anything. I know this is just the opening procedure, so the crystal platform goes down next. I grab the cylindrical platform, feel no weight at all, and a phantom about 1 meter tall flickers into being while its details unfold in my mind. A primary crystal platform, the core of my territory. Lost Lord status if destroyed, so I am to guard it. Health 500 out of 500, with a dimensional space, placing items on it letting me trade with other lords, though it needs the Lord's token to operate and it can be upgraded. The probe really is handy, but this platform is so fragile it makes me wince. No defense at all. And complaining aside, if it is not set up, nothing else moves forward, and just on its trading function, every lord alive would be unable to turn it down. I clear out a corner and set the 1 square meter platform there. Next comes the conscription camp, the last gift, demanding 2 square meters, not optional, so my cramped lot feels tighter. The probe reads it as a primary conscription camp recruiting level 1 spearmen. Free conscription available at 10 out of 10, and 1 free soldier per day, and beyond that I can spend 5 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of stone, 500 grams of food as rations, and 500 grams of clear water for resource conscription. No cap up to my maximum leadership value. And upgrading the camp unlocks more advanced troop types. The moment I summon my first spearman, more messages roll in. 1 level 1 spearman has joined my troops. I have completed part of the Lord's task and unlocked some of the token's functions. And I have received a random profession book, a random specialty card, a sale tree, and a gold-producing stone, all bound and untradeable, plus 10 divine power. So the other 3 rewards were locked behind setting up the platform in the camp, but what in the world are this extra sale tree and gold-producing stone? All of this feels eerily like the games I used to play, except now it is really happening, as solid as virtual reality made flesh, and my tiny space gets even more crowded with the soldier added in. When my eyes land on him, this figure conjured out of thin air in gleaming silver armor. His information follows: a level 1 spearman, health 6, attack 3, defense 0, magic defense 0, speed 1, daily upkeep of 100 grams of food and 100 grams of purified water, with a warning that summoned soldiers are mindless, cannot speak, and should be treated as thoughtless humanoid weapons whose strength leans heavily on the Lord's and the hero's attributes, or on bonuses from treasures. The upkeep looks small, but once the numbers grow it will turn into a real weight on a Lord at my stage. This whole set of armor looks like divine gear, and somehow the defense reads 0, but once I finish the description my interest drains away, because a humanoid weapon that cannot hold a conversation shuts me up. They are pathetically weak, but having them beats not, even just as bodies to soak up a hit, and only when I get strong will a troop type like this mean anything. There is plenty I have not worked out, so I pull the specialty card out of the platform, bound and useless to anyone else. The probe says a specialty card, once used, turns a random item in my territory into a specialty, cannot target intelligent life forms, and asks me to confirm. So I confirm, and the card dissolves into a ball of light that drifts in slow circles around my patch, settles onto a catfish in the tank, and vanishes. What just happened? It said it could not target intelligent life, and the probe reads the fish the light struck as a freshwater catfish, a common item rich in nutrients, significantly reduces hunger. That is the entire description. This plain, it cannot be right. But when I glance over at the tank itself, information shows up that knocks me flat. The probe names it a D-rank specialty fish-producing water tank that randomly produces 2,000 grams of various freshwater fish and shrimp every single day, and its description practically smirks at me. As long as you keep me full of water, believe it or not, I will give you fish to eat every day, with territory prosperity plus 10, and it can be upgraded. Is this the legendary iron rice bowl? If everyone got one of these, who would need to struggle? You could just lie flat and let the fish roll in. Except I know full well not everyone is this lucky. And now there is a second mystery, this prosperity stat I do not understand. The joy still fresh on my face while the confusion creeps back. No, that is not right, because by any logic a tank-turned specialty should produce 1 tank a day or some quantity of water. So what is with producing fish, and only ever river fish? If anyone tells me this has nothing to do with that light orb landing on the river fish, I would not believe it if they beat me to death. This is a bug. The way I used to play games, the main brain caught it and shoved the function onto the tank, and the fish it spits out will never include a species that was not already swimming in there. It is only a guess, with nobody around to confirm it, and once the excitement settles, I remember my level 1 spearman burns resources every day too, and that spark of joy gutters out. My supposedly easy life cannot even feed 2 trash soldiers on top of myself. But in a new world where everyone is a lord, even if I never scheme against anyone, I still have to raise soldiers just to stay alive. Because only with troops at my back do I feel anything close to secure. I go back to the platform and pull out the sail tree, a D-grade treasure, 5 meters tall and 50 centimeters thick, unique to the floating island with 1 square meter of island area. Its sail-shaped leaves let the island move and angle by hand to steer. Its power 10 kilometers an hour in a straight line with 1 acceleration burst per day that does not stack. Outputting 1 piece of wood daily, the higher its level the faster the island moves, and the more wood it makes, evolving by absorbing the wood it produces. Its description taunting me outright. If you want the island to run fast, do not take my wood. There is output, and I am not allowed to touch it, and looking at the gold-producing stone I get a sinking feeling it pulls the same trick. I am right, and there is no reward for being right. Only fresh frustration because it is a D-grade treasure too, 1 meter tall and 50 centimeters thick, with its own square meter of land, outputting 1 piece of stone daily. The higher its level, the more stone, and a key source of rare ore, evolving by absorbing its own stone. Sneering at me too. Want better building materials? Then let me upgrade. Do not take my stone. No hope, no disappointment. I set both items at the edge of the island, and my 10 square meters instantly gains 2 more, so I decide to treat them as background props, which beats the endless mist with nothing else to look at, and there is a real gain in there, because the island now has power, even if the speed is laughable. I pick up the last item, the profession book, and my chest tightens, because everything else I can manage, but this one is tied straight to my future, and the randomness leaves it wide open. I have bought lottery tickets for years and never won, so all that hoarded luck should have shattered the sky by now. My luck really ought to explode at least once, and I confirm the use. The system tells me I used a random profession book and obtained the Lord Profession Card Master, that I have unlocked Lord attributes and personal attributes, and to check the token. Only now do I have a second to fiddle with this thing that looks for all the world like a phone, and it is surprisingly easy to use. The first thing it shows me being the time. New World Day 1, 10 in the morning, temperature 24 degrees, the air cool and pleasant. Below that sit a few panels. Information, trade, build, personal, and unlocked. And everyone makes sense except that last unlocked panel, so I tap personal first. 2 more options open, Lord panel and territory panel, and I tap the Lord panel. It names me Seo Hyuk, Floating Island Lord, age 25, divine power 10 points, leadership value 1 out of 10, strength 1 giving 1 attack, defense 1 for 1 defense, stamina 1 for 10 health, speed 1 for 1 attack speed, spirit 2 for 20 magic power, equipment slot empty, and it warns attributes are not constant. That survival status badly affects combat numbers. That part I get. Thirst and hunger and exhaustion and cold and heat all drag down my fighting strength. But in a fresh starting state, it is not pulling me down much yet. My profession is Card Master, an unadvanced Dark Mage class. It's spell strutting. Believe it or not, I will turn you into a poker card, consuming magic power to turn friendly non-living entities, or defeated enemies into one-time card props that still enjoy the Lord's and the Hero's attribute bonuses. I frown, because with nothing to compare it against I cannot judge it, and something nags at me. A skill that does not raise damage or buff my troops does not look promising in a Lord's hands. but turning beaten enemies into cards is clearly powerful, and it was called a random skill and turned out a random profession. The system is nothing but tricks. The combat numbers are too thin, the attributes painful to look at. I tap over to the territory panel and finally get a deeper read. Followers, none. Hero, none. Pets, my rural dog Rang Rang and an unnamed rooster. Troops, 1 level 1 spearman. And the panel notes that heroes and pets do not cost leadership value. A small mercy. Total prosperity reads 50. And when I tap view details, I finally understand where prosperity comes from. Even if I have no idea yet what it is for. The ordinary water well at plus 20, the fish producing tank at plus 10, the sailed tree at plus 10, the gold producing stone at plus 10. The rest of the resource breakdown laid out below and already known to me by heart. The information and trade channels both light up red and chime non-stop. I tap into the information panel, top left reading current area, 1,000 people. The channel's area, world, friends and alliance below it. The world channel button dark and not yet available. Friends and alliance glowing but empty since I have not touched them. Inside a few minutes, the regional channel has piled past 99 messages. And that familiar flood at least makes me feel like humanity has not vanished. I tap in, and it is a circus. Every message met by a contrarian. People thanking the system for saving them and getting told they will die anywhere. People moaning about kids and elders and getting reminded the Lord's followers each get a unique specialty. Self-appointed survival experts told to come back once they know what the barracks are for. A whole chorus admitting their lifelong fear of heights has evaporated. Even a few hawking their bodies for resources to broke takers who can only watch. I look at the sheer number of people worse off than me and finally feel some relief, muttering that I do not want to see others destitute. I just do not want anyone living better than I am. The early talkers all go quiet, and only when I notice the box beside the message field do I understand. Everyone gets 5 chances to speak per day, and for a born chatterbox that is pure torture. It is not until someone brings up what divine power can do that my attention snaps to it, because anything with the word divine attached is bound to matter, and I will not burn my 10 points before I understand where it comes from, and how to wring the most from it. A new mother gushes that divine power is incredible, that her 1-year-old specialty is his own feeding bottle. 1 bottle of milk a day, nowhere near enough. So she spent 3 points upgrading it and now it makes 3. A wave of replies follows, mostly people who also boosted their own specialties, surfacing to find someone who thought the same way. Then a middle-aged man named Wang Pio cuts in and advises her to spend her divine power wisely, because the existence of barracks means combat is coming, and she should not forget the system called Soldiers a Lord's Blade. It is like he kicked a hornet's nest, the channel rounding on him for having no humanity toward a tiny child at a crucial stage of growth, demanding what else a woman like her can do, snapping that people who starve to death will not need to fight. After that, Wang Kyo says nothing more, but I agree with him to the bone, even though the new mother truly does have it rough, because his words sound cold and heartless, and underneath them sits real sincerity. The new mother can tell good advice from bad, and she replies to Wang Pyo directly, thanking him but explaining she has no other choice, that her specialty is cotton quilts, which she cannot turn into the water and food she and her child need. After a while, Wang Pio answers, saying he is just a survivor too, in no position to lecture her, but he will show her a few things to consider for her future, and posts screenshots of 3 items. The first is a weapon, a rare grade Goblin Vanguard Saber, tactical equipment with attack +2, noting unit soldiers can enjoy tactical equipment bonuses. The second is a card, a C grade specialty upgrade card, asking whether you have a D grade specialty you want upgraded. The third is a rice bag laid flat in a palm, a special item that carries 100 caddies of grain with no weight burden, essential for marching. After that, Wang Pio goes silent, maybe out of speaking chances, maybe just slipping back to lurk, but his items light a fire under everyone. He just had to show up right after I told myself I did not want anyone doing better than me. No question this guy got those items through combat, and I watch with naked envy and mutter that the Goblin Vanguard Saber by the name alone must drop from at least an elite monster, that the game has barely begun and this man can already take on bosses. Genuinely impressive. Then I catch myself, because he advised everyone to dump divine power into military strength, so he must have done it himself. Maybe not so impressive after all. Even lucky drops are not necessarily worth more than divine power, and being strong early does not mean he stays strong forever. Sour grapes firmly in hand, I tap into the build panel, and what is inside fills me with tired helplessness. The list is fairly complete, every structure with its attributes, the most basic crude wooden house blocking hail, shrugging off a little extreme heat or cold, and slightly cutting the chance of getting sick, that little slightly the gap between life and death. But its more important trait is clearing the mist from my vision in a 10-meter radius, so with luck I spot an enemy a step ahead, and paired with the sail tree's acceleration burst, fighting or fleeing both become real options. Grind for materials and upgrade to a sturdy wooden house, and that vision pushes out another 10 meters. A workbench produces tools and even equipment, and defense towers and vegetable greenhouses can all be built. 2 hard requirements stare me down, enough land and enough resources. The cruel part being that every building eats a serious chunk of space, the most basic crude wooden hut alone demanding 10 square meters of land and 50 wood plus 50 stone. Honestly, the other buildings can wait, because the one thing I want most is a toilet, except I cannot even lie down properly right now, and I do not have a single piece of wood to my name. Once I have a feel for the build panel, it is time for food, and trading for wood would be ideal, since who is going to outwater me? Instead of rushing to post, I scroll the trade panel to learn the market, and it is exactly what I figured. Food and water wanted most by a mile, for a person's own belly or to keep troops fed, since not everyone grabbed what they needed inside that 10-minute window. Wood and stone needed by everyone demanded most and produced least. Have hardened into the local currency. The rough rate 250 grams of food equal to 500 grams of water equal to 1 unit of wood equal to 1 unit of stone. Close enough. Only a handful of hot daily necessities keep pace. Things like refined salt, lighters, or containers. At least 1,000 grams of food or purified water apiece. When I move to buy, the system tells me I lack purified water, and after some fumbling I figure out I have to draw the well water into the open for it to count as tradable. Now I have water to spare, and no matter how pricey an item, as long as it is small and I want it, I snap it up, because if my territory were not so tight, I would not give anything up so easily. But I have not lost sight of my goal, and first I draw water again and again into the crystal platform subspace. 1 point of stamina does not get a man far, 4 buckets in and my legs are shaking, and only then do I stop. Then I list well water on the trade channel, 650 grams of clear water for 1 unit of wood or stone, and post on the regional channel that this brother is collecting building materials. Anyone needing purified water can make an offer. Naturally, it draws a crowd, because the price is genuinely cheap, the channel filling with people mocking my flexing, swearing I will get struck by lightning for showing off, others snapping at them to just check for themselves and calling them heartless ingrates for badmouthing a generous big shot. Complaints, curses, rough men play acting as ladies, and the people I am actually helping leaping to defend me. All of it scrolls past without a reply. Right now I am sitting on the well curb, setting up a pot, lighting a fire, cooking fish, and I chose automatic trading, so the rest takes care of itself. Water from the crystal platform appearing in another lord's subspace according to the price, and drawing it out with a container is their problem, not mine. At this stage, every survivor is poor, and nobody is sitting on a mountain of building materials, so all I can do is gather it bit by bit. And as for the extra water, I have my reasons, because down the line I will need building materials in far more places than I can supply alone, and sweetening the deal makes people far more eager to trade their goods to me. Since we are all in the same region, we are brothers. Same sentiment as always. I cannot stand to watch my brothers struggle. I am just too kind. There is something else on my mind I do not say out loud. I know this lord game well enough on the surface, but the second I face real enemies it will expose me as a complete novice, and I have no confidence in getting rich by hunting bosses. But when I saw the city walls and defense towers in the build panel, that path felt tailor-made for me, which means I am going to need a lot of people pitching in to develop my land. I am no protagonist and I have no golden finger, so building up slow and steady is not too much to ask. But I am overlooking one problem, that walls and defense towers both need a large enough territory, and territory does not expand without battles. I scatter a few handfuls of rice and both chickens perk up, and while they are distracted I turn the probe on the rooster. A pet at level 1, health 25, attack 6, defense 2, magic defense 1, with a talent skill called Flying Peck, that strikes the head. A 10% chance to ignore defense for double damage, and a 50% chance for triple weak point damage on any enemy without head protection. Already boosted by my lord attributes. I am satisfied those look a great deal better than a level 1 spearman's, and the hen reads as an adult hen, common species laying 1 edible and hatchable egg a day when food is plentiful. Exactly what a chicken should do. Both chickens being here it all traces back to Rang Rang, the rooster most of all. A free advanced troop unit that does not even eat into my troop slots. A serious asset if I use that talent well. I pat the dog who has guarded me the whole time and tell him again that he really is my lucky general, meaning it more than the first time, though his eyes are locked on the pot. I fish out a big fish and drop it into a basin I traded for him, and while he eats I check him. A Chinese rural dog, Rang Rang, a pet at level 1, health 25, attack 6, defense 3, magic defense 2, with a talent skill called Dragon Tear Bite, that ambushes fast, a 35% chance to drag an enemy down and rob it of an attack. Especially brutal against spellcasters, dealing triple weak point damage on a hit, again boosted by my lord attributes. 2 extra combat units, free of charge, and if I do not develop better than everyone else, that would be unreasonable. I tuck into my first meal in the new world, knowing plenty of people kept pets back in the old world, so I am not the only lord with this edge. The meal is simple, but between the cramped conditions and limited tools it takes a full hour from start to first bite, and the whole time I cook, the friend requests never stop. Not looking at my phone while I eat is one of my few good habits, but for everyone else it is a different story. You are eating, so you cannot reply to a single message, cannot accept a friend request. Is moving your fingers really that hard? I finish, full at last, and everyone who added me gets my answer in the same instant. Then my floating island lurches under me, and a frantic system alarm screams through my head. My territory under enemy attack, ordering me to gather my troops and crush them, telling me to protect my crystal with my life. The outside world, drowned in fog 1 second ago, parts to reveal a floating island twice the size of mine, locked onto mine, the two fused at the seam. That pitiful 20 square meter island carrying 10 half-human tall green-skinned creatures, small bodies, huge noses, pointed ears, each gripping a wooden club, hideous things, exactly the goblins from every game I ever played. This close I see the attackers clear as day, and nothing on their island escapes me either. The system only warns me now, the enemy already at my doorstep in a space this tiny. Far too late to recruit, and I am drowning in regret, because when the system called soldiers my blade I never thought to recruit in advance. Looking at the rooster with every feather standing on end, and Rang Rang barking himself hoarse, I could kick myself for being so careless. Is this road of survival going to end before it even begins? I brace for the killing blow, but the goblins only keep hammering at the seam where the two islands meet, unable to break through. And before I can work out what is holding them, a system notification tells me I am inside a 3-day novice protection period, and asks whether I want to drop the shield and fight the invaders to the death, yes or no. It scared the life out of me, because if there was a novice shield, why not say so earlier? I can play non-stop, yet my mind goes clearer than it has all day, because apparently the more danger some people sit in, the calmer they think. The system warned me late because my vision is choked with fog, and the shield only surfacing once the enemy reached my door, is meant to teach humans the rules first. If the system is nudging me toward a fight, maybe this wave is a starting bonus. And if I let these novice benefits slip, there may never be another. All guesses, but I am the kind of man who, once he decides, does not waver, and if I am going to swallow them, I need soldiers first. While the camp recruits, I do not sit idle, throwing the probe onto one goblin that plainly stands out, a goblin treasure hunt team leader at level 3. Health 30, Attack 8, Defense 3, Magic Defense 2, with a blunt weapon trait that deals double damage to buildings, drawn to anything shiny, especially crystals, even crystal fragments. The other's reddish treasure hunt goblins at level 2, Health 20, Attack 5, Defense 2, Magic Defense 1, same blunt weapon trait, fond of glowing things, hateful toward any enemy that blocks their payday. Those numbers terrify me, because my level 1 spearman, with my bonuses folded in, reads Health 16, Attack 4, Defense 1, Magic Defense 1. What kind of fight is that? Even counting Rang Rang and the rooster, it is anyone's guess who comes out alive. No, it cannot be impossible, because Wang Pyo already pulled it off, and he even told everyone to spend divine power on soldiers. So he either upgraded his troops or his barracks, and those items he flashed clearly dropped from higher level monsters. Good odds he upgraded his camp. But I know myself, and without divine power to break the deadlock, a true troop control master might manage it. Yet at my skill level in a space this cramped, it is flat out impossible, and I have nothing to boost my military strength. Thinking of skills, I could smack myself, because I hid my trump card so well I nearly forgot it. Looking at the 10 level 1 spearmen now crushing the last of my 10 square meters, my whole family has to flatten against the edges, me on the manhole cover, my pets on the water tank lid, my supplies on the well curb leaving nowhere to put a foot. Soldiers are not living beings, so treating them like people is just throwing affection at a wall. I am going to turn them into playing cards. The system tells me I consumed 10 mana points to turn 10 level 1 spearmen into disposable card items that still enjoy the lord's and the hero's attribute bonuses. And looking at the 10 cards in my hand, faces printed with the spearmen, I feel the tension drain out, because this is the key to breaking the deadlock. It was selling my water cheat that let me trade for enough recruitment resources this fast. And just like the brothers in the channel said, good people get good rewards. So thank you all in advance. That earlier decision looks brilliant now, so I keep recruiting. And since the platform's items already count as part of my territory, I only have to tap resource recruitment in the barracks. The system tells me I spent 50 wood, 50 stone, 5,000 grams of food, and 5,000 grams of fresh water. And 10 more spearmen have joined my troops. The goblins keep hammering tirelessly at the novice shield, and apparently as long as I make no choice they will not leave. The prompt sitting there, drop the shield and fight to the death, yes or no. Yes, the shield vanishes and the goblins finally get their wish. I will admit I am terrible at controlling troops, but I am not clueless, and in a lord game, the second I have more soldiers than you, all your positioning and kiting become a joke. The instant I fling a handful of cards onto the battlefield, my combat power doubles, and with my 2 pets allowed only to ambush from the flanks and never trade blows head-on, raw numbers make the outcome a foregone conclusion. The whole fight I coast, because with my 1 point of attack I cannot scratch the monster's defense, but none of that matters, because a victory won by drowning the enemy in bodies is still a victory. I will turn you into playing cards. The goblin corpses drown in a shower of light and are gone, replaced by 10 cards in my hand, each stamped with a goblin. 10 magic points for 10 stronger goblin cards. A fair trade any way I slice it. The system tells me I wiped out a goblin treasure hunting squad and perfectly defended my territory, earning a difficult level defense achievement. This is not hard at all. Achievement experience 1 out of 10. Reward 2 attribute points with more rewards for more achievements, noting that a difficult assessment means the commander's total troop strength averages 1 level below the enemy's. I look at the 2 joined territories and smile, because this battle, won by mass-producing soldiers and shoving forward, went exactly the way I wanted. After the dust settles, I see the spent cards gone, and only 3 spearmen left, overcommitted and wasting most of my force. But then I picture Wang Pio's gear and the territory I am about to expand into, and the sacrifices shrink to nothing. I still fought too simply, because the system would never let anyone grow strong this comfortably, and it asks how I want to handle the enemy's floating island. Destroy for a chance at weapons, gear, daily necessities and specialty upgrade cards, or occupy for a chance at a specialty and a shot at expanding my territory. My smile freezes, because others might get a choice but I do not. My equipment, my heart aches. The wailing solves nothing and at least calms me. After this fight I have no novice shield, and I would not dare go without Night Watch troops, except my plot is already swallowed by the well, and if I do not take this territory even sleeping tonight becomes a problem. Since this is survival, I protect my precious self first. Worst case I build houses and lean into defense later. No equipment then no equipment. I am no good at leading troops anyway. If I cannot be a tiger, can I at least be a turtle? With no real choice, I sourly pick occupy. The system tells me my territory expanded by another 24 square meters, that each expansion grants 1 chance to reshape the terrain, that my total area is now 36 square meters, and congratulates me on a D-grade specialty. Extra large toilet paper 1 roll a day for territory prosperity, +1. Asking whether I want to use it. It said extra large and meant it, because 1 roll in my hands would last me a year. Dog system, I risked my life for this, but I shake my head and let the rest of the sentence die. Fine, I accept my fate, because it is a necessity no matter what, so I cannot even work up the anger to curse it. Specialties pulled from monsters can normally be traded, but I choose to use it and keep it for myself. Looking at the extra 24 square meters of bare land and my 2 new attribute points, my mood lifts because reluctant as the choice was, it turned out well, and given how rotten my luck has been, even destroy might not have gotten me what I wanted. Tangible, visible territory makes me feel more secure. There is no need to reshape the old ground, so I lay out the new space fast, every bit of it essential building that has to go up the moment I have room. I block off 4 square meters in a corner for a small toilet, and build exactly that, the system telling me I consume 10 wood and 10 stone for a simple toilet. No odor. Territory prosperity +5. Materials spent, a toilet conjured out of thin air and facing a scene that should only exist in games. I stay calm. Smell or no smell, just let me enjoy it first. Half an hour later I emerge, refreshed, having already mapped the rest into a clean square. A crude wooden cabin has to go up, if only for that trait of clearing 10 square meters of fog, non-negotiable, because even a few seconds of early warning buys me time to react, and upgraded to a sturdy wooden house that shelters me fully from wind and rain in extreme weather. A true home. But my materials are already thin. Only 14 wood and 4 stone left, not enough to recruit a single level 1 soldier, so stone is clearly harder to come by than wood. Attribute points and divine power can wait. It is time to restock. I pick up the Lord's token and look at the 99 plus friend requests, and I curl my lip, planning to ignore the lot, because everyone is a stranger and a little distance is wise. They all know I am drowning in water, so what if they play the victim, lure me into video chats and teasing, flash some cleavage and leg, it might rattle even my will of steel. And then how would I quietly get rich? My finger slides across the screen on its own and lands on someone I recognize. Even an expert wants to add me. Hard to turn down. He must be running short on water. And what if he has good stuff and I miss out next time I am low? That would break my heart. So I very eagerly accept Wang Pio's friend request, without once wondering whether he will actually sell anything worthwhile. This girl below, that figure, those legs, that face, genuinely not bad, but I still will not be accepting your request. The next moment a girl named Gina sits in my friend list. I will never admit I was captivated by a perfect face. My hand merely slipped. I opened the trade interface, and the well water I listed earlier, sold out long ago. The price now shot up to 1 piece of wood for 320 grams, double what I charged, and even then it gets snatched the instant it appears. It is easy to guess this retail trick is mostly survivors who used their earlier window to hoard water, then clamped down once the prices climbed. But with me here, you can all keep your water for yourselves. Old routine, draw the well water and put it on the platform, and the first 4 buckets go fine. But when I push past exhaustion, my own health dropping. For a 5th, a system prompt stops me, warning that I am about to overexploit the water resource, that this permanently lowers the well's output, and that I must wait 24 hours before doing it again. What is this? When I watered the vegetable garden every summer, our family's treasured well never once asked me to show restraint, and now over a measly 8 buckets it calls me an overexploiter. Is this a joke? I am furious. This damn system blocks me every single time I try to do anything. But a thin arm cannot wrestle a thick thigh, and I have to back down, because this well is my lifeline to early wealth. And in truth, I already know a common well's prosperity outranks a specialty's. So given how tight my territory is, it is reasonable the well gets throttled. I pour the 5th bucket back in, and the thought of raising prices dies the instant it appears, because survivors at this stage have so little, and getting greedy would wreck my reputation for nothing. What I want is long-term cooperation, not a few extra grams, so same price as before, 650 grams of clean water for 1 wood or 1 stone, and I switch to the regional channel to call out again. Just as I finish typing and reach to send, I stop, because someone is already advertising for me, announcing that the big shot in our area selling cheap water has surfaced again, and telling people to grab it before the scalpers buy it all and resell at a markup. Thanks pour in alongside the groans of those who already overpaid, and the jeers at them for buying expensive when they knew a cheap seller existed. Then a man named Co Ire weighs in, saying the big shot really is something, but why only building materials, since he would not need this much wood just to recruit soldiers, leaving people whose specialties are not building materials, and who are badly short on water, with nothing to gain. Someone explains the big shot is obviously going the defensive route, and when Co Ire argues a 6 square meter scrap cannot fit a house, and is better destroyed for resources, the other calls him ignorant, since not everyone faces the same enemies, the leader of the Women's Legion having captured a 15 square meter island and destroyed hers for drool-worthy treasure. The reviews run overwhelmingly in my favor, the rare critic buried under public opinion and quietly retreating. Lurking in the background, I am secretly thrilled, because I love watching people talk about me behind my back. That is how I learn whether my moves are landing, and I file away every single person who came at me, gaining at minimum confirmation that my 24 square meter territory was worth every bit I paid. After a while, it gets less interesting, so I scroll up the history, and there is Wang Pyo again, flashing defense plus 2 pants, floating the idea of a mutual aid alliance, and then asking people to add him for private chats before disappearing. Some rip into him for being too cutthroat, recruiting only people with useful specialties, while others say the alliance is genuinely good, truth and lies braided so no outsider can read the real situation. Either way, I have zero interest, but one thing is clear, this Wang Pyo really is excellent at leading troops and winning fights. If his alliance is still forming, the beautiful friend named Gina I added by accident has already built a true one, so widely supported because she displayed an item and threw in its full description for free. A tent called the Reinforcement Camp, a common grade alliance treasure taking 1 square meter. Letting a leader send troops to a member's territory through the main tent to help defend without costing leadership points. The restrictions surely go beyond defensive battles, but how many troops and members? None of that is known to outsiders. And her alliance recruits only women, the Women's Legion. I never imagined the 2 friends I added on a whim are both major figures, and in less than a day someone already has the muscle to build factions. Surreal. All the good things belong to other people. It seems all I can do is take the defensive road. Once the sourness sets in, I lose some of my spark, so I browse the trade listings before building my house, and something stops me cold. A D-grade black soil, high-quality earth that resists extreme weather and grows crops fast, taking 1 square meter. The trade channel has plenty of soil sellers, but this is the only listing with attributes, and it has sat for hours without a single buyer. Then I relax, because most people in the channel are getting swept along watching others pull treasures and combat power soar, all of them chasing loot through treasure hunting since the drop rate is high. But loot is no stable source, and a dry spell would leave them with nothing to eat. This black soil also eats a lot of space, so anyone who hunts treasure and raises soldiers has no room to farm it, while those interested lack seeds, and those with seeds cannot wait for crops to mature. Everyone knows it is good, and for a dozen reasons the good item just will not sell, most of all because it is genuinely not cheap, the upfront cost too steep and the returns too slow for an average person. But am I an average person? I am a man with seeds and territory. Your stuff is expensive though, so it is only fair I haggle a little. Can it be cheaper, I type, after tapping contact seller. Song Yusin sees my haggling the instant it lands and feels genuinely irritated. And she has a reason because just 2 days ago she was still holding his photo a long while, and he plainly has no idea who she is. The tall, slender Seo Hyuk was very handsome, and he was her sister's first boyfriend, back when her sister's happiness had soaked deep into her, a girl just feeling the first stirrings of love. But Seo Hyuk's family was too poor. Her parents flatly refused to let her sister keep dating him, and the relationship ended before it could begin. So maybe out of plain curiosity, Song Yusin kept asking after him, and her sister would talk about him endlessly, until the young girl knew a startling amount about a man she had never met. Everyone's first love is perfect, the descriptions inflated, so Song Yusin listened with deep envy. All of it was supposed to fade, but Blue Star started counting down to its end. And when life is about to finish, people always want to look back. In her photo album, after she tossed the childhood pictures she could not remember, only her school years were left. And at 18, there was not much worth reminiscing over. because under her parents' iron watch, no boy was ever allowed near their precious daughter. So the only man in the album was this brute named Seo Hyuk, a familiar stranger. And since he was a stranger, the strong-willed girl never reached out first, and the moment he started haggling, she knew for certain he did not recognize her. Watching him throw around all that water and still chisel down one of her items, when that black soil was what she traded for 5 days worth of food money, lands hard. She replies, asking whether eating 2 pieces of bread a day is really a lot, and the answer completely throws me, because I am haggling over an item's price, and she comes back about bread, and if something is wrong with this person's head, haggling further would be a bit cruel. Song Yusin realizes she drifted off track, but she does not want to lose this buyer, the first to approach her meaning to actually buy, so she screenshots her specialty's description and sends it. A C-grade specialty. Black soil, producing 1 square meter of D-grade black soil every 5 days, accelerating crop maturity, resisting extreme weather beautifully, doubling crop yield when fertilizer is plentiful. Sometimes a single image beats any explaining. I count on my fingers, 1 bread is 400 grams, 2 a day 4,000 grams across 5 days, just her tightening her belt before I count what her troops eat. For an ordinary person to live on, 2 pieces of bread a day life is genuinely hard, and pushing the haggling further would be a little heartless. Though whether I am heartless I do not care, because everyone is a survivor now and talking about human kindness is posturing. Same as selling my water cheap, it is an exchange of benefits, mine reaped in the long term. But her black soil cannot be found anywhere else, and 1 or 2 pieces will never cover my needs. So since I need it, this favor is not one to throw away, because survival cannot lean on killing monsters forever, and self-sufficiency is the true winning path. How about I buy it tomorrow? I tell her. I have spent all my resources today, and if she trusts me, she can hold it and sell me her future yields too. I do not want to trade rice, and the river fish I produce does not cover the price. And besides, the fish is dinner for me in Rang Rang, so I would rather trade water for food tomorrow and then buy the black soil. Later. Who can say what later brings? Is this just an excuse not to buy? Song Yusin startles and goes anxious, because a young lady like her cannot beg food off him, yet she will not let the buyer off the hook either, silently fuming that no resources to buy is no excuse when all those huge piles of building materials could just as easily be traded for food. Except she is afraid saying it aloud would make him lose face and get her quietly blacklisted, killing even her shot at his cheap water. Alright, that works. I tell her, big shot that I am, add me as a friend, I will pull the item off the shelf, and tomorrow when I have supplies I can trade with her straight through the friend list, saving the hunt for the listing. And anyway, I will not die from 1 day of hunger. It is also a test on her end, and she has even considered selling the black soil for half the food she had planned, because they all say big shots do not add friends, so refusing would prove I am not sincere, while agreeing gives her a future channel for it. As long as she has food and drinks a little less water, she can spare the sail tree's wood, get her island moving, and use divine power to upgrade her barracks and kill monsters for supplies. The only way out she can see, picked up from living glued to the channel, that using the sail tree's output temporarily kills the island's power, that an island which does not move a certain distance generally will not meet monsters, and that experts there even share troop control techniques. Song Yusin learned it all and locked it away in her memory. Song Yusin, such a familiar name. So why can I not remember a single thing? This familiar yet strange feeling is awful. The girl is the delicate and gentle type, very cute, and I truly do not know her, because if I had ever met a girl this pretty, there is no way I would have zero impression of her. Song Yusin accepts my friend request. Fine, no more agonizing. Since she has no impression of me either, it proves I was overthinking. Hungry for a day, that cannot be true. I say, did the system not give us 10 minutes to gather supplies before we came here? She actually agreed, lighting up and replying that it is no exaggeration to call her maybe the poorest survivor alive, that her random specialty turning out to be black soil says plenty. Luck comes around sooner or later, I tell her offhand, chuckling to myself, because I thought I had it bad and then bad luck turned into a blessing, and handed me a water well, while she clearly never caught that kind of luck, though she has black soil, a blessing of its own. It is hard at the beginning, but as long as she grinds through the early stage, that item will only appreciate, and life might get better then. I hope I get lucky in the future, Song Yusin says, and then she adds that you guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against best friends, that the ancients truly did not deceive her. She does not finish the thought, but I catch it at once, and I do not reply again, because making a girl recite her hardships on an empty stomach is not a decent thing to do. If I really wanted to hear her whole story laid out properly, it would be simple enough, since they say feeding people works wonders, and feeding her I could do. But on a broken little island like this, I am honestly in no mood to sit and listen to somebody else's story. I confirm the build, and the system tells me I spent 50 wood and 50 stone on a crude wooden hut, 10 square meters of it, a thing that blocks hail, shrugs off a little extreme heat and cold, cuts my odds of getting sick, carries 5 points of air defense and 50 points of building health, and most of all clears the fog in a 10 square meter ring around my island, with territory prosperity up another 10. The hut lands, and the gray that has walled in my whole world rolls back in a circle, and for the first time I can see past my own feet. 10 square meters is laughable, but at this stage it is enough to catch an enemy a heartbeat early and run, and that heartbeat is the entire reason a house is the heart of a territory. Upgrading to a sturdy wooden hut would cost 100 wooden hut would cost 100 stone apiece, which I cannot dream of yet. What is left of my materials runs heavier on wood than stone, twice as much wood in fact, so I cannot even recruit a full set of troops, but I still have that goblin level 2 card tucked away, so recruiting can wait. A determined turtle does not skip his shell though, so the defense tower goes up next. The system tells me I spent 30 wood and 15 stone on a crude defense tower, 4 square meters, range of 30 meters, 100 building health, needing 300 grams of food, and 300 grams of water a day. With a trait that fires on any enemy in range, ignores their armor, and lands a fixed 7 damage a second, prosperity up 5. It asks if I want to convert my 3 soldiers, and I confirm, and just like that I have no troops in hand and a tower that covers my whole patch instead. A fair trade, all things considered. The rooster lets out a crow, and I look over to find him glaring at me with murder in his eye, and I do not need a translator to read that look, because it plainly says this lord is starving, so be smart and feed me. Do not ask how I know what a chicken is thinking. I learned it the hard way, peck by peck. The only reason this short-fused tyrant dodged the stew pot and gets me waiting on him hand and foot is my grandfather, who said this rooster once saved his life and so spoiled him rotten, meaning to keep him till the old man died, except the old man went first. Now the bird has followed me into a whole new world, dumb luck of the highest order, and honoring my grandfather's wish is the least I can do, so I treat him like family. He was well behaved when we first landed here, and the gratitude lasted about as long as a free meal. Either way, he carried the first fight on his back, so I cannot mistreat him, and I sort out food for him and his hen before rang or I have eaten a bite. Across the fog, on another island I cannot see, a woman in her 30s with a charmer's face tells the man beside her, all excited, that she heard a rooster crow. The man she calls Scarface snaps that of course he heard it too, and why does she not shout louder so the people on the far island can pin their location while she is at it? She shrinks and mutters an apology, and he tells her not to get any clever ideas, that if she had not served him so well she would have rejoined her dead husband a long time ago. She purrs that she would never, that he is her whole world, that once they take the other lord down she will make tonight even sweeter for him. He shoves her clinging hands off his back and raises the binocular-looking thing in his grip to comb over every inch of my island. Even though his view is flat, that scope lays out every object on my territory as if he were staring down from a tower. The well, the placement of my supplies, the fresh defense tower, the stats on both my pets. All of it naked to him, everything except the Lord himself. Scarface is grinning, because the second he saw the water well he knew I was the big shot selling cheap water, and my island has not one soldier on it, and 2 decent pets will never stop his level 2 troops. Wipe me out, pocket my fortune, and what woman could he not have? So why guard one broken hag forever? He had planned a careful sneak attack and now figures he does not even need it. Still, he ought to keep the woman sweet a little longer, since followers hand half their attributes to the troops and he will not waste that. He tells her he was wrong to snap, that he was only too excited, and to get ready, because the moment they take the other lord down their good days begin. She whimpers that she is not angry, but she cannot fight, and his face goes flat as he asks whether he is showing her too much kindness, because in this world if she will not fight to the death at his side, why should he feed her? And with health that high, how could she possibly die? She panics and reminds him in a small voice that he promised to take care of her as long as she followed him, and Scarface laughs until he is out of breath, because does this woman have no brain in her head, throwing away her own husband, and still expecting to be cherished? His laughter cuts off cold, and he says he is telling her now that if she does not kill alongside him, he will throw her off the island, that she can live without a worry for food and water, or she can die like this, and she had better give him a firm answer. My island lurches hard, and a system alarm rips through my skull, warning me a survivor is attacking with intent to kill, and ordering me to rally my soldiers and fight. 10 square meters of warning turns out to be worth nothing, because one bursted acceleration and his island was glued to mine before I even finished flinching. He came in right at the toilet corner, where nothing blocks the way, so his troops can walk straight up and start dismantling my defense tower. Only now do I get a clear look at him, an island past 30 square meters with a sturdy wooden hut already built, which is exactly why I never spotted a shadow of him. 10 level 2 troops, a man and a woman holding the back line, his combat power flattening mine outright. Before I can even think, the defense tower opens up, -7, -7, -7, floating off the heads of his soldiers one after another. I may be a raw beginner at controlling troops, but I have an eye for a problem, and the problem is keeping them off my tower, stopping them on the road before they reach it. Without a second of hesitation, I fling out 9 level 2 goblin cards. The arrow's already in the air, and after the first volley, every goblin is down 4 health. Drown them in bodies, it is the only trick I know. That actually loosens the knot in my chest, because if shoving troops forward is the whole game, I can play it. A level 2 unit sits at 8 base health, plus my 10 lord points and the followers 5. Call it 23, so I do not need the goblins to kill anyone. I just need them to stall and chew down health while the tower works, because 2 or 3 tower hits drops one of his soldiers cold. No wonder pets are rare, no wonder I baby mine, because the moment a real fight starts, they charge in and grasp every command I give. Every bit as impossible as a man losing his fear of heights overnight. At my signal, Rang Rang slips wide and circles in behind Scarface, and even brace for it, the man cannot stop a dog that uses skills, because Rang Rang's dragon tear bite ambushes fast, with a 35% chance to yank an enemy down and rob him of a turn, brutal against ranged fighters and casters, and on a hit it lands triple weak point damage. Scarface is an archer, the classic ranged glass figure, and Rang Rang drags him flat in the dirt, a big red -12 blooming over his head. Rang Rang only hits for 6, and the man's armor eats 2, so a normal swing would be 4, but the skill cracked him for 12, and left him with a sliver. And before he can even climb up, the rooster is already in his face. Down on the ground with the status hanging on him, Scarface hands the rooster the maximum bonus to his flying peck, -9, and the 2 pet skills together finish off a man who had only ever spent 1 point on his physique. Dying here means dying for real, and honestly Scarface knew he was done the instant a mob of level 2 goblins appeared out of nowhere, because his whole nerve had rested on my island having no soldiers. The woman shrieks and drops to her knees, begging me not to kill her, swearing she was forced into it, that she is very good at staying alive, that she will gladly become my follower. The second their feet touched my island, surrender and live stopped being on the menu. Forced or not, Scarface is already dead, so who is left to vouch for her? And I am not about to keep a stranger whose past I do not know parked at my side, because the moment I recall my troops the goblins vanish, and if she turns on me then, what do I defend myself with? A stranger's word is not worth my life, so the woman dies too. Cold, maybe. But everyone here is a survivor now, and posturing about human kindness is for people who can afford it. With both lords dead, the mindless soldiers lose their target and shift from red names to neutral yellow, free for the victor to absorb or scatter, and a man with no troops left does not let that walk away, so I take 5 of the level 2 units into my own ranks. Now I should recall my forces, count the spoils and end the fight. Except right at that moment a fresh island swims out of the fog. By every rule I just finished a battle, and my troops are all bleeding out. No time to rest, no business fighting again. But I am not built like other lords, because my soldiers are cards, and cards do not recycle. So if I sit this out, a whole army goes to waste. Better to spend them while they still draw breath. The system warns me a goblin unit has spotted me, telling me to prep for battle or accelerate clear, and I stay put and wait. Then it sharpens, telling me I have hit a rare monster, that a goblin mage is attacking, ordering me to rally my troops and guard my crystal with my life. The enemy crawls closer until I can read his whole roster. 9 units on an island maybe, 8 square meters across, a level 4 goblin mage at the head, 3 level 3 units behind him, and 5 level 2s. On my side I have 5 low health, level 2 units, 7 goblins, both pets, and a level 3 squad leader card whose numbers run well above a normal level 3, plus the defense tower at my back. Without the enemy lord's attribute boost, a true troop master could win this clean, but in my hands it reads barely winnable, and even that feels generous. Low health? Then top it off. I dump the 2 attribute points from the achievement straight into health, and every troop swells 20 points over its base. The pets pushing near 50, the squad leader cracking past 60. 15 units gaining 300 health all told. The math fuzzier than that, but the relief real. Honestly, my own combat power scares me a little, because even if my whole side stood frozen and let the enemy swing, the tower alone would shred most of them, and my side will not be standing frozen. The 2 islands kiss at the seam, and the battle is on, and I park my squad leader, my high health, high attack ace, right at the front of the line. I am so bad at this that even the storytelling it cannot be bothered to grade my choices, and at this point it does not matter whether they are right. The goblin mage lifts his magic book without a word of chanting, and an ice cone pulls itself together out of raw mana and flies straight at my squad leader. The cone's speed is nothing special. Any normal person with a few points in speed could sidestep it, but troops need reaction time, and they will never be as quick as a cursor on a screen, so a human or a pet might dodge it and a unit absolutely cannot. The cone lands for -40, and worse, the spell freezes my squad leader into an ice statue for a full minute, and when the close fighting starts, my prized ace gets shattered into glittering shards in a few swings and winks out his motes of light. He does not die for nothing though, because the pikeman's long reach lets him strike first, and while the mage is busy executing the squad leader, the pikeman's second jab follows, and from there it is a straight slugging match. The mage tucks his book away and, escorted by his level 3 units, pulls a staff off his hip and wades into melee himself. Fierce as anything. Nothing like what a mage is supposed to be, and the beginner in me actually thinks for a second that level 4 units are just that broken. Between the alarm and the sight of a 40 damage hit, I nearly wet myself, because one of those would erase me on the spot. One swing took away my entire trump card, I think, sick to my stomach. My own attack too feeble to even scratch the mage's armor, so charging him bravely would accomplish nothing. So I tell Rang Rang not to attack but to lock onto that mage, and the instant he reaches for the book again, interrupt him. Take the hit if he has to, because I refuse to believe that monster has only one trick. The skill has just not cooled down yet. I watch my obedient dog pad off to his post and let out a breath, thinking he really might be the best companion I have got. Turns out I am overthinking it, because monsters without a lord behind them are not so terrifying after all. They burn through my forces, sure, but they end up on a sliver of health themselves, picked off one by the defense tower that ignores their armor. I order both wounded pets all the way to the rear, because that level 4 monster's defense is so high they cannot even break it, taking pure loss for their trouble, and only the tower, which does not care about armor, can hurt it at all. High defense on a level 4 is normal, but being flat out unbreakable is not. And if this thing is not guarding some treasure, then nothing makes sense. I sit on the 8 cards I made from fallen goblins, and watch the level 4 pull my tower apart, frantically counting the tower's health, and my final math says it should still have at least half left when the monster drops, which means my cards survive. A level 3 unit card if I ever chose to sell it. Not a single lord alive would refuse, and in an expert's hands it would tip a battle, so as a life-saving item the price will have to satisfy me, and I am already grinning like a fool. By any honest accounting this is a crushing win, and I have somehow twisted it into a nail-biter. Then the mage hauls a magic book out of his robes again and my grin freezes, because a level 2 cannot crack its armor and it looks like my level 3 card is gone. -40, -7, and the tower bursts into pieces. But the tower's dying shot, falling as it shatters, just so happens to land the killing blow on the goblin mage himself, my level 3 card scraping through by a hair, an ending I never saw coming. So even perfect calculation can leave you flat on your back when reality decides otherwise. I turn the mage into a card and end the battle, and the rewards roll in. The system tells me I defeated the goblin mage troops and kept my crystal flawless, that I have completed the difficult achievement this is not hard at all, now at 2 of 10, and a second difficult achievement, enemies one after another, at 1 of 10, worth 2 more attribute points, urging me toward more achievements for more rewards. Then it asks whether I want to destroy or occupy the goblin island, and I hesitate for exactly 1 second before choosing destroy, because I still have a 30+ square meter plot waiting from the last fight, more than enough to fuss over for ages, and when resources cannot keep pace with building, raising my own strength is the smarter play. I have no use for a measly 8 square meters, and I cannot forget that abnormal level 4 mage was stuffed with treasures, because even one would mean I never sit a fight out as a spectator again. The system tells me I destroyed an island and obtained special combat equipment, a magic book of ice cone that I cannot carry, plus a special product upgrade card, 15 wood, 5,000 grams of military rations, 1,000 grams of glutinous rice, 2,000 grams of glutinous rice, 2,000 grams of glutinous rice, 2,000 grams of clear water, 3 cans of peach preserves, and 1 down comforter set, all waiting at the crystal platform. The 8 square meter island fades from solid to ghost, and breaks apart into points of light, and I finally understand why so many people would rather destroy an island than occupy it and stay cramped on 10 square meters. Because the haul is staggering, equipment and specialties and materials and food and daily goods. The whole spread. Then it asks me to destroy or occupy Jang Sam's island, and this time I choose occupy. The system tells me I occupied Lord Jang Sam's island, and my area jumped by 36 square meters to 72 total. That I get 1 terrain reshaping chance, and that I obtained a sturdy wooden house, a heart of the floating island, a level 2 pikeman barracks, special equipment called the Eye of Oversight, and D-rank strategic equipment, worn out outerwear. My mouth falls open because I was told occupying yields nothing past a specialty, so occupying a human lord's island must work differently from a monster's. I cannot land on any other explanation, and the system keeps right on talking through my guessing, listing 6 specialties, a D3 sail tree, a D2 gold-producing stone, 1 bottle of D-rank high-proof liquor, a C-rank large stone pile, a bottle of D-rank instant noodles. Jang Sam's island had plenty of plain resources too, but I was too slow ending the battle and all of it without attributes vanished into thin air, while I fought the goblins, like a game refreshing the map. A human lord's island, it turns out, pays out like a treasure vault. This single win drags my strength up a whole tier, and before I can even examine the new gear the system chimes, asking whether to replace the duplicate barracks, since only 1 of each is allowed, and whether to merge the specialties that share attributes. I agree to both, and the barracks, sail tree, and goldstone all flare gold and upgrade at once. Level 2 units carry 2 more health, 2 more attack, 1 more defense than level 1's, a real jump to an expert and a shrug to a beginner like me. The sail tree leaps to D4, 14 kilometers an hour, 4 wood a day, and the gold stone hits D3, 3 stone a day, and so the rule lands clean. Only the highest of a matching barrack survives, while matching specialty treasures merge and grow faster. I will not touch the sail tree's output, because a functional specialty that grows on its own is better left alone, the description already warning that only once they mature do they hand you surprises. The mineral water is useless to me, so I keep it for trade, but the liquor and instant noodles I use, both together adding 20 prosperity. The liquor broadly useful and fairly rare, the noodles food, and nobody gives away food. What lights me up most is that unique C-rank specialty, a large stone pile that makes 100 stone every 5 days. Its description practically winking at me. Want stone? Give me a little time. With prosperity up 20. I had figured my water alone would put my development near the top, and this stone pile leaves me speechless. No wonder Jang Sam was a step ahead of me on a sturdy house, and if this pile had not fallen into my hands, he might have outgrown me entirely. Given enough time, I might not have beaten him at all. Going by his island's size and his stash of specialties, in under a day this man must have killed at least 2 people. 1 day in, and we are already eating each other. It might just be that everyone is new and let their guard down around other humans, but the truth is anyone's guess. What Jang Sam taught me is that monsters and weather are not my only threats. That out of all these people there have to be plenty who outclass me. And the thought lights a fire under me to develop fast. The sturdy wooden house I inherited has to come down first, because the system warns me dismantling it loses half the materials, and I confirm anyway. Since this place has rotten luck baked in, its owner dead inside a single day, and I would feel a chill living in a dead man's house. The heart of the floating island reads as a miniature crystal platform that lets me spend resources to build an attached island and appoint a hero or follower as its lord, and I file it away for later, since I will not be using it anytime soon. The worn-out outerwear gives +2 defense, and the note explains strategic equipment applies to all of the Lord's subordinates and troops just by sitting in inventory. No wearing required, which is a sweet little bonus. The Eye of Oversight is the real prize, an auxiliary piece that lets me see an enemy's whole arrangement and stats wherever my gaze lands. Much like my probe, but far better, because it does not wait for the enemy to close in. It reads them from across the fog, and scouting the whole field from a distance is exactly how precious it sounds. No attack or defense on it, but with it I never gamble blind on fight or flee again. Then I look over the mage's drops, starting with the Magic Book of Ice Cone, a rare item, non-handheld, that produces 1 ice cone scroll a day at 1 of 1, and cannot stockpile, its description smug as ever. Want to use magic? With me even a pig can cast. I watch that thing fire twice in a row in the monster's hands, and in mine it manages once a day with no saving up, which is just rubbing salt in the wound. But I claim the scroll anyway. The scroll deals 40 base damage to one enemy and freezes it for a minute on hit. So however the goblin pulled off 40 magic damage, the answer is plainly that he had no mana stat at all. And the book did all the work. And damage aside, that 1 minute freeze alone is enough to take an enemy ace off the board. Then I read the specialty upgrade card, high grade rare, able to turn an attributeless item into a specialty, or bump a specialty no higher than B rank up 1 level. And I genuinely smile because a water well is not treasure grade and could never upgrade normally. And this card showed up at the perfect moment. I do not bother counting the rest of my loot. I just slap the card straight onto the well, gold light washes over it, and now it reads as a D-rank specialty water well. Want a drink? I will pour it out forever. Let us see whether your stamina holds or my water does. Prosperity up 30. Unlimited water at last. And without that card, the well stays a capped ordinary thing, and nobody would ever sell a survival tide card like that. I have never even seen one for sale. With the stone pile and the upgraded well both mine, I have stepped into the spotlight, and I half wonder if I have a protagonist's halo after all. Now that I am sitting on stone and water both, my whole development has to swing hard into defense, and if anyone comes at me again, let us see if they can break through, because if I let myself get pushed around one more time, I might as well find a block of tofu and brain myself on it. I pull out the rest with a grin. 5,000 grams of military rations, 2,000 grams of clear water, 3 cans of peach preserves, a down bedding set, and the rations cannot convert into ordinary food, which suits me fine. To pile up this much in under a day, Jang Sam's contribution is the whole reason. The Lord's token says it is already dusk, an evening wind kicking up to make me shiver, 15 degrees telling me the gap between day and night will only widen once it is fully dark. Fight after fight has kept my nerves drawn tight, and the moment I let go, the exhaustion crashes over me. Body and mind both spent. Pushing through it, I haul 4 buckets of water, list them, and buy 2 cans of pork at a steep price for dinner, then glance at the regional channel and find nothing worth my time. The same empty complaints and gripes and harvest brags, so I close it. The channel still reads 1,000 people, which gives me something to chew on, because I will not learn the real count until tomorrow. It is time to cook the happiest stretch of my whole day. The sky blackens fast here, and by the time the pot is set and the rice is on, night has fully arrived, and as a survivor in another world, I can only bend to the place. While the rice cooked, I clean today's river fish, and after seeing to Lord Chicken first, I get to it. The dark on the island is total, so total that even the hen who hates fire by nature huddles up against my campfire with Lord Chicken right behind her, the fire the only light anywhere on my little square. The silence is the worst part. So deep I can hear my own heartbeat, the crackle of oil off the roasting fish landing like music, and if not for my 3 pets keeping me company, I think I would lose my mind before long. I cup the dog's head and kiss it, and thank him again for the 2 companions he brought me. And Rang Rang shoots up, tail beating so fast it blurs, because he knows it is hungry, and the wait has not been easy on him. I dish out 2 portions of rice, crack 2 cans, split them with him, then pick the small quick-cooked fish and shrimp, strip the big bones, and feed him those, in no hurry to eat myself, because a warm dinner in a place like this is enough for me. The last fish is a big one and takes its time, and by the time it is done, neither of us has the appetite left, because a fellow that size is best stewed in the iron pot with chili and Chinese cabbage, the only way to get the real flavor. But to eat vegetables here, I have to grow them, which means seeds and land. And I have the seeds, I still need the land. And with weather this unstable, the safest move is the best soil I can get. I know a girl who sells exactly that, even if her yield is low, because how many cabbages can 1 square meter feed? And the trouble is that better soil only comes from her. She is so poor that all she has left is black soil, probably cannot even feed herself, and this world is a meat grinder, so what happens to my black soil supply the day she dies? No, I have to help her, because on a night this cold, without a hot meal in her, how far does a person fall before they decide to quit? A cold wind cuts through, the night turning colder, and my mind keeps spitting out worse endings. What if she falls sick? Because even if she does not mean to hang herself, she will not be able to dodge it. Since I am already sending warmth, there is a spare secondhand quilt too, mine, used, but a girl that broke will hardly mind. Last I send over firewood and the leftover clean water from cooking, and once the delivery is gone I drag the crystal platform into the crude wooden house, light a small fire, pull out my down comforter, make a bed on the spot, and drop into a dead sleep. Son Yusin huddles against her crystal platform, trying to use it to block the wind, the dark swallowing her tiny shape so completely that without the faint glow of her lord's token her own territory could not find her. The token is her only comfort against the loneliness, and even though the talk inside it has thinned to almost nothing and her eyes burn, she does not dare set it down, because the silent night fills her with a bottomless fear. A silent night of hunger and cold crushes worst of all, and countless people face the dark alone tonight, but someone as flat broke as her is rare. Even at the bottom like this, the stubborn girl asks no one for help, and she keeps her fire unlit on purpose so the sail tree can move, because a moving island has a chance to meet monsters, and that meeting either ends her or proves she can live on strong. Then her token reports a friend trade from a man named Seo Hyuk, already confirmed, no message attached, waiting at the crystal platform. She freezes, wondering if the man suddenly grew a conscience, guessed her situation, and paid her some food in advance, and she goes to check it first. In an environment like this, getting a delivery, her mood is easy enough to imagine, and the instant she lifts what is inside she is hopping in place from the burn and refusing to let go anyway. Almost crying out loud, not from the heat but from sheer disbelief, because her benefactor sent food already cooked, a huge grilled fish. That saves her precious resources, though it hardly matters, she will tally his loss and pay him back out of the black soil's price. She mutters that she is no novice at life, that after gutting and cooking a live fish, how much can really be left? Plus the firewood it ate, and she is starving but eats slow, because focusing on the food miraculously lets her forget the loneliness in the dark. By the time the fish has gone cold in her hands, she has eaten maybe a quarter, nowhere near enough after a full day without food, but she forces herself to put it down, telling herself she will eat less, save the rest for morning, and then she blushes at her own excuse. Next, she means to trade the black soil straight over and tell him by her own math how much food to pay tomorrow. Except there is something else inside the delivery, and she sighs that she calculated for nothing and has to start over. So annoying. The token tells her she collected a lighter, 4 pieces of wood, a quilt, and that her clean water collection failed because she has no container large enough, and she gives up calculating entirely because she cannot repay any of it and needs all of it too badly to surrender a single piece. She cries, crying so happily, then wraps herself in a quilt that carries a man's scent, so warm, and on some impulse she peeks down at her own chest, closes the quilt fast, deflates a little at how uncooperative it is, then decides it does not matter because she is still young and there is room to grow. Broad daylight wakes me, Lord Chicken barely crowing for once, and out of pure habit I reach for my phone first, except there is no phone now, only the Lord's token standing in for it. New World, Day 2, 8 in the morning, daytime high 26 degrees, air cool and pleasant, nighttime low 12 degrees, mind the cold, and right in the center, where I cannot miss it, sits a red warning. I tap it and read that extreme weather is coming, hot days and cold nights, assessed as simple level for now, with instructions to stock more living supplies, build the Lord's wooden house fast, keep my troops fed, raise defense towers against monster raids, and watch the hot cold swing to avoid getting sick. A few choice curses float through my head, because this is the simple level, and normal hot cold shifts already make people ill, so an extreme one is coming, and how many children and elderly survive that? I have barely finished grumbling when I read to the end and go quiet, because it offers a choice. drift with the monsoon to a warm new region and challenge stronger monsters there for more treasure and goods, or stop the sail tree and ride out the extreme weather where I am for a tougher body and various resistances. The longer I survive, the higher they climb. The whole ordeal paying out attribute points, choices with rewards, that makes perfect sense. At the start, everyone has the same attribute points, and I am no richer than the next person. Some lords with a whole territory starting ahead of me, and I am still a beginner, so what right have I to envy anyone? Attribute points fundamentally remake a person's body. They are brutally hard to come by. The ways to earn them few, and the achievement rewards tempting, but all bought by fighting to the death. And the note adds that equipment attributes only work in combat, while survival itself needs my own points. So I am giving this survival wave everything. Resistance is no weaker than attribute points anyway, working for both survival and combat. And my logic is simple. If I cannot even claim the rewards from the beginner village, how am I supposed to challenge anything bigger? Plenty of time left, so I prep for the extreme weather, and once the plan is set, I do not dither, because that is my second strength, decisiveness. I open the regional channel and find the count drop from 1,000 to 954. So I was right. The data refreshed, and that many people died in a single day, and that is with the beginner shield still up. Bolder guess, beyond the ones monsters killed, the share murdered by other humans cannot be small, because Jang Sam alone killed several people in a day before he ran into me, which means this region is not large, and if not for the fog I might even see other survivors in plain sight. But the islands crawl and the fog hangs thick, so it feels like I am the last man alive. All guesses, of course. With so many dying it will hurt my resource gathering, and I cannot save anybody, but I can at least drop a warning, because most people have caught on that speech is rationed in the channel and stopped wasting their chances, falling silent on anything that does not help them. The chatty ones, the helpful ones, long since formed their own friend channels where there is no speaking limit. Their sanctuary for talk and prices, and troop tactics. And somehow I am the one man with no circle of his own. But my name as the water big boss is everywhere. Too many people have actually benefited from me, so plenty have saved me as the regional big boss, and a big boss gets his messages pinned, so an extra alert is not much to ask. I tell them bluntly that those missing faces in the region are not all the work of monsters, that yesterday some idiot tried to mess with me and I scattered his ashes, and then I leave. Nobody doubts me, the message landing like a thunderclap, because somebody floated the same idea before and got shouted down by trolls, but when the big boss says it, it is different. As it happens, every island carries coordinates, and after swapping locations people really can find each other, and some who hit it off were already arranging to meet up, never expecting the big boss to drop a bomb first thing in the morning. The replies pour in. One man stunned that someone insisted on his location, another scared off a girl who wanted to meet who might have been a honey trap, a third snapping that a big boss with this many resources never fears for food or drink, so even if he shares nothing there is no need to kill. With someone else calling that man an idiot confirmed. Then a man named Wang Mang cuts in to say he warned them all before the big boss ever spoke, and they would not believe him. That of course he knew the same as the big boss, that if someone schemes against him, he is not about to let them live, and that he was not fierce before but turned fierce the moment he took that scoundrel's assets. The channel buzzes to add him as a friend for the details. I check the trade channel and find my water has not sold out, which surprises me, but I list 4 more barrels anyway, because a conscientious merchant never runs dry. Probably people see water is always there and feel no rush to hoard, which is fine since I am in this for the long haul. And if I cannot trade for building materials, I will trade for daily goods. Find salt, toothbrushes, toothpaste, grab them if I can, and lose nothing if I cannot. Survival just began, and most people stocked up before coming over. And there is another reason, system prompts, because food has all but vanished from the trade channel, and what little appears is obscenely priced. And building materials are thinning too, wood for fire and stone for houses, plainly a lot of people bracing to tough out the extreme weather. I really have to thank myself for upgrading the well last night, which let me pull in another wave of materials, because with the current market the situation would have gotten ugly. The conditions for the sturdy wooden house are already met, so there is nothing to weigh, a flash of gold and it is done. And I sigh that this is a real home that shelters a man from wind and rain. The system tells me I spent 100 wood and 100 stone upgrading the crude hut to a sturdy wooden house, 15 square meters, able to hold off hail, heat, severe cold, and the rest, cutting my sickness odds, 10 points of air defense, 150 building health, and a trait that clears the fog in a 20 square meter ring, prosperity up 30. As it settles, the fog peels back from a 10-meter radius to 20, and at the survivor's island speed that already buys me the time to accelerate and run. The sturdy house is twice the hut in every measure, but I know that without a stone house surviving the extreme weather will not come easy. I am sitting on 121 wood and 32 stone. The stone untouchable now since I have no troops and need a reserve, and I will not be shy about the barracks free daily soldier. And in about 4 more days the stone pile fires up, and then I plan to throw up several more archer defense towers, because for a beginner at troops, towers are the whole pillar. The token chimes a trade from my friend Song Yusin, Confirmed, no message, waiting at the platform, and I chuckle, not expecting the girl to be this impatient, probably rushing me to pay up. Fair enough, that poor girl may be counting on this deal to turn her luck, because without military rations, soldiers will not fight, and rations can be swapped for food, and clearly someone who has never fought and cannot even feed herself has nothing to feed troops either. I plan to give her plenty of food and send some military rations on top, since rations only matter to troop types and I am not short on them while the poor girl has not started fighting and needs them, and I admit that for a little black soil I have sunk a real fortune. Everything else is easy, but food is the one thing that gnaws at nearly everyone, and it strikes me that on this road there is no avoiding solving the food problem myself, or I would not be fussing this hard over one girl. When I see she traded the black soil over with no message attached, I am stunned, because are there really people like this in the world, everyone else terrified of coming up short, and a girl this poor just hands it over? Was she moved or is she gambling on my character? And let me think whether I even have one of those. When I prep the food and start the trade, she refuses it flat, no matter what, and the iron in her is not an act. So in the end I tell her I cannot cook, and ask her to cook for me for a fee, the pay being meals, a clean win for us both. She promises that as long as I feed her, every future black soil yield comes to me free, which wins me over completely, because this girl is worth cultivating. An extra mouse strains my food a little, but only for now, and she is putting in both labor and materials, so it is hardly freeloading, and the trade channel does sell food if you push the price. And with water in hand, I do not fear a high price. With the black soil, crops can grow inside the wooden house, and with chili and Chinese cabbage my food pressure eases, and best of all, fresh vegetables will only get rarer. In the wooden house, I am turning the ice cone scroll over in my hands, waiting on Song Yusin's delivery, because not having to cook feels unreasonably good. Then the token sounds, and Gina, who has never said a word in the friend channel, tells me that if Wang Pyo wants to give me something, I had better think hard about whether I can actually handle it. Since it is cryptic nonsense, I do not bother replying, because however pretty a woman is, she is not mine, and the little one I am raising up does not look a hair worse anyway. But right as I am on the toilet, Wang Pyo's message lands, asking whether I am there. The greeting I hate most, because whether I am there depends entirely on what he wants. Here for a free meal, gone for a favor. And I just tell him to speak. He says to let him show me something, that if I have the strength to take it, he will give it to me. Call it helping a brother out, and sends a screenshot. It is an ancient one-handed staff, half a man tall, and where a gem should sit there is a stone shaped like an eye, and its name rings out, Goblin's Glory. The description calls it a super rare territory type treasure, the goblin race's ultimate prize, the source of their famous vision, so that whoever takes it draws the goblin's frenzied assault, because racial glory cannot be defiled, cannot be lost, cannot be damaged, and it notes the thing officially activates in 9 hours and change, so prepare to defend at once, with its actual function locked and hidden. The thing baffles me, because a racial ultimate treasure is their dearest possession, so what does it mean that Wang Pyo can just hand it over? Did he kill the Goblin King in under 2 days? Is he even human? I am so rattled by my own guessing that I walk out of the toilet in a daze, pants on but unsure whether I wiped, and I blurt out that if he has already killed the Goblin King, why fear payback from ordinary goblins? He fires back instantly, telling me not to tease him, that the thing is a trap, bait the goblins throughout so whoever takes it gets hooked, that he only got it by sacrificing his whole fortune to take down a full level 3 goblin squad. And his explanation settles me, because I do not like seeing my brother weak and I do not like seeing him too far above me either. Thinking it over, what he says holds up against the survivor's current strength, and maybe afraid I will refuse, he sends another message, that he is not tricking me, that I have been collecting building materials so my territory is large and I am playing defense, and as long as I build more defense towers, small goblin groups cannot reach me, and a tough one I can always run from, and battle will only make me stronger, while he is on the combat route and suffering from a cramped island with nowhere to put towers. I am tempted, because getting strong needs resources, and resources need killing monsters. But his beginner-fooling talk runs thick too. Small groups are easy, sure, but how do I judge the ones I cannot beat? And by the time I judge clearly, will it be too late to run? And if I really got stronger through battle, would I be handing out bargains? What he could never guess is that I have the Eye of Oversight, which reads enemy strength in advance. And even so, I would never risk my neck for a thing whose use I do not even know, so I deflect, telling him my towers are static and my troops too weak, that I cannot stop them. But that only makes him misread me, because since I did not refuse outright, he figures I still have confidence, and only a troop strength problem which he can solve. And besides, knowing I have a favor coming, if he does not fleece the fat sheep walking up to his door, he would have to wonder if he is even human. So to be rid of the trouble fast, shedding a little blood is only right. He tells me to look at this, and sends another screenshot. A level 2 skeleton soldier barracks. Rare, free recruitment scaled to my leadership value. No resource recruitment, the troops undead and needing no upkeep. Fearless and immune to intimidation. with a 20% chance to shrug off attacks from archer towers and archers. My heart pounds, because this thing is a gift from heaven for me, since skeleton soldiers run a notch below same-rank troops, only a touch above level 1s, but what others write off as trash is treasure to me. Paired with my card skill, it is a proper Sea of Troops war, and no troop control genius can paper over a numbers gap. These experts are abnormal at treasure hunting, and one cannot possibly have only this much good stuff. So even though I have already said yes in my heart, I squeeze him, telling him the item is average, but its traits are not bad, and it could serve as a substitute, except just this is not worth the risk. Because am I doing this for your stuff? This is to save you. Even braced to be fleeced, Wang Pio cannot keep his temper at the outrageous ask, and after some haggling he caves, throwing in a pair of +2 defense strategic pants and 50 each of stone and wood, supposedly to help me field a full roster, the material squeezed out of his mutual aid alliance members, while his own soldiers go unaccounted for. The trick to raising leadership value was hidden by the system, but Wang Pio already found it, so simple he does not even count it a secret, and the whole alliance knows, holding it back only to develop a step ahead of everyone else, so naturally he assumes a big boss knows it too, which means I cannot possibly be ignorant of how valuable the skeleton barracks is. His profession is Pikmin Captain, granting pikemen extra attack, defense, and attack speed, his lifeline, so a skeleton barracks does him little good right now, or he would never have let it go so cheap. He has already paid a steep price and I am still not satisfied, and from this moment he labels me greedy in his head, but having played games like this he feels he cannot resist, afraid I will not take the deal. So he tells himself fine, that no survivor alive can withstand the goblin's mad assault, that since I covet his treasure I must be ready to die, and if I cannot hold it and die then I deserve it, because his benefits were never meant to be easy to take, and when I run into a level 4 armored goblin, that is when the whole village throws a funeral feast. The thought of one level 4 armored goblin nearly wiping his own team makes him shiver, and he is still fuming that if this item had shown up a few days later he would never have given it up, that even if I do not die, if I dare take advantage of him I had better watch out, because killing people is always easier than killing monsters, conveniently forgetting that this whole mess is his doing. With the death warrant out of his hands, Wang Pio breathes easier, the pressure gone, sure that with his abilities starting over is no hardship, because the one thing choking his development all along is that he meets monsters too rarely to kill enough, and now that he has shipped off his bad luck, good luck should finally arrive. As if to confirm it, the system tells him he has discovered the Godfall Island chain, and swallowing his wild joy he drops a tip in the Alliance channel, that brothers short on water should swap resources for clean water now, because if nothing goes wrong they will not buy water this cheap. In a few days, internal information, not for outsiders. The Women's Legion leader Gina posts the exact same line to her sisters, and over on the regional channel a man named Co Ire spins it. Latest news, the district's water big shot looks to be in trouble, so anyone wanting to stock up had better hurry, and the channel erupts, one man already short on water wailing about how he will live, another miserable about lacking both food and water, a third noting food prices have already doubled and the water situation will not be much better if the big shot is gone. Song Yusin asks me what is wrong on my side, since the whole region is talking about me, and I think, look at you, little thing, actually worried about your brother, and I tell her that as my sweetheart she is the one who should be telling me what is happening, not asking. I meant to tease the girl, but she just replies that she understands and goes silent, so never mind, let her play on her own, she gets sulky with nothing to do anyway. The matter is simple, and I guess it 90% right, because I just closed the deal with Wang Pio and my water sold out instantly. Nothing more than that man figuring I will not survive, and his subordinates are all lords with friends, one telling 10, 10 telling 100. After dinner, the token reports my listing sold out, so I restock and list again. Sold out, restock a third time, and finally the water stops selling. Everyone in our region is such a good person, I think. They know I am in trouble and support me to the death, so I will live well and not let my brothers down. With these waves of resources in hand, I am completely at ease, so I throw up 5 more defense towers and ring my house with all 6 arrow towers, and if not for the space I would have built far more. I hold off upgrading to level 2 towers, since they only add 2 damage for double the resources, more than I can swallow yet, and instead I recruit 14 level 2 skeleton soldiers and card them all, then recruit 10 more level 2 skeleton soldiers and card them all, then recruit 10 more level 2 soldiers. Seeing a heap of wood left, twice the stone, there is no reason to keep skipping the wooden wall I have been too stingy to build. A level 1 wooden wall, a defensive piece, half a square meter, 2 wood, 50 health. I spend 150 wood on 75 walls in one stroke, just enough to fence in the towers and the little house. And low defense or not, they soak 1 wave of attacks, and 1 more wave can turn a battle. I now hold 1 level 4 mage goblin card, 3 level 3 and 5 level 2 goblin cards, the 10 level 2 skeleton soldiers, both pets, 10 level 2 pikemen, 6 arrow towers, 1 ice cone scroll, and 2+2 defense strategic pieces. And with combat power like that, who compares to me? With the must-haves done, I have 151 wood and 98 stone left, and upgrading to a stone house wants 200 each, 20 square meters, with far more practical traits and functions. Land and materials both fall short, but as Wang Pio said, once monsters attack, I only grow stronger each fight, so the space shortage sorts itself out, and my profession is the guarantee of endless combat stamina. The reason I stopped spending materials is partly to recruit in a hurry if my force is thin, and partly to stockpile toward the stone house early, because I covet its vision range, my true lifeline. I figure all that is left is to wait out the siege once the goblin's racial treasure activates, but the system sounds off, warning that an unknown force has appeared in the southeast within my line of sight, so prepare to respond. Looking that way, I see an island, only a corner of it, looking like it means to slide right past me, and I throw the eye of oversight on it and read a monster island named Minotaur. The specifics still hidden because it sits beyond my full view. What are monsters? Monsters are equipment and resources. I was just worried I could not stop the goblin attack, so how do I let gear drift past my nose? And I swing the sail tree and give chase. The opponent is slow, and my D4 tree gradually pulls it into view. And while I still cannot see the whole island, the eye lays its combat power bare, and I am thrilled and uneasy at once. What thrills me is that the Minotaur Island runs 50 square meters and actually holds a level 4 barracks, and the loot from destroying a big island is nothing like a small one. What unsettles me is the 6 level 4 soldiers on it. Minotaur guards rare, level 4 health 70, attack 12, defense 4, magic defense 1, with fearless charge and heavy blow, where a target hit by the charge takes double damage from a following heavy blow. And after a skill they suffer a 10-second weakness with attributes halved, plus a weak sight trait and a racial hatred for goblins. The little greenskins must die. Same level 4 as goblins, but far stronger in every number, and since the barracks is a visible building, its drop odds are high. With this many people in the region, not one met a Minotaur. Their absurd stats marking their rarity, miss this village and you will not find this shop. So even if it costs me everything, I am taking the gamble. The system tells me I cast acceleration and launched an active attack on the Minotaur Island, and that I cannot retreat to my territory before the battle ends. And I ignore the warning, because against something stronger than me, a beginner cannot afford a single slip. With a wave, I drop 10 white skeleton soldier cards in front of my pikemen, set a level 4 goblin mage and 3 level 3 goblins to the left, 5 level 2 goblins to the right, and with my attribute buffs, these units stand no weaker than normal level 3s. Their defense even 3 points over the Minotaur, which is exactly where my confidence comes from. The 2 pets hang at the edge of the field, ready to strike on an opening, mostly because I fear them dying, because the rule is either do not fight or go all out and spam units. The beginner's whole doctrine. Normally Minotaurs take a moment to fire their skills, but the instant my goblins appear, all 6 unleash at once, every skill landing on the goblins as if goblins come preloaded with a taunt, the 6 lowering their heads and splitting left and right into fearless charge, the goblins they hit flashing -9, -9, and amid the screams they get shoved together and the Minotaurs follow with heavy blow, -36. My level 2 goblins erased in a single wave. My legs go weak, because the Minotaur's 12, minus the goblin's defense, lands 9. The doubled heavy blow makes 18, and on a target softened by fearless charge, it doubles again to 36. A full skill set ripping away 45 health. The mage's side fares a bit better. One of the 3 chargers stuck frozen on its charge path. My level 3 surviving the hit thanks to my buffs, and seizing the Minotaur's post-skill weakness, it is time for my units to pour on damage. 3 skeleton soldiers ring each Minotaur on the inside with pikemen on the outer edge. Small steady damage trickling, -2, -3. And do not misunderstand, this slick positioning is purely the units arranging themselves, because how would a beginner manage such high-level play? But you cannot deny I have the numbers. The pikemen reaching without closing in while the skeletons fill every gap. Going by Minotaur health, I know I cannot drop them inside 10 seconds, but here the rooster's aerial advantage shines. The weakened Minotaur's letting it max out its defense-ignoring talent, practically standing on one and pecking non-stop. Fast speed meaning fast hits. -8, -8, -16, and combined with the units they gang 1 down. The level 4 goblin mage, weaker than a Minotaur on paper, but lifted hard by my command, sheds its caster act, grabs the staff at its waist, shatters the ice in 2 seconds, and handles another, then works with the level 3s to kill a third. Once the weakness window closes, my units stop breaking the Minotaur's defense. Every hit forced down to -1, my low health level 3s falling one after another, their skeletons scattering across the ground, while the mage and its Minotaur trade evenly, the weakened beast bleeding enough that the mage holds the edge. I do not get involved, eyes locked on my own side. fist clenched around the ice cone scroll just in case a minotaur lunges at me or a pet. My only means of self-preservation, and the choice proves right, because one pauses, lowers its head, and aims straight at the rooster, who cannot survive the combo, and would be killed on the spot. After the ice cone, a minotaur freezes mid-charge, and a failed skill triggers its own weakness, so there is nothing to say but gang up on it. Another lowers its head, and I rush Rangrang's drag and Tearbite, that innate skill working miracles on a unit mid-cast. The interrupted minotaur dropping into weakness. No threat now, dead seconds later, and the two bitter racial enemies finish each other off. Only then does it hit me that the kill happened not far from my territory, so why was there no support for my defense towers? And checking the system fills me with dread, because the whole reason I dared fight this hard was leaning on those few towers, and now I understand the difference between launching an active attack and being attacked. The towers do not follow me out. Lucky for me, I won anyway. 4 pikemen still in hand, and as I card the last Minotaur guard, the system asks me to destroy or occupy the new territory, and I gripe that I cannot have it both ways, because I covet a 50 square meter island, but I have not forgotten why I came, so I painfully choose destroy. The system congratulates me on a victorious proactive attack and grants 1 leadership point plus a 3rd difficult achievement. This is not hard either. 3 of 10, the kind you only get when the enemy is at least a level above you, and it tells me I destroyed the Minotaur Island and obtained 1 level 4 Minotaur barracks. 15 stone, 1,500 grams of military rations, 600 grams of flour, 200 grams of clear water, and a ceramic bathtub the island about to dissipate, so return home fast. I spent all my savings but harvested what I wanted and figured out where leadership points come from, and even though the resources ran thin with no specialty cards or equipment, this wave was no loss. Back home, I hurry into the wooden house to check the new gear, caring nothing for the meager resources, only the bathtub decent and useful in the extreme heat, my whole mind fixed on the barracks. The Minotaur barracks reads rare, level 4. 2 square meters, recruiting level 4 Minotaur guards for 15 wood, 15 stone, 500 grams of military rations and 500 of clear water, with 1 free guard a day, and just this rare barracks alone, even with nothing else good, is a massive profit. I already know the guard's vicious stats, and the thought of actually fielding one has me unable to hide my excitement, because while everyone else generally runs level 1 or 2 troops, I can recruit level 4 rares. The gap's simply enormous. Even a control beginner, planted in the right spot, can still soar. Recruiting is not urgent though, because I have been hoarding my divine power all this time, for exactly this moment, since while others spend theirs upgrading ordinary level 2 barracks. Why should I not upgrade a rare level 4? And if not now, then when? The system asks whether I am sure I want to spend divine power upgrading the level 4 Minotaur barracks. Warning, each item gets only 1 such chance, so items can only be divine upgraded once, but a rare barracks is hard enough to come by, let alone a level 4. And I confirm. Gold light washes over it and I check again. A Minotaur Advanced Barracks, rare, level 5. 2 square meters, recruiting level 5 armored Minotaur warriors for 20 wood, 20 stone, 500 grams of rations, and 500 of water. 1 free warrior a day, and I recruit on the spot. The system tells me an armored Minotaur warrior has joined my forces. A level 5 rare troop, health 100, attack 15, defense 8, magic defense 5, with a weak vision trait, a thick-skinned talent that doubles recovery speed, and skills, fearless charge for double damage and knockback, heavy blow for double damage with silence and spell interruption. The stacking rule intact, so a target hit by charge takes double stack damage from a following heavy blow, with the same 10-second halved weakness after using skills. Level 5 runs far higher than level 4 across the board and even unlocks talent attributes, defense and magic defense, each climbing a full 4 points. The skills strengthen too while the 10-second weakness holds, and these are just base numbers, because Fold and my Lord buffs and its combat power skyrockets. I just want to ask, who else is there? The security, a level 5 armored Minotaur warrior, gives me blows past anything the defense towers ever did. My mood like lying in bed with the air conditioner running in the dead of summer. Gloriously comfortable. But the recruitment cost wipes the smile away, and with Goblin's glory still counting down, urgency creeps back. Because when the time comes, the goblins gang up on me, so recruiting troops is unavoidable. And with the advanced barracks level 2s hold no appeal. Resources choke me hard though, because after all this time I have pulled only 7 stone, exactly 120 with my reserve, and gritting my teeth I blow everything on 6 level 5 troops, so counting the free one I now field 7 armored Minotaur warriors and 4 level 2 pikemen. The monsters have not arrived and I have done all I can to prepare, so with nothing to do I open the regional channel, hoping for something useful, and after some lurking I do find it, what amounts to the survivors griping, the most replied message asking whether anyone noticed today's monster drops, or at least 2/3 less than yesterday's. Someone confirms it, says their friend group already concluded that aside from the first kill always paying enormously, every kill after gives less and less. Another moaning that everything is fine but the food is too scarce. How do they survive the extreme weather that they miss their mom's little farmhouse yard? Then a man named Shim Y posts a reply I find useful, that there is another way to raise resource rewards, that the fewer soldiers you lose in a winning battle, the more you earn, though never as much as the first time, his group's read being some kind of combat rating reward mechanism. I figured the original poster was just unlucky like me, but after these replies I go quiet, because these two posts nearly outrun the original in popularity, and the consistent agreement means it is very likely true. So this is hugely helpful, the wisdom of the crowd bottomless. Since I benefit from everyone, I should give something back. So I straight out publicize how to get leadership points and the downside of proactive attacks. And the moment I speak, the message reaches a flood of people, another wave of thanks rolling in. One man crowing that the big boss is handing out benefits again. Another that the news is too important. A third thanking me for my selflessness even though it is useless to him. A fourth asking whether I take subordinates. Wang Pio gets my message too, and quietly curses me for an idiot, because he knows that once the information is public, there is no point keeping it secret. So to draw eyes or recruit more alliance members, he replies to me that the news is true, that his alliance already tested it yesterday. Wang Pio had meant to show off, to prove he caught the news ahead of the other heavy hitters, but instead the channel turns on him in a chorus. CO Ire swings first, asking whether certain people would have hoarded the secret forever if the big players had not gone public. And now that it is out, they run around reminding everyone they exist. Do they take the rest of us for fools? Someone marvels that two men can both be heavy hitters with characters this far apart. Then Wang Meng asks whether Wang Pio is harvesting the leaks inside his own alliance, and means to harvest the rest of us next, and the dig makes Wang Pio go nervous in a hurry, snapping that people should stop slandering his name, his members supply materials, and he forges their weapons. How is that harvesting leaks? Wang Meng scoffs that he charges a fortune for a single piece of personal gear and still calls himself fair. Wang Pio shouts back at him to mind his own ignorance, and bicker as they might, the plain fact stands that he can make equipment, and even if it is only personal gear, people genuinely need it because the weapons monsters drop are scarce. The tragedy of a leak is standing there grown tall and wailing that nobody has come to harvest you. So his bandwagon jumping lands its goal after all. Out at my place, dusk settles, and what was coming has come. I took over the goblins' glory, and the countdown to their fury is down to its last 2 minutes. I sit outside the wooden house turning the staff's description over again, the part calling it a super rare territory type treasure, the goblins' racial treasure, that whoever takes it draws their frenzied assault because their racial glory must not be desecrated. The item activating the instant the timer reads 0. The next moment the dim broken staff tears free of my hand and lifts on a burst of brilliant light, and after better than 10 seconds it sinks slowly onto the highest peak of the wooden house, as if always destined to stand there. The light eases off, going soft instead of blinding, lighting the whole territory. I curse, because if this thing stays lit all the time with the goblin's sharp eyes, it is the same as posting a sign that the treasure is right here. Then I add, more quietly, that if it can also shine in the dead of night, I suppose I could live with it. With the staff and the house joined, its true attributes surface. The system names it the Goblin's Glory, a super rare territory treasure. Its first effect is Beacon of the Night, 0 out of 10, and I must withstand at least 10 attacks before I earn the right to switch it off. More abilities promised after I upgrade it. Its second is Extreme Vision, and as long as it sits inside the territory, every successful defense dispels 1 meter of the fog over my sight. The treasure does not add a single point of combat power, but those 2 effects are worth fighting for, and every worry I had a breath ago evaporates. I laugh and tell the monsters to come harder. At this hour the dark falls fast, and without light my eye of oversight goes blind. As if it heard the dare, the floating island lurches under me, and the system warns that I have run into an enemy attack and must muster my troops and protect my crystal with my life. The monsters land, and the instant they touch down my eye of oversight earns its keep, laying every attribute out at a glance. So soon, I think, these have to be the nearest monster islands dragged in by the light, level 1 soldiers, which makes this less an attack than a reward delivery. The fight is over before I bother standing up. The system says I perfectly defended the attack, and to choose, destroy, or occupy, logging my perfect battle at 1 out of 10. The method being to win without taking a scratch. The reward 1 free attribute point, the achievement triggering only once and failing on any interruption. My Beacon of the Night ticks to 1 out of 10. Extreme Vision burns 1 meter of fog away. I occupy and my island swells by 8 square meters. 8 level 1 soldiers, and I won without rising from my seat. The enemy's island is an empty 8 square meter scrap with nothing on it. Too small and too weak to bother smashing. So I keep expanding, and occupying it hands me not one specialty. Tonight will not be peaceful, and tomorrow may be wilder, so I'd better steal some sleep first. Before bed I card my 4 level 2 soldiers so they cannot die mid-fight, and break my perfect battle. It stings that this clashes with my hard mode defense achievement, but I cannot chase both. So I pick the 1 and leave the rest to the defense tower and my 7 level 5 soldiers. I tell Rang Rang and the Lord Chicken to keep watch, to wake me if the soldiers cannot hold, and on no account to jump into combat while I sleep. Rang Rang barks, The rooster crows, and there is actually a response, which startles and delights me both. Thinking back on how disciplined they were in the last fight, their intelligence was plainly no small thing, and I was careless to miss it. Even foolish enough to guess their combat selves and everyday selves ran on different settings, when even I act like a different man in a fight than I do on a normal day. But intelligence this high I never saw coming. There is a long road ahead, and we will come to know each other slowly. With the two of them on watch I rest easy, because if I cannot sleep soundly with this much strength behind me, I have no business hoping to see tomorrow's sun. That night my territory weathers 3 more waves while I sleep through every one. My only grievance the lack of a comfortable bed. Day 3 in the new world, 7 in the morning. The system reads a daytime high near 28 degrees. Muggy, air excellent. A nighttime low of 10, a reminder to keep warm. The rest unchanged. The regional channel shows 933 people, and the count sits heavy on me. Yesterday's death toll seems small, but this is one little patch of 1,000 souls. And scaled across the whole world it is too terrible to hold in my head. And that does not even count the ones who never met a monster, because not everyone can hold an island. And once the novice shield drops after today, the dying will surely spike. I know few people. As far as I can tell, Song Yusin has not crossed a single monster island yet, so she has gained nothing, while I sit here sweating over too many monsters coming for me. Some die of thirst, others drown. Every day someone in the channel is complaining or showing off, and countless others pile on with their own luck or misery, but I never join in. A survivor barely scraping by, so what business have I helping anyone? My water price has not budged, and not gouging people in a time like this is testament enough to my conscience. I eat the takeout Song Yusin cooked while I read last night's combat log, because skipping the fighting does not mean ignoring the news. I slept restless and woke wrung out, since how does a man rest easy knowing monsters are coming? Yet I could not pull myself awake either, a strange feeling. 3 waves of low-level monsters came, and with my level 5 soldiers in the defense tower it was a flawless win. Not one level 3 among them, nothing to mourn. My flawless battle stands at 4 out of 10. Beacon of the Night at 4. Extreme Vision has eaten 4 more meters of fog, and the default Occupy added 24 square meters, putting my territory at 104. I tell the staff aloud that the Staff of Glory is a downright divine artifact, and if Wang Pyo knew, would he not regret it to death? Though what is there to regret? Since if I had not taken it off his hands, how many waves could he have weathered? Only his big territory, his stack of defense towers, and his strong troop types kept the monsters off him, and anyone else would have buckled. The conscription cost alone enough to kill a man. I have no way of knowing, my guess is nearly dead on the mark. In all I held off 4 waves this round, and even occupying every island gave me a single specialty. A thing I can take or leave, a strawberry plant of all things, though its rating runs as high as C rank. The strawberry is nothing magical, just a living specialty, and the trait of living specialties is that you can cultivate them, since they breed and multiply. I never let food go to waste, and it is a treasure with attributes, so I plant it grudgingly in a corner of the black soil, careful to keep it from crowding the cabbage. The C-rank treasure strawberry puts out 10 plump berries a day, and can grow, its description promising that if I let it keep evolving it will hand me satisfying results. And it adds 10 to territory prosperity. I tell it that eating its results will not fill my belly, no match for cabbage. But the plumpness is no lie, each berry nearly the size of an egg. A new day means harvesting specialties again, the happiest stretch of my day, and there probably are not many people collecting until their hands ache the way I do. Even so, my haul holds its own against anyone's, yet my food is still barely getting by. So I start with the troop types, carting all 11 free skeleton soldiers from the skeleton barracks and the 1 pickman, then recruiting 1 armored minotaur warrior. I am holding 11 level 2 skeletons, 5 level 2 pikemen, and 6 level 4 minotaur guards, 22 cards in all, and my standing force is 8 level 5 rare soldiers plus a single ice cone scroll that will not stack. Nobody would believe this strength, and of course I will not show my real hand, since far too many people cannot stand to watch another man do well. Staring at the scroll, a thought hits me, that since these are all items, why not card it too, and then what reason would it have not to stack? The thing is too useful, and the more I bank the steadier I feel. I try it, it works easily, and I laugh and call myself a genius. As they say, if your troop control is bad, make up for it with items. I have rations enough, most of the ordinary food eaten, the 2 eggs the hen laid set aside no matter how I crave them. My food specialties are mostly freshwater fish, the instant noodles and strawberries hardly worth a mention. My one real edge being I never fret over water. The stone pile has not cooled down, and the oversized roll of paper would last 2 years. Turns out I am dirt poor. Can I take back the bragging just now? Because riding out extreme weather on these stocks is a pipe dream. It seems I still have to kill more monsters, and stronger ones, to find a way through. My thinking is proven right again. The system warns that 2 floating islands are closing, 23 meters out. See, that is the gift of a wide island view. It buys a man time to react. 2 waves at once, I yelp. My first instinct to bolt, but once I run my eye of oversight over them I ease back down. Both islands are 10 square meters, one carrying 10 level 2 goblins, the other 9, 5 level 2 and 4 level 3. Unlike before, that second island is not empty. It holds a few saplings, and since they are not a building, they have to be a specialty. Sure enough, the stronger the monster, the better the loot. With victory in hand, the heirs of a master settle over the noob, and I turn suddenly wise, saying calmly that I told you there is no monster in the beginner village I cannot beat. Bring it on. It is perfect for my achievements. Such brazen talk, as if the man who wanted to run a breath ago were somebody else. High-level soldiers cutting down low-level ones are already brutal, and with the Lord's attributes stacked on, the armored Minotaur warrior's health climbs to a terrifying 130, its own 8 defense lifted to 13. Level 2 goblin attacks cannot even crack his guard, a whole crowd of attack ineffective floating over his head, and while level 3 goblins do a little better, it is still pinpricks of -1, -2. Off on her own island, Song Yusin meets monsters, 14 square meters with 7 level 2 and 3 level 3 goblins leading the charge. Genuinely rough for a newcomer's first time, so the girl is a bundle of nerves. She had not wasted her channel hours picking up a little troop control, positioning, filling gaps, movement, things she grasps in theory but has never run in a fight. She heard the stronger your first monster and the more perfect the battle, the higher the reward. And to stand on her own, she had even upgraded her barracks with divine power, believing she can win, though perfection feels a reach. But that does not matter, because her not pulling it off does not mean a heavy hitter cannot. And as for heavy hitters, her sister happens to know one. A little guidance with a brain that is not slow, and surely she locks down this opening windfall. She fires off a screenshot, calling me bro, big shot. First time meeting monsters, show her the ropes. I tell her to get to it, that with a 72-33 start she is lucky, and even with a few level 3 goblins, with her lord's attributes on level 2 soldiers, the win should not be hard. Song Yusin is about steaming, because so what if I am a heavy hitter? Does that mean I get to mess with her? And she thinks it and says it, that she asked me to teach troop control, not to play games. Learn troop control from me, I think. Stunned, because the problem is, could she even use my methods? My troop control is the soldiers handling their own footwork while I only call the charge and the retreat, and the battle is done. Techniques high-end enough to have real experts scratching their heads. The truth is, troop control is a trifle against raw power, since I win by crushing, not technique, so her wanting to learn it is just an excuse to grab a perfect victory, and I see right through it. The system says my friend has sent a confirmed trade request, with a note that I do not have what she wants to learn but have already handed her the result she was after, to collect it at the crystal platform. That lights her curiosity right up, and she hurries to collect 2 playing cards, she wonders, and checks the info. A level 4 Minotaur guard to fight for her, costing no leadership, the summoning a level 4 Minotaur guard to fight for her, costing no leadership, the summon enjoying her lord's bonuses. She rubs her eyes, unable to believe it, and after a long moment sighs that a heavy hitter is a heavy hitter. An item this strong, one would have been plenty, and he gave 2. Who is he looking down on? That is what she says, but her hands are tearing through the item options in the Lord's Order trade channel, locked on anything with card in the name, and she titters that there really is not a single one beaming like a flower. Women, big or small, run their minds on the same magic. Since he gave me such a precious item, she thinks, do not even dream of getting it back. I was right about one thing, that against absolute power troop control hardly means a thing, and Song Yusin is the first witness. The moment she gives up the protective shield, she activates the card, and the Minotaur guard appears, senses the swarm of goblins, lowers his head and launches fearless charge. The 3 level 3 goblins at the front hammered straight off their feet, screaming and crashing together. Before they can right themselves, a heavy strike comes down, and with no lord's bonus of their own, after one combo they are a sliver from dead. The Minotaur guard finishes the job, and Song Yusin gets her perfect start. She destroys the island, and the reward for her first perfect kill is generous, the system logging her perfect battle at 1 out of 10. A special equipment called the Star of Positioning, a specialty upgrade card, 4,000 military rations, and food. With my support, she lacks neither food nor drink, and now she knows even her safety rides on a heavy hitter, plainly a pauper living a life of ease, when she has watched too many in the channel for whom a bag of instant noodles is a whole day's food. She has guessed many times that I must know her, since otherwise, given the worth of black soil, I would never bend over backward this much. But her probing turns up nothing. She collects the rewards happily, since they came from her own kills, yet none help her much, and her dream of standing on her own shatters again. It seems she still has to keep eating from that guy's hand, she sighs. So fine, she will give him everything, useless to her anyway. Call it paying for her meals. That sigh comes after she reads the equipment. The Star of Positioning, a pair of glasses where you enter a name to locate a survivor inside the region. On a 2-day cooldown, I handed her 2 level 4 cards by my own standard, that only absolute crushing power guarantees a perfect result with no surprises. Just as she sends the trade request, my own battle ends, the system logging my difficult achievement coming one after another at 2 out of 10. perfect battle at 6, beacon of the night at 6, extreme vision plus 6 meters. I destroy one island and keep the one with the saplings. And since my magic has not recovered and a ground full of corpses cannot be wasted, I spend 1 attribute point on spirit to lift my magic to 30. The rewards you earned yourself. Why send them to me? I ask her. Monsters come at me in waves, unlike others who might not meet one for half a day, and when supplies cannot keep pace with construction, expanding loses its point, so my plan is to wreck every island without a specialty and let the gear pile up, and taking the girl's meager scraps would only shame me. She tells me she does not need this stuff, that she has taken so much care from me it is time to give back. Not bad, I think. A survivor not blinded by money. I feel small next to her character. Unable to refuse, I accept. Figuring at worst I make it up elsewhere, and tell her fine, no heirs. Food is getting harder to come by and ours was barely enough, so this card lands just right. After a moment I open another trade and pass her every monster card I just picked up, telling her to swap them for whatever she urgently needs. Building materials, anything but water. Song Yusin smiles. Because I said ours, it really was ours, and the 19 cards in her hand are lifesavers beyond stating. Once content, people love to look back, and she thinks of when her sister used to needle me for no reason. That happy look still vivid. Since you two broke up, she thinks it is my turn to tease him. Surely no one would mind. She asks whether she can really exchange them for whatever she wants, and I tell her yes. Is there a problem? Does she not have anything she desperately needs? The girl gives a sly smile and says it is too cold, too dark, too quiet at night, that she wants to exchange for a house, a light, and someone to warm her bed. She goes a touch embarrassed after, but wants to see how I answer the impossible ask. I am genuinely stunned because I have lived the cold and desolation of the island at night, miserable for a young girl with not even a roof against the rain. So her impossible ask is exactly what she needs most. But from the shape of her words, is she hinting I should team up and live with her? Damn, a real possibility. I tell her I have everything she wants, that she would not be trying to exchange for me, would she? A house, a light, and I can warm her bed. She bursts out laughing and fires back. Brother, boss, uncle, please guide her, please take care of her. Who is she calling uncle? I shoot back. I said I have them, so I have them. Why not give up that broken island and come join me? I am short on hands and short a girlfriend too. Why is this person still so smooth-mouthed? She thinks. One might take him for an old lecher, but how could he fool her? She knows more about him than he thinks. My words move her, and she wants to say yes on the spot, but she fears I will think her an easy girl, and she dithers, unable to decide. Fine if she does not want to be a girlfriend. I tell her food and lodging included. Is she coming or not? Loneliness is one piece of it, but I genuinely need the hands. Trading supplies, constant fighting, washing, cooking, keeping the defense tower up. The odd night raid with my 3 points of physique I am run ragged dawn to dark. And if this keeps up, my dragon body will collapse sooner or later. A girl this attractive and this trustworthy does not come along often, and I am not letting her slip. Song Yusin is startled that he demoted her that fast, because without the title of girlfriend, how is she supposed to feel secure? When with this guy's name, if he just shouted in the channel, he would drown in admirers, and where would she fit in then? Come, I tell her, use the star of positioning to find me. Song Yusin smiles because fate is a wonderful thing. Who would have thought a familiar stranger could turn into an acquaintance? With further down the road, not out of the question, as if written in advance. A broken lord with nothing, she thinks. Anyone who wants the title can have it. I smile too because best of all, if the girl comes she can share so much of this with me, since the loneliness of one person is too terrible, which is why people gather so gladly. In an age like this, a plain yes or no is enough. Far better than the dance. Everyone is busy. Becoming a follower means giving up her lord's status, so I really do have to treat her better from here on, to be worth the trust. Besides, her pitiful look is so much like my first girlfriend's, and living under one roof, will she not become mine in the end? My spring has arrived, has it not? By the star of positioning's read, we cannot meet for at least 2 more days, nothing to do but wait it out. After the chat ends, both satisfied, I head to the crystal platform to sort my haul. A D-grade mixed tree sapling specialty, an immature mixed tree forest, 7 species now, 1 rare sapling, 1 high grade, 5 low grade, providing no resources yet but able to grow. The larger the area and richer the variety, the greater the harvest. Its description tells me to give it time, that once mature it will hand me not just wood but mushrooms and other surprises. And it adds 30 to territory prosperity. A long-term investment, I muse. A sapling that yields nothing yet carries 30 prosperity, so once it scales up it is a forest treasure. What hides in a forest going without saying? Fine, I tell it, I will give you time. My prosperity has hit 211 points, and I still have no idea what the number is for, since not even the experts in the channel discuss it, yet nobody believes it is just for show. If I cannot crack it, I will stop chewing on it. Next, I look over the rewards from destroying islands. For equipment, only 3 shields with +2 defense, usable by soldiers and individuals with no troop bonus, and good gear is getting harder to come by. The specialty card I once thought dropped at a sky-high rate is nowhere to be found. one set each of cotton shoes and cotton pants, indispensable for extreme weather. For food, only 850 grams of biscuits, as little as it gets, and military rations plummeted too, just 2,000 grams only because my troops are strong with no combat losses. Fed solely for upkeep do I feel no pressure. But the channel tells me lords whose troops sit at level 1 or 2 are having a wretched time. It is fine against weak monsters, but anything above level 3 is a disaster, because after barely scraping a win, troop strength is gutted by 7 or 8 tenths, and once they refill the losses and cover daily upkeep, not much is left from the victory at all. Most lied hand to mouth, overjoyed to save one extra soldier off the field, or a few hundred grams of resources, the true face of most lords, with only a few sharp troop controllers, or those carrying powerful skills able to make a fortune. Those troublesome level 3 monsters, the second they meet my Minotaur warrior, are just cannon fodder. Goblins are beginner monsters, so good things from them are unrealistic, and what I can do for now is use them in the survival challenges to bank achievements, and attribute points the real growth that one day lets me challenge stronger monsters. That is the road to good things, and clear as I am on it, I have no idea how long I wait for that day. The upgrade card Song Yusin gave me solves my urgent need at the right time, so I use the C-grade card on the fish tank, since with food short across the board, food is top priority. The tank becomes a C1 grade fish-producing water tank, taking 8 square meters and putting out 5,000 grams of assorted freshwater fish and shrimp a day at random. Its description daring me not to believe it gives me fish every day so long as I keep it filled. Adding 40 to territory prosperity. This too is thanks to my big territory, I tell it, since most people would not even have a place to set you. An extra 8 square meters for 3,000 more grams of fish a day. No loss at all. From barely scraping by to a little left over, it comes down to one upgrade card, and whatever I cannot eat I raise in the tank, since I rest easier with food stockpiled. Every survivor has a system-gifted specialty, so starving is basically off the table. But survival is not only about being full. Without an army, you cannot fend off invaders. Killing monsters takes soldiers, and soldiers take water and food, a dilemma with no way around it. And food, rations, and water grow scarcer by the day, choking the army's strength and recruitment and gnawing its safety besides. In the face of survival, the choice between expanding territory and gathering resources looks like the system quietly forcing people to stop occupying islands at all. And worse, if your luck is bad and you lose troops without a matching reward, the bind is plain. Since specialty output is not enough, those with foresight have woken to the importance of farming, though plain soil is too slow, helpless against extreme weather, useless if the plot is small, and while cheap, the land and seeds and greenhouse materials stump even the farsighted. Over in the Women's Legion, Seong-yu gets lucky on the offensive against a plant monster, walking away with a fat pumpkin north of 10 pounds. Best of all, it holds seeds, and unscientific as it is for a pumpkin that big to carry only 10, the description leaves her feeling she hit the jackpot. Since the seeds can be planted, carry sky-high resistance to extreme weather, and are a fast-growing variety, so she hands a portion up to her alliance leader. Gina happens to know someone holding a black soil with special properties that raises yield, shortens maturation, and most of all carries extreme weather resistance through the roof. And married to pumpkin seeds, greenhouses would not be needed at all. Materials saved, growth sped, maybe a harvest in a month and change. Simply the best choice for farming on a floating island. Little sister Gina asks, "Are you there? Have you made up your mind?" Song Yusin replies that she is sorry, big sister, but she means to give up being a lord and become someone's follower. The two had crossed paths twice. The first while Song Yusin sold black soil, no deal, but they became friends. The second spurred by my calling her my sweetheart, more that she felt ashamed someone was feeding her while she did not even know what was happening to him. As a power in the Women's Legion, Gina would have sources, so Song Yusin had messaged to ask, and Gina, free in knowing the matter and wanting to befriend her and bring her into the alliance, laid it all out. The whole story rattled Song Yusin, who had not even dared reach out when she could not help, and only later, watching me carry on as if nothing happened, did her tension ease. Then it happened she met her first wave of monsters, wanting a perfect win for better gear to help me with, only for the guy to slap down a level 4 card. Since she did not need to fret over my safety, and since I had invited her, going with the flow felt natural. "What?" Gina yelps. "Do not be rash. Have you hit trouble? You can tell me about food or drink. A lord's identity is not given up lightly, and once you become a follower you lose your freedom. And in a world like this, are there even good people left?" She uses "do not be rash" twice to talk her down. "No trouble," Song Yusin says. He treats her very well. She has thought it through. It is not impulse. And just as Gina said, good people are few, so she should not let him slip. The more she says it, the more uneasy Gina feels, exactly like a young girl falling for a scoundrel's line. Because what judgment can a girl not even out of school have? Then it hits her that this girl once asked about me, and could the man she means to follow be me, the so-called best heavy hitter in the region? And worst of all, she took it for real. That was just everyone buttering me up, Gina thinks. An unspoken praise spun from fear my water price would climb. And how many cursed me for a fool behind it? And the man is reclusive too, never a word more than he needs, never answering her kind reminders. And she has heard the overly reclusive often carry warped temperaments. The good man you mean, Gina asks plainly. Is it that Seo Hyuk? Yes, Song Yusin says. He is coming to pick her up in a few days. He is only a good man in everyone's mouths. Gina tells her, little sister should know him better, and she advises again that if she absolutely must follow him, she should wait until he survives the monster assault, not throw herself in before the good days have begun. Song Yusin knows Gina would not help for nothing. She just cannot tell what makes her worth recruiting, but motive aside, the concern feels warm, like a mother's nagging. Still, she will not talk about me with Gina, because does a girl need to explain whether her own brother is a good man? And of course he has flaws, a bit quiet for one, but she can do the talking for two. This woman really is decent, she thinks, told me everything when I asked about my brother, a favor I must repay. So she passes Gina a level 3 Goblin Soldier card, costing no leadership and enjoying the Lord's bonus, already stronger off its base attributes than a level 2 soldier with Gina's own bonus. And Gina goes speechless, not needing a single guess to know it came from that Sohyuk. But an alliance leader taking advantage of a young girl would be too shameful, so a small bottle of red potion lands in Song Yusin's hands, a single dose restoring 20 health to one unit in battle, useless in the survival state. Then another card comes, one goes back, another comes. Two kinds of items the market never sees, traded between the two women. 2 bottles of red potion for 3 level 3 cards. Gina knows she's still got the better end, but she has no more goods, and she feels a pang of envy, because all her worry was for nothing. Items this valuable, and that Seo Hyuk handed so many to the girl. He values her this much, she reasons, so he must want her black soil too, and from that, just how strong must that Seo Hyuk be? Who would believe it? All right, little sister, Gina says. She is out of red potions. They will trade again later, and she can buy black soil off her at a high price. Finally, I understand you, Song Yusin thinks. So you are after the black soil. The potion she traded for she sends straight to me, but I will not take it, because what use is 20 health when it cannot even fill one of my soldiers? The troop types do not matter, I figure. If they die, I recruit more, and at worst, I interrupt my perfect battle. But as long as I clear 10 victories and pull another reward, I am fine. And an achievement for an unbroken streak is not worth considering. Thinking it over, the potion is still useful. I can use it on myself, the girl, or the pets, none of whom can afford anything going wrong. I am not attacking proactively for now. With strong troops and the defense towers on guard, the danger is small, so I tell her to keep the potion for now and we will sort it out when we meet. Song Yusin is thrilled by the concern, and looking at Gina's message, she replies that she asked him, that the red potion can be traded but not the black soil, that he wants to keep it to plant strawberries for her to eat. Gina says nothing more, only goes sourer, because everyone else is budgeting their meals, and you have land and are not planting grain or vegetables, saving it instead for strawberries, and what is so good about those strawberries anyway? They are tart. People really cannot be compared. I put fresh water back on the shelves and check the channel, finding the buzz over monster drops has long since faded. A lucky few may be still pulling equipment, but upgrade cards basically vanished. Rations and water barely breaking even. The drop rate on daily necessities still decent. So I shout in the channel that I need saplings and seeds of all kinds, and any brother with stock should message me his price. Flattery or not, my refusal to raise my water price has earned me the survivor's goodwill, because a label like good man, shouted long enough, slowly turns true, especially now when everyone is struggling, since if the big boss's water climbed again, their lives would only get harder. Almost the instant I finish typing, a friend request chimes, and it is Seo Ire, a name I know because he answers nearly every call of mine, always backing me up. Big boss, take a look and see if you want it. He says, do not mind the price, useless to me to keep. Just adding a friend is enough. Like always, the second I speak, he answers, building goodwill that might come in handy someday, though he has never found his opening to connect. My request had nothing to do with him either, until a thought struck him about the apple core he ate yesterday. Apple seeds, plantable, common variety, slow to grow, half a square meter at the seedling stage, spreading as it grows, and that description leaves him unable to even name a price. The system tells him I accepted his request, and he picks 6 viable seeds out of one core and sends them over. My trade follows, of course, because how could a man of my character let people take a loss? 6 level 2 skeleton soldier cards for his seeds. Seo Ire smiles at them, because even skeletons beat his level 1 troops, a useless item swapped for combat power. And with his troop control, he reckons this is practically takeoff. As long as there is income, he keeps a slice and uses the rest to buy troops straight off the big boss, who would surely never let him eat a loss. True win-win cooperation, as he sees it. Meanwhile, Wang Pio watches me carry on as if nothing happened, still gathering things, my water not even run dry, and feels as disgusted as a man who swallowed a fly. But he only sneers. Just wait, this is only the beginning, and when I meet a level 4 armored goblin, that is when I will cry. What a coincidence that his words come true. The system warns enemies are approaching, to gather my troops or prepare to retreat. With a wider field of view, even the notices read different. I muse. I count as both offense and defense now. My eye of oversight turns toward them. Goblins as expected. On a 15 square meter island. Empty. A poor scrap of a thing. The lineup different this time. 2 level 4 armored goblins leading 8 level 3 troops. My second time meeting level 4 monsters. But I am no longer the pushover I was. The battle holds no suspense, because even without the Lord's bonus, level 4 cannot beat level 5. Never mind the defense tower that ignores defense. After carding this wave I frown, because these heavy armored troops have nothing worth praising. The loot painfully thin, and my faith in goblins dropping equipment, upgrade cards, and food has wobbled. My old rule of wrecking any island without a specialty changes right here, especially after the mixed tree haul, because counting this one my island sits at only 129 square meters, while a true tree line runs how many thousand? My head was rusty, I realize, since this is precisely the time to expand like mad while monster levels are low and the loot is thin, instead of waiting until I am killing powerful monsters and reluctantly giving up high-level gear before I bother with territory. With food and military strength both sufficient, what is there to hesitate over? Just as I move to end the battle, I stop, because my troops and towers are basically untouched. No reason to retreat. It has been only 2.5 hours since I woke. Already 2 waves, so I can wait longer. Monsters sure to come pester me again, and as long as I do not end the battle or rest the troops, the next encounter gets judged continuous, and I can pull up the coming one after another achievement. Ashamed to give up a win-win like that, since only I have the ability and the nerve for it, while most would already be home, and by rights my battle count outstrips anyone's, so I should count as a master. That Wang Piao really is a good man, because without his help how would I have had the chance to become one, and should I gift him a level 4 armored goblin as thanks? Forget it. What if the petty fool dies of rage? And besides, a master would not glance at a trifle that small, so I will just keep the thing myself, purely for the master's health. The waiting runs long, but with someone willing to chat and joke, the monotony stops being unbearable, and through the talk I finally learn the girl's profession, a junior battle priest, and even a noob like me knows recruiting a profession this precious means hitting the jackpot. It does not move me much, but it is different for the troops, since soldiers in battle have no notion of resting on the spot, and if the fight does not end soon, even the Minotaur warriors with their huge stamina start to fidget, and once stamina runs dry they begin losing health. Lucky for me, the goblins, set on reclaiming their glory, do not disappoint, and another wave of poor devils arrives, a notch stronger. On a 20 square meter island ride, 4 level 4 armored goblins, but this time they all carry shields, along with 7 level 3 troops, the first time a goblin island has fielded more than 10. More outrageous still. They do not rush me, they hold their island roughly 10 meters off mine. The odd behavior catches my eye, and I read them clean. Level 4 Armored Shield Goblin, an Advanced Rare Elite, Health 65, Attack 12, Defense 6, Magic Resistance 3, the description calling them Armored Shield Troops, whose health and defense run far past others of the same tier. 1 in 100 brave tribesmen, elites among elites. Their skill is solid as a rock, a 25% chance to block any damage. Their trait prioritizing defense towers for double damage, a 20% chance to block tower attacks, and 30 to block archers. Their weakness that all that defense and health makes them arrogant. The attributes live right up to the advanced rare label, nearly on par with the Minotaur Guard. There is one more telling difference, their faces, because unlike the uniform look of other soldiers, each wears its own face like a human. Before I can study them further, a shout goes up, telling the human in front to hand over their tribe's treasure if he knows what is good for him, or only destruction awaits. My eyes narrow, because they can talk, no longer mindless troops, but a true race. But so what? Because if I do not dare offend even a goblin, what survival am I going to talk about later? And the staff's attributes are far too strong, a thing I will lean on hard down the road. So how could I give it up before I am cornered? Intelligent creatures really are different, and the goblins, with their sharp eyes, may have caught my strength, since they stall their attack and even show signs of leaving. My troops are dead tired, so I do not dare abandon the tower's edge to chase, but as long as a man's nerve holds, there are always more solutions than problems. And since I found their weakness, how could I not work it in a chance like this? Green-skinned ugly things, born cowards. Come on if you dare. The goblins bristle at once, screaming with rage and wheeling their island around, shouting to kill us and reclaim their glory. Idiots, I laugh. With brains and a temper like that, it is a wonder they have not gone extinct. I only care about killing, not burying, and if they dare come, I will swallow them whole and leave no ash. The Minotaur warrior's stamina is spent and they can no longer use skills. But I am not worried because with the pet's help, even a 1-for-1 basic attack trade leaves my odds high. And on top of that, there's the Archer Tower, the real reason I baited them. But there is always a gap between the picture in the head and the thing itself. And these guys' trait is peculiar, because even with my troops plainly in their way, they would rather eat an extra hit to slip past and push the tower. The double damage is genuinely terrifying. One hit reading -24, -24, -24, and the tower will not last. while my cards cannot crack these guys' defense. No point spending the 4 level 4 cards on an already won battle, so let them tear it down, since rebuilding costs half the resources and I can afford it. Turns out the ones who specialize in dismantling towers are amateurs at fighting, because by the time they finish wrecking it, the minions under them are already dealt with, and the 4 good brothers drop as 1. The system reports skill failed, and I remember the card creation skill does not work on intelligent creatures, even dead ones, so I harvest only 7 level 3 cards. Just as I wonder what to do with the 4 corpses, another prompt appears, that I have obtained 4 one-handed shields, 1 floating island core, and 1 floating island core, and as it fades the corpses vanish too, the very scene of the man who once died by my hand. Maybe this is because the Goblin Island had nothing else on it, and if it had carried more, would killing intelligent creatures hand me everything on their island? Would that be the true way to kill monsters? Since they are a race, they surely are not like us newly arrived humans with only a tiny scrap each, and over time their islands must have grown enormous, so there must be good things on them, the only question being who can take them on, which is why the system offers the path of destroying an island to drop equipment. Pure speculation, since no one can answer it, and I can only feel it out over time. I had gotten 1 core before, able to spin off a 10 square meter island for a follower or hero to garrison. The floating island core is a rare grade territory treasure, installable on a territory's main building at will, powering a floating island at 10 kilometers an hour, switchable, upgradable, and fusible. Reading that, I slap my thigh. No wonder the monsters keep getting stronger, because my island's speed is 14 kilometers an hour, so ordinary small monsters can no longer catch me, only weak ones that happen into my path. Come to think of it, I met no high-level monsters last night. What luck? Or do they not go out at night? Another question I cannot crack. One that needs time. The core has me ecstatic, because with it my island's speed jumps to 24 kilometers an hour, the speed of a bicycle, and could an electric scooter be far behind? Forget it, these matters can wait. For now I need to rest, repair the tower, and slow the island. And if I am lucky enough to meet 2 more waves of weaker monsters, the priority is switching off the Beacon of the Night, because a whole day of fighting rolling into the night is something no one could stand. End battle, I say. The system reports my territory expanded by 15 square meters, then by 20, with 1 chance to change the terrain, my coming one after another at 3 out of 10, perfect battle at 8, Beacon of the Night at 8, extreme vision plus 8 meters, a nudge to complete more achievements. I pushed my troops to the brink just to get what I wanted. Not easy, but the cramped little island finally breathing lifts my mood a fair bit, because the best choice is the one you do not regret. I move the mixed tree forest to a corner to grow as it pleases, then press the apple seeds into a corner of the black soil to speed their germination, meaning to shift them into the tree line later, and if they bear apples, great. If not, no matter, it widens the variety. Lucky the tower eats only half its materials to rebuild, and enough building stock has piled up that the small loss is nothing. Next I burn rations and water to bring my soldier stamina back, then install the floating island core on the doorframe of the house, and switch off its kinetic activation, since the description says it works anywhere on the main building. Then through the Lord's token in the territory interface, I make the sail tree furl its leaves, dropping the island to its lowest speed, my first test, to see whether my not meeting low-level monsters is tied to speed. Rang rang, Lord Chicken, dinner is ready, I call, since the girl already cooked for us while we chatted. Maybe sensing I was in a fight, she made a bit more, and 2 bowls of rice and a fish are left over, more than I can put away. It really is nice to have a woman around, I say. This is what a person's life should be, and in a couple of days I will find the 2 of you a mistress, so do not you dare bully her. Rang rang barks. The rooster crows, and as if to confirm my guess the moment lunch is done, an 8 square meter goblin island slides into view. My eye of oversight reads them clean. A level 2 goblin treasure hunting team, super strong vision, fond of shiny things, and on it, of all things, a gold generating stone, which I confirm with an extra long look. That fearless drive straight at my island is plainly a trait of the troop type, no goblin leading them. The Minotaur is still recovering and the pets are napping in the shade, so I handle this wave myself, plenty confident with the cards on hand, 4 level 4 Minotaur guards, 2 level 4 armored goblins, 15 level 3 goblin soldiers, 5 level 2 skeleton soldiers, 5 level 2 skeleton soldiers, 5 level 2 pikemen, and 1 ice cone magic card. Cracking a nut with a sledgehammer for a few level 2s is wasteful. The sledgehammer saved for bigger battles, so I manage these small fry myself. When 5 pikemen flood the fence the goblins are battering and the arrow tower keeps firing, the outcome is no longer in doubt, essentially a free island, which I accept, taking 8 level 2 cards as it ends. The system reports the difficult achievement Lone Hero, 1 out of 10, a reward of 2 attribute points, the description being to win without leading soldiers. My this isn't hard either at 4 out of 10, perfect battle at 9, Beacon of the Night at 9, extreme vision plus 9 meters. Occupy, I say, and the island grows 8 square meters and hands me the D-grade gold generating stone. And I laugh, because this wave of small monsters brought territory, an achievement, and a specialty, an unexpected gift. The worth of attribute points needs no explaining, and earning them rides entirely on my own exploring. While achievements are good but brutal to finish, since they often demand 10 completions, and meeting 2 waves in a day is already hard for most. I benefit too from the unbroken stream, since otherwise where would I find so many to kill? Finally, I look at the gold generating stone, a D2 grade specialty unique to the human race, putting out 1 stone material a day, and my mood sinks, because unique to the human race means someone got killed by monsters. The system reports a specialty with matching attributes and asks whether to merge. Whoever you were, I think, I have already avenged you. So rest easy, you no longer need this worldly thing. Consider it my reward. Yes, I tell it, and the stone vanishes, my own glowing gold, and upgrading taller and broader. I check its attributes, a C1 grade treasure now, 200 centimeters tall, 100 wide. A unique floating island product, bringing 1 square meter of island and occupying 2. Output 5 pieces of stone material and 1 iron block a day. Current status stone 3 out of 5. Iron 1 out of 1. Higher levels yielding more. One of the key sources of rare ore. Its upgrade condition is to evolve by absorbing its own produced stone, high-grade ore accelerating it, 25 pieces to advance to C1, the output selected manually to absorb. Its description tells me if I want more materials and ore, then let it upgrade and stop stealing its stone. Tricked by the description, I curse. Who would have guessed it was manual? I thought it ran automatic and ignored it all these days, missing out on its growth, and if it had not hit C grade and added the upgrade condition, I would still have no idea. Better late than never, so I feed it. 1 iron ore worth 5 points of growth experience, 3 stone worth 3, meaning it grows about once every 3 days. So the sale tree is the same, I think, and following the stones method I feed the sale tree's output back into it, only to get no prompt, this broken thing still hiding itself until C grade. I admit I was careless about something this simple, but with so many people in the channel it is impossible none knew, and yet not one said a word. Human nature, truly unfathomable, no one can stand to watch another do well. Fine, if you will not say it, I will. Because only when everyone profits will there be resources to buy my water, and even goods others cannot move will get a chance to circulate. I am something now, I crow, one man driving a whole region's economy. So in the channel I tell everyone the growth of gold generating stones and sale trees needs manual upgrading. That brothers who do not know should hurry and not miss days the way I did. COI Ray says the boss proves once again with his actions that he is a good man. Thank you. Wang Mang asks whether it is not supposed to be automatic. Whether this is a scam. Wang Pio says no way. A thing this simple and people still do not know. Are they kidding? Someone shoots back that it is far better than knowing and telling nobody, you trash who cannot bear to see others do well. And another adds that Wang Pio is a formidable expert, but set his character beside the boss's. There is no comparison. Thanks pour in. Thank you boss. Gina too. The one-sided praise lets me show off again, while the embattled Wang Pio says nothing more, because this time he really was not hiding anything, and stumbling into public wrath was not something he saw coming. So many things run like this. Dead simple yet easily missed, and his subordinate, seeing the boss this frustrated, moves to defend him, only for the air to grow tenser. I have not left, rare for me to lurk this long, because I cannot control other people's fights. But if too many die, it will cut my income. These guys are hateful, always scrapping among themselves, when they would do better going to kill monsters if they have the ability. The moment I think of the gold generating stone, I feel a flash of annoyance. Because how can these survivors not even hold off level 2 monsters, and if they stay this fragile and everyone dies, where do I gather resources from? It seems I need a way to make them behave, and I land on relying on myself, since I cannot impress these guys without showing some real stuff. But a move like that needs strategy, to avoid offending people. Since I no longer care about the level 2 soldier cards I hold, I make them my breakthrough, because they will grow common later, but right now others sorely need them. A good time to build a reputation while the crowd is thick, and my territory has plenty of empty space for everyone to help fill, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So I post that I have put items up for auction, the quantity small, interested brothers welcome to look, exchangeable for stone only for now, and send out the info on the freshly produced level 2 cards. The skeleton soldiers I hold back, too few, their passive skills not worth a good price now the system soldiers are gone. The treasure hunting goblin level 2 soldier reads health 20, attack 5, defense 2, magic defense 1, and for the same level 2, wild monster attributes run markedly higher than system soldiers. Perhaps only the troop types I got are rare barracks escaping the heavy weakening, the way my armored minotaur warrior turned out so fierce. A card like this, an extra high level soldier out of nowhere, can decide life and death in a pinch, and who would not want a couple as backup? But the quantity is too small, and almost the instant they appear, the 8 cards, priced at 5 stone each, are snatched up. Even pricier they would sell, but I believe these are one-time items, and selling too high would look greedy and choke future business. So this wave was just publicity, building a name for the truly good things. So popular, I muse, I can drop the fixed price and run auctions, highest bidder takes it. Watching the channel churn, I send another message, telling everyone not to fight. The items really are gone, the low price was just an advertisement. But if anyone is truly in danger, as long as you can meet the price, come to me. and please screenshot and state that you are the one under attack. From start to finish, I never meddle in others' affairs, yet everyone grasps that the bullied can buy soldiers from the boss, and high-level soldiers at that. CO Irate jumps in, asking whether the boss is not afraid someone tricks him out of his good deed and vanishes. That is even better, I tell him. I am worried I cannot find people looking to court death. So does he want to try? The things I offer are pretty good. Worth one trick. CO Irate's head fills with black lines and he hurries to reply that boss, we're on the same side. The lighter I speak, the less anyone dares risk it, because if I dare do this, how could I not have a means of cutting my losses? And a man like that in the region really can make the schemers behave. Wang Meng asks whether the boss has high-level soldiers to sell, to put them up, not to fear his brother cannot meet the price, and someone follows that even if they cannot afford it, can they at least look? Good stuff exists, I tell them, but I save it for those who need saving, because if I sold it to you and someone else hit danger, would I not be eating my own words? I love this boss, one cries. He is so damned righteous. Another asks whether the boss needs someone to warm his bed, while others spit that calling him boss. Does he think he is something? Just a dog trying to profit off the dead? That the man is either selling water or a tasteless piece of trash that you are about to lose your life and still fret over property? What a clown. After that, whatever anyone says, I never speak again, because I am no saint and will not help for free. Just a survivor who wants to live a little easier. And what is wrong with a few curses? It is not as if I lose a piece of flesh. But if you insist on being a trailblazer, do not blame me for writing you down in my notebook. A chime cuts in, someone offering a poplar tree. I am overjoyed, because I thought trees would be easy to gather, yet no one had traded with me. And finally here is someone willing. Until I see the name and my expression goes strange, hesitant, and a touch guilty. After accepting Gok Hyun's friend request, she fires off a trade request and clicks confirm straight away, and I am stunned, because did she assume I would not dare cheat her? I quickly ask her to name her price. She does not know how to price it either, she tells me, since she and CO Irate are in the same group, and he said when doing business with heavy hitters, just focus on the trade. They will not let you take a loss. CO Irate again, I think, this one can be cultivated. Then you have to say what you urgently need, I tell her, and this time she does not hesitate, replying that she wants soldier cards, her shield nearly gone and monsters still attacking outside. What level monsters? I ask. And what level your soldiers? Hers are level 1, the monsters 8 level 2s. Level 1 soldiers, I echo. Her specialty was bread, she explains, not enough to eat, so she used divine power to upgrade it, and when she wanted to upgrade the barracks too, she did not have enough left. A valid reason, since at the start everyone was groping forward, and who would not put food first? While she talks, I check the poplar tree. A large poplar, ordinary tree stage, planting requiring 4 square meters. Other uses unknown, recoverable for 40 pieces of wood. A tree this big, I ask, in a territory where you have killed no monsters. How did it survive? The tree was not brought by her, she replies. It collided with her island, one of those resource islands without monsters, and carried 4 square meters of territory in with it. This woman's luck is extraordinary, not only meeting a resource island, but finding me. Because the thing is, I know her. Gok Hyun was my university classmate, and from the moment we became friends I recognized her. Every frown and smile is still clear. I do not want her to recognize me, the odds next to nothing, and still I am tight as a wire. I had meant to give her 3 level 3 soldier cards to carry her win and call it done, but I was the one who wronged her back then, and now that I have the ability and stand by doing nothing, I feel a touch guilty because the first wave's full victory is too important. The reward's the richest, and she truly needs this clean win. Forget it, whether she is still that stubborn deskmate or not. Meeting is fate, so I help her this once. Call it compensation for all the nonsense I once spouted at her. The system reports my trade confirmed. To view at the crystal platform. Looking at the 3 level 3 soldier cards and 5 level 2 skeleton soldier cards in her hand, Gok Hyun smiles, because this blockhead is actually quite reliable. At the same time, she grinds her teeth, because this dead man once said he most wanted to live off her, made her study and train day and night, and just when she finally became the successful woman he spoke of, he quietly disappeared. Later she understood he left only after she succeeded, but without him she was not happy, and later she heard he was in a relationship and was angry enough to bite through her teeth. This scoundrel had tricked her badly, and from then their worlds split entirely. Yet her superior life brought no happiness for all its material plenty. After extreme experiences, people learn to change, a realization the stubborn her had stumbled into recently. I worked so hard, she thinks, just so we could have a better life, but you, with that chauvinistic attitude, stayed far away, and now that we have met again, you can support me this time, right? Just as both of us turn over the next topic, a stranger messages me, asking whether the young man needs a wooden bed. A double, the kind that will not break however much you toss and turn, traded for water. His name is Lee Gonsang, a man in his 60s. No wonder he calls me young man. Wooden beds are very expensive. Are you not keeping it for yourself? I ask, the indestructible attribute piquing my interest, because a wooden double bed actually costs 100 pieces of wood. A bed is just a household item, yet the system price is outrageous, steep enough that most people who need beds put together their own, since being able to sleep is enough, and in the early days of scarcity no one would waste so much. A view I share. I can make my own, I tell him, the effect no worse than this, never expecting the old man to be a skilled craftsman. I accept his request. These basic items, unlike main buildings and defense towers, carry no attribute bonus, and while they give no security, they bring happiness, especially when a man is tired, a bed more than enough. I have water to spare and will not pass on something I fancy, so amid the old man's flood of gratitude, the trade closes. By coincidence, Gok Hyon's message rings again, direct and to the point, that she is about to kill monsters but has not eaten enough, and her stamina is too low, which drags her troops' health. And not to worry, she will not take my food for free. She will return it the moment she gets it, so it will not delay me from living off other people. I regret it terribly because why was I so cheap back then, knowing this woman was stubborn? Why did I even tease her, saying things like wanting to live off her, when everyone else took it for a joke and only she took it for real? It ended with this woman wearing every one of my labels, and I had not even held her hand, and later she succeeded and became the center of everything. One performance enough for me to chase a lifetime. Countless young talents circled her, and had I stayed by her side, I would only have dragged down her work and her standing, and living off her was a lie anyway. So knowing I was wholly unworthy, I simply decisively vanished. In the end, it was all my fault. And since I can now afford one more person's food, I will make up for my past mistakes. The system reports my trade sent. Eating my leftover rice and stewed fish from lunch, Gok Hyon feels as if she is having a feast, because eating bread every day had her dreading the sight of it, while she also feared not having enough, a helpless feeling. Is there anything else you are missing, I ask? If I have it, I will get it all for you. Watching the concern, her lips curve up and she feels much better, because this scoundrel will not tend his own cabbage and has to go find other grass to graze. And now that this beauty is wild grass again, he has come back obediently. Scoundrels are just pretentious, she thinks, and replies, asking why I do not keep pretending not to know her, whether it is because she is down and out now and I cannot afford to support someone who lives off me, so I have turned around wanting to support her instead. Why is this woman turned so venomous-mouthed, I wonder? Her resentment must be sky high. I was not afraid you would lose popularity and hinder your career, I tell her. Bullshit, she shoots back. Stop feeding me useless excuses. You are just a trash talker. Damn it, I tell her. I am going to support you right now. Are you in or not? You said it, she replies. If you trick me one more time, I will die for you to see. And through the text I can feel the woman's resolve. Not daring to provoke her further, I give a heads up that there is a little girl who wants to be my follower, who has black soil as a specialty and is a combat priest besides. And I do not need to say how important she is. I cannot give her up. In this world, Gok Hyon replies, if you do not want to die, you have to get stronger. And one more ability means one more strength. So do I think she is someone who cannot tell good from bad? Good. I think with relief, because what I am afraid of is the two of you not getting along. Once we have been talking a while, I learned Gok Hyon's profession as a novice defense master, and the perk is exactly what I would have ordered off a menu. Because as long as she stands inside her own territory, every defensive structure gains 10% health, and every defense tower gains 10% power, range, and attack speed. She is the perfect person to guard a base. I ask her one more time whether she is truly not short of anything, and why she did not come looking for me sooner. She tells me she is not short of much else, only that she never cooked at home so she had little food stockpiled, and that she used those 10 free minutes to grab water, clothes, and blankets instead. And precisely because she was never short on water, she had no idea the regional heavy hitter was me, the scoundrel. I tell her to ease off the scoundrel talk. I have not even held her hand. She fires back that my mouth is the cheapest thing about me, and that even if she handed me a chance I would fumble it. Right in the middle of trading insults with her, a man named Oh Pung lights up the regional channel, frantically tagging me, screaming that someone from the Mutual Aid Alliance is trying to kill him. He drops a screenshot of the attack a second later, the timestamp clean and current. The attacker named Lee Sa, leading level 2 soldiers, his island already closing in on Opung's. Opung tells me that even though he cannot afford a price, if I kill the man for him, then everything except the untradeable territory is mine, and he will record video proof so nobody can accuse him of pocketing a thing. This Opung is a sensible one. I bark into the regional channel that the Mutual Aid Alliance has gotten cocky, that they must think my word is just wind in the air, and that I am taking this grudge personally, telling Opung to add me as a friend and head to the crystal platform to collect. Off to the side, Wang Pio watches every line scroll by without typing a word, because he wants to see exactly what tricks I have up my sleeve. Quiet as he has already slipped Lee Saw 10 Peakman spears with +2 damage and 10 shields with +2 defense through a friend trade. With his boss bankrolling him, Lee Sa's nerve swells, and he taunts me in the channel that calling me a boss has gone to my head, that his business is none of my concern, that the man he is hunting has a cheap mouth and dies today, so let me see how I save him. I chuckle to myself. At least people call me boss. And nobody provokes me. I call out his whole alliance, and his master does not so much as twitch, using a fool's life to measure my depth. A fool who would help count the money after being sold. So I post the description of my positioning star, the goggles that let me enter a survivor's name and pin their location anywhere in the region. 2-day cooldown. After that I cannot speak again, my daily message count spent. I did not post it for fun, but because I cannot keep fighting other people's battles for nothing, and without some leash on these jackals every favor drains away, the way even the richest fortune gets squandered. My positioning star sets Wang Pio's heart trembling, because with a thing like that he could kill anyone he pleased, and a weapon that strong belongs in his hands alone. The instant Lee Sa sees the description, he freezes his island, no longer daring to engage Openg, because losing means death and winning still draws my retaliation. And he fears no man in a shouting match but is not stupid enough to want a heavy hitter painting a target on his back. The trouble is his boss's equipment has already reached him, leaving him squirming on the hook. Then Wang Pio orders him not to be afraid, just kill the target and be done, promising to send his coordinates to meet up after, dangling a promotion to corps member, a seat on the Divine Tomb expedition, and the right to buy supplies at the cheapest rates. Lee Sa takes that like a shot of adrenaline, no longer afraid with his boss behind him, and throws himself straight at Openg. Wang Pio's plan is simple, just as I guessed, to learn what kind of man this regional boss really is. If I turn out terrifyingly strong, he will step forward, announce that Lee Sa is a wild dog who never respected the alliance leader, wash his hands of him, and ask what I plan to do. If I turn out a paper tiger, he will not bother explaining. He will lure me out, because with so many bodies in the alliance, surely they can crush one upstart. And if I am foolish enough to be baited, then the goblin staff returns to its rightful owner too. So my idea of flashing a few high-level soldiers dies on the spot, because an expert who keeps refusing to show his hand is plainly itching to start something. Then I will play along. Openg promised me all of Lee Sa's belongings, and since he has been so sensible, I will keep his losses small. The man takes my 10 level 3 soldier cards and turns resolute in a blink, because it was never that he could not command troops, only that he had no decent troops to command. Lee Sa reports his predicament, and Wang Pio goes silent, which is normal, since even if he had something to send, an attacker loses the right to return to his territory and collect items once the battle begins. The flood of cards I produced caught Wang Pio off guard, since this is the same guy who claimed not long ago he had hardly any, and now he hands them out by the fistful. He knows Lee Sa is dead, he never measured my real strength, and he has burned a wave of troop equipment for nothing. Even with the equipment bonuses, Lee Sa's troops cannot stand against Openg's wall of soldiers. He begs for mercy, but there is no chance Openg lets him walk, since even after every item goes to me, Lee Sa's 20 square meters of land is pure profit, and the only thing Openg says back to him is that if he does not kill him, what will he use to make up the boss's losses? Once Lee Sa is dead, Openg records his belongings on video and ships the whole pile to me. Had he not seen my positioning star first, he might have entertained some sneaky thoughts, but now he does not dare, and can only keep his word to the letter. Gratitude is just noise, so I do not take his thanks too seriously, and I am not shy about the spoils either. Lee Sa's assets push my sail tree up to C grade, 15 kilometers an hour now, producing 5 wood and 1 plank a day, though I learned planks can be synthesized from raw wood if I build a lumber processing station. The gold generating stone climbs to C1, putting out 6 stone and 2 iron blocks daily. The pikeman barracks reaches level 3, and there is even a D-grade canned pork specialty making 500 grams a day, and a D-grade cooking oil specialty making 2,000 milliliters every 2 days. His inventory and the disassembled goods come to 178 wood and 96 stone. The household items a razor, an axe, a pickaxe, and a scatter of odds and ends, and I take every one I do not already own. This haul more than covers what I spent. I return a little food, 1,880 grams of rations, a fair pour of clean water, his cooking oil and canned goods, and the overlapping household items, and the man drowns me in thanks all over again. This wave not only saved his life, it handed him a free 20 square meters of territory, food, and water together past 3,000 grams, and once he factors in the 3 level 3 cards he saved, the thought alone has him buzzing. In the regional channel, Openg thanks the boss for saving his life. Co Ire steps up as the self-appointed commentator, applauding the regional boss and warning that anyone hungry to kill and plunder should weigh the consequences, since the whole channel watched it unfold. Lee Sa insisting on murder, the boss's patience wasted, the peace-loving boss finally provoked, and the fool successfully bringing about his own ruin. The hangers-on pile in the instant the door opens. Song Yusin copies Co Ire's words verbatim and spams them to bury the chat, because even though Lee Sa deserved death and I was not the one who landed the blow, my reputation has to be built on the side of justice. Ga Kai Yon copies and pastes too, since she lives on reputation. Gina copies and pastes, because befriending a heavy hitter is simple math, and who can swear they will never need me? Countless others think the same, too many of them having drunk my water, and free gifts cost nothing, so of course they join the chorus. For a while the praise will not stop, while Co Ire stares at the wall of messages he started, smug as a man who lit the fire. A friend prompt chimes, telling me Co Ire has sent a trade request and confirmed it with a note that he does not care about these things but thanks me anyway. He howls that the heavy hitter came in person to comfort him, that he claims not to care but his hands are awfully honest, and lunges to see his reward. 2 level 3 soldier cards. Level 2 cards sell out the instant they appear, and he scored 2 level 3s just for running his mouth, so he yells himself hoarse, not knowing those were the last level 3 cards I had. I ignore his thanks, busy counting what is left. I still hold 4 level 4 Minotaur guard cards, and 2 level 4 armored goblin cards, and aside from what my own people need, I am not handing out level 4 cards yet. Between Lee Saw's gift, my own card sales, and the steady water income, I have finally scraped together enough for a small stone house. A prompt tells me I have spent 200 wood and 200 stone upgrading the sturdy wooden house to a small stone house and unlocked its associated facilities. If the thing had not upgraded, I never would have guessed there were facilities hiding inside it. The small stone house occupies 30 square meters, weathers hail and heat and brutal cold to cut the odds of sickness, carries 20 points of anti-air capability and 300 building health. The interior space is doubled, the weather resistance is up, the defense is stronger, not bad at all. Its building trait clears 30 square meters of war fog around the island, plus territory prosperity rises by 50. And as the fog peels back another 10 meters, my view outside opens by a whole ring and goes suddenly crisp, the wide horizon lifting my mood and settling my nerves. Among the newly unlocked facilities sit a fireplace and a wardrobe, and even though they cost extra resources, they are worth it, especially a fireplace, non-negotiable against the cold. Upgrading to an intermediate stone house would run 400 materials and add another 10 meters of vision, which drives home how priceless extreme vision is, because my current sight reaches 39 meters, and one more victory will match it to an intermediate stone house outright. Wide vision on a floating island is a lifeline, plain and simple. By afternoon, I set the large white poplar into the corner reserved for the mixed tree forest, making it one more member of the grove. The troop's stamina has recovered. No monsters are knocking, so during the rare lull I haul the wash basin outside and start drawing water to stockpile, planning to let it sunbathe a full day tomorrow, so I have free hot water for a bath. While I work, Gok Hayon sends a trade carrying a specialty upgrade card, a special building blueprint, and 10 iron blocks, which tells me plainly her first battle is already won. She says I should use these, they would be wasted on her, and the rest is just supplies she is keeping. The specialty upgrade card is priceless, since outside the first monster kill no one even knows how to obtain one yet, and she has no use for the iron right now. The blueprint is a special item, so naturally it is nowhere on the system's building page. The Twin Tower blueprint is ultra rare, letting me convert a defense tower into a twin tower for double the resources. Its description teasing anyone who wants the joy of a double striking tower to build a few and try its power. If one tower deals double damage paired with Gok Hayon's defense master profession, who could ever set foot on my island? The utility makes me feel untouchably safe, and the blueprint hits me where I live. This noob who swore to be a turtle lord grinning so wide my back molars show. A man on the receiving end of a gift this heavy cannot be a hypocrite, and I already owe her more than I can name, so I will pay her back slowly. I reply that I am sending her my coordinates and the little girl's, and she should move toward whichever is closer so we meet up fast. She agrees, and after a quick exchange I trade her the 4 level 4 Minotaur guard cards so she meets no danger before we link up. She is plainly startled the trash-talking jerk is this strong, but she takes them gladly since she is about to meet me anyway, so why not uncover the surprises herself? Another follower is set to join my territory, and it is only right to tell the little girl since I do not want it to look like I tricked her. Everyone is barely scraping by, and if she does not want to huddle together for warmth, I can only let it go, and I could even hand the positioning star back to her, though her specialty card cannot be returned, so at worst I cover her food forever, which is enough to square it. Song Yusin reads my message and replies that if she is not the first person I bring onto my floating island, she is not coming at all. I tell her, fine, I already promised. I will absolutely do it. She does not write back, genuinely sour that this other woman surfaced at the worst possible moment, before she had me locked down. That this woman can board my island so easily means they are clearly old acquaintances, so if she is not careful she could miss the first bite, and she has to reach my island first and nail down this blockhead, before anyone else does. Watching the survivors in the regional channel, she realizes in her bones that the world is truly different now, that without a guarantee of safety people really die no different from a cat or a dog dropping dead. A defense master, she mutters. Of course she cannot do without him, then stares blankly at the sky gripped by an unease she has never felt this sharply. The little girl, usually a chatterbox, goes quiet all at once, and I can tell she is uncomfortable. Being the first onto the island means nothing to me, yet she clings to it so stubbornly that it is plainly the last scrap of her pride, and refusing her now would be cruelty. so I agree without a fuss. I had meant to lecture her on how vital a defense master is, but right then the system warns me an enemy island is approaching and cuts me off. I do not realize the little girl understands every bit as well as I do. The system tells me an island of unknown intent is racing in from the northeast, 25 meters out, and to prepare for battle. With my wider vision, the warnings read differently than before. And now, weighing the sail tree's speed and the floating island core's power, I genuinely have the option to run from a strong enemy. It is a huge island, and before I decide whether to fight or flee, I throw my eye of oversight across it, and as expected it is another goblin island, a full 50 square meters. Still dirt poor, only 2 trees and 1 mouth-watering watermelon specialty. Seeing the strength on it, I lean toward retreat, because clearly that watermelon will not come cheap. 14 high-level monsters, 1 level 5 mage, 2 level 4 heavy armor shield soldiers, 4 level 4 armored goblins, and the rest all level 3, and at the head of them a goblin draped in a red robe, the dress alone marking it as an intelligent being with a mind of its own. My oversight reads it clean. A level 5 Goblin Vanguard Mage General. Commander level, Health 100, Attack 8, Defense 3, Magic Attack 25, Magic Defense 5. Its trait that it is cowardly and terrified of death, always lurking behind its soldiers to snipe. Its description naming it a rare wise man of the Goblin race, a mage who after promotion to General never moves without his tribe shielding him. Its skill of Fireball Barrage, with one note that stops my heart, that a commander level rank lends half its own attributes and its strategic treasure attributes to every troop it leads. A commander that buffs the whole army. Buffed like that, even level 3 soldiers would not read weaker than level 4s, which means the level 4s would stand toe-to-toe with my level 5s. No wonder my hands go cold, because a lineup like this kills anyone it meets except me. It is not that I cannot fight it, only that I cannot take it without losses, and my perfect battle achievement sits 1 win from its reward, so how could I fall here? But opponents like this are rare, and even a noob knows a boss is stuffed with treasure. So how could a super expert like me stomach a retreat? More to the point, that island is led by an intelligent being, which means occupying it hands me both equipment and territory, the truly thrilling part. If only my cards were not all blown on showing off. Then again, good my eye, could those low-tier cards even scratch the monster's defense? Grinding off a few drops of blood at a time, useless. My brain runs at full speed, and the more frantic I feel, the colder my thinking turns. To win this cleanly, the only path is to bury them under cards, and low-level cards are worthless, so I have to mint my own from the level 5 armored Minotaur warrior. I am not short on rations, water, or wood, but where do I get the stone? The answer arrives fast. I have no stone, but I can gather it from others, because after carrying my brothers this long, at the critical hour my brothers had better stand by me. Nothing to hesitate over. Keeping my island at a safe distance from the monsters, I messaged Song Yusin to screenshot my next lines and dump them into the regional channel, that I need them right away, and she agrees over and over. So I announced that I urgently need stone for an emergency. A special offer of 5 stone for 1 level 2 soldier card, 10 stone for 1 level 3, only valid until tomorrow. Every transaction logged, adding that Song Yusin is my sweetheart and my regional channel is restricted, so anyone wanting cheap soldiers should hurry. That line about my sweetheart leaves Song Yusin glowing, the closeness of our bond self-evident now. The Lord's token cannot be forged, and even if trolls try to stir trouble, my character is on display for the whole region, and plenty of people trust me. Besides, summoning a single level 2 soldier costs at least 5 wood, 5 stone, 500 grams of rations and fresh water, and after 1 battle how many soldiers survive. So cards that plug the gaps on demand are precious. The big boss said 1 day only, miss this wave and where will the deal ever appear again? Within a short while Song Yusin has sent me 300 stone, and on top of my own 40 I am nearly level with my wood. Before the little girl can even finish fretting, I cut her off and tell her to stop collecting, that any more and she will bankrupt me. Then I get to work. First I spend 60 stone, 60 wood, and 1500 grams each of rations and fresh water to summon 3 rare level 5 soldiers. Then turn the full quota of summoned soldiers straight into cards. After that I spend 220 stone, and 220 wood and 5500 grams each of rations and fresh water, converting the 1500 grams of rations I am short directly out of food. I stop there, satisfied, and steer my island to meet the monsters. You want to crush me with numbers. Let us see who crushes whom. The 2 islands lock together, and the goblins pour into the defense tower's range. -7 flickering above them, and I give the order to attack. The 2 pets at my feet have their leash, that if the red-robed mage does not attack they cannot move, sold as a strategy of striking last to seize the initiative, when really I am afraid they will charge off and never come back. But the moment the mage acts, so long as it has no one-shot ultimate, the rest is easy. The noob's troop control is one of a kind. The first wave a total avalanche, my soldiers triggering their skills the instant they meet the goblins out of pure racial hatred. Fearless charges landing -16, -16, heavy blows chaining -32 the combo spent without hesitation, this wave alone gutting nearly a third of the enemy's health. A level 5 rare soldier against a level 4. A measly 8 points of damage. What is going on here? The counterattack comes. Even with my 5-point defense bonus, the Minotaur's built-in 8 defense, and a few of them carrying +2 defense shields, ugly numbers bloom over their heads. -6, -8. I run the math, and the monster's attack is at least 23, and its defense at least 6 or 7 above mine. Level 4 card soldiers hitting my level 5s this hard. You are poor and stuffed with treasure both, and there is no way this works without equipment bonuses. Before my surprise can settle, the Goblin Mage General moves, pausing, sweeping his robe, the hand hidden in his sleeve clutching a magic book, and without a word of chanting, 2 great fireball spells erupt into the Minotaur warrior charging at the very front. -50, -50, then -5, -5, -5. A fireball combo with searing burn on top nearly makes me wet myself. This thing all but one-shotting a card soldier with 130 health in a single breath. And terrified, I order that Minotaur to retreat. I led with my own card soldiers to soak a wave of damage, then released the held cards to finish the monsters off. So I throw out the 11 cards in my hand, and after an identical charge and heavy strike it is their turn to eat the punishment. Because even if they all die, so long as they buy enough time for my own soldiers' skills to cool, the job is done. Once it is cast, the Mage General turns as sneaky as a noob, drifting behind his own troops with no intention of advancing, while Rang Rang and Lord Chicken loiter beside him waiting on my command. I do not dare give that thing another opening, since the instant it stops moving is the prelude to a spell, so the 2 pets will move in to interrupt the cast. Except its cooldown runs faster than theirs, and when it stops again Rang Rang's skill is not finished cooling. So I, who have watched it the whole time, finally act, slipping out an Ice Cone spell card straight at the Mage General, -36, the freeze triggering and turning it to an ice sculpture. Turns out the crafty goblin is not half as crafty as the noob. With the ice cone landing, I finally breathe out. By now, my card soldiers are dropping into specks of light. 6 dead, nearly half. The survivors all half dead, and this is with my own cards soaking the first wave, so leading with the held cards instead might have wiped them clean, leaving no chance for a second round of skills. I am pleased with my own scheme, even if I do not realize that 21 level 5 card soldiers, plus 2 pets plus an ice cone, all against 14 monsters averaging below level 4 even with a boss at the head. Taking losses like this proves me a noob beyond argument. Once my soldiers shake off their weakened state, with the Mage General no longer a threat, I order them to charge the frozen mage, and one Minotaur after another barrels down until it falls, and with its death the buff feeding the whole army vanishes, the monsters reverting to ordinary small fry. Level 3 card soldiers hitting my level 5 scrape off a token -1, -2, and the heavy armor goblins, thick as they are, cannot survive the rout and topple one after the next, this wave killing 3 more goblin tribesmen and deepening the feud. The system tells me I have wiped out goblin forces 10 times running, that the goblin race now marks me an enemy, and that I have drawn the eyes of goblin powerhouses. 10 times, counting from the moment I seized their tribal treasure and started killing them. Not that I care, my whole skull is filled with what rewards are coming. When I collect 7 level 3 card soldiers and 4 level 4 armored goblin cards, the battle is already over. Then the system tells me I have eliminated the Goblin Mage General's troops and completed the difficult achievement Perfect Battle 10 consecutive victories, 10 out of 10, and received a profession skill book. An actual profession skill book. The achievement seems to have no follow-up, but if there is none, there is none, because the difficulty of that one was simply lethal. It dawns on me then that maybe it is a quest anyone can trigger, and only on completion does its rarity prove itself. Either way, this reward was worth every ounce of effort. The system tells me my ultra-rare territory treasure has finished its first advancement, that I now have the right to turn off the Beacon of the Night function, and that more victories unlock more of its functions. I let out a long breath, because now I can finally sleep soundly. The notifications keep coming, telling me I have completed the first advancement of Extreme Vision and unlocked Mist Concealment. Extreme Vision grants plus 1 meter of sight for each successful defense. Current status 10 meters of War Fog unlocked. Mist Concealment grants plus 1 meter for each successful attack. Current status 1 meter of fog generated at the castle center. And a note that the mist only affects enemies. It really is a good treasure, worth every desperate effort. The function too practical to overstate, because if that mist someday cloaks a wide stretch of my territory, how could any attacker ever read my hand? The system tells me I have obtained the powerful fireball spell Magic Book, the Strategic Equipment Commander's Gloves, 6 shields for card soldiers, and 1 floating island core, and asks whether to destroy or occupy the island. Looking at the haul, I know this is nowhere near everything the boss owned, but I have already pulled in so much good stuff that I'd better be content. In the end, I cannot bear to destroy such a huge island. And beyond the equipment, what I covet most are the island's specialties. Things that cannot be bought anywhere, and if I miss this chance, the odds of stumbling on them again are nothing, so I choose to occupy. The system tells me I have occupied the Goblin Mage General's island, that my territory has grown by 50 square meters to 207 total, that I have obtained a C-grade watermelon specialty and 2 birch trees. Everything complete, my luck finally detonating, because to get rich, killing bosses really is the faster road. Then I look hungrily at the profession skill book the perfect achievement handed me. Card Synthesis, a Card Master exclusive, lets me spend 1 mana point to fuse 2 cards of the same level into 1 card a tier higher. The system has spotted me flying too low and kicked me up again. As expected of a profession exclusive skill, it is practically tailored to me, and the achievement rewards lean toward raw personal strength. So unless truly cornered, I cannot give this up. With that settled, I check the spoils. The powerful Fireball spell magic book is special, non-wearable, producing 2 Fireball spell scrolls a day, each with basic magic damage 30 plus 5 fixed burning damage per second, that ignores magic defense for 4 seconds. 2 of 2 ready, its description bragging that with it even a fool becomes a mage. The C1 Strategic Commander's gloves take effect just sitting in inventory, granting plus 4 troop attack. Finally something decent, and it turns out the equipment was never the problem, only whether the opponent is strong enough to carry something worth having. I distribute all the plus 2 defense troop equipment and slap the leftover piece onto myself, though I still have no idea how to strengthen my pet, which nags at me. I do not fuse the floating island core, best kept in reserve until I have stock to spare. I set the 2 birch trees beside the large poplars, and with 9 of 10 tree species the mixed tree forest shows nothing, so I wait for the apple tree to sprout before seeing what the grove does. Then comes the last thing I've been waiting on, the watermelon specialty, because in circumstances like these, anything edible is worth craving. To get you, I even gave up boss equipment. I mutter and cast investigation on the seedling. A C-grade large watermelon seedling, producing 1 10-kilogram watermelon every 2 days. Cultivable, sweet, juicy, cooling, thirst-quenching with excellent heat resistance. Current output, 1 of 1, its description begging me not to forget to water it. A lot of water. Plus, 20 prosperity. The effect is shockingly good. Water, a lot of water. I am so poor that water is the one thing I have. The new world tips into extreme weather in a few days, so landing this now is perfect timing, because the system already explained that every extra day you endure under extreme weather earns more resistance, even attribute points, which matters enormously. This battle finished an achievement, upgraded a treasure, and stretched my territory on the side. Equipment, items, specialties, skills, each with its own gain. The windfall too wonderful for words. Maybe because I keep the lights off, no monsters trouble me the rest of the time. A few handfuls of rice settle dinner for Lord Chicken and his wife, and by my count the little girl's takeout should land soon. The extreme weather has not arrived and the current sky does no harm to black soil, so I move it outside, where the Chinese cabbage and chili peppers have already sprouted while the apple seeds sit unmoved. The strawberry seedling's still thriving. I pick 2 strawberries to taste, sweet and sour and delicious, and the 2 girls will surely like them more. The watermelon is harvested too, but I leave it untouched, saving the fruit for when we all meet so I can treat them with it. In my stone house now there is only a bed and the crystal platform beside it, the empty room desolate. While I wait on the food, I check what a fireplace and wardrobe demand. The ordinary primary wardrobe is a no-bonus household item, taking 3 square meters of indoor space and 50 wood for storing clothes and odds and ends. The ordinary primary fireplace is also no bonus, taking 2 square meters and 50 stone and 10 iron, heating and boiling water while burning 1 wood every 2 hours. I cannot build them yet, the material costs simply outrageous. Household items carry no combat value, but survivors lean on them to live, and a few skilled artisans can knock together similar pieces with fewer materials. Though lacking tools, how many decent things can they make in a day without eating or sleeping? If even a fireplace is out of reach, are people supposed to fend off the cold with body heat alone? Forced out of the novice village to face stronger monsters before they ever collect their novice rewards? These are only my guesses, and even if I am right, I cannot change a thing, and maybe the world beyond this region fares better. No one can say. Evening again. After Rang Rang and I eat the takeout Song Yusin made, I carry a portion to Gok Haiyan, and only then do I notice she left me a message too, missed while I was buried in the fight. Turns out her location sits very close to Song Yusin's, and she is already nearing the little girl's island, which suits me fine, since I can scoop them both onto my island at once. The night runs deep, the starless sky leaving everyone more frayed. A cold wind cuts through and I shiver and duck back inside, holding the door and calling Rang Rang and Lord Chicken and his wife to come in and stay, because they understand human speech and have fought at my side, so I count them companions now, and a companion is not left to suffer. I make nests for them out of 2 of my own clothes, then reach out to Ligon saying, "That old man." By necessity, since I am down to 15 wood and 14 stone, and 2 pet nests want 200 units each of stone and wood, which I cannot afford. So since the old man has the craft, I will have him make a dog kennel and a chicken coop. And since he needs water, my spare D-grade mineral water covers payment, plus 2 fish so he has the strength to start fast. I send the message and get nothing back. And maybe older folk turn in early. With the lights off tonight, I should sleep well and recover my noble body. Though on a night this cold, would the two houseless girls catch a chill? Under normal conditions, I can reach them by tomorrow night, the morning after at the latest. The little girl has wood to cook and my quilt for warmth, and as for Ga Kayon, she does have a quilt, but whether she would actually burn wood to stay warm is anyone's guess, and I bet she would not. So I trade her 10 wood, leaving me 5, telling her I have more wood than I know what to do with, and these are to keep her warm tonight. Thinking of Ga Kayon reminds me of the specialty card and blueprint she gave me, but the Twin Tower cannot be built for now and will have to wait, and there is no reason to hold on to the specialty card any longer. I am self-sufficient in food and water now, yet the choice of which specialty to upgrade gives me pause. Upgrading the fish-producing water tank has an obvious result, because even doubled fish output would not touch my water income. It is no exaggeration to call this water well my lifeline. What truly grips me is what happens if my nearly bottomless water resource upgrades again. Whether quantity tips over into quality, and though it is more gamble than certainty, given how the system works, the possibility is real. I will gamble, since a C-grade specialty has no business losing to a D-grade one, and with that net under me, I will not sleep tonight unless I try. The system tells me I have used a specialty card on the D-grade water well and upgraded it to C1, plus 60 prosperity. Water quality has improved a tier, its description asking if I want a drink, promising infinite supply, swearing that even with all my stamina I could never drain it, noting that it accelerates the growth and ripening of plants and plant-type specialties. And a feature, essence extraction, letting me draw water essence from the endless pure water, currently 500 grams of low-tier physique water essence a day. Extractable 500 of 500. The full upgrade keeps stacking surprises on me, and I boast that I called 3/10 of the system's tricks in advance. Shameless, as if the man who was just gambling were someone else. The extraction runs from the Lord's token, collected from the crystal platform once a container is ready, and drinking 500 grams raises physique by 0.2, which is 2 health points. Small as it is, a steady stream is the most comfortable kind, and since it helps my dragon body, I cannot pass it up. So after a long string of gulps, looking at the 32 health points on my interface, I belch. Comfortable. Ready to sleep at last. New World, Day 4, 7:32 in the morning. Daytime, high 32 degrees, cloudy with scattered thunderstorms. Nighttime, low 6 degrees, mind the cold, air quality good. Followed by the system's standing warning that extreme weather is approaching. This extreme weather comes faster and faster, and a night that cold must be brutal on those two women, so I should fire up the floating island core and rush them here. Further down, a new prompt updates. The Lord's log tells me the 3-day protection period has ended, that from now on, every 7 days this region will merge with another, currently 1 day until the merge. Simple content, but the shock lingers, because the more people in the region, the easier it is for me to trade for supplies, which is good news. What worries me most is how many we lost yesterday, and the region channel shows 912 people. In a single day, 21 more dead. The region channel comes alive over it. Someone who cannot understand calls them idiots, saying people are about to die and they will not even ask the heavy hitter for help in the channel. Another agrees, asking whether that scrap of family fortune is worth more than a life. Someone wonders whether they simply could not afford to ask. CO Ire cuts in that everyone can see the channel, that being unable to afford the price and refusing to ask for help are two different things. Someone retorts that since the heavy hitters are doing so well, can they not, as fellow survivors, simply help everyone out? Then Wang Meng asks whether the man above is naive or just clowning, demanding to know why a heavy hitter should help for free, whether his resources fell out of the sky, whether he should spend things he risked his life for to save a stranger, asking if the man is the hitter's son, or simply not awake yet. Wang Meng is one of the few formidable figures in the region, often flaunting his strength and his stash, though his temper runs hot, and his barrage of rhetorical questions leaves nobody brave enough to answer. Rough words, but not rough reasoning. Then Shim Wai, who rarely speaks, weighs in, that the dead may have run out of speaking chances, or died of sickness, or thrown themselves off their islands in despair driven by the lonely night, since there are many roads to death, and he advises everyone not to burn through their chances. Most nod along, because Shim Wai seldom talks but always lands something convincing, and quite a few trust him. Slowly the topic fades, because people forget the deaths of strangers, which is human nature, since when you are barely surviving day to day, how could you spare a thought for anyone else? Instead, the region merge fills the channel, though the survivors clearly took Shimwai's advice and speak sparingly, hoarding at least 2 speaking chances in case danger strikes, and they need the heavy hitter, with O Peng's case as proof. They plainly treat me as their last straw. Gina is thinking along the same lines, except her situation is different, so she only wants an even exchange, not a rescue. The monster island behind her moves at her exact speed, and leaning on her defense tower and cards, she could fight it, but with 3 level 4 monsters at its head, no win comes without paying a price. She has scraped together 4 level 3 cards, her last lifeline, and will not spend them before they have warmed her hands. Yet level 4 monsters are too rare to walk away from, so if she can squeeze something from the heavy hitter to cut her losses, that would be perfect. Her message rings in my friend channel a second time, and since hers was the first alliance formed in this region, I remember her well. She has wide information channels, as Song Yusin told me, though even without that I would have known, since her first warning reaching me ahead of Wang Pyo was proof enough. This time she sends a photo of a monster island with a note, asking whether the heavy hitter is interested in a rare level 4 monster. Then if I handle those 3 level 4 monsters I get first pick of equipment and supplies, or if I help her kill them. She trades me a piece of information instead. Level 4 monsters might be rare to others, but rare to me, when I kill a few a day. Still, judging by her confident tone, information she values at the price of a level 4 monster must be important, so I will hear it out, because I know I am short on information and could easily be missing something vital. I tell her to give me the information first. Gina answers at once, asking whether I know how to upgrade barracks. She understood that every card I sold was a monster unit, so she guessed I might not know, which is why she tested the waters. Could this woman actually know how to upgrade barracks? My shock is hard to measure, and information like that is absolutely worth paying for. I tell her I will trade for it, that I've already sent what she wanted, and that once we clear this wave she tells me every detail. Gina cheers, races to the crystal platform, and without hesitation pulls out the troop cards I traded her. The monsters on them identical to the ones chasing her, and even sensing she may have struck gold, she does not dare get careless. 1, 2, 3, only 3 troop cards. Only after running the probe skill on them does she relax, then break into delight. A level 4 armored goblin card, one-time item, no leadership cost, health 55, attack 10, defense and the rest trailing off, and she crows that she and her sisters will conquer this wave for certain. To produce 3 level 4 cards on the spot stuns her, and just how powerful is this bid shot, simply awesome. She tells me she is generous, that she will handle this wave, and then talk in detail. The Godfall Island chain, also called Godfall Cemetery, is a map shaped like an inverted V, its islands never moving, the smallest over 50 square meters, every monster on them an undead creature whose name begins with Gravekeeper, and the strange thing is they can only be destroyed, never occupied. Because of the word God, Wang Pyo's fixation makes sense, and he even nicknamed it God's Tomb. The deeper you go, the larger the islands and the stronger the monsters, and vision carries so far there because the chain has no fog of war at all. The Alliance can only probe the outermost edges and never reach the deepest reaches, what lies inside anyone's guess. The most dangerous part is that if 3 or more lords strike a single island at once, the adjacent stationary islands rapidly merge, which sank Wang Pyo's heart because the large interior islands would be murder to handle. The mouth of the V is held by core members, the outermost small islands with level 1 and 2 monsters already cleared, and small as they are, they still carry some resources. Compared to survivors who might not meet a monster island for half a day, the Alliance has a real edge, and best of all, these islands never pursue beyond the map, which gives the defeated a chance to abandon their troops and retreat, though a fleeing lord leaves not a single troop behind, and once every troop dies he loses even the right to retreat, and can only fight to the death. From the level 3 islands decent weapons finally appear, and 2 lucky members even pull special upgrade cards, and a level 3 skeleton barracks. Seeing others' rich gains, the rest burn with envy, and it turns out level 3 troops are not as hard as feared, so since they cannot team up they wage a war of attrition. One man beaten, the next striking instantly, islands toppling one after another. Once every level 3 island is gone and larger ones loom ahead, they settle down knowing it is time for their leader to scout, and Wang Pyo, savoring his subordinates' respect, goes first to take the risk. The level 4 islands are no longer empty, all carrying something good, specialties or special buildings, so destroying or occupying them is sure profit, but the prizes being richer, the level 4 monsters run more than a single tier above level 3s. Among the 40+ core members only Wang Pyo can manage them, so progress crawls. His troop loss is heavy, which is where the enriched member's support shows. Because without it, where would he find resources to recruit? And without recruiting, how would he uncover the hidden secret of upgrading barracks? With this steady recruitment, his own finally reached level 3, and he passes the secret to his 2 vice leaders, never knowing it reached Gina the same instant. With level 3 troops given his control and equipment, he faces no pressure against level 4 islands. Wave after wave of wins, swelling his strength. The food and daily goods he drops benefit the core members too. Basic stamina potions, mana potions, strategic skeleton remnants with +2 attack, longbows and battle axes, and watching their leaders display the members go wild. These can be exchanged for alliance contribution, but how long would that take? And nothing feels as good as taking them yourself. So even though Wang Pyo warns they cannot beat the level 4 islands, with no risk to life, trying their luck becomes everyone's shared desire, the requests to fight never stopping. 4 level 4 islands still block the road, and behind them the outlines of 2 nearly 300 square meter islands already show. By yesterday afternoon, the relentless battles have left Wang Pyo wrung out body and mind, his subordinates competent in backing him hard, so it's only fair to hand them a chance while he rests rather than acting himself. But he does not forget to order that, to keep the level 4 islands from merging, at most 2 people may strike each island, and uneasy even then, He has his vice leader Jiang Riang keep watch. Then he tells Jiang Riang that the woman who contacted him, the one claiming she had endured enough of her lord's torment and wanted to join, should be handed equipment, and as long as she kills that lord and brings back the barracks, the Alliance covers her food and drink from now on, and to have Dang Wai fetch in a level 2 barracks besides. Wang Pyo's sudden hunger for barracks tells Jiang Riang at once that he is preparing to upgrade to level 4 barracks. Jiang Riang says he understands, and Wang Pyo goes to rest, no one disobeying the leader, the Alliance brimming with confidence after clearing the level 3 islands. When the soldiers are evenly matched, no one believes anyone else is better than himself, so whoever fails is plainly the lesser man. Out of 40 plus members, nearly 30 take action, and by nightfall not one of the 4 islands has fallen, and only then do they believe people truly differ, that the spoils will have to wait for the boss to act in person. They settle down, never realizing this wave after wave of defeat has frozen Wang Pyo's whole campaign through their own doing, because nobody knew the troops they abandoned or lost in battle had, in one night, transformed into skeleton soldiers on the monster islands, and even gained a level, each level 4 island averaging nearly 80 new level 3 skeleton soldiers. When Wang Pyo wakes, his first message asks Jiang Riang whether Dang Wei and the girl succeeded. Jiang Riang says they did, that she is on an ally's island now, that without lord status she can only keep being someone's follower, that the supplies are with him, and that as for Dang Wei, with his ability and special equipment killing a man silently is no surprise, and he will mail the items over now. Wang Pyo looks at the 2 level 2 pikeman barracks his vice leader traded over, and his heart rate climbs, because if nothing goes wrong he can recruit level 4 troops today and push to the level 5 island. He asks whether the level 4 islands are all down, and Jiang Riang says just as the boss called it, they all overestimate themselves, and not a single island fell. Wang Pyo says if he does not let them hit a wall, how will they learn it hurts, that only here at the Divine Tomb did they get a chance to escape, and outside, daring to fight this recklessly, he might actually respect them. Jiang Riang notes a few smart ones never joined in. Wang Pyo says that proves nothing yet, that after he upgrades the barracks the 2 of them can decide who goes to the island with him, and as for the girl, Jiang Riang can keep her for warming a bed. Jiang Riang thanks him and says he will send Dang Wai along instead, and Wang Pyo nods, because Jiang Riang reads advance and retreat well even if he commands troops worse than Dang Wai. Ending that, Wang Pyo activates his advanced scouting skill, the scouting glasses, special equipment with a certain chance to reveal hidden information and attributes of items below high grade. If the earlier barracks upgrade was an accident, with these glasses the accident is no longer an accident. When he merges the 2 level 2 barracks into a level 3, a hidden line invisible to outsiders surfaces in his eyes. A level 3 pikeman barracks with an advancement condition of 1 out of 1,000 resource conscriptions. No matter, by the rule that same type, same level barracks merge to upgrade, he happens to hold 2 level 3 barracks, so one more merge gives him a solid level 4. He thinks it, he does it. The system asks whether he is sure he wants to merge 2 level 3 pikeman barracks. He confirms, a golden light flashes, and he checks his new barracks at once. A C1 level 3 pikeman barracks, recruiting 3 level 3 pikemen daily, able to spend 10 wood, 10 stone, 500 grams of rations and 500 grams of clear water for resource conscription, advancement condition 0 out of 1,000 resource conscriptions. C1 level. His mood gallops like 10,000 horses, and he mutters that he knew it, that the system would never let people exploit a loophole this simple, admitting he oversimplified it. Still, he is confident he can swallow this setback, since once he dismantles the Divine Tomb, he refuses to believe he will not pull out good things. And a level 4 Tomb Keeper island, even without level 4 troops, is no problem for him. The level 5 island after it able to wait, since it is only 1,000 resource troops. So he composes himself and messages his 2 vice leaders that the level 3 troop upgrade failed, that barracks level 4 and above can only be upgraded through resource conscription, with no shortcut, not to spread the news, and that Dang Wai will go to the island with him next to kill monsters. Gina, tallying her spoils, gets a string of beeps in her friend messages, and thinking it is the anxious boss, she finds it as Dang Wai instead, calling her auntie, adding to the secret he gave her before, that merging level 3 and above can only be upgraded by resource conscription. No shortcut, not to spread it. Fewer than 3 people knowing in total. She says he is really something, asks why he does not marry his auntie since everything Xiong Yu has, she has too. Dang Wei tells her to get lost and talk properly, that he is warning her to watch that long-legged Song Yu for him, and let no one touch her. Gina is used to chatting with him like this, similar in age and close even before all this. Their bond only thicker after meeting again. She tells him if you just hand people more benefits, what girl can you not get? So does she really need to babysit Song Yu for him? Look at him. So promising. Dang Wai answers that the problem is he is broke now and cannot even recruit enough troops, so where would he find resources to flirt with girls? She asks what happened, and he says he got screwed, the truly miserable kind, asking whether she has ever seen a 150 square meter territory crammed with 80 or 90 monsters, and that any later, and she would have lost a nephew, then pours out the whole thing, following Wang Pyo to attack the level 4 island. Gina listens with her heart trembling and comforts him that supplies are easy, his auntie can support him. But did Wang Pyo not compensate him? Dang Wai says he is a grown man, that taking her things would be shameful, and hand her ammunition to mock him, and when she protests she is not that kind. He says he does not believe a word, then adds there was some compensation. All troop equipment, since strategic gear and supplies were off the table. Because Wang Pyo is rushing his level 4 barracks and cannot fill his own gaps. And besides, Plenty took heavy losses and got nothing, so he only got his because his ruin came from following the leader. Wang Pyo never dreamed his right-hand vice leader was someone else's nephew. Gina's haul this time is a great success. One strategic accessory is an earring granting +2 spirit, set with 2 beautiful rubies, the kind she would normally keep, but given the circumstances she decides against it, because as a master archer without even an archer unit, her professional skills are dead weight, so spirit boosting equipment will not help anytime soon. And trading it for something useful is the real deal. To maximize it, she naturally has to trade with a big shot, since that guy carries too many valuable items and keeping contact with him is never a loss. In resources she pulls 51 stone, 3 planks, 2,400 grams of millet, 2,600 grams of rations, 2,220 grams of clear water, 500 grams of fine salt, 1 large sunshade umbrella, and 1 kitchen knife. Ultimately, it was Dang Wai's information that won her this windfall, and in this world, how could anyone manage without soldiers, since all jokes aside, safety comes first. So she sends Dang Wai a trade with all the rations, clear water and stone she gained, and after much deliberation throws in a level 4 card she had saved, keeping only food and daily necessities for herself. A new day begins, and once I leave the regional channel I get busy again. First firing up the floating island core and tearing towards Song Yusin's location. The output of the sail tree and gold-generating stones still fed back as upgrade experience. By now the apple seeds, nursed by both black soil and the water well, have sprouted, so I move them straight into the mixed tree forest. A notification tells me my D-grade mixed tree saplings have upgraded to a C1 mixed tree forest, an immature grove of 16 trees, 3 mature 10 varieties, its next advancement needing 10 of 20. The more area it holds, the richer the varieties and greater the harvest. Current output 6 of 6 wood plus weeds. Its description saying it has grown a little, and that once mature it will give not just wood but mushrooms, and even surprises. Plus, 40 prosperity. The output already lives up to the name, and I have a hunch that managed well, this grove might rival the water well itself. Back at the barracks I turn a Minotaur warrior into a card, then spend the freed leadership recruiting free units. 1 level 3 pikeman card, 11 level 2 skeleton soldier cards, and finally a Minotaur warrior, and my forces are whole again, with 4 fireball spell cards and 1 ice cone spell card left. After drinking today's low-grade water essence, my physique rises another 0.2, so without equipment my own health sits at 34, and since this is my lord attribute, my troops benefit too. If I keep living, my health will be sky high. I cannot be bothered with the other specialties, since I will wait until the 2 women reach the island so they have something to do, and my island being a mess is exactly why I held off reconstructing it, waiting for their advice, since each is more capable than me. Because as a leader, why waste energy on trivial chores? The way the saying goes, if there is work, the secretary does it. And if there is no work, do the secret. Damn it, I am a decent man. I'd better rein those thoughts in. Strange, maybe being single too long has my thoughts starting to slip. The weather darkens further, the forecast thunderstorms surely near. And rain is a good thing, since it temporarily solves many people's water problems, though the downside is just as plain, because plenty have nowhere to shelter and who knows how many fall sick because of it, and I am powerless over it, taking care of my own people being my greatest effort. While I coordinate with the 2 women, their islands closing on each other, Gina's message arrives, and being sharp she knows what the big shot needs, and skips the pleasantries, telling me the way to upgrade barracks is through resource conscription, especially for barracks above level 4, begging me not to spread the news yet, because too few people know and it cannot withstand scrutiny, and her people would be in danger then. Damn it, could this woman be a schemer? I am just lamenting it when Gina, as if reading my suspicion, hurries to explain that the man is her nephew, that he is good at controlling soldiers and happened to catch someone's eye, so it is not strange for him to slip his auntie a secret. I realize I misread her and reply that she should not worry, that since it is not a secret I dug up myself and she has asked, I will not make trouble for her. I think we are, even. But then her message comes again, a screenshot with a note. A D-grade ruby earring accessory, rare strategic equipment, plus 2 spirit, its attributes applying to the whole army, taking effect just sitting in inventory. I understand the stats, and a D-grade piece rating as rare is probably entirely because it is an accessory. It would be a waste rotting in inventory, and the earrings are pretty, so girls would surely love them. except with 2 women arriving at once. How do they split it? Because it is rare, I find it hard to price, so I reply that it is a nice item and ask how she means to fleece me. To my surprise, she trades the equipment straight over the moment I finish, telling me soldier cards, my call. Cunning as she is, her sincerity is undeniable. I cannot pass on spirit-boosting equipment, but the problem is I have no resources to conscript soldiers and mint cards right now, and I have not even repaid yesterday's loan. Before I can figure out a reply, she trades over 5 pumpkin seeds that resist extreme weather and ripen fast, saying she knows I have black soil and will not sell it. So here are seeds, and when the gourds ripen, can I share some, since strawberries are not filling and they are sour, and planting so many wastes black soil. Her double strike leaves me bewildered, since she and I are not close. So what is she playing at? Another woman unafraid I will cheat her. I tell her to wait, that we have not even discussed prices, and she keeps sending things, putting me in a very passive spot. Gina replies that passive people are the happy ones, that she congratulates the big shot first, that she knows I am buried in debt so there is no rush on the cards, but that if she hits danger, I cannot just watch her die to keep my treasure. After that, she ignores my replies, which leaves me, a man who hates owing favors, thoroughly uncomfortable. And worse, I am genuinely poor now, even my steadiest income, water. Temporarily cut off by the weather. Just then another message lands, and I see someone is looking for me in the regional channel, so I check fast. Oh, Munryong tags me, calling me Big Boss, saying someone is trying to kill him, then drops his screenshot, and seeing it I get angry, because it is the Mutual Aid Alliance again. What is wrong with them? Since right now everyone is fighting just to survive the extreme weather, why are they still hunting people? Are they not cutting off my own future fortune? I ask whether he offended them. Oh, Munryong says no, that the man simply saw his island and gave chase, that he is not as fast and cannot escape, begging me to save him, that all the man's stuff is mine. I tell him fine, so he is ignoring what I said, challenging me, looking for death, and I will grant it. I posted in the regional channel, the meaning plain, but the real culprit does not even show his face. With the channel's message limit, I add Oh Munryong as a friend to strip the restrictions, and ask whether 7 level 3 soldier cards are enough. He says enough, more than enough, that if he cannot kill the man with these, he will jump off his island. Seeing his resolve, I say nothing more and trade the cards over. The rain comes fast, survivors either scrambling to collect it or scheming any way to dodge it. The once lively regional channel finally losing its heat now that everyone is in trouble. Another, oh, and this meddling idiot again, Wang Pio curses as he sees me jump out once more. Admitting his mistake that knowing the merged barracks could no longer upgrade, he forgot to retract the order to seize other people's barracks. But this time the attacker is his loyal, absolutely obedient subordinate, and if not for the cap of 2 vice leaders, Wang Wu, with a superb control and a special piece of equipment that jams others' messages, would surely be a vice leader himself. Since Wang Wu can beat the man and knows it strengthens the alliance, neither subordinate nor leader will let the chance go. And all Wang Pio can do is back him, because if morale crumbles, how does he lead the team? The most infuriating thing is me, slapping his face over and over until his anger surges, and he snaps that I must think him made of mud, daring me to do something about his challenge. Then he tells Wang Wu to ignore the idiot shouting, that he will send supplies to go snuff out my arrogance and see what I use to show off later. His thinking clear, that if my image shatters this time, rebuilding a reputation this trustworthy will not come easy. He initiates a trade with Wang Wu, who receives the support just before their islands connect, and overjoyed, runs to the crystal platform to check. He obtains Troop Battle Blade with +2 attack times 12, Battle Armor with +2 defense times 12, Strategic Skeleton Remnant Armor giving troops +2 attack, and 1 rare Greater Healing Spell scroll. Wang Pio invested heavily, and though Wang Wu knows he is being used as a pawn, looking at the support he feels only gratitude, telling the boss he will return the strategic equipment once he is done. Following a boss like that, anything said would be superfluous. The 2 islands finally connect, and as expected troops pour out to face each other, and with both sides on level 2 soldiers, Oh Munryong's troops, even with troop and strategic equipment bonuses, are unremarkable. A level 2 pikeman reading health 8, attack 5+2, magic defense 0, speed 1, Wang Wu is far stronger. Because beyond his boss's gear, he already carries a strategic belt with +2 stamina and a full set of troop shield equipment with +2 defense. So after every buff his level 2 pikeman reads, health 8+20, attack 5+2+2, putting him on par with level 3 soldiers. By the attack and defense math, his troops deal 6 damage a hit, basically wiping Oh Munryong's troops in 2 strikes, while Oh Munryong's attacks scrape only 1 or 2 off him, and they are the same tier of soldier. The instant the battle opens, Oh Munryong is stunned, because just as I warned, in a crushing rout troop control means nothing. He regrets it bitterly, wishing he had rushed them all at once if only to shield the higher-tier soldiers, since he had thought even a losing army could trade away some of the enemy's force. But after 2 rounds, every soldier of his is dead, his earlier defiance leading straight to ruin. Wang Wu weathers his 2 defense towers without strain, pulling his troops out of range the moment they near death, and slotting fuller health ones into the front. Control as smooth as flowing water, even more skillful than mime. This freak. Luckily, Manryong keeps his wits and knows he cannot let Wang Wu keep dismantling the towers, so he unleashes all 7 soldier cards I gave him. And Wang Wu, seeing them, relaxes, because he was waiting on the big boss's reinforcements, and with his buffs, beating them will be easy. He commands his soldiers to endure the level 3 goblins' pressure and force the defense towers down, since those things have defense-ignoring attacks and must fall early. When a crushing victory turns into an even fight, troop control suddenly matters enormously. Manryong watches Wang Wu pull soldiers out with a sliver of health, and before he can order a pursuit, the enemy's full-health soldiers already hold the front, and he panics, knowing defeat means only death, his earlier confidence a joke. He does not want to die, so he has to call for help again, because a defender's edge is not only having defense towers, but being able to guard the crystal platform and keep calling for aid. He believes the big boss will save him, since after losing this much the boss needs to recoup, and certainly would not let the prestige he just built take damage, and that alliance man beating him down must be carrying good stuff. All the more reason to make the big boss invest. Surprisingly, Manryong, who is no great hand at troop control, still grasps the situation with perfect clarity. What Manryong hates most right now is that the system has no voice chat, because otherwise the boss would hear his desperate screaming and maybe save him faster. He keeps begging the big player for help anyway, careful even in his panic to keep insisting the only reason he cannot win is that his opponent is buried in treasures. Meanwhile, out here, the rain falls and I have nothing to do, so I am lying in bed playing on my lord's token, grumbling about the floating island fortune we were all supposed to make, since I am dirt poor, deep in debt, and now this idiot has screwed me over again by burning a wave of soldier cards I was saving to pay people back. I file him under unreliable. Still, angry as I am, he has a point, because if I do not recoup some of my costs, my whole opening investment turns into a clean loss. And worse, if he dies, who keeps respecting my no-killing rule afterward? I hold 1 level 5 armored Minotaur warrior card, 3 level 4 armored goblin cards, 11 level 2 skeleton soldier cards, and 1 level 3 pikeman card, and running the numbers, 7 level 3 soldiers will not hold the line, 3 level 4 will likely fall too, and only level 5 can guarantee the win. Then a better idea surfaces. The kind that makes even crooked types swallow their crooked thoughts, because I do not have time to chase every rat across the map when that time kills more bosses. Upgrading the barracks eats conscription resources I will never afford alone, which means my whole plan of hiding my strength was quietly defeating itself this entire time. What if I let the masses fund my barracks? The people who owe me paying like members, only they getting my soldier cards at the lowest price, and even then in limited numbers, because a level 5 rare soldier card, who on Blue Star turns that down. Helping my brothers while doing even better myself. That is the realm I chase. I relax. I will handle Manryong's opponent first, then once my girls reach the island we can brainstorm the pricing together, give them the sense of taking part, the kind of thing that builds family harmony. I message him that I am sending 2 more level 5 soldier cards, and if he still cannot win after that, he is welcome to walk off the edge of his island and die. While I was lost in thought, both of his arrow towers got smashed in turn, and his Lord's skill, Troop Frenzy, was fully cancelled by Wang Wu's Lord's skill, Swamp Mire. Wang Wu leaves only 5 soldiers guarding his rear against any level 3 soldiers crawling out of the mire, while he trails his own battered troops straight for Manryong, because the moment he kills the main general the fight is over. Manryong leans against his crystal platform, face pale, shaking, certain the boss has given up on him. Then the trade request from me lands, and to him the notification sounds like music from heaven, his hand already lunging for the crystal platform before the chime even finishes. 2 soldier cards are in his palm when he pulls his hand back, and he flings them out without even looking. Wang Wu's heart skips, every nerve snapping to attention, and his caution is justified, because this little brat really did have a backup. When the cards hit the ground and unfold into 2 level 5 monsters, he nearly wets himself, and without thinking he burns the great healing scroll he had been hoarding, snapping most of his half-dead troops back to full health. None of it matters against level 5 rare soldiers, whose raw stats alone bury every equipment bonus he owns. I read the panel like a man counting money. The armored Minotaur warrior is a level 5 rare troop, health 100, attack 15 plus 2, defense 8 plus 2, magic resistance 5, with a troop skill of Fearless Charge that deals double damage and knocks the enemy back, and Heavy Blow that deals double damage while silencing and interrupting spells. Its special skill is the part that makes me grin, because when a unit hit by fearless charge then takes a heavy blow, the damage stacks and doubles again. Wang Wu's attacks cannot even crack the Minotaur's defense, while a single Minotaur strike, after subtracting his defense, still lands 10 base damage. And that is just a plain swing. Wang Wu screams to the big player that the enemy has level 5 soldiers. No time to send the full picture, his only hope now to reach Omunryong and put him down first. But before the big player can finish typing, the Minotaur, with nobody commanding it, clocks the dense cluster of enemies, lowers its head, and opens with fearless charge, a string of double damage hits knocking the packed enemies into a heap. Heavy blow following on top, and when the dust settles not one is standing. Wang Wu, tucked safely in the middle of his own troops, was the unluckiest of all, cornered by the charge before he could run, and after the heavy blow this veteran troop controller never gets back up. Wang Pyo is still typing his question about what kind of level 5 soldiers when his message fails to send, and Wang Wu is simply dead. He slumps into his chair wailing that the idiot actually had level 5 soldiers, then shoots upright because he has finally done the math on himself. He cannot beat me anymore. I have his man's positioning star, and putting himself in my shoes there is no chance I let him walk. The lost equipment and subordinates sting, but next to his own life they are nothing, so he has to save himself. Once his panic settles, Wang Pyo talks himself partway back from the ledge, telling himself even if I have level 5 soldiers there cannot be that many, that he refuses to believe I can mass produce them. That does not change the chance I come hunting him though, so since nobody can kill him directly, he decides to pile monsters on me until I die. With my greed, he is sure I cannot resist a divine tomb, and if he baits me onto a level 4 floating island, I die either to the monsters or to him on my retreat, which is how you erase a future threat for good. Sooner is better than later, so he sends me a message swearing none of it is his fault, that I should just punish the ones who would not listen, claiming he was off treasure hunting in some secret realm with no time to babysit these unruly brats. I almost cannot be bothered to answer, since who does he think he is fooling? But the part about treasure hunting in a secret realm catches me, because how does all the good stuff keep getting found by these people first? And just who is the protagonist here? I play along, telling him a master is a busy man, that since some people would not listen I dealt with them, which the master surely will not mind. He is practically steaming, forced to act fine, agreeing that anyone who disobeys the boss deserves it, that we are all survivors, that the few in this area dared to kill and forgot the whole point of the mutual aid alliance, and that he would never have let them off either. I close it out flat and decide not to engage, because why chew on someone whose intentions are this murky, since only the tangible matters in Omunryong's loot is still waiting for me to claim. Wang Pyo is not satisfied with my reply, and wonders whether I missed his real point, so he provokes me again, sending 4 images without comment. A name, Godfall Cemetery, the location of an island chain, the monsters squatting on the island, and a distant shot of a level 4 floating island. He has confirmed I have no immediate plans to move on him, but his scheme to bait me has not stopped for a second. He tells me he hardly needs to explain a word like Godfall, that honestly he cannot crack that level 4 island anymore, and that handing me the location should be sincerity enough. I never imagined this master would be so generous as to gift me his treasure spot outright, and the name Godfall Cemetery sets my heart pounding. He must figure that since I have him cornered, throwing me the location proactively is how he buys his way clear. Fine, but now that he has dragged me in, whether anyone gets it is no longer up to them. I tell him that since the master is so sincere, I will not hold a grudge, and we can consider the matter closed. His face changes the instant he reads it, because that line tells him the sneaky bastard never meant to let him go, that every earlier assumption of mine standing down was his own wishful thinking. So since I was never going to make things easy for him, he will trap me to my death and feel not 1 ounce of guilt, signing off swearing he will keep his subordinates in line and wishing me a resounding victory and a wagon of treasures. Grown man, and he cannot even get the phrase right, so I correct him that it is many treasures, and he patiently fixes it and wishes me many treasures. I head to the crystal platform to collect the spoils. Omunryong mailed over, confident that with video proof, the positioning star in hand, and the dread of my level 5 soldiers, this kid would not dare skim a thing. The haul is unexpectedly rich, enough to make me crow that I struck it big. 12 troop battle sabers and 12 sets of armor, 4 pieces of D-grade strategic equipment and a skeleton remnant armor, a demonic bone battle saber, and a heavy armor belt, 2D 3-grade specialties and a sail tree and a gold generating stone, plus a D-grade specialty bamboo and refined salt, 185 blocks of wood, 90 of stone, 1,000 grams of cured meat, 1,000 grams of military rations, a shovel, and a fruit knife. Supplies, tools, troop gear, strategic equipment. The more the better, and all of it I keep for myself. The functional specialties are the real prize. My sail tree pushes to C1 grade, hitting 16 kilometers an hour and producing 6 blocks of wood and 2 planks a day, while the gold-generating stone climbs to C2 grade, pulling 8 blocks of stone and 3 pieces of iron daily. The 2 brand new specialties matter most for plain survival. The D-grade refined salt making 500 grams every 2 days. Its little tagline telling me that life only has flavor with it. And the D-grade bamboo growing 2 stalks a day and 500 grams of shoots. It grows very fast. Bamboo counts as a kind of mixed tree near enough, so I filed the 2 with the rest of the trees. And the system rewards my creative bookkeeping with a prompt that it detected a high-grade crop absorbed into my mixed tree forest, which is upgraded. Now it is a C2 grade specialty mixed tree forest, still immature. 18 trees with 5 matured. 11 species, 11 of 20 for the next advancement. Able to keep growing and richer the more ground it covers. The derived weeds have evolved into pasture, wildflowers have sprouted, and the daily output is 6 of 6 wood plus 300 grams of shoots. Its description chirping that it has grown a little and once mature will yield not only wood and shoots but mushrooms and even surprises, kicking my territory prosperity up by 60. My goodness, you can even play it like this. I thought I had lost a specialty, but instead of losing output, the tree line upgraded, which means in the future, maybe, something I cannot quite grasp the shape of yet. I let it go and finish sorting what I need. After that, I send Munryong back his level 2 pikeman barracks, 10 of the +2 defense troop shields, his leftover food and rations, his clean water and assorted daily necessities, so the man did not work for nothing. He nearly died and still walked away with his territory expanded by 28 square meters free, so he is more than satisfied and would not dream of pocketing an item of mine. He never imagined the boss would not only save him but split the spoils, since the barracks and troop gear alone bump his strength the whole notch. Most important of all, once he stockpiles enough resources, he can buy level 5 cards at the best price going forward, which to him reads as never fearing a strong enemy again, maybe even wishing for one, because the scraps falling through his fingers after the boss takes the lion's share are plenty. A whole new road to getting rich. He is still glowing when a stranger sends him a friend request, a man named Seo Ire, one of the loud regulars on the regional channel. Curious, Munryong accepts, and Seo Ire opens by asking whether he is still secretly clinging to life. Swallowing the rudeness, Munryong asks what he means by secretly alive, that he is doing fine, and wants to know if that bothers him. Seo Ire ignores the hostility and asks whether the big player saved him, and he is taking it for granted. Whether it would have killed him to shout his thanks in the regional channel. Munryong fires back that the big player got the spoils too, so what is the point, and what does it have to do with him? Seo Ire answers that if there were no spoils, nobody helps for free, crude but true, and keeps going. That boosting the big player's prestige costs nothing, that even if the big player says nothing, being on familiar terms is worth something. And as for his own stake, he admits with a chuckle it is purely to get himself seen. The man has clearly tasted that sweetness before, throwing himself this hard into something that has nothing to do with him, which only proves he works people well, and with no monsters to kill he is bored half to death anyway. Munryong, though, finds himself agreeing deeply, because he really did receive favors from me, the spoils in hand and the promise of cheap level 5 cards a long-term plan, and he nearly misjudged a kind heart and blamed a good man. Feeling guilty, he decides to hand Seo Ire a tiny sliver of the spoils as thanks, then pauses to wonder whether 10 grams of salt is too much. On the regional channel, Munryong posts his thanks for being saved, and that one sentence lights the channel up again, the big player proving once more by sheer strength that killing in this region is not allowed. The ones with ugly motives hate me, but most still hope a big player like me sticks around forever. And it proves Seo Ire was not just talking, since the instant the subject is me he is right there in the thread. His message follows on the heels of Munryong's, warning anyone thinking of robbing and killing to weigh the consequences. Painting the whole story at a glance, someone insisting on killing, angering the peace-loving big player, and bringing ruin on themselves, never living to tell it. This world never runs short of bandwagon riders, and Seo Ire starts another wave, the people hoping to befriend me copying and forwarding because it costs nothing. I see exactly what Seo Ire is doing, and this time I give him nothing but one line, which is enough to make him feel like he hit the jackpot all over again. I tell him the same thing I told Munryong, that I have level 5 soldier cards and will sell them to anyone who needs them at the lowest price in exchange for resources. My sweetheart pings me, asking her uncle whether he got anything good, and I tell her the haul was rich, and I will say more when I pick her up. I am long used to Song Yusin's pattern by now, calling me older brother when she wants something, and uncle when we are just chatting, so I tell her to wrap up warm and not catch a chill, that I should reach her by afternoon. She is surprised it got so fast, having figured it would be tonight, and I tell her older brother is worried she will get sick and is in a hurry. that I installed a floating island core and at least doubled my speed. She has never even heard of a floating island core and warns me, half serious, not to lie to her, since she is not well read. I tell her I would not lie, that she overthinks everything, and I have a task for her. To ask the survivors who borrowed my stone whether they want a membership, since members buy my soldier cards at the lowest price. Then I trade her all 11 level 2 skeleton soldier cards and the 1 level 3 pikeman card to handle survivors who urgently need cards, and I forward both her and my other girl the whole idea of selling cards to stockpile resources fast, along with the pricing question, because these brain-frying problems are exactly my sweetheart's department. I never once mention upgrading the barracks, which only proves how reliable my character is. When they learn I can sell up to level 5 soldiers, their shock is easy to picture. The two sure they understood me by now, only to find I am casually planning to put level 5 troops on the open market. Both verdicts come back identical, that nobody refuses such a good thing except the utterly broke. And it is true, no one is foolish enough to pass up cheap cards long term for a small price. As for whether I care, as long as the resources people pay outweigh what conscription costs me, whatever tier they want I sell as many as they buy. They gain strength, I gain real benefit. True win-win. The rain thins and stops in an instant, the washed air startlingly fresh, almost sweet. I am greedily breathing it in when a notification lands telling me an unknown floating island force has entered my view, and to stay alert, and my first read is that this island is not a goblin one. With my 40-meter line of sight, this is only the second time I have ever met a monster that does not actively attack, and I cannot let it slip when the wind pays this large, not even counting the fog or the spoils, since the leadership boost alone is reason enough. The other island has no obvious objects on it, yet its speed is second only to my own full-tilt drift, which makes me guess it carries something like a floating island core, near impossible to catch on speed alone. Let me see what you are first. I sweep an eye of oversight across the other side, and this 15 square meter floating island, named Barbarian's Hunting Team, lays itself bare to me. 10 barbarians in total. Ordinary island, but the creatures wear different faces, plainly unaware they have been spotted, going about their own business instead of standing there blank like soldiers with no enemy in sight. The part that surprises me is the campfire where 2 sheep sit tied up and waiting to be slaughtered. Barbarians? Humans? No, not quite. They only look very much like humans. I only piece it together when I investigate these level 3 barbarians a second time. They fall under the Barbarian King, Gale Branch, Chasing Wind Tribe, Hunter Squad number 2, each a level 3 barbarian with health 18, attack 6, defense 3, magic defense 2, carrying a passive hunting talent that marks them as master hunters with bonus damage against animal-type creatures, and the ability to capture and tame. Their description calls them an intelligent race, humans not fully evolved, simple-minded, capable of simple communication. The grand title feels a little inflated, which probably just proves how strong the Barbarian King is, and that this squad number 2 is the neglected bunch. Then the sheep they caught read as fluffy milk mountain goats, high-grade livestock, raisable in captivity, producing abundant nutritious milk, delicious meat, and rich fleece, eating well and growing fast. Communicate or not, now that I have seen them, this fight is even less avoidable, and looking at their stats I am practically drooling, because these goats are treasures from head to tail, everything a survivor desperately needs poured into one animal, their value beyond words. 10 level 3 barbarians are pure cannon fodder, and with goats like these dangling in front of me, I attack without a second of hesitation. As my island closes in, the barbarians startle, take one look at the strength rolling toward them, shriek, and try to flee, but their speed is no match for mine, and it is all for nothing. The instant the islands connect, the system tells me I have launched an active attack on the Barbarian Hunter Squad and cannot return to my territory until the battle ends. Since the win is mine, I do not rush, and I notice the difference, because when I first attacked the Minotaur troops' island, the system said the fight would only end on total annihilation, while this time the wording is different, maybe because the enemy is an intelligent creature. Never mind, fighting is my only option anyway. Just as my 10 Minotaur warriors line up to swing, an unexpected prompt arrives, telling me the barbarians fear my might and request to surrender and become my subjects, asking whether I agree. If these were mindless troops I would have wiped them without a thought, but they never provoked me, they are poor, and now they are simply surrendering, so killing them is pointless. And besides, I want to see what a subordinate race is actually like. I confirm yes, smug enough to blurt out loud how awesome I am. The battle over before it even began. The system confirms the win. Leadership +1 to 12, mist cover +1 to 2 square meters, and 1 of 100 advancement experience toward the Beacon of the Night. Then it unlocks the subordinate faction feature, the 10 barbarians now my subjects, telling me to freely assign them assets and tasks, warning that excessive acquisition and overly hard tasks breed resistance and even rebellion. It tells me to set their island's direction, speed, and distance from mine, that food and water and daily necessities raise their happiness, and the rest is for me to discover on my own. A race I can assign tasks to, basically an extra troop type that fights for me without burning leadership. Still, raising them is nothing like raising troops, since they eat a mountain of resources, and if they're counting level 3 strength they are useless to me right now, though I sense a subordinate faction is good for more than this. Otherwise the system would not have bothered. Their panel reads, "Trust in Lord 60, with enough food but short on clean water, clothing, building materials, nutrition, and a long list more," which is when I finally understand why they surrendered so fast, treating me as a lifeline. The only reason they are not short on food is those 2 sheep, and the last thing on Blue Star I will do is lead the sheep with them, because those goats are far more precious in my eyes. And if these guys butcher them for meat, I will have nowhere left to cry. I have no confidence I will ever stumble onto livestock this good again. I park the barbarians' island closest to my mixed tree forest specialty and lock their speed to mine. Then, curious what excessive acquisition triggers, I take their temporary food, just enough to learn something, and the barbarians, meek and submissive a second ago, instantly get agitated, their trust dropping to 55. Luckily their leader, Ada, roars them back down, and I smile because this one is clearly the smarter of the bunch, which means future dealings go easier. So that is what excessive acquisition does, and if my Minotaur warriors had not been standing right there, these guys might have rebelled outright. Fair enough, since if you were barely surviving, why would you follow a lord like me? I point at the wooden buckets and basins they use for water, and tell Ada to bring those and follow, and this is where intelligent creatures earn their keep. Because simple communication works, and the fewer and simpler the words, the better they grasp it. The subordinate island answers to me, so with the territories joined I lead the way and the barbarians come swaying behind. I will not carry their things over, at most letting them collect it themselves, and having taken their sheep I plan to make it up another way, even as my hope of stockpiling riverfish dies all over again. The barbarians take enough riverfish to fill their stomachs for now, drink their fill of well water, and their trust ticks to 58. Plainly feeling what they got does not quite cover what they lost. My days free of food worries go tight again, but it is temporary, the kind of thing that passes if I endure, because once the sheep multiply can the good days be far behind. Next to a small hardship like this, it is completely worth it. My confidence rides entirely on the fluffy Gary goats eating well and growing fast. Pasture has already evolved inside my mixed tree forest. My well water works wonders on plant growth, and if I fold in the properties of the black soil, that pasture turns ferociously potent, which has to make the goats grow fast. Goat milk, goat wool, goat meat, surely more than enough to eat. I have accidentally built myself an entire industry chain. Everyone else is fighting over their next meal while I am already cultivating my own follower forces. And if there is no return on this, I will personally go wreck their barbarian king. I keep the goats on my island, tear a sleeve off the old clothes I use for Rang Rang's nest, twist 2 crude cloth ropes, and tie them to a defense tower with fresh water and weeds to feed on. Leaving them loose would not do, since if they chew my watermelon seedlings or gnaw the saplings in the tree line that is real trouble, but being livestock they will not resist too hard. The pasture is still too sparse for them, though Song Yusin's specialty hands me another patch of black soil tomorrow, so grain and weeds carry them through the early days. Looks like I still need a goat pen. I flip to the build page, see the absurdly expensive livestock pens, think of the old man who was good with his hands and wonder why he never answered when I asked about a custom pet nest. So I decide to ask again, even a higher price not unacceptable. Drifting on towards Song Yusi's island, I check the regional channel and find over 1,000 messages, most of them sour because the rain brought not only useful water but the survivors' panic. A heavy downpour during a hot day is one thing, but the thought of that same rain on a dark cold night is enough to drive a person to despair. There are people showing off too, usually with an angle, generally hunting for someone of the opposite sex to make a follower, and the tactic works unsettlingly well. Nobody mistakes what they mean, yet there are always some who, even with survival on the line, flutter toward it like moths for the sake of a full stomach. The sorrow and helplessness of the weak, one willing to strike and the other willing to be struck, and not even a god could step between them. People in the Women's Legion and the Mutual Aid Alliance rarely end up there, since anyone who can join an alliance has either a scarce specialty or a unique skill. And even without one, their lives would not be too miserable. A message from Shimwai wins broad approval again. His point that even if you sell everything you own, build a wooden house first, at least a sturdy one, since beyond a better view it shelters you from wind and rain. Everyone grasps that much, so the value is in what comes next. That chopping down your sail tree and gold-generating stone pulls a solid pile of building materials, how much depending on the tree's level. And the good news is both regrow, though their levels rebuild from scratch. Even a sturdy house will not beat extreme weather, so then you dig out the floor for a cellar the way farmers store winter vegetables, which rides out the cold nights completely. Shim Y answers no other messages, but those words open a window for the desperate, and plenty find the method workable and follow suit, their later thank you posts proving it works. Nobody dug a proper cellar in that short window, but the felled sail trees already prove they regenerate, and with that the survivor's hope of resisting extreme weather and earning reward attribute points reignites. While I am quietly crediting Shim Y with a good deed, Lee Gonsei replies that my water specialty is good but an old man like him cannot profit off it, since he lacks the building materials to make anything. The plain words carrying a deep helplessness. I ask how craftsmanship this good leaves him so hard up, and he sighs that good craftsmanship is worth nothing when everyone is struggling and makes do with whatever they have, since who but me would order this and that. I press that with so many people in the area, someone surely needs his work, and his tone sinks further, that he is not the only one with skills. Handmade goods are slow and their price is crushed to the floor, and his skill is no use in combat. When I ask what his skill is, he says his skill is animal husbandry tamer, but he cannot lay eyes on a chicken, a dog, or even a fish, so what beast is he supposed to tame? The old man is mourning a hero with no battlefield, but my eyes light right up, because I only meant to pay him well for his craft until I hear that skill, and inwardly shout that this is plainly a talent prepared for me. I reply that I have chickens, dogs, goats, and fish, and ask whether he wants to join me, food and lodging provided. Uncle Lee never expected a respected boss to recruit him personally, saying that if the boss does not mind an old man with old arms and legs, he is certainly willing to be a follower, and I tell him it is settled, that after I pick up the others I will come for him. I send him a trade noting to tell me immediately if there is danger, and the old man, curious, collects it and is floored. 50 pieces of wood, 500 grams of rice, 500 grams of canned pork, 500 grams of catfish, 2,000 grams of clear water, and 3 level 4 armored goblin cards. He is shocked by my generosity, the 3 cards needing no explanation. The most thoughtful part, the food and drink, since he has not had a decent meal in days. He mutters that I am covering all his food before he has even come over, that I am incredibly good to my own people. What more could an old man ask than to follow a lord like this? And then, puzzled, what on Blue Star is all that wood for? Just as the old man marvels at Brother Sio's generosity, I am off sighing that as a card master beyond 5 magic cards, I hold not a single soldier card, since except for the 10 level 5 rare units under my command, I have none in hand, which leaves this rookie who only knows crushing battles deeply uncomfortable. The sped-up trip goes smoother than I hoped, and by around 3:30 in the afternoon, Song Yusin's island is in sight, without a single monster island crossing my path. I am clearly not the protagonist after all, since in novels the hero hits an obstacle at every step the moment he goes looking for someone. Never a road this smooth. Let me see what this girl is up to. I cast a peeping spell, no, an eye of oversight, sweeping it over Song Yusin's exactly 20 square meter small floating island. Every corner laid open to me. The girl is dirt poor. The few things she owns, all things I gave her. No large items at all. And she never listened when I told her to trade her cards for goods. So I wonder if she is just trying to save me money. I already know she is in such a miserable state because her best friend stole the survival supplies she had gathered. I change into clean clothes and tidy myself up, so that when she sees me, she will not call me uncle and leave me no ground to argue. Strange looking at this girl, I feel a sense of first love, even though I am certain I never knew her before. Right now, Song Yusin sits hugging her knees, genuinely beautiful, ringed by level 2 pikemen with silver shafts and wax spearheads that make her look like a princess, though a slightly disheveled one, and this single dog admits he is a little infatuated. Not until the islands are about to connect does she catch a corner of my enormous island, her vision undeveloped and the war fog thick, my floating island so vast its edges run out of sight. Then a voice reaches her, familiar in its manner, unfamiliar because she has never heard mine before, telling the pretty girl in front to be obedient and hurry over to my island to warm my bed, or else not to blame me for being rude. She laughs and says her uncle said it himself, no backing out now, and the system warns her to choose carefully whether to give up her lord status and become my follower. She confirms. The prompt tells her she has lost control of her territory, and she watches me draw closer in clean clothes, tall and solid, a smile on my handsome face, so familiar. She wants to hug me but feels she has not showered in days, and her clothes are dirty and rumpled, so she just stands with a faint smile and watches me come, step by step. The system tells me Song Yusin has become my follower, that I have gained a 20 square meter subordinate island and can control everything on it. I tell her the setup is a bit harsh, practically selling herself, and ask whether she regrets it, and she promptly says she does, and I tell her it is too late. Then she says if I agree to one request she will take it back, and I declare I am a man of my word, and she smiles slyly and rattles off her request. No hitting her, no scolding her, no being fierce with her, no ignoring her, and a long string more, not one of which is excessive. How could I let a girl this understanding lose, one willing to bet her life on me? I agree to every word and ask whether they are not too few, whether we should add more, and she sniffs that this will do for now, and she will think up the rest later. I connect her island to mine without merging it, take only her cooking tools, and touch nothing else. And watching the little girl walk ahead, even more eager to get home than I am, I feel a satisfaction I cannot name. Maybe this is happiness. I call Rang Rang and the Lord Chicken over to meet our new companion, then turn to Song Yusin, whose eyes brim with questions, and explain they are my pets, and she is absolutely the first person I have ever invited onto my island. She says she was only talking earlier, that she is not as petty as I think, and that she had no idea I kept pets. You sly thing, only generous now that the deal is sealed. I see her relax and choose not to call her on it, telling her Rang Rang and the Lord Chicken understand speech, so if she needs help she can tell them directly, and warning her the Lord Chicken has a temper, holds grudges, and should not be crossed. The island that loomed so huge before feels less staggering once Song Yusin steps aboard, since 207 square meters is not truly vast even if she cannot match it, though the cleared fog lifts her crushed mood quite a bit. If a regional big boss is only at this level, you can imagine where everyone else stands. My assets are plenty, hardly any empty ground, yet it looks impossibly cluttered. And next to the territories area, it is these specialties and level 5 soldiers that truly shock. Seeing the little girl ignore me and tear off with her 2 pets to explore, I leave her to it and steer toward Gok Hyan's location, about 2 more hours out. When I finish, I find Song Yusin squatting before the strawberry plants, biting her fingertip with her pearly teeth, big eyes fixed on the egg-sized strawberries, drooling. I tell her to just eat them. They are all saved for her, and there's watermelon in the house too. But she shakes her head firmly that we will wait until Sister Hyan arrives and eat together. Otherwise, what if she gets hungry again watching her eat? I point out there will be more tomorrow and she says that is tomorrow's business, and turns to leave, though I cannot work out why she keeps glancing back. She tells me she saw the bathtub and is going to bathe, and asks whether I want to peek, and of course I do, but not now, since today's sunlight is weak and the water too cold, so I tell her to rest inside and she can only wash once I have heated the water. That girl is sour all over, so it would be stranger if she did not want a bath, and she just arrived so we should mind her feelings. She answers out loud that she gets it, but inside she bubbles, muttering low that I say it so naturally as if I would really dare peek, that I am just a blockhead who only knows how to sweet talk. Watching me actually start boiling water, she smiles and heads back into the house, where my stone house with its bare walls somehow leaves her completely at ease. A house against the wind and rain, someone willing to bustle around for her. No more worrying about safety. In her eyes, this is happiness, and her constantly taut nerves slacken all at once so that, meaning only to lie down a while, she falls straight asleep. I cannot bring myself to wake her. By the timing, I am not far from Gok Hyon now, and with 2 girls coming to lean on me, it is only right that I cook the first meal as a welcome feast. Just as I finish the rice and sort the ingredients, Gok Hyon's island slides into view and the 2 connect, and because I gave her notice, she has clearly dressed herself up with care. Gok Hyon looks straight at me with a faint smile, her youthful innocence gone but something more alluring in its place, and facing this woman I feel uneasy. I walk up to my old classmate who sits by a bed in a large pile of clothes, all of it the harvest of the past 10 minutes of gathering. She asks whether the little girl is on the island. I say yes. She asks whether I have eaten. I say not yet, that I waited so we could all eat together, and I am bewildered how her greeting got so awkward after so long apart. She is clearly stumped by this blockhead, unsure whether I am playing dumb or genuinely this naive, and decides one more tease will not hurt. She says she was not asking whether I had eaten, that since I timed my arrival to fetch her, was it not so I could eat the little girl first? This time I catch it, tease the moment we meet, and normally I would fire one back, but I cannot, because I know exactly what she gave up abandoning her territory. I tell her not to think nonsense, then lift her chin, lower my head, and gently kiss her red lips, promising I will never leave her again, and asking the same of her. Her eyes redden and her feigned strength collapses, since she waited a long time for this person, this kiss, this promise, and after a soft sound she cries so happily, then stands, hugs me, and wraps her arms tight around my back. After a long while we part, and I ask her to trade me the bed so that once home it can be pulled from the crystal platform and solve the problem of sleeping at night. The rest of her items small enough that she can come back for them whenever. Then she gives up her lord status and becomes my follower, the 2 women's islands oddly matched at 20 square meters each, and I touch nothing of hers, connecting the islands without merging them. By the time we get home, Song Yusin is woken, and after introductions and a little chatter, I get sent off. The reason being that the 2 of them are going to bathe together and then look at specialties together. The bathing reason is too strong and the specialty watching too boring, so I shake my head, leave them be, and get back to dinner. Their non-stop chatter fills my face with confusion, because they clearly did not know each other before, exchanging a few messages at most. And now they carry on like long-lost friends. The emotions between women are always this baffling. I gather the ingredients and actually manage a few dishes. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, canned pork stewed with napa cabbage, fried river shrimp, braised crucian carp, and a bowl of watermelon flesh with the rind turned into a cold salad. And with a little strong white wine, a makeshift dinner comes together. The one thing missing, chicken stewed with mushrooms. So it stays a touch incomplete. One pot is painfully slow, cleaning and re-oiling between each dish. And by the time I finish, the new world, where dusk drops fast, is already wrapped in hazy night. Looks like I need a second pot and stove. And as for tables and benches, I should ask Uncle Lee to make a set when he has time. Come to think of it, are these two not a little out of line since I work out here while they go in and out several times, and not one lends a hand? I need a new tactic, figuring that if I call them over and they see me toiling alone, their hearts will soften. And I pick the little girl as my mark, since young girls should be the more compassionate. I shout into the house that I still need a while, and to come carry the sliced watermelon in to eat so it does not go to waste. And she answers with a cheerful okay and a thank you. Uncle comes running, scoops it up, and runs back without a glance at the deliberately busy me, leaving me no opening. A little disappointed, I call after her not to forget to share some melon with Rang Rang and the Lord Chicken, and she calls back that she got it and I am so naggy. So much for my plan, which fails perfectly, the two of them with no intention of helping at all. Dinner is ready. I build a temporary table from wooden planks and stack wood for benches, proving that no matter how simple the conditions, in this environment, no one cares about anything else once they can sit down to a decent dinner. As my voice falls, Song Yusin walks out holding the Lord Chicken with Go Kaiyon and Rang Rang behind her, both exclaiming over how lavish it is, how it is finally a decent meal. Rang Rang and Ga Kaiyon find their spots without my pointing, and seeing the Lord Chicken sitting calmly in Song Yusin's arms, I am stunned, wondering since when it dared leave the hen side to get this friendly with people. If the Lord Chicken could talk, he would tell me these two women's regard for the hens and the two sheep far outstrips anything I imagined, so he is liberated now, no longer standing guard day and night. Song Yusin asks her brother why I do not turn on the lights I claim to have, since it is already dark, teasing whether I am afraid of wasting electricity, then covers her mouth and giggles, her big eyes flicking to my face to catch any embarrassment. Seeing me unfazed, Gak Hyan joins in that she has not seen a single light bulb, that I have really accomplished something, and since when did I learn to lie to young girls? I think to myself that I only wanted a peaceful meal, but the two of them insist on cornering me, so do not blame me if dinner stops being peaceful. My luck is not so bad that monsters would strike the instant I turn on lights for the girls, surely. I tell them I always prove myself with strength, so why would I lie? And while I quietly work the Lord's token with my left hand, I swing my right in fake passes, then snap my fingers and shout for lights on. No sooner does my voice fade than the whole territory blazes bright as day, the glow softening after a moment, and the two women are genuinely stunned, since nobody in the silent night does not ache for a bright lamp. My display of power is perfect. Song Yusin cries that there really are lights, telling Sister Hyan her brother really did not lie, and Gak Hyan calls me a scoundrel and asks what other good things I have not told them. I chuckle that it is no fun to just say it, that the territory is only so big and they can take their time finding things. Dinner is warm and the talk runs long, the two girls wanting to know everything about me, from the water well to the troop types to the equipment and even the barbarians beyond the mixed tree forest, the three of us laughing as if the past few days' hardship never happened. Dessert is out of the question, but there are two kinds of fruit, and after one big strawberry Song Yusin happily narrows her eyes while Go Kaiyon tastes hers in small bites. I tell them it is just a strawberry. The stuff is still here tomorrow. And Ga Kaiyon says they are not eating strawberries, they are eating happiness, which a rough, careless type like me would never understand. I shoot back that the way they eat, you would think they had never had this stuff in their lives. And she answers that eating depends on circumstances and what you can get. That strawberries were nothing before this world but cannot be the same now. There's truth in that, and before I can agree, her words drift on, that it is like keeping a kept man, who when you offer him food not only refuses but runs. Yet once the environment changes and you eat his food, he starts taking you seriously. And she asks her old classmate whether such a person is not despicable. Damn it, you are really not going to let this glorious past of mine go. Song Yusi nearly chokes laughing, and I ask whether she is crowing now, trying to steal the Lord Chicken's job, since Go Kaion's words have my forehead crawling with dark lines. Afraid retorting too hard angers her, but stifled if I do not. Luckily, Song Yusin laughs herself out and hands me an exit, telling her brother she and Sister Hyan discovered a secret about prosperity today, though they cannot confirm it yet. After a stunned beat, I light up and pour out praise, that my two beauties are really something, truly my sweethearts. Hurry and tell me. And she huffs that my praise is so perfunctory, but shows me the chat log she screenshotted from the regional channel. It is a plea from someone named Hyung Jung, asking whether anyone knows how to have 2 followers. A long while later, someone named Jang Gyo answers that his elderly mother, who has trouble moving, was his follower from the start, and later he helped a woman with a child and suddenly had 2 more, finding no restriction as long as the other party was willing. Then Yang Jung replies with 2 screenshots. One, a system noticed that his ability is limited and he cannot have more followers and should strive to improve his strength. The other showing his troops. 12 level 3 longsword warrior units plus 2 strategic equipment and more than 10 troop equipment, easily among the top in the region. He boasts that he cannot match the big boss but is hardly weak. Jang Gyo replies that he is not as good as him, and when someone guesses his followers must all be girls, he answers that they are. True, but one is his biological sister and the other his wife, and someone marvels that running into 2 relatives like this is truly good luck. After I finish the screenshots, Go Kaiyon says her view matches Song Yusin's, that his problem is almost certainly insufficient prosperity, that they tallied my assets and my prosperity sits at least over 250, without counting the girl's black soil specialties. Song Yusin agrees the man's combat power is not low, so the issue cannot be there, that prosperity is the only explanation. Maybe the first follower is unrestricted, but the second needs at least 200 prosperity or more. I nod that the guess must be right, and add that not counting my specialties, my current prosperity is 302 points. So if this idea holds, I happen to need to bring one more person up. They ask who, then whether male or female, and when I admit an old man, the 2 women are clearly satisfied. Song Yusin asks whether we should tell that man this news, but before I can speak, Go Kaiyon says no, that specialties are rare, that it is hard enough to run into a beatable wave of monsters that might not even carry specialties, and even if they do, you might not get them, with everyone in urgent need of gear and supplies. Song Yusin presses whether we just watch and do nothing, since the secret is thin window paper that will not last. Better to let her brother use it to gain reputation. Go Kaiyon answers that my reputation needs no more boosting, that it would only be overdoing it, then asks whether they have thought about what the fastest way to get specialties is. Song Yusin ponders, then startles, that it is killing people, and Gok Hayon confirms it requires killing people, and falls silent. Sensing her unease, I chuckle that I truly do not care about reputation, but if someone wants to kill, they will have to ask whether I agree first. The confidence is not empty boasting. The facts are right there, and Gok Hayon's eyes brighten, since how could she have overlooked that scoundrel's strength, that it is precisely because of me that so few dare kill and plunder in the region. Otherwise this environment would never be so peaceful. As for this window paper, thin as it looks, beyond children, who would poke it for no reason. My way of talking amuses them, and they like me like this, truly relaxed in my company. I tell them I have neither the strength to be a savior nor the wish, that my idea is simple, that as long as we live well, that is enough. And for the 2 girls right now, a reliable support that brings peace of mind matters more than anything. Night falls and the temperature drops fast, though everyone has finished dinner. Go Kaheon stops me from clearing the dishes and gets up with Song Yusin to do it, a smile in her eyes, saying she did not expect me to not complain at all, that getting to eat my cooking once is enough, that they became my followers not to wait around for me to care for them, that they understand the principle of men handling outside affairs, and women the inside. Song Yusin adds that they will manage the specialties from now on too, since there are so many good things and I do not even know to collect them. Those tasks were reserved for them all along, so I agree. Then ask the little girl whether anyone came to buy soldier cards today. She says a few did. All the level 2 cards I gave her traded out, and the resources with her, and Gok Hayon guesses it is the rain. Everyone rushing to build houses, that in a few days there should be many buying cards and water. I agree, and say their earlier pricing was too high, that level 2 cards go up by 2 blocks, level 3 by 5. Rations and fresh water unchanged, that we have no level 4 for now since it loses too much to synthesize and sell, that level 5 only goes to a small number for now, and for those who helped us the increase is halved. She says understood, and I tell the 2 of them to help me brainstorm these next days and plan the territory together, that I am alone and short on wisdom, so any good suggestion is welcome. Getting to shape the territory by their own ideas, the 2 women are overjoyed, the sense of taking part what comforts them most. Seeing them busy, I do not idle either, pulling Gok Hayon's luxurious bed from the crystal platform so they can rest once they finish. As night deepens, everyone returns to their beds, and just as I am about to kill the light, a notification rings out telling me an unknown floating island force has been detected to the southwest, rapidly closing on us. Before I can react, it rings again, warning twice that I have been spotted by a goblin powerhouse and to prepare a response as soon as possible. The two women's uneasy faces tell me they got the battle prep message too. The double warning making clear the enemy is very strong, snapping them wide awake from their drowsiness, and now they both look at me, unsure what I will do. Coming this fast, I tell them I will look first, that if we can fight, we fight, and if we cannot, we run, and I bolt out the door toward the direction the system marked, the two women and two pets close behind. With the beacon of the night in effect, the approaching enemies cannot slip my sight, and after firing off the Eye of Oversight, I get a rough read. A large island of 60 square meters, one altar-like building, two unknown fruit trees with several bright red fruits showing, and by experience, the larger the island, the likelier its objects are specialties. Even if they are not, it does not matter, since I am envious of any plant or tree these days. But when my gaze lands on the strength of the monsters, all that eagerness drains out of me. The troop is 15 monsters, the lowest being level 4 armored goblins, with 5 level 4 heavy armor goblins holding shields planted in front. The leader is armed to the teeth, gripping 2 warhammers each half his own height, a green halo glowing at his feet. The first time I have ever met such a thing, and I want a clear look. He reads as a giant hammer goblin, a hero, health 80, attack unknown, defense unknown, magic attack 11, magic defense 14, skills unknown, speed unknown, with a note that he is a hero-level powerhouse, whose subordinate troops all enjoy his full attribute bonus, a trait of excellent eyesight and a love of all shiny objects, described as a powerhouse among goblins who never shows mercy. My heart sinks, a hero-level monster, and this is bad. The flood of unknowns proves the Eye of Oversight cannot read all of him, and that note about full attribute bonuses makes me want to fight him even less. A hero's health is not as high as a commander boss, but the full bonus he hands his troops makes the two impossible to compare, and his island is even faster than mine, so even hiding in the mist will not shake him, not when goblins have excellent eyesight. I hold their treasure and stand as their enemy, plainly destined for an endless feud with the goblins, and it is probably truly dangerous this time, since with the rain throwing the area into chaos, gathering conscription supplies fast is unrealistic, and by his speed he collides with me before long, simply not enough time. I have no choice but to fight. The trouble is, I do not hold a single soldier card right now. My combat power just 9 level 5 armored Minotaur warriors, 5 magic cards, and 2 unupgraded pets, plus 108 pieces of wood and 95 pieces of stone. The 10 level 2 and 10 level 1 soldiers in the women's hands are not even fit to be cannon fodder at this level. I tell Heian and the girl to hand me all their conscription resources now, and rush back to their islands to chop down every sail tree and gold-generating stone, to collect as much as they can and be quick, that our survival rides on this wave. Seeing how grave I am, the two dare not slack, hand over their only supplies, and dart off. Between them they have 94 pieces of wood and 65 of stone, most of it what Song Yusin traded for with soldier cards, and I turn back to the Minotaur barracks and crank out 8 level 5 soldier cards in one pass, which with my own troops comes to 17 level 5 soldiers. It still does not feel secure enough. I wait at the crystal platform debating whether to chop my own sail tree when the two return with another 60 pieces each of stone and wood, putting me at 20 level 5 soldiers. Basically, I am throwing level 5 soldiers at level 4 ones plus equipment bonuses. So should I wait on the sail tree, since the main islands differs from the subordinate ones? Its function too important to spend lightly. The hero must be strong, but my current power does not look hopeless, and I know the strength I scraped together emptying my coffers is nothing to scoff at. The only reason I stay uneasy being my cautious nature and clumsy troop control. I stay unresponsive even after the two girls return, muttering ceaselessly, racing the numbers. A novice at troop control but solid on attribute conversions. A level 4 armored goblin's health is 55, plus the hero's bonus of 80, that is 135 without equipment, while my rare Minotaur warrior has 100. Follower attributes halved, giving 10 more from base bonuses plus my own 34. So 144 health without equipment. The hero's attack is invisible, so I cannot calculate his bonus, but a level 4 armored goblin's attack is 10, while a Minotaur's is 15 plus 1 from follower and lord base bonuses. And I also have strategic equipment, a C1 grade commander's glove for 4 attack, a magic bone warblade for 2, and a troop warblade for 2 more. The monster's defense without equipment is 8 plus 6, mine 8 plus 1, but I am not afraid, since if base attributes fall short I stack equipment, D-grade strategic gear and an old outerwear for 2, a skeleton fragment armor for 2, a skeleton fragment armor for 2, and a shield for 2, and I work out exactly how much that adds. Magic defense and magic resistance the same drill. Fold-in defense towers buffed by a defense master, a battle priest who heals troops, and the magic cards in my hand. And I should not lose, since the little girl's basic priest skill restores 10% of a troop's health in battle. Factoring my attributes and the 5 points of spirit from equipment, the effect reaches 15%, so I dump free attributes into Constitution and Spirit, adding 2 to Constitution since it affects survival status while keeping 2 in reserve, since I am still a mage class after all. After a string of buffs, the Armored Minotaur Warrior's health hits 164, and with the 2 Constitution from the Strategic Heavy Armor Waistband it shoots straight to 184. I did not realize I was this powerful. Listening to me mutter, the 2 girls beside me are naturally astonished, since while others struggle to hold off level 3 monsters, my opponents are at least level 4 troops led by a hero monster. As the islands draw closer, both sides make out each other's lineups. By novice tactics, I as commander, along with my 2 precious girls and my pet, would stand at the very rear, and since I built a foundation this large, my troop control must be sky high, so the 2 obey without question. But they have their own thinking, that if their troops are too weak, then keeping them to block is a fine use. So they follow the troop control learned off the regional channel and park their soldiers within defense tower range. Where even taking out 1 hit each, they buy more firing windows for the towers. I understand the approach, that something beats nothing. I ask offhand whether their perfect battle achievements have been broken, and the casual question yields a surprise. Both still intact, and with my troop cards both have racked up 3 straight victories. I tell them to pull their troops back at once, and Gok Hyon says the regional channel claims this achievement can only be cleared by a pervert. I declare I am a pervert, then catch myself. No, that is not right. But how do they think I got my 2 skills? That we have to try to find out whether it can be done. The achievement is too important, and precisely because they are my people, how could I give it up unless I have to? And I have my own angle, that turning their troops into cards lands close to where they are now. And when resources are plentiful, I will swap their junk troops for level 5 ones anyway. After I turn the 2 girls' troops into cards, my own magic power runs dry. Yet I am still not confident I can win this without losses, so I make a bold call and turn my own troops into cards as well. A heavy loss, but the only way to go all out and keep their achievements unbroken. I drop the last 2 attribute points into Spirit and convert every troop to a card. Right then the island shakes violently, the Goblin's Island connecting to mine. A battle alert announces I have met the revenge of the Goblin Strongman, Knight Hero Damage, that I will fight the regular army led by the opposing hero, to gather my troops fast and protect my crystal platform with my life. Why a knight hero has no mount, I no longer have time to wonder. I had meant to assault him with troop cards, but inspired by the 2 girls I switched to holding ground inside the wooden fence. The cannon fodder cards I just made set outside it to shield the arrow towers for a while, choosing that distance as the battlefield between us. In reality, at this level of battle, the wooden fence is mere decoration. City walls were always the best defense, but resource limits left me no chance to upgrade them. So now I can only lean on the troops' health to tank the damage, and the feeling is utterly maddening. I expected the enemy to charge straight in, but to my complete surprise, under their hero's command, they halt just outside the arrow tower's range. Even more unexpected is the boss's next move. He sets his weapon on the ground, and with his free hands gestures in front of him for a full 30 seconds, after which a ballista on wheels, taking up a full 4 square meters, appears out of thin air, its bolts alone as thick as a grown man's arm. 6 of them mounted on it. Who would have guessed the boss had this hidden in spatial equipment? No wonder I never spotted it before. The instant the war machine appears, I nearly wet myself, blurting out in disbelief about a ballista, then quickly casting an investigation skill on it. It reads as a War Machine Siege Ballista, Health 100, Defense 5, Speed 1, with attributes that ignore defense, a fixed damage of 60, coming with Pierce, Tear, Knockback, Severe Injury, and other effects. Its damage to defensive structures doubled, and a 30% chance to cause a devastating blow. Its weaknesses are that it cannot receive attribute bonuses, and its accuracy drops as the target gets smaller. Its source description tells me the Siege Ballista is an integrated offensive and defensive war machine, the latest version the Goblins ever developed, and that after the boss wiped out the Goblin research team by force, he stole their work and made it his own private property. Understanding the problem does not solve it. Worse, the stronger the enemy's toys, the heavier my battle losses are going to run, and against a monster like this, if I cannot break the situation, I only get more cornered. The Goblin hero does not keep me waiting. The thought has barely formed before the first ballista bolt is already knocked and aimed straight at my defense tower, and it punches in for a critical damage of 120, a huge red number floating off the tower as the whole thing folds into a pile of debris in a single hit. I catch on fast. He is an intelligent hero, which means he has a brain, which means he is never going to fight the way I want him to. The ballista's limited bolts and its other weaknesses tell me everything. His goal is to flatten my defense towers one by one. So I land on the only principle that matters here. Whatever the enemy wants to do, I stop him from doing it. A broken cart you treasure that much, hidden in your spatial inventory like an heirloom. You wreck my tower, I wreck your cart. I let the second tower go without flinching and start stuffing card soldiers into Lord Chicken's beak and talons, one after another. I tell Lord Chicken the whole fight rides on him, then I cup the rooster in both hands and toss him into the air, and he flies off on the momentum. He banks wide, swings around behind the boss, and just as I ordered, he dumps every last card soldier out of his talons and beak before peeling away to hide in the distance. Not because he is scared to fight, the bird would scrap with anyone, but because that was the exact order I gave him. 10 full card soldiers, half my entire net worth, riding on a single chicken. Tell me a human being thinks like that. The goblins clearly have no answer for a flying unit. The instant the cards land, they materialize into soldiers, and at that range I cannot control them at all. But my Minotaur warriors carry a racial hatred for goblins baked into their bones, so they go straight for whatever goblin is nearest on their own. Right as the 4th defense tower comes down, the Minotaurs behind the boss spot their mortal enemies and launch a fearless charge at him without me lifting a finger. The damage flickers up in tens, and the way it sits at 10 and 10 tells me this hero's defense is monstrous. And worse, the knockback that rides on the Minotaur charge never lands even once. Now and then a Minotaur clips the ballista instead, and the war machine shrieks under a damage of 20. And just as I figured, the boss would sooner take hits himself than watch his precious cart get chipped. The catch is, recalling the ballista into his inventory costs him time, so he has no choice but to pull his soldiers back to guard the thing. His counterattack comes with it, and my so-called confident defense is wet paper against him, one hammer blow landing a damage of 30, though the plain trade of blows between his rank and file and my Minotaurs runs close enough that I can stomach it. I hand the pikeman cards over to the 2 girls and tell them to keep themselves safe while they peel a few monsters away from the pack, and to run their units back to their own floating islands before they die, because once the real fight starts I will not be able to watch over them. They get it. While the boss is busy, they actually lure 5 monsters off and keep them circling inside the arrow tower's range, but the level 2 units pop the instant a monster so much as touches them, which tells me I need to end this fast. With the girls moving, I lead my own troops in, the first time I have ever truly commanded in a fight. Last battle taught me the rule, kill the boss and the small fry stop mattering, so this time I go all in on killing the hero first. No hesitation. Most people would hold back a few cards just in case. I am not most people. Facing a strong enemy, you throw everything you have and crush him. By the time I reach the line, the boss is already ringed by Minotaurs, little 5s and 5s stacking up over his head, while 17s and 18s float over my warriors. Uncontrolled, running on pure instinct, they ignore every blow from the soldiers behind them, fixed only on the leader, and the boss's presence is pulling more of their hatred than anything else on the field. Hero or not, even he cannot shrug off a gang beating from level 5 units. Even the unit's instincts know to kill the boss first. Looks like I called it right. Watching his health bleed down, I figure one more wave settles it, and right then the boss feels the noose closing too. He could run, but he will not abandon that ballista, so out of necessity he triggers a skill, straightening up, swinging his giant hammer two-handed, and spinning into a whirlwind. The 5 units nearest him crumple, health gutted just from grazing the edge, big 30s peeling off them while green 5s float up over the boss as he drinks back every point of health he had lost. When the spin stops, he slams the hammer into the ground, and the 5 surviving Minotaur warriors all take a damage of 60 over their heads. Watching a monster that can one-shot level 5 units unload that right in front of me rattles me to the bone. No time to gawk. I bite down and push forward, and the one mercy is that the boss is clearly not right after that move, trembling, his footing gone, weaving like a drunk who cannot stand straight. Anyone caught flat-footed by a stunt like that might as well have half their martial arts crippled, because no matter how strong your skills are, with no units left to wield them, they are worthless. It is just his rotten luck to run into me, a card master who never depended on slick unit control in the first place. So I keep doing the only thing I know, let the Minotaurs lead with their skills. Weakened from his own move, the boss is finally no longer immune to the Minotaur charge knockback, and under the 3rd warrior's charge, his unsteady frame drops flat to the ground. He eats 2 more combo skills before his heavily armored shield goblins wall in front of him, and I notice something off. My own units shook their post-skill weakness long ago, yet the boss who fell still has not gotten up. A heavy cavalryman knocked off his mount, struggling to even walk. That is exactly what I am looking at. Nothing left to say. As long as I keep him on the ground, this wave is in the bag. My forces dwarf the boss's now, his underlings too thin to stop the Minotaurs from chewing on him, damage in 5s coming one after another. The second his clansmen drag him up, Rang Rang, who has been lurking at the edge this whole time, spends his stored skill and bowls him over again, and the Minotaurs pile back on. The low health ones bleed out and wink off the field, but by the time the shield goblins desperately tank a path to haul the boss upright again, he is down to a sliver. Anyone else would slow roll a kill this safe, but I am paranoid about complications. So I drop an ice cone spell and freeze him into a sculpture, his health crashing under 10% in an instant. The Minotaur, whose cooldown just cleared, chains a charge and a heavy blow straight into the ice. A hero would never carry only 2 skills. His trump is a Berserk Lifesteal ultimate that fires the moment his health drops under 10%. No real downside, healing faster the denser the enemies around him. But I froze him first, and the skill never gets the chance. The boss knows he is finished. He had so many proud kills behind him, a hero, the name Death Gyro, that every fighter knew, and what eats at him most is dying not to a worthy rival, not on the battlefield of a racial war. If he gets a next life and a shot at knighthood again, he swears he will pick a male mount, because if his gyro beast had not gone home to have babies after helping him clear out the goblins, he, Death Gyro, would never have died this miserably. The goblin hero Death Gyro is gone. His shield-bearing clansmen follow him down, and stripped of the boss's attribute bonus, the level 4 armored goblins stop being a threat at all, picked apart one by one. A few minutes before he dies, word reaches me that the girl's borrowed card soldiers are nearly wiped, and have already fled to Gok Hyon's floating island. I use the main island's authority to split their island off from mine, leaving the 2 of them perched out there watching the battle on my main island. Except without an eye of oversight, they cannot make out a thing. Not knowing when I will finish, they pass the time chattering. Song Yusin asks whether her brother can win, and Gok Hyon says of course he can. Did she not see he never even cut down the sail tree on his own main island? Song Yusin admits she once tried to learn troop control from me, that I told her my methods were too advanced and she thought I just did not want to teach her. But this time she has learned her lesson. Gok Hyon says she genuinely does not understand my tactics, that most of the defense towers are wrecked and barely useful, that putting pets in charge of leading troops and letting units attack on instinct. Nobody would believe such a thing if you told them. Song Yusin laughs that she does not care who believes it, that with how weak survivors are right now, anyone else facing an opponent this strong would never get through it, that her brother's power has already broken through the heavens. They cannot see the details, but the sheer number of Minotaurs still standing tells them the initiative of the fight is still mine, and Gok Hyon allows that if I win this, there should be some good loot in it. When others do not understand you, the saying goes, you can only blame yourself for not explaining clearly. Trouble is, I could not explain my own operations if I tried. A system notification finally chimes that the battle has ended, and my perfect battle achievement now sits at 4 of 10, and the girl's cheer of victory carries all the way across. Once I process the monster corpses into 9 level 4 armored goblin cards, the rewards start rolling in. The system tells me I eliminated a goblin hero in his regular army, that the goblins now regard me as a formidable opponent, and grants me the achievement Hero Terminator at 1 of 10, plus a special product upgrade card, with a note to kill more enemy heroes for more. I kill one of their heroes and they go from enemies to terrified, which is great, except if even ordinary goblins will not come near me with my Beacon of the Night burning. That is my whole income stream drying up. If there really are no more monsters to farm, looks like I will have to go explore that divine tomb the expert mentioned. My musing does not stop the notifications. The next one says my pets join a hero-level expert campaign and their abilities have been enhanced. Not a battle, a campaign. That is the difference of wiping a regular army. Rang Rang and the Rooster, who had no idea how to grow stronger before, finally get a boost. Rang Rang is now a level 2 pet with health 30, attack 8, defense 4, magic defense 3, and his dragon bite intact, while the Rooster lands at the same level 2, health 30, attack 7, defense 3, magic defense 2, his flying peck unchanged. Skills aside, it is a straight across the board upgrade, and these are their raw base attributes before my Lord's bonus even applies. No wonder leveling them was such a slog. Only high-end campaigns push pets up a tier. So as long as I know the method, the problem is easy. The achievements keep coming. The system hands me the difficult level lone hero at 2 of 10 for winning a fight without leading soldiers. And this isn't hard either at 5 of 10 for beating an enemy whose main general or unit type outranked my own by at least a level. My super rare territory treasure, the Beacon of the Night, ticks to 2 of 100, and its extreme vision unlocks a defensive victory bonus, plus 1 meter of sight, so it now burns off 41 meters of war fog. All of that I expected. What I am actually itching to see is what the hero left behind. The list rolls out: 1 hero orb, 1 level 3 floating island core, 1 special product upgrade card, 1 latest version ballista blueprint, 1 ballista, 1 pair of legendary strategic cyclone warhammers, 1 legendary strategic space ring, 1 set of legendary personal heavy cavalry general's armor, and 5 fine shields for unit equipment. With the choice to occupy or destroy the floating island. Occupy, obviously. Strip the boss's whole fortune clean, why would I smash it for scraps? A 60 square meter floating island is no small thing, and a hero's island with no good stuff on it, who would ever believe that? The instant I choose to occupy, the bodies of the boss and his 5 goblins vanish, and the system tells me I have received a Divine Grade Treasure Statue pedestal and a C1 Grade Specialty Hawthorn Tree. Divine Grade Treasure. C1 Grade Specialty. I knew there would be good things, but I had no idea it would be this good. So that altar-looking thing on his island was actually a statue base. Everything else can wait. I have to understand the Divine Treasure first. The statue pedestal is a Divine Grade Territory type treasure. A stand where you can erect a statue of yourself or a deity, and its description tells me it is a tool deities use to collect divine power, that pious prayers or offerings will be sensed by the deity, who may even bestow blessings, and it adds 50 to prosperity. A short description, but the implications run deep. Just the raw prosperity it grants proves its worth, and since it collects divine power, it clearly needs believers, intelligent sentient ones, a handful of which might not do much. What blessings it actually hands out, nobody can say. And how am I supposed to read a statue of oneself can be erected? Am I meant to pray to myself, offer sacrifices to myself? The picture of me on my knees worshipping my own statue actually cracks me up. Then mid-laugh, I stop cold, because something clicks, and I slap my thigh. This is no joke at all. Intelligent believers, I am not without those. The barbarians are my subordinate force, and what better believers could there be? Whether they would truly have faith, I have no doubt, since legend says the first deity was born from the worship of ancient humans, whose intelligence was barely awakening, and those humans could not have been very bright either. The barbarians, who up to now were just eating machines I could take or leave, suddenly turn into precious treasures. I do not just need to cultivate them, I need to cultivate them hard. I need to make them kings among the barbarians. I have a clear direction now, but I know it is not a one-day job, so it goes on the list. Present first, future second. The C1 Great Hawthorn Tree boasts that with it around, who needs vinegar? Producing 10 hawthorns daily with 5 left to collect, and 3 pieces of wood, and its function strengthens the stomach, invigorates the spleen, aids digestion, and clears gastrointestinal disease with obvious effect. Adding 20 to prosperity. Good stuff. Near enough to a functional specialty, what with resources, efficacy, and a cure for sickness all in one, a treasure tree by any measure. The low-grade hero orb reads Health 10, Attack 10, Defense 10, Magic Attack 10, Magic Defense 10, and its effect lets me name one intelligent creature to become a hero, though the low-grade version only strengthens the unit and cannot push it up hero levels. I did not expect attributes that absurd from a low-grade orb, or a method of use that crude. My first instinct is to use it on my sweetheart, but the fact that it cannot advance levels means there are surely higher grades out there, which would make this one a lot less appealing. Better to let the girls choose for themselves whether to use it. The level 3 floating island core is a rare grade territory treasure, installable on the main building, supplying power to a floating island at 30 kilometers an hour. Start and stop. Upgradable, fusible. No wonder I could not outrun him. The only reason I could never shake the enemy was this exact item, and adding the sail tree speed puts my drifting at 46. From a bicycle to an electric scooter just like that. I plan to swap my level 1 core for this level 3 once I am home, which leaves me holding 2 level 1 cores. The inventory keeps going. 2 more specialty upgrade cards, items I had never even seen, and now I suddenly have 2. The Goblin's latest siege ballista blueprint wants 150 wood, 150 stone, 50 iron blocks, 50 wooden planks, 30 iron nails, and 5 high-grade beast tendons, with a 15-second disassembly and assembly time. The newest war machine the Goblin clan's master craftsman spent years building, its description crowing that if you want to be invincible and win every battle, just build more ballistas. The ballista itself reads Health 100, Defense 5, Speed 1, Ignoring Defense, a fixed damage of 60, with penetration and a 30% chance of a devastating blow, and its drawback that it cannot take attribute bonuses, while it produces 2 giant ballista arrows daily, stackable, 2 remaining. Truly strong, truly expensive. No wonder even heroes guard it with their lives. Who could ever afford to build the thing? The 5 fine shields go straight into my troop equipment slots, and the common shields they replace I set aside for my sweetheart's units. The heavy cavalry general's armor, no matter how good its numbers, I can only stare at and covet. The legendary Whirlwind Warhammer grants attack plus 8, lets my troop share its bonus the moment it sits in my backpack, and carries an attached skill, Earth Shatter, that smashes the ground so enemies within 10 square meters take double damage, which is exactly when I realized the boss's earlier ground slam was an equipment skill, not his own. The legendary Space Ring comes with 30 small slots, stacks identical items up to 10, works like backpack equipment, and has an attached fusion skill that merges gear with similar attributes. No combat bonus on the ring, but it makes my life so much easier. My old attributeless backpack was always bulging, miserable to carry, unable to hold much, and yet some things I had to keep on me at all times. I follow the boss's trick and slot the ballista into the ring, finding it eats 4 slots. My current gear holds an old coat, old pants, commander's gloves, a skeletal remnant armor, a magic bone battle saber, a heavy armor belt, and a ruby earring, with no room left for the legendary hammer, so heavy and so good that without the ring I would only ever be able to hang it off myself, and the stamina drain would have me spent before a battle even started. With the ring, all of it gets solved. The ice cone spell, fireball spell, island heart, floating island core, defense tower reconstruction blueprint, ballista blueprint, the heavy cavalry general's armor I cannot wear, the red and blue potions I left at home, the troop and magic cards, the specialty upgrade cards, the eye of oversight, the star of positioning, the hero orb, every scrap I used to lug on my body, all of it goes inside. I no longer have to look like a peddler hung with junk, though, well, the ring is nearly full again already. A full space ring packed with happiness and a deep sense of security. The haul from this wave was worth going all out for. The 2 girls come back, 2 pets trailing each of them, and they sit one on either side of me on the bed, eagerly pelting me with every question they have. The night on the floating island is pitch black, because I killed the lights, and with no troops left, leaving a lamp burning now would be asking to die. Intelligent goblins might fear me, but mindless monster units do not. They listen to me recount the battle and the spoils, gasping at the right moments, the whole scene warm and easy. It is late and the fireless stone house is cold, so I promise to inventory the war prizes properly at daybreak. With no troops and no troop cards, I spend a deeply restless night. On a starless night, even alert pets are half blind, no match for the system's early warning, and if an enemy reaches the doorstep before we notice, it is too late to run. The girls, forget it. They survived a thrilling first day with me already. Better to let them rest. I can handle the odd all-nighter, still beats a novelist staying up to grind out chapters every single night. And nobody but me can control the main island, so guarding it is only right. And after I gather resources and recruit troops tomorrow, we will be safe. Sleepless the whole night, even the regional channel is oddly quiet. Scrolling the old chat logs, most of it is desperate requests to trade for warm clothing and rain shelter, plastic sheeting especially, absurdly expensive, and still out of stock. Bored, I trade for some small daily necessities on the trade channel, mostly handicrafts, wooden bowls, chopsticks, spoons, cutting boards, cheap and practical, a way to pass the time. Maybe it is my physique stat, but the cold night does not actually bother me. Time drips by, and before I know it, midnight hits, and I grab my phone. New world, day 5, just past midnight. Distance to server merge, day 2 of 7. Daytime high 34 degrees. Clear, remember sunscreen. Nighttime low, 4 degrees, keep warm, air quality good. The usual routine, 2 degrees up by day, 2 degrees down by night. Then another prompt drops, the Lord's log announcing that effective immediately. Only upgrading the main city grants one chance to rebuild the territory. I frown. This is plainly bad news for me. The next 2 prompts are unchanged, but the count I care about is the regional population, 907 people, 5 more dead that day, a far gentler toll than the days before. Even the night owls have nothing to say about it. The girls wake at dawn. I tell them to sleep longer, no jobs to clock into anymore. But Gok Hyeon shakes her head with a small smile and says she and Song Yusin will stand watch through the day along with Rang Rang and Lord Chicken, that I can finally rest easy now. Song Yusin chimes in that I should hurry and rest, that they guarantee food will be ready when I wake, that if I collapse from exhaustion the sky falls. Being needed feels like a confession. Overjoyed, I agree to nap a bit and tell them to wake me the instant anything happens. Then I pull off my spatial ring and hand it to them to look through, telling them to take anything they like. Against the 2 of them betting their whole future on me, what are a few pieces of equipment worth? Out near the Godfall Island chain, Wang Pyo has been lingering a long time, waiting for me to surface and never seeing me, not daring to ask outright for fear of rousing suspicion. He had just found a fresh target and engaged it. Victory nearly in hand, when a boss appeared at the last second, dropped a heal, and brought all the low health monsters roaring back to life. Left with only slivers of health, he had to abandon his troops and flee. In a one battle, dead troops still leave their equipment in the slot to reuse, but abandoning troops means losing both the soldiers and the gear on them. And Wang Pyo, with 14 leadership and fully kitted pikemen, shields and helmets and all, lost 42 pieces of equipment in one go, and it stings. The island that ambushed him runs about 50 square meters, a small stream circling it. The monsters on it simple, a pack of large wild boars. Not livestock though, troop units, mounts. The difference being that livestock are living creatures you nurture slowly, while mounts are troop units you recruit with resources and that vanish like soldiers when they die. Not every mount qualifies as a troop unit either. It depends what you run into. Elephants, war horses, tigers if you can tame them, provided you encounter them, then beat them, then tame them. Compared to livestock, the mounts set Wang Pyo's heart pounding harder. Take down that wave and he effectively doubles his troops while juicing their combat power, pikemen on mounts needing no further explanation. And folded into his pikeman commander profession, even heavy hitters sitting on a few level 5 cards would not be able to threaten him, and anyone who dared get cocky with him again could be wiped out. So he follows the monster island, prepping a second strike, but even with his ability to craft equipment he cannot fill the hole fast enough. One conscription wave nearly drained his materials dry. Then, browsing the trade channel, he finds a disposable beast trap and a few bottles of red potions, and he decides that if he buys some troop cards off a heavy hitter and still cannot take that boar, he will throw himself off his own floating island. Half asleep, I feel the quilt sink, a small body dropping its whole weight onto me through it, and the suddenness jolts me awake. No need to think about it. That is Song Yusin, that little girl. Go Kayon would never be so bold. First time in my life a girl has woken me up like this, and the irritation I felt a second ago vanishes clean. I crack one eye to see what she is up to, and what meets me is a pair of big eyes locked on mine, a little mouth pursed, a face full of smiles. I ask if monsters are attacking. Still grinning, she says no, not at all. Someone is just desperate to buy soldier cards from me, and seeing I had not replied, he came to her instead. I ask who and what cards he wants. Awake now and no longer sleepy, I get out of bed because I am painfully short on resources and cannot miss a single chance to make money. The only time I truly feel at ease being when I have soldiers in hand. She knows the household is starved for conscription resources, or she would not have woken me, and she casually hands the spatial ring back. It is Wang Pyo, she says, the one as powerful as me, clearly in some kind of trouble and immediately asking to buy a level 5 soldier card, though he is not one of our members, and she gives me a playful smile, rubbing her fingers together in a money-counting gesture, telling me I understand. To me, that smile looks exactly like a rookie salesgirl thrilled after landing her first big deal. I did not expect her to rank me alongside a master, which is a little embarrassing, but I am certainly not going to over-explain something that dents my image. I glance at the ring and am surprised to find nothing missing. I ask if she dislikes my stuff. She says how could she, that they both know follower attributes are halved, that taking my gear would only weaken our strength indirectly, and that once I find a way to turn them into heroes, they will not be so polite about it. Having 2 followers this sensible genuinely warms me. This guy actually knows I have level 5 soldiers. Right. Must have been his now dead subordinate who told him. My math is clear. I can sell level 5 soldiers to anyone, but absolutely not to Wang Pyo. I indirectly got 2 of his subordinates killed, tanked his prestige, and who knows whether he is nursing a grudge and waiting to get even. What if he has something like a star of positioning and turns the very cards he bought from me back on me? That would not be fun at all. Since a master wants to buy, I am suddenly in no rush. Playing along with her, I ask, since Wang Pyo is not one of ours and is in such a hurry for our goods, how do we price it? She says how else would we price it, that aside from the limited level 4 and 5 cards I sell, she already posted the prices for everything else, that we run a business so of course we have clear prices. I tell her that is disrespectful to a master, that with his status he is destined to buy only the most expensive, not necessarily the best. She cannot help laughing, because I plainly want to fleece the man and I dress it up so refined, and she likes the shamelessness. She asks how she should reply, and I tell her it is easy, just say this. And so a message of my crafting goes out to Wang Pyo through her phone. If not for the gutting losses of his last wave, Wang Pyo, who already has his beast trap, would never push this hard to buy cards as backup, but the lure of those mounts is too much, and he cannot afford another slip. So this time he goes all in, mobilizing every alliance member, even the ones not yet core, to pool resources, promising that anyone who submits enough gets to exchange for mounts at base price from the alliance treasure channel once he takes the island. The whole alliance throws its weight behind it, hauling out long-hoarded resources, cheers of long live the alliance leader ringing out for a good while, spending other people's money to chase his own goal, and having everyone end up grateful to him while his alliance grows stronger. The feeling is one word: exhilarating. Setbacks come on the road to growth, but the payoff is this sweet. The way he sees it, he is practically the protagonist of a novel, and that lone heavy hitter, flush with resources and strong early forever opposing him, is the textbook villain, and since he is a villain, his end is bound to be miserable. Getting no reply, Wang Pyo grows a little anxious, and right then the heavy hitter's sweetheart answers. She tells him to forget level 5. She does not even have level 4 cards, only a batch of level 3 pikeman cards, all pre-ordered at a high price by someone saving them to fight a boss. The deal just stalled because the buyer has not gathered enough resources, so if he wants in, he can only pre-order the next batch. As long as he is not chatting with me directly, Wang Pyo is in a fine mood, fed up with that greedy idiot's face, and hearing the cards are Pikmin, he wants them even more. At the same time, his heart tightens, worried that if too many people come buying cards, the secret of upgrading his barracks will not stay hidden long. Still, this tells him the guy's main troop type is only level 3, that he just holds an unknown number of high-level monster cards that make people wary, and that taking down this island would rocket his strength. So what would the guy fight him with then? Excited and impatient, he replies, "Beautiful lady, let us talk. The others have not gathered their money. How long can you wait? Sell to him first and leave the next batch for them. Does that not just plug the gap?" She tells him that will not do, that making cards is slow, that if she sells to him first and the others come right after, it ruins her boss's reputation, that he might hit her, that they pre-ordered at a high price and selling to Wang Pyo at base would not square the accounts. Wang Pyo relaxes a lot, so card making is not easy, his barracks upgrade speed must be limited too, and if others pre-ordered, the price could well run higher. To safely take the boss and close the gap with me, he decides to raise his offer for this batch, the only reason he held back at first being fear of getting maliciously gouged, since he can stomach a high price, but will never accept extortion. He tells her not to worry, that he understands the principles and would never make trouble for her. Just tell him what the other buyer offered. 15 resources, she says. He runs the numbers. Level 1 and 2 soldiers at 5, level 3 at 10. And given the guy's ruthlessness and how versatile the cards are, 15 is not pricey at all. So since he is taking the whole batch, it makes no sense to be stingy. 20, he declares, 20 resources, whether she pockets the extra or hands it to her boss. That is a reasonable accounting. He has never felt so good about overpaying. The thought of the heavy hitter gloating over a small profit off him, while he himself surges ahead on the man's own cards, feels as good as a glass of ice-cold beer on a scorching day. What is that word again? Aiding the enemy. Strange how pleasant it sounds today. She asks if a master is this straightforward, if he wants all of them, and he says of course as many as she has. He thinks she is a funny little thing, that she cannot know her boss auctions cards one at a time, that with production this slow she cannot possibly have enough to fill his teeth. But why does she also call him a master? And why does her tone carry an echo of that idiot? Is this what they mean by being tainted by bad company? She tells him he will have to trade the resources to her first before she hands over the cards, that this is the boss's rule for selling. Their rules really are like that, and annoying as the idiot is, his credit is solid. Fine, he thinks. Let me show you my generosity, and if you cannot satisfy me, do not blame me for mocking you again. He tells her not to worry. He will take all the cards. Just name the quantity. The girl tells me I was right, that experts really are not short on cash, that he agreed to a price that high. I did not expect Wang Pyo to fold so fast. He must be in a terrible hurry, dying to kill a boss. What else could it be? Well then, excuse me, but carrying that much fat is bad for your health, so let Big Brother help you slim down. Seeing me silent, she asks how many cards I plan to sell him, that at a price this steep, would 10 be too many? My voice jumps a notch. I cut my eyes at her and shoot back. 10. How much do you look down on him? 30 at the absolute minimum to live up to an alliance leader's status. While she stares dumbstruck, I type 30 into her phone and hit send. Wang Pyo sees the number from the big boss's sweetheart and his eyelid twitches violently, nearly spitting up a mouthful of old blood, blurting out why she did not say so sooner, a choice curse slipping loose. If he were dealing with me directly, he would haggle hard or walk back his big talk, and being mocked by me he would not care, but in front of a little girl the calculus is different. Embarrassment fine, but not in front of her, and most of all without cards he cannot push the Pig King boss. After much chewing on it, he mutters to himself that the cards are a bit dear but very useful, especially now that there can be no mistakes. Secure this wave, maybe snag the island stream and compete with me in the water market. And the guaranteed mount camp lets him rise fast, striking his rival while his own strength leaps. And best of all, it is all thanks to the other party's cards. Flipped around, the problem invigorates him. A little more money is nothing, and at that thought Wang Pyo feels enormously at peace. Let us do it. A friend reminder pings. Wang Pyo has initiated and confirmed a trade with me. No message attached. Collect the items at the crystal platform. I receive 600 wood, 600 stone, 15,000 grams of military rations, and 15,000 grams of clean water. The resources the entire Mutual Aid Alliance painstakingly scraped together land on my platform. The cheering in the room pulls Gok Hyeon over, and Song Yusin, bursting to share, tells her the whole story. Puzzled, Gok Hyeon asks what kind of monster you would have to kill to break even on cards this expensive. I tell her not to make the same mistake Song Yusin made, that a monster even an expert cannot handle has to be strong, that high returns are no surprise and getting rich in one shot is not impossible, that we are just making a little pocket money off him and helping him drop some weight. My nonsense somehow they take seriously because last night's battle that cost me everything and the haul it brought is the best proof, and knowing the cards are pricey and buying anyway says plenty. So skimming pocket money off Wang Pyo, the The girls feel no guilt at all. The territory is starving for these supplies, and any soldier standing guard by peace of mind. The resource problem that had me scratching my head is suddenly solved. Comrade Wang Pyo is a good comrade indeed. Take a man's money, you help him with his business. Only right. With the 1 free unit a day, I run 29 more conscriptions and Song Yusin trades the resulting pigment cards to Wang Pyo. The whole deal a clean success. Today is day 5 in the new world, and Song Yusin's black soil and stone pile specialties finally produce. The black soil we settled at dinner last night, to be planted as pasture with 1 corner saved for a pumpkin seed. After routinely turning my 12 level 2 skeleton soldiers and 3 magic scrolls into cards, I recruit my main force. I hold 335 wood and 416 stone, so I recruit 15 level 5 rare soldiers, and with the free daily 1 that makes 16, my own leadership being 12, the remaining 4 split evenly between the girls. I tell them to stop bringing low-level soldiers, that when others run out of rainwater, our water will make money and we will replenish their troops then. Gok Hyon says they will stay on the floating island and go nowhere, that there is no rush on soldiers, that my resources matter more for upgrading the defense tower or building a sheepfold. I tell her what needs upgrading gets upgraded, that her leadership is one of the most important parts of our combat power and cannot be wasted. She agrees that in the end, it all comes down to too few resources, that everything needs supplies. Song Yusin says to take it slow, that with her brother here life will only get better, that she is a woman so what is wrong with being a little sentimental. Gok Hyon teases that this is her brother's worry to carry, that they just keep the home and herds her back inside because brother is about to make something good. The system asks if I want to spend 50 stone and 10 iron to build a fireplace, and I confirm it, a fireplace appearing on the inside wall of the stone house. An ordinary primary fireplace, a household item with no attribute bonus taking 2 square meters, automatic smoke exhaust, heating and water boiling, burning 1 wood every 2 hours or double the wood to heat the room fast. With it we can warm the room and boil water at once, I tell them, that we lacked supplies before but now that we have gathered everything, this had to come first. They thank me, one saying I have a conscience for knowing girls fear the cold, and I tell them not to overthink it. Big brother just wants convenient hot water, which earns me a pair of identical complaints about how annoying I am. The nights only get colder from here, so a fireplace is necessary, since falling sick would only be more trouble. I set out tables and chairs again, the girls bring out warm food, Rang Rang and Lord Chicken each take their own spots, and we eat simple meals, chatting about now and planning the future. The scene on the small floating island peaceful and serene. A simple life, and hard won. The other specialties the girls manage meticulously. Only the mixed tree forest gets overlooked, and now that I have mentioned the bamboo shoots and hawthorns growing there, they run off after dinner to find them. They can check individual trees, but they never imagined such a broad stand of trees would count, as a whole, as one specialty. Having figured, I just clustered them together for the scenery. On a bare floating island, a few trees really are a sight worth having. However little it yields, harvesting always brings joy. Even just over 10 hawthorn berries and a few 100 grams of bamboo shoots. A cup of sour hawthorn water, the rooster crowing now and then, Rang Rang barking, the girls whispering, clear one moment and faint the next, and I find that happiness is nothing more than this. Though Rang Rang's barks sound a touch more like screams than usual. When I call over asking what is wrong with those two, again, Song Yusin, the rooster clamped in her arms, snaps that it is all Rang Rang's fault, that he was drooling over the little hen, and Lord Chicken caught him at it. Serves him right, I suppose. Both sides matter to me and I cannot referee them, and I do not need to. The girls have already shielded their beloved pets, each cradling a dog's head and a chicken's head, murmuring non-stop, and the way they settle proves the mistress's mediation is something else. One of them is washing clothes, the other fiddling with an oversized roll of paper, separating it and re-rolling it into smaller rolls, which I do not understand and do not bother questioning, since they have done an impeccable job of everything that needed doing. I repair the wrecked defense tower, though I cannot spare soldiers to man it yet, so that waits. Then I move the hawthorn trees, fully picked, into the mixed tree forest to see what surprises they bring. The forest gains another C-grade tree and, as expected, upgrades again. The system tells me my C2 grade mixed tree forest has climbed to C3 grade. An immature forest now, 6 mature trees, 12 species, 12 of 20, toward the next advancement, able to grow richer in variety and yield the more ground it covers. Current area, 30 square meters. It has sprouted clumps of weeds, pasture and wildflower patches, and grown shrubs and vines. Its daily output 12 of 12 wood, plus 5 bamboo shoots and bamboo shoot grams and hawthorn fruits pending. Its description chirping that it has grown a little, that once mature it will give more than wood and hawthorn and shoots, that it can grow mushrooms and even surprises, and it kicks territory prosperity up by 80. There really is a surprise. I want tree seeds, more tree seeds. Looking at the upgraded forest with its all-around boost in output and the freshly evolved plants, my excitement is fair, since the forest was already this strong before advancing. So what will it be once it does? Cultivate. I have to cultivate it hard. Right as I decide that, the barbarians nearest the forest finally notice me, chattering and gesturing. And while I am frowning at them, a lord's hint solves it, telling me my subordinate barbarians are requesting to go out and search for supplies. Do I agree? What the hell? Busy messing with Wang Pyo and then enjoying lunch with the girls. I forgot all about them. They must be starving and ready to go find food themselves. No chance. With their current trust in me, if they leave they are gone for good. And this touches my whole plan to research divine power. So there is no way I let them escape. Barbarians eat food, not military rations. So the food problem comes first. And nobody on the trade channel is selling food. The occasional scrap absurdly priced and never enough. Only a long-term stable food source fixes it. Looks like not upgrading the fish-producing water tank is no longer an option. Decision made, time to act. I choose disagree on their request, then tell Ada, the barbarian captain, that it is dangerous outside, to bring his things and follow me, and Ada passes the Lord's words to the rest, who, with yesterday's lesson, understand and fall in obediently behind. What I do not know is that the simpler the mind, the more it reveres the strong. And after they all watched me kill the goblin hero last night, they are utterly convinced and would not have bothered me at all if they were not truly out of food. Once the barbarians fill their water buckets and stand waiting eagerly for me to feed them, I lead them to the fish-producing tank and call the girls over to watch, since solving the territory's food source is an important moment, and everyone should be happy together. The system confirms I have used an upgrade card on the C1 grade fish-producing water tank, and it climbs to a C2 grade fish pond, 20 square meters, randomly producing 15,000 grams of assorted freshwater fish and shrimp daily, eating well and growing fast, cultivable, harvested by tapping the tank, adding 60 to prosperity. The footprint nearly doubled, but the output tripled, and it gained the traits of being fed and grown. 3 pairs of eyes glow at the pond, which tells me dancing with fish is going to be a permanent fixture from here on. After the upgrade, the old bucket floats in a corner, and a gentle tap on the tank pulls the catch helplessly back into it. And watching the girls have so much fun, I find the thing pretty entertaining myself. The barbarians witness the whole upgrade, the tank swelling, the fish collected, and for these foot soldiers, it is plainly a miracle. And after carrying off more fish and clean water than they can eat in a day, they are a hair short of kneeling to me in gratitude. The upgrade spectacle plus the territory's abundance of food and clean water push their trust to 70. An unexpected bonus, so trust can be played like this. I have not had a proper bath in days, and with the day's heat on the island, dancing with fish right now is a joy by itself. If there were 2 mermaids beside me, it would be double the happiness, but either way the commotion noticeably improves things between the 3 of us. Solving the food shortage, this suddenly gives them an unreal feeling. Between starving and having more than enough, all it takes is 1 upgrade card. What kind of situation is this? Gok Hayon says that card is not easy to get, that you fight for it with your life. Song Yusin adds that even fighting for your life might fail, that her brother just has good starting capital, that for those whose specialties are bread and instant noodles, even an upgrade card barely gets them by. Her words hit the nail on the head, and even I nod since small food specialties really are tragic while big item outputs take forever. And living specialties you can slowly cultivate are genuinely rare. Gok Hayon needles Song Yusin about whether her brother's starting capital is good or not, since she just saw it firsthand, which turns the girl scarlet, and she swats back that they are talking about serious matters and Gok Hayon is being annoying. I cut in, asking what is up with the 2 of them. It was just a bath together and they act like I did something. In unison they tell me to shut up. I protest that I did nothing, and one of them fires back. Then what did you want to do? And I let that one die where it lands. In the talk that follows, I learned the small paper rolls they were so carefully making are actually trade goods, that as long as they keep enough for the house, the extra rolls trade for other things, a practice I fully support. In this environment, every harvested item is cause for joy, and the girls' phones keep beeping as they camp closest to the crystal platform, busy replying, swapping opinions, pretty faces never not smiling. Watching them, I realize I have become an extra. In the short stretch, they finished several trades, reaching into the platform to pull out what they swapped for, mostly small things, toothbrushes, soap, bath towels. Knowing better than to disturb them, and with nothing to do, I cut the leftover half watermelon from yesterday into small pieces, stick a few toothpicks in so they can eat without putting down their phones, and set the bright red chunks beside them. They thank me, one saying the watermelon is so sweet, and how could it not be? The less sweet parts all went into my own stomach. I tell them not to hog it, that Rang Rang and Lord Chicken are eyeing them wrong, and the short bark and cluck that follow prove both pets agree with their master. I remind them to save the watermelon seeds for me, not to let the pets eat them, since we still need them for planting. and they answer with easy little yeses. Around 1 in the afternoon, the temperature peaks, and nobody wants to step into the scorching sun. But I, freshly fed on watermelon, find it just right. The melon's effect is immediate, personally verified, more convincing than any written description. So I stand by the water well holding the last upgrade card, meaning to upgrade the well, since I had planned to dump both cards on it, but the food shortage forced me to boost the pond first. I did not collect the well's output today, wanting to see whether the yield improves after the upgrade. The system tells me I have used a specialty card on the C1 grade water well, and it climbs to a C2 grade physique strengthening water well, adding 80 to prosperity. Want water? It asks. The kind that boosts your physique. Drink a couple sips regularly, and your body reaps many benefits. And its description says it accelerates the growth and maturation of animals and plants. Its extract essence feature lets me pull water essence from the endlessly physique strengthening purified water. 500 grams of intermediate grade physique water essence daily. All 500 currently available. While long-term drinking slightly improves physique, suppresses the spread of illness, and prevents wound infection. The intermediate grade essence grants, per 500 grams consumed, physique plus 4/10, which is 4 health. I am rich. That is my first thought. On its physique strengthening trait alone, nobody could refuse this, never mind the 2 other functions. Back in the room, I collect the day's water essence from the platform and drink it all. Not enough to share yet, but as I grow stronger, my attributes will lift everyone. The girls have no idea what I am up to, still deep in a shopping frenzy with no attention to spare. Having monopolized the platform, their paper rolls running low while a heap of small items piles up on the bed. No rush to swap in the new well water, and outside the island it is dead calm. Not a single monster since last night's battle. With nothing to do, I check the regional info for anything useful. The hottest post asks whether everyone has noticed monsters appearing on a more regular schedule lately, absent during the coldest part of night and hottest part of day. And that destroyed islands drop cold and heat protection supplies at a high rate. Wondering if the monsters too are bracing for extreme weather. The huge like and reply count proves most people accept it. Useless to me though, since my goal is set. Bring Uncle Lee to the island, then go explore the Divine Tomb island chain, fighting any monsters I meet on the way, and shrugging it off if I meet none. Cold and heat necessities, with resources, are no issue. What gives me confidence is the newly upgraded physique strengthening well water, which has transcended ordinary items, and as long as I do not price it too high, practically nobody can refuse it. Just as I am pondering the price, a master messages me a screenshot of specialty attributes and a note, Wang Pyo asking if I am interested in researching this item of his. Right now, Wang Pyo's mood is beyond ecstatic, the haul from the stream specialty and the cavalry camp making him tremble. The remaining 20+ high-priced cards still feel a little like extortion. But next to the gain, a few more resources is nothing. His level 3 wild boar camp recruits 1 boar mount free daily and lets him recruit more for 15 wood, 15 stone, 1,000 grams of food, and 1,000 grams of clear water apiece. No cap until leadership fills, with higher grade boars unlocking as the camp levels, and a note that mount units take no lord attribute bonus. The level 3 wild boar mount reads health 36, attack 3, defense 3, magic attack 3, magic defense 3, speed 2, with life share, so a rider enjoys the mount's attribute bonus. Written, the boar is less fierce than wild, its numbers cut, but even without a lord bonus, its strength is a qualitative leap over his old troop types. Regional heavy hitters, he thinks, he no longer cares about them. The island circling stream is a D-grade large functional specialty, 60 square meters long, a continuously flowing stream well suited for water storage and aquaculture. Best boil before drinking to avoid illness. Currently producing nothing, no function yet. A growth type specialty that can upgrade and evolve. Adding 50 to prosperity. Wang Pyo chases a combat route, and the island, only 80 square meters, was a bonus for expanding his territory. He already has bottled water specialties and lacks no water, so the only reason he wanted the little stream was to annoy me, savoring the thrill of using my own troop card to win water resources, and then turning those resources against my water resources. Except the stream's water turned out unclean, its footprint huge, and good for raising fish, sure, but he has never found anyone in the whole region selling live fish, so what use is that? The unclean water would barely dent my water business. Near zero effect, and boiling costs wood, so he figures it is better to trade these resources for cleaner water outright. He decides he will not sell a functional specialty even if it is currently useless, but showing it to me to needle me costs nothing, so he sends it over. Looking at the stream's function and attributes, my surprise is fair, the item practically tailor-made for me. One thing is certain, An expert flashing me a specialty without using it himself means he is sincere about a trade. I mutter that I definitely have to buy it, that bargaining straight would invite an outrageous price, that I will have to fully downplay his item's advantages to land it cheapest. So I say nothing and instead send him just the well's characteristics. Only that small section so he thinks my water hides even greater powers and his price drops in his head. The screenshot reads that long-term drinking slightly improves physique, suppresses the spread of illness, and prevents wound infection. Then I reply that what a coincidence. This water I am showing him is about to go up for sale at the same price. That frankly, aside from one incomprehensible functional aspect, the rest of his item is not worth mentioning. Never mind the exaggerated footprint in the boiling requirement. And where would he even find fish fry to stock it? Looking at my screenshot, Wang Pyo is annoyed and also envious, because if my water really sells at the price I named, he would buy it long-term himself, let alone anyone else. Since I did not get annoyed, fine, no loss to him. No plan to sell anyway, and he decides not to reply. Getting no answer, I believe I hit his weak spot, and now is the moment to show real sincerity. I tell him I have something too. Can the expert research it for me and send another screenshot? The legendary heavy cavalry general armor, health 50, attack 6, defense 8, magic attack 3, magic defense 5. The power of legendary gear nearly blinds Wang Pyo, the perfect thing for going head-on against a boss, who could stop him with it, practically tailor-made for him, except he cannot afford it. So he replies, cannot afford it. I ask what he means, whether this item is not enough to trade for his specialty of unknown use, that honestly this armor is only on the table because I cannot wear it, or it would never be his turn. Wang Pyo believes that, since nobody sells legendary gear they can actually use, so I am interested in the specialty he never planned to sell. The gear is good, he says, but functional specialties are rare too. His reply surprises me. Since when can a battle fanatic resist equipment? Does he want me to raise the price? No way, I have to reason with him. I tell him, expert, are you overlooking something? That however powerful a function is, it is never overnight. That by his own stream's description, how long would he cultivate it before results? Whereas with the armor it is different. That with his ability, the next boss he meets he will even save on troop cards. And things like that will he not have as many as he wants. Already coveting the armor, Wang Pyo's resolve wavers, and after my pitch he finds it quite reasonable. That gear boosts strength the instant you wear it, crucial early, while the specialty might take who knows how long to pay off. The stream he never meant to sell is thus vaguely traded to me. Eyesore-handled, island-circling stream in hand, I cannot help laughing out loud. One man's trash is another man's treasure, and who would dare call a functional specialty trash? When the girls ask what has me so happy, I tell them I just swapped a treasure with the expert using that heavy armor I cannot wear, which naturally piques them, since anything I call a treasure must be extraordinary. On inspection though, they find the thing useless beyond raising fish. As they frown in confusion, I grin and ask the ladies how about a moat. Song Yusin says she did not study much, but I cannot trick her like that. A stream this short is a moat, that I am bold. Tricking you, I say. You are not thinking. Do you not understand store water and raise fish? And if we dig a ditch, does that not count as storing water? However deep or big you dig, she says, it is a pond at most. What does that have to do with a moat? I have my own brilliant plan, I tell her, and Gok Hyon promptly flattens my swagger, asking whether the people who copy homework have started showing off their intelligence, whether they would not have thought of what I thought of, whether Wang Pyo would not have, advising me to save it, since with our stamina can we even dig it. Emboldened by the backup, Song Yusin gets assertive, that exactly, floating island renovation does not offer a dig-a-pit option. With an idea in hand, how could I let them look down on me? Have they forgotten the barbarians who eat and drink my provisions? I say, those robust physiques, if I do not put them to hard labor my conscience will ache. Gok Hyon's face goes red, kicking herself for carelessness, for forgetting barbarians are not a troop type. She sniffs that she does not feel well, and I am making dinner tonight. And Song Yusin piles on that she is not feeling well either, that not only can she not cook, she does not want to talk to me. I stand there bewildered and innocent. Brother is just telling you his ideas. What is going on with you two? Is this not playing dirty? Did brother say something wrong? I ask whether they feel sorry for the barbarians, whether putting them to a little work is really enough to anger them this much and get a go to hell, and are you doing this on purpose for my trouble? Either way, my idea is workable, and in the girl's eyes maybe Wang Pyo also thought he could not develop it, which is why he traded it to me so easily. If I really have a way to lengthen the stream, there is no need to dig it out to a full moat. Even a leg-deep river that blocks an enemy charge would be impressive, and if we build bunkers and wooden spikes along the banks, upgrade the city walls to hold defense towers, and add my troop control, the future has everyone feeling deeply at peace, just imagining it. Today is a peaceful day, not one monster island encountered, and the renovation plan that was only an idea finally goes on the agenda. With the island circling stream, the old layout needs revising. But since the stream sits outside the wooden fence, not much changes. The final plan lands like this. The 30 square meter stone house goes in the center, and since upgrading to an intermediate stone house needs 60, we reserve 50 square meters of open space around it. Living space goes in front of the house, a pathway running straight out, the statue base and chicken coop on the right of it, the water well and black soil on the left, a sheepfold planned behind. The extra reserved space holds sail trees, gold generating stones, fish ponds, and small specialties. Then the defense towers, with conscription camps and toilets between them. The outer ring a wooden fence whose count is short but whose positions we mark in advance. After that a winding stream encircles the whole territory, as if the water, seeming about to stop, flows from its source and seeps into the ground at its end, a continuous cycle. At this point the stream's length far exceeds its original, all because I rebuilt it to wrap the entire territory, which means its already thin flow nearly loses its circulating power, making it look like it will dry up in days, never mind store water or raise fish. And my thoughtless move even trips a system warning. The girls turn anxious, one snapping that the description clearly says the length is 60 meters. 60, that I ignored the warning and stretched it this long on my own. The other adding that the system said if the flow stops the stream breaks. Asking if my brain broke too. Do not worry, I tell them. When have I ever let you down? Watch this. I produced the D-grade specialty I obtained long ago but never used. 500 milliliters of mineral water in my hand. They see it clearly but do not know my plan, and right in front of them I unscrew the cap and pour it into the stream's source, ignoring their cry of don't. The flow promptly doubles, still not abundant but no longer at risk of drying up. Before they can ask, I explain with a smile that it is a large, evolvable specialty. Just watch the stream's changes and they will see. And they do. No wonder this guy dared. He knows how to upgrade specialties, though was this method not a touch too extravagant. The island circling stream is now a D2 grade large functional specialty, a continuously flowing stream wrapping the island, well suited for water storage and aquaculture, best boiled before drinking, having derived water grass and algae, still no output, still no function, a growth type specialty that can upgrade and evolve, adding 60 to prosperity. The two new aquatic plants must be food for the fish and shrimp, or it would not live up to its suitable for aquaculture description. See, I tell them, this is what the prototype of a moat should look like. And seeing the effect, the girls naturally rejoice, since it turns out the guy is as reliable as ever. With that, the renovation ends, any further work waiting on the next main city upgrade. Next, I walk them through the upgraded well, which is even better news, foreseeably bringing rapid change to the territory. Every construction stalled by thin resources soon getting upgraded. Motivated, the three of us work together and quickly draw over a dozen buckets of new well water, then put it up for sale at the same price, 650 grams of water for one building material. On the regional channel, I post that the clear water I have for sale carries a new brand, and the effect is awesome. Go check it yourselves. CO Ire's message follows fast. My heavens, what did I see? Please accept my deepest respect, big boss. Wang Meng says with an item like this he did not even raise the price, that the big boss's realm shames his inferiority. Wang Pio says on behalf of the Alliance brothers, thank you, big boss. Gina asks what kind of situation this is, that they clearly do not lack water and still have to buy others to drink. Oh, Munryong and Shim Wai each thank the big boss, and someone else replies that as long as the wound does not spread he can hold on. That great kindness needs no words of thanks. CO Ire advises everyone, lacking water or not, to stock up, that in this hot cold weather falling sick is troublesome. I reply to no one. I am selling things, and if I get too chummy, what if they ask for a discount? As expected, the water that went a long time without earning finally sells again. The difference being even people with plenty of water buy some strong body well water as backup. Not just for the slight physique boost, but for its pain suppression and wound infection prevention, which no one can ignore. For a stretch my phone screen floods with transaction messages, and at this rate the water I once thought abundant might not be so plentiful after all. The first job for the resources is recruiting enough troops to keep the defense towers running normally, since I care a great deal about defense. But my stamina in the girls has hit its limit, no more water to draw, so I conscript the barbarians as subjects, and they handle the simple water drawing tirelessly, which gives me reason to believe the limited physique problem only afflicts human survivors. Storing water in the crystal platform clearly does not need this many hands, but they will not sit idle, because I trade for 4 more water buckets and have them pour well water into the stream to speed the aquatic plants along, which matters a great deal for my coming fish farming plan. The stream's flow finally settles back to its original level, and only then do the tireless barbarians have to stop. I light a bonfire, gather the day's remaining fish catch, and split a stack of fat bamboo skewers with the axe. And by the time the fish are ready, the two girls come strolling up with their pets in tow, taking their sweet time. Song Yusin asks whether I am throwing a party for my subjects, and I tell her that if she is interested, I have no objection at all, which leaves her sputtering with no comeback ready. Gok Haeyeon changes the subject for her, asking whether I plan to cook for all of them by hand, and I ask if she has lost her mind too, since how long would it take me to cook for this many people by myself? Shutting both of them up at once is just wonderful, and it serves them right for not lifting a finger to help. An emperor does not send hungry soldiers to war. I want to grow the barbarians' trust, and more interaction beats keeping them penned on the floating island, so I let them eat with us by the fire. Ada and the others each clutch a big skewer, satisfied with the portions, and that satisfaction peaks the moment they see their lord and his followers eating the exact same food. They know how to grill, but they have never seen anyone sprinkle a layer of little white granules on top. I dust a thin layer on my own, then hand the bag to Ada and gesture for him to pass it down the line. Since I am not the stingy sort, and the logic in their heads is simple, that anything the Lord enjoys must be a good thing. So Ada tips out a fat handful of the sand-like granules and copies me, evenly coating his fish before passing it on with deep contentment. My eyelids twitch hard, but I let it go. Song Yusin cannot bear to watch and quietly tells me I should rein them in, since that much salt could make them sick, and I wave it off, telling her that at worst they will just drink more water, and drinking more well water is good for the body. The reason makes no sense and is also completely unanswerable. By the time the salt bag reaches the two girls, it is bone empty, and that is just how it goes, some salted to death and some with none at all. The fish are done, but neither girl spares a thought for the bland skewers in their hands, because the barbarians, after wolfing down their salted fish, repay me with the highest gratitude they know. They prostrate themselves, the ritual believers normally save for praying to gods. I never imagined a meal of salted grilled fish would send their trust shooting up by 5 points. All over a single bag of refined salt, which proves the thing I had been circling. That salt is the truly scarce item in this new world. It makes sense, since none of these little floating islands could be producing salt, and even where a salt mine exists, who out there would know how to refine it? Looks like hoarding refined salt just became a priority. The barbarians head home, and before they go, I let them take 3 buckets of water. Not a single monster crossed my path all day, yet the day was full, since I replanned the whole territory and pulled in a harvest like never before. 421 pieces of wood and 138 of stone, the count still ticking up. Wood used to be my bottleneck and is now my most abundant resource, running roughly 4-to-1 against stone, which means I can finally build a wardrobe bundled with the small stone house. A man like me could not care less about a wardrobe, but there are women in the house now and they will not want their belongings sitting in a heap, so I build not 1 but 2. The panel reads it back, an ordinary primary wardrobe, household item with no attribute bonus, taking up 3 square meters of indoor space and costing 50 pieces of wood, 2 meters long and 1 wide and 2 tall. Good for clothes and odds and ends. The happy faces on the two girls say the wardrobes have genuinely delighted them, and I suppose this is what people mean by personal space. There is still plenty of wood, so next I plug every gap in the wooden fence, and counting the old ones I now hold 200 pieces of level 1 fence. These are the foundation for future wall upgrades, since the higher the level the thicker the health, and the more advanced walls even come with recoil damage, though that takes a brutal pile of resources. Come evening, Li Ganxiang trades me a handmade chicken coop. Nothing fancy but sturdy. The old man clearly not idle all day either, so the little hen finally has a home of her own. This time I hand him a bottle of white wine to chase off the fatigue and the cold, fry up some little fish and shrimp myself, boil him a bowl of instant noodles, and tell him to stay warm and not get sick. His gratitude needs no spelling out. With a level 3 floating island core under me, even a strong enemy would not leave me without time to react, so I see no reason to rush the reinforcements. In 2 days I can go pick up Uncle Lee. I promised him food and a roof, but a crowd squeezed shoulder to shoulder would be its own misery, so I want to stockpile resources first and upgrade the house, partly to widen my view, and mostly for the extra rooms, since once Uncle Lee arrives my grand farming plan can finally take shape. A quiet day passes just like that, a fireplace lit in the stone house to soften the cold. The two girls on the other bed listening to me snore, oddly at peace. If they had never met me, they would probably be like most people out there, still grinding through hunger and cold. 8 in the morning. I wake on my own and the first thing I do is check my phone. New World Day 6. 3 of 7 days until server merge. Daytime high of 36 degrees, sunny, mind the heat stroke. Nighttime low of 2 degrees, mind the cold. Air quality excellent. Apart from the temperature swing, the rest of the prompt is the usual. 906 people remain in the area. Only 1 death yesterday, which counts as a good result. Then the trade channel hits me with rows of trade records that leave me baffled. Over 800 pieces of wood, over 400 of stone. What on earth is going on? More than 20 people have tagged me in the chat channel, and for a second I wonder if they all ran into danger, until I open the message history and realize they are all thanking me. The situations are bizarrely identical. Every one of them got sick, and everyone is thanking the big boss for the functional water I sold, which kept their condition from worsening, the promise being that if they drink more and tough it out, recovery will not be hard. None of them expected their offhand purchases would kick off another buying wave and let me earn a quick stack of cash. Scrolling the records, I finally understand what drove the surge. That these people saw how well the functional water worked, and scared of a shortage or a price hike, scared they would never get something this cheap again, started hoarding. If they bought only what daily life needed, I would earn and they would lose nothing. But as the listed water dwindled, some got anxious and the purchase amounts ballooned larger and larger, which is frankly irrational. So I posted the regional channel that they should stop blindly buying water and stalling their own development, that I will restock the moment my stamina recovers. No price hike, no shortage. My prestige is unmatched and I rarely speak, so the instant I do, countless eyes swivel my way. Someone replies that he had been about to sink everything into water, even at the cost of soldiers and food, and now that the big boss has said this, he can finally relax. Someone else says he just bought a giant batch, and a third congratulates him for not needing to buy any tomorrow. The strange thing is that the trolls, normally crawling all over the channel, have gone collectively silent, leaving me no chance to blacklist a single one. With the big boss speaking, of course CO Iray cannot keep his reply absent. He gushes that the big boss would rather earn less than raise prices, and still cares about everyone's development. That this breadth of mind and vision is probably without equal. I tell him flatly that no matter how prettily he talks, I am not giving him my water for free. His eyes must be lighting up. Because how many people in the whole region get to trade words with the big boss? And this is exactly the goal he has been chasing. He came out of a general manager background and understands better than anyone that the only way to be remembered when the benefits come around is to make sure the big boss always knows he exists. So CO Iray presses harder, saying he has not even finished the water from a few days back, and if the big boss wants to send something, send food. That is right, his reply is to flat out ask me for food. And that one move tells everyone watching our relationship needs no further explanation. Where the water came from, anyone who cares can guess for themselves. I do not answer him, but having someone cheering this loud does feel good. Food is not impossible if convenient, but doing it specifically for him is out of the question. So I trade CO Iray 3,000 grams of fortifying well water with a note that since he does not lack food, water it is. Giving water is fine too. The second the welfare lands, he screenshots it and posts the photo. The bold little move pulling a chuckle out of me, and I think that if he wants to cling to my leg, I will just have to see whether he is qualified. I glance at the trade channel, and the food page is genuinely barren. Nobody selling a single grain, just a handful of people swapping food for a change of taste. I sit on the bed in a daze for a while, not sure what I am turning over, until Gok Hayon calls me for dinner and I finally pocket the phone, wash up, and get to my own business. Over the meal, Gok Hayon mentions the sale tree we cut down earlier has already sprouted, and when I ask if it is really that fast, she just hums yes. The food is plain, rice porridge, shredded bamboo shoots and sauce, pan-fried little river fish, and a thin soup with a few cabbage leaves in it. I tell them we are nearly out of grain, then I have made them both suffer through the same handful of dishes every day. Gok Hayon tells me to cut the nonsense, that she and the girl are not children, that they are already content with this kind of life. Song Yusin pouts and points at her smooth cheek, asking if I can see what is written there, and when I play along and say I can almost make out words but cannot read them, she announces her left and right cheeks say satisfied. She manages to crack me up. Gok Hayon says she means it, about not pressuring myself, that if I go look at the cabbage and pasture in the black soil later, I will see them growing visibly by the day, and once we get through this stretch, and the black soil expands, food will turn abundant. Son Yusin adds that we really cannot keep eating rice, since the little hen lays an egg a day and we cannot let that stop over a food shortage, the two of them still hoping she gives us a clutch of chicks. I tell them they are thinking too simply, that I would bet ordinary crops will not survive extreme weather unless tended, and whether specialties get hit too is anyone's guess. That puts them on edge at once, and they ask what we should do, so I tell them, build houses, build greenhouses, there is no other choice. They ask about resources, I tell them I have already saved enough, and when they ask when we start, I tell them that once I have finished collecting the troops, I will come back and build the houses. Son Yusin plants a kiss on me, and I tell the little girl she has some nerve, to hold still so I can kiss her back. Just as the two girls said, gathering specialties is their job, the sale trees care included, and they do not even skip the meager output of the mixed tree forest, while I handle everything that touches combat. After my daily share of mid-grade water essence, My total health hits 62 points. Then I turn all of today's free troops into cards except the Minotaur. Magic cards after. My territory's military strength now stands like this. As Lord, I carry a leadership value of 12 and a full set of rare armored Minotaur warriors, 12 of 12. Song Yusin as follower has leadership 10 and 3 armored Minotaur warriors of a possible 10. And Gok Hyon the same leadership 10 with 2 of 10. In hand I hold 9 level 4 armored goblin cards, 24 level 2 skeleton soldier cards, 1 level 3 Pikmin card, 8 fireball spell cards, and 2 ice cone spell cards. The skeleton soldiers I once thought I could spam in a swarm strategy have turned into pure decoration, and my new class skills have not been touched even once. Fine, I tell myself. I will combine them and see what happens. 12 recruit cards turn up in my hand, and looking them over leaves me satisfied. A level 3 skeleton archer reads back with health 18, attack 10, defense 3, the unit talent a ranged attack out to 15 meters, and the unit trait hollow skeleton, a 15% chance to ignore defense tower and archer attacks. As ranged units, they are no longer cannon fodder, and with that vicious attack power, they are at the very least far more useful than skeleton soldiers. I also noticed that only the system-issued pikeman keeps the same form on upgrade, while other units shift into different shapes, though it hardly matters since pikemen were never my main combat unit. With that done, I am finally ready to upgrade the Stonehouse. Normally this calls for barbarians watching to push up trust, but after the marvel of refined salt, I no longer fuss over a gain that small. Under the 2 girls' expectant stares, I trigger the upgrade. The current prompt tells me I have spent 400 wood and 400 stone to raise the small stone house to an intermediate stone house, that its bundled facilities are unlocked, and that I have earned 1 chance to reshape the terrain. A wash of golden light pours over the old house, and the 3-room stone home materializes out of nothing, looking like a little farmhouse courtyard. It finally looks a bit like a home. If the small stone house was a tent, the intermediate stone house is a real house, a room each to the east and west joined by a kitchen, with a simple storage room besides. The intermediate stone house takes up 60 square meters, withstands hail and high heat and severe cold in the rest of the weather, lowers the chance of illness, carries 40 points of air defense and a building health of 600. Its unlocked feature is basic stamina recovery, restoring 2 stamina, 20 health, every hour. Its unlocked territory buildings a troop rest tent and an infirmary, and its trait dispels war fog within 40 square meters of the floating island, all of it adding 70 to prosperity. The level 1 troop rest tent lets troops hold combat effectiveness and recover stamina fast in extreme weather, currently housing none of a possible 20, upgradable. The level 1 infirmary after a battle has a 5% chance to revive 5% of lost troops, and a 5% chance to revive followers or heroes. Also upgradable, and if war is unavoidable, it is simply the best tool for blunting the losses. As the war fog draws back another 10 meters, my vision reaches 51 meters. Among the new facilities are a stove and a cupboard, worth the extra resources. The stove most of all. The price is still ridiculous, and upgrading to an advanced stone house would double the materials all the way to 800 blocks. That is the main building for you. The boosted functions secondary, the unlocked items wildly practical. The troop rest tent and infirmary both cost the same to raise from the ground, 50 wood and 50 stone, and with resources to spare I gain by building them sooner. Upgrading them is out of the question for now, since the cost starts at 100 blocks, at least 20 iron blocks, plus copper blocks and gems I have no clue where to source. On a windless afternoon the heat turns unbearable, the hottest stretch landing around 1 in the afternoon. To dodge heat stroke, most people hunker down and still sweat through everything, so against dehydration it is drink water, then drink more water. Hauling water is second nature to the barbarians now, and once their work for me is done they gnaw their watermelons down to a sliver of green rind and head off. They got no salted grilled fish, but getting to eat this thing called a watermelon was worth it, and watching their trust climb to 80 points after only a few interactions, I half wonder whether they have brains at all. Being simple is its own kind of good, since they work hard without complaint and ask for no wages. So I will catch a few more if I get the chance. After a bath and some watermelon against the heat, the 2 girls' afternoon nap is impossibly sweet. Is sleep contagious? I never nap, yet my eyelids start to feel heavy. And the moment I lie down, a system prompt sounds. A survivor floating island has been detected to the southwest. Prepare to respond. Damn, no monsters in my path but a human instead. The 2 sleeping girls do not so much as stir, since they clearly cannot pick up non-combat notifications. So I slip quietly out and head southwest to see what kind of survival state another person is living in. A small floating island of roughly 40 square meters drifts into view, and judging by its trajectory, our 2 sides will basically never touch. I have no taste for going out of my way to kill and loot, but observing how he is developing costs nothing, so with the eye of oversight, the whole little island opens up to me. The man is middle-aged and has already raised a sturdy wooden house, his figure ducking in and out, busy with something I cannot name. A level 3 barracks and 2 defense towers, his combat power neither high nor low, and an island that small says he is running a combat-focused build. Aside from a sail tree and a gold generating stone, I find no other specialty, which means his must be a small one, the kind he keeps stored indoors. I had meant to drift right past, but then I catch a patch of green in one corner of his island and look closer, and it is potato sprouts. I let out a helpless sigh, since in heat like this he ought to at least bring them indoors. I would rather not have seen it, but now that I have, I cannot just let it slide. This crop is too important for survivors, usable as vegetable or staple. With a short growth cycle, and paired with black soil and well water, it would not be long before I could change the menu for the 2 girls, since eating fish every single day wears anyone down. And how many ways are there to cook a potato? Let me see whether this can be settled peacefully. Trailing his island, I find this middle-aged man in the regional channel under the name Do Chang and send a friend request, which he accepts without hesitation. I ask him straight whether he would trade half his potato sprouts for an equal amount of cabbage, and if he has other terms, to name them, since I mean it as a fair exchange. Food for food. What I do not know, waiting on his reply, is that these words have given Do Chang a fright bad enough to break him out in a cold sweat, since he never breathed a word about potatoes to any outsider. So how could a big shot possibly know? And the longer he chews on it, the more terrifying it gets. Du Chang scrambles to scan beyond his island, but inside his pitiful field of vision there is nothing but vast white mist, no anomaly, and still the feeling of being watched will not leave him. Then a violent fit of coughing carries out from inside the house, and he can no longer spare a thought for anything else, and rushes back in, the scramble making him forget to reply. His long silence wears my patience thin. I casually pull out a stack of cards, 8 fireball spells and 2 ice cone spells, and mutter that if he is sensible I will not make him suffer, but if not, I will simply delete him on the spot. The thought is barely formed when his reply lands. If I, the Great One, have medicine for heat stroke or stomach illness, he will hand over every potato sprout for free, not keeping one. All of them free? Does he not know what crops are worth? The man looks perfectly healthy, so I ask whether he is sick. He tells me it is not him, it is his child, that she is sick and he is at his wit's end, that if I have medicine he begs me to help, that as long as his little soul is saved, he will do anything for me. I did not expect a sick child, and the half-formed idea of ambushing him vanishes. I stop at the edge of my floating island and let his island drift off into the mist, then tell him I have no medicine, but I will send 2 kinds of fruit for his child to try. The effect no worse than medicine. I trade him a watermelon, which clears heat and eases the summer swelter, and 2 hawthorns, which treat stomach illness, saying nothing about the potatoes, since if the hawthorns help, another trade will be unavoidable to actually cure her. In a place this lonely, just having a pet for company is hard enough, let alone a flesh and blood relative. And if the child were not sick, given Du Chang's strength, his life ought to keep getting better. I cut the sudden bout of sympathy short, stare out at the endless mist, and turn to head back. Just then, a small floating island, the exact color of the mist, surfaces at the very edge of my vision. If not for those 10 extra meters I just gained, that island would have stayed completely buried, and with its mist-toned color it would have been impossible to spot. Most telling of all, the system did not react to its appearance. No time to dwell on that now, since I have had no business in ages and may as well take a look. I cast the eye of oversight and I am stunned, because for once the smooth oversight fails to pull the island's specific information, surrendering only a tall jutting outline and a description. An unowned floating island, it reads, always adrift in the vast sea of clouds, after the baptism of time producing items, or unique life forms, with various forces forever sending out troops to search the world like a needle in a haystack, mostly to seize it. This is a resource floating island, I realize. Gok Hayon ran into one once and even pulled a poplar tree off it, but that was a resource island actively colliding with her, so it is no reference for me. It is the first time I have hit a situation like this, with no precedent to lean on, but a needle in a haystack has fallen into my lap, and giving up is impossible. And even level 2 and 3 goblin troops dare to go hunting for islands like this, so the danger index should not run high. So while gathering my troops, I steer my floating island to chase it down. There is no such thing as an unowned island outrunning me, and it is not until the island body gently trembles that mine connects with it. When I step cautiously aboard with my troops, I do not see a single monster, yet I am plainly in combat mode. The whole island's main layout is buried under milky white stone and soil, a 5-meter-tall white pillar standing especially conspicuous. Finding no enemies, my gaze drifts to that massive pillar, a single seamless block like white jade, and maybe because I am close, the look pulls back a small piece of its description. A white jade pillar that can be decomposed into rare gem resources. As long as it is not a monster, I am not fool enough to break apart a treasure this size. So what about the scattered stone piles? When I turn over the white stones of every size and uncover one enormous boulder, my stamina runs dry. Dead center in that giant boulder sits a finger-thick cave of unknown depth, its walls smooth as if chiseled, and if there is no monster inside, that would be the real surprise. But knowing that does me no good, since I cannot end the battle without conquering the island, and I cannot just abandon my troops and run from something I cannot reach. Damn it, I really am an idiot, since I do have other methods. If the Minotaur's weapons cannot land on the target, then I test it with an archer first. I'd play a skeleton archer card and have it loose arrows into the cave, and the panel comes back 10 damage, invalid attack, invalid attack. The thing inside is a weakling that has already found a way to dodge, so even a wall of archers would be useless. If you will not come out, then I will suffocate you. Terrified it has another escape route, I hurl 2 bottles of high-proof liquor in, followed by 2 fireball spell cards, all at once. The numbers stack and tumble. 40 damage, 40, 5 and 5 and 5 and 5, 20, 10, 10. The tags reading magic attack and burn, and alcohol combustion and hypoxia. And just like that I win without ever learning what kind of monster was in the cave. Since I could not see its body, my card-making skill is useless too. The system tells me I have eliminated the monster gold devourer worm. That combat has ended, that I have conquered an unowned floating island, and asks me to choose destroy or occupy. Occupy, obviously. The panel reports that I've expanded my territory by 20 square meters to 287 total, acquired 20 square meters of B-grade special soil, a D-grade growth type specialty boulder mine, and the treasure grade territory item white jade pillar. Holy cow, B-grade, and a growth type mine specialty. The D-grade boulder mine reads back like a pitch, asking if I want more stone, more gens, a growth type whose harvest scales with occupied area, currently sitting on 10 square meters, daily output 10 stone and 5 iron blocks. Every 3 days, 3 copper blocks and 1 ruby, adding 30 to prosperity. The white jade pillar is a one-time permanent treasure, an extremely rare territory type treasure with a holy aura, decomposable into valuable gem resources, or usable for idol carving. Its function, once I pick a target and use it, is to automatically generate a statue, and every 5 days a small sub-statue. The sub-statue is usable as offerings to collect the power of prayer. Its holy aura is not yet activated, and it adds 40 to prosperity. So the same item shows different attributes before its ownership is settled, and who would have thought that simple little description earlier would unfold into a treasure this huge? Next, I eagerly look at the soil. B-grade gem soil, special. Halves crop maturity speed under suitable temperatures, doubles yield, and carries extremely strong resistance to cold and heat. Its source is white soil produced over many years by the gold-devouring worms eating high-grade gems, which gives it a tremendous boost to crop growth. The description tells me I can skip fertilizing but cannot skip watering, and it adds 100 to prosperity. The attributes are flat-out amazing, and with this soil, the seeds that have been sitting idle can finally go to work. I want to farm, since otherwise I would be wasting everything the gem soil can do. No wonder it was buried so deep and searched for like a needle in a haystack. It is practically a treasure trove. I have already tasted what upgrading a growth type specialty does, so I mark out the patch right beside the mixed tree forest as the boulder mine's home. When I move the stone piles into its range, the system prompt rings out as expected, telling me my D-grade boulder mine is merged with a high-grade specialty, a C-grade stone pile, and advanced to a C2 grade gem mine. The gem mine asks again if I want more stone, more gems, now sitting on 30 square meters, daily output 50 stone and 10 iron blocks, every 3 days 5 copper blocks, and 2 rubies and 2 emeralds, adding 80 to prosperity. Advancement really is a different animal from a plain upgrade, and most importantly it finally gives me a source for copper blocks and gems, which hands me hope for upgrading the infirmary. After collecting the mine's daily output, I decide to upgrade the simple toilet. The notifications stack one after another. 20 wood and 20 stone to a sturdy toilet, 40 and 40 to a basic stone toilet, then 80 stone to an intermediate stone toilet. The intermediate stone toilet has a stone non-slip floor and stone walls, separate sections for men and women, clean and odorless, and easy to clean, and its function is a septic tank producing organic fertilizer. Adding 60 to prosperity, the organic fertilizer cuts crop maturity by 7 days and lifts crop yield by 20%. I only upgraded the thing because the small toilet was a pain, and never expected the deeper I went the more surprises I would dig up. If the materials had not turned unbearable, I might have upgraded it another 100 levels. At this point, my territory prosperity has reached 767 points. I show off the white soil to the 2 girls first, telling them this is the new treasure land I grabbed, B-grade. They had stayed calm in front of the treasure-grade white jade pillar and the growth-type mine, but once they see the attributes of the B-grade soil, they cannot hold it together. Song Yusin tells me I am amazing, that I just took a nap and came back with a pile of treasures, and I ask whether they thought I was joking when I said I would support them. Ga Kaiyan, always touchy about that word, lifts her brows ready to fire back, then thinks of the haul and swallows it. Since seeing my smug face, she knows I am over the moon and the soil is genuinely priceless to us right now. Song Yusin asks with hopeful eyes whether the gem soil and the well water together mean vegetables. Very soon, I run the math fast. Take a pumpkin, normally 5 months to mature, as a fast variety call it 2.5. The gem soil halves that to 37 days, the well water trims it to 18, and with organic fertilizer too, it comes to 11. The tender stems of the vine cook up as a vegetable and the leaves feed the sheep. And if we do not wait for full maturity to eat, it could be ready in about a week. The originally huge pumpkins now at double yield. While the pumpkins ripen, cabbage can fill the gap, since it does not need full maturity, just leaving a few plants to seed is enough. That is a continuous food supply. So I tell her yes, that if we had the means to build a greenhouse holding a steady temperature, it really would not take long. The one pity being the limited variety. She says we can fight monsters for more, since the pumpkin seeds and my watermelon both came that way. True, but the odds make the idea a touch naive. I open my mouth to say so, then give up, not wanting to deflate her, and just nod. The three of us work together, and soon the little patch of gem soil is packed with seeds, chili peppers, cabbage, watermelon, strawberries. This time I plant all 4 remaining pumpkin seeds, not forgetting that once they harvest I will send a few to Gina. Then I remember someone was looking to buy soldier cards off me, which I had nearly let slip. In the excitement, the hawthorn is so sour that Do So-wal's eyes nearly squeeze shut along with her mouth, and after a long hesitation, she cannot bring herself to take a second bite. Since she has always hated sour foods, Du Chang quickly tells his daughter to bear it a little longer, that he has seen the attributes and the thing is extremely effective for her stomach. She tells him she knows, Dad, that she can see its attributes too. She just has one thing she cannot figure out. Oh, he says, there is something she does not know. He has to hear this. At her suddenly raised voice, Du Chang senses something is off but cannot place it, and tells her to just say it. She asks irritably why, when he clearly had both watermelon and hawthorn. He gave her the watermelon first and the hawthorn last. This one, he stammers, a big man going red. He was just eager to cool her down, and next time he will pay attention. Forget it, she says. Her condition is good enough now. She will get by on Big Brother's functional water, and slowly recover. On everything else he will listen to her, he says, but this is non-negotiable, since it is rare to find something this effective that does not even need medicine. She asks what he traded for the 2 fruits, and when he admits it was her potato seedlings, all of them, she demands to know why he did not just hand her over to the man too. If the man wanted her, he asks, does she think he would not give her up? And if he knew about her specialty, she presses, would he not want it? Can she please stop mentioning her specialty, he groans. 2 straight defeats have drained his family's resources and shattered his confidence, especially now when he cannot even muster enough soldiers. And what he fears is not dying in battle, it is how his daughter would survive once he is gone. If she could send herself away, Du Chang grumbles, why would he be living such an exhausting life? Naive, she says with a little laugh, and holds out her small hand, telling him to give it to her. Give what, he asks. The Lord's token, she says. Since he dislikes her, she will go be the man's follower. A skillless follower, he scoffs. Would the man even take her? How would she know without trying, she says. Looking at his serious daughter, Do Chang feels a pang of regret, afraid both of her succeeding and of her failing. Ever since the treasure land was sown, the 2 girls water it whenever they have a free moment, my advice falling on deaf ears. Since they are enjoying themselves, I stop bothering, just cooling off and eating watermelon. Since is this not exactly the life I wanted? The trade messages flowing across the Lord's token keep my mood good. The only annoyance being that I posted requests for trees and food seeds on the regional channel, and not a soul has answered. With that many people in the region, it should not be hard to scrounge up a few things, yet nobody will trade with me. Then Du Chang messages me. Big brother, his dad owes me potato seedlings and he will give me 2, and a friend notification reports a trade request with no message attached. Du Chang? I suddenly remember that anyone talking to me in that tone has to be his child, so I ask whether this is little So-wall and whether her condition is better. Exactly because I cannot get crop seeds, these potatoes have grown more precious, and I could steal them by dirty means, but I cannot take advantage of a child, and even without potatoes I would live just fine. She tells me there is a little effect, thank you big brother, and I tell her it is good, it is working. To take her time. Not in the mood for small talk, she sends me a screenshot. A C-grade special product beer, daily output 3 bottles of 480 milliliters each. Its attribute a surprise on opening, a 5% chance to pour an alcoholic drink with special properties. Useless. Powerfully useless that I am practically drooling, because that is beer. She tells me her dad does not drink, so they have stacked up quite a few bottles at home, that selling them cheap is a waste, and nobody buys them dear. So he figured he would save them as part of her dowry, and asks whether Big Brother wants to buy beer. Before I can reply, another message lands. Buy the beer and get the father-in-law thrown in? Does she want to join me? It certainly seems so, but why am I this fuzzy on it? Let me think this through. While I am sorting my head, her messages keep coming. Her dad's profession is infantry general, she says, very good at leading troops in battle. And another screenshot follows. Once I read his infantry general abilities, I am tempted. My own profession has hard limits, since even the finest soldiers cannot fully use their advantages under my command. But if Du Chang became my follower, the Minotaur's combat power would jump, and I cannot refuse a talent like that. As my territory expands, I need more hands by the day, so what reason do I have to turn down a man willing to surrender his lord status for his child? Looking at my prosperity of 767, I also want to confirm whether the score scales with the number of followers. So I tell her that if she can make the call for her dad, I will buy her beer. Dealing with an old man is a piece of cake, she replies. Then, perhaps sensing the discomfort of whoever is beside her, adds quickly that it is mainly because he loves her, thanks to great paternal love. Du Chang relaxes at his daughter's last line. His profession is good, but there are surely plenty of good professions across the whole region. And if the boss wanted to recruit, there would be no end of takers. Yet who actually succeeds? He watched her chaff from the side, some of it exaggerated, but none outright false. And she barely said a thing. So how did it work? The biggest shock being that she really brought him along too. When I tell her my location, Du So-wol answers in disbelief. Big brother, they are so fated they are actually this close. Hearing that a father and daughter are joining, a 12-year-old girl with no skills, and her infantry general father, the two girls agree without much questioning, and the explanations I had prepared go completely unused. I can only admit I still do not understand girls, since if the newcomer had been a woman, it probably would not have gone this smoothly. They had already seen Du Chang's attributes, and as someone who can help me in battle, how could they refuse? Infantry General, his infantry units gaining 10% attack and 10% defense under his command. The passive skill Shield Formation activating when they carry shields. His active skill is Tactical Adjustment, where once a unit's overall health drops below 50%, all units abandon their weapons and concentrate their throws on any single enemy. A skill tailor-made for my Catch the King tactic. The passive Shield Formation cuts range damage in half. Starting with 2 skills from the gate, he is incredibly strong. When Du So-wol and her father arrive, I do not commandeer their belongings, and though they say nothing, their gratitude speaks for itself. Knowing what I care about most, Du Chang proactively sends 6 potato seedlings, and this time I do not stand on ceremony and take them all. The island's specialties, resources, and troop types leave the father and daughter utterly stunned, since it is only day 6 in the New World, a time when everyone is barely scraping by, yet the boss's combat power is off the charts and he is nearly self-sufficient, a patron so powerful they can hardly believe their luck. I extend full hospitality and offer every edible thing I have, and what looks like a humble river fish feast is a long-lost delicacy to them. The main point being that there is enough of it. The 2 girls eat little while the father and daughter eat until their mouths shine with grease, and I drink my fill of alcohol. But was Du So-wol not having stomach trouble, and would eating this much not cause problems? The child has only just joined me, and I cannot bring myself to tell her to eat less at her first meal, so it is not until Gok Hyon quietly brings her a cup of hawthorn water that I wisely keep my mouth shut. A heartfelt, sincere dinner in this floating island world free of schemes draws people closer, because in a sense we are family now. Over dinner, Du Chang learns the boss's current goal is to pick up people then move to the Godfall Island chain. With an intermediate stone house to live in, the father and daughter will certainly not return to a wooden shack to freeze, and Gok Hyon's luxurious bed is not crowded with 3 women in it. For now there are not enough rooms, so once Uncle Lee arrives, Du Chang will have to share with him. I adjust course and run at full speed, and if all goes well, Uncle Lee gets picked up by noon tomorrow. Too much beer means too many trips to the restroom, and inside the house I do not feel how harsh the night is, but stepping out into the cold wind makes me shiver. It is this cold tonight. Holy crap, my barbarians are not going to freeze, are they? They really are treated like stepchildren, the first thought when there is work and forgotten the moment there is not. I switch on the lights, the floating island flaring bright, and the eye of oversight shows the faint outlines of the barbarians huddled together, arms crossed, putting shared body heat to its fullest. My turning up in the dead of night flusters them. Heedless of the patch of ground they just managed to warm, they shiver to their feet, chattering and gesturing, meaning to hand me the warmest spot. Very silly, very naive, and very touching. Before I had been reluctant to spend resources building houses for them, and now that thought is gone entirely. The Lord's tip tells me I have spent 50 wood and 50 stone to build a crude wooden hut for my subjects. No attribute bonus beyond warmth and shelter from the cold, but enough to set the barbarians cheering, lifting their trust to 85 points, so high there is virtually no chance of rebellion. Amid their prostrations, I head back. I had wanted to upgrade the hut again, but the floating island's area is limited, so it cannot grow for now. Silent and cold, the 6th day on the floating island slips past. New World Day 7, 7:36 in the morning, 4 of 7 days until server merge. Daytime high of 38 degrees, clear, beware of heat stroke. Nighttime low of 0, beware of cold. Good air quality, current weather warning. Extreme weather day 1. The current reward for successfully surviving 5 days is 1 point of strength, with more on offer for more survival challenges. So the extreme weather has started, and as I read the phone my sense of urgency sharpens, since I feel utterly unprepared with too many gaps to close. My eyes flick to the top left of the regional channel. 901 people remaining. 5 deaths yesterday. A still acceptable result. The channel has exploded into whales, every thread tied to the extreme weather, the dead already forgotten. Even I feel the pressure, and the survivors feel it more, since before anyone could nail down a reliable food source, the extreme weather has arrived. And if not for a big shot supplying reliable water, their lives would be even harder to imagine. Someone says to just endure it, that an attribute point is a gain, and if they cannot hold on, to drift out of the area on the monsoon. Someone fires back, asking what 1 or 2 attribute points are worth once all resources are spent, whether a strengthened body just makes a person chewier when the monsters eat him. Whatever the topic, the moment one agrees another disagrees, and nobody should expect me to wade into pointless arguments like that. I cannot control the choices of others, but I fully intend to meet the extreme weather head-on, since attribute points boost not only combat power but survival itself. And picture a person whose stamina hits dozens of points, able to ride out weather like today's bare-chested. Song Yusin asks whether that sheep is really a dairy sheep, and I tell her yes, that she has confirmed it over and over with her detection skill. But she has fed it this long, she protests, and it only grows wool, no milk. I tell her I do not know either, that we will ask Uncle Lee once we pick him up. She tosses the change of clothes onto the bed with a huff, says she should not even have asked me, then tells me Sister Hyan is calling me for dinner and leaves. I cannot help sighing that others are struggling just to eat while I am weighted on hand and foot. Sometimes feeling good about yourself really does work wonders on body and mind. At the makeshift dining table, the 2 girls have just sat down on either side. The spread stewed fish, fried shrimp, cabbage soup grown in black soil, and bread. Gokayon's specialty, simple but with enough fish to fill us. I ask why it is only the 3 of us, whether they did not call Du Chang and Little Sowal. Gokayon says nobody else sleeps in as late as I do, that the others ate already, that hearing I plan to use the barbarians to dig a moat for water storage and fish farming, Hyungdo took them out to work first thing this morning, and Little Sowal went along. Song Yusin adds that she secretly caught Hyungdo's eyes lighting up at my level 5 troops. Rare level 5 troops, I say. It would be strange if they did not, since the type is too perfect for his infantry general profession. And there is no rush to recruit, since as long as I have resources it can be done anytime. Gok Hyan tells me the sail tree and gold generating stone have been upgraded, both output and speed risen, and I should go look when I have time. I tell her I will after I collect the troops, and to tell Do Chang not to overwork my barbarians, since they still have water to fetch later, and to pile plenty of salt on their food. She says she has got it, that I already told everyone drinking more water is good for them. After my daily share of Constitution water, my health reaches 66 points. Ballista arrows have accumulated to 6, Fireball spell cards 8, Ice Cone spell cards 3, Level 4 Armored Goblin cards 9, Level 3 Skeleton Archer troop cards, 11 plus 6, Level 3 Pikmin cards, 2. The total troops under my command come to 18 Level 5 troops. For resources I am holding 256 wood, 187 stone, 5,400 grams of military rations, clear water, 20 iron, 10 copper, 4 rubies, and 4 emeralds. My income now leans entirely on water, since the troop cards that had just found a market are unsaleable again with the extreme weather here. It is at this moment that I, who have not run into a proper monster island for 2 straight days, finally see monster figures in my sight, and 3 of them at once. The system warns that goblin forces are approaching, to gather my troops and prepare for battle. Then an unknown force's floating island has been detected to the southeast. Prepare to respond. And another to the northeast. Prepare to respond. Holy crap, either I see none at all or I see 3 at once. I slow the floating island and quickly cast the Eye of Oversight across all three. The goblin treasure hunting team dead ahead spans 23 square meters bare, 1 level 4 heavy armor troop leading 9 level 3 troops, a strength that, running into me, is plain fodder. As expected, the ones leading the line are brainless troop units, the intelligent goblins surely scared off and hidden by now. I glance at the goblins ahead without a flicker of pressure and turn fast to the northeast. A giant ant clan treasure hunting team, area 40 square meters, poor eyesight, sensitive smell, plundering every island it can see, known as the public enemy of the region. A new species, these are the real monsters, an ant blown up countless times over, only a head shorter than a goblin, wings on its back, antennae on its head, 4 legs holding up its body, and 2 forelimbs gripping weapons, and the ferocity of their looks says their combat power should be no joke. I cannot help examining the leader more closely. A level 5 quivering wing giant ant. The leader reads back with health 200, attack 26, defense 15, magic attack 10, magic defense 8. Its talent is armor break, a certain chance to reduce or ignore the opponent's armor. Its skill quivering wing assault. The description names it a warrior among the giant ant race, the elite of the elite. Attributes far above leaders of its own rank, its racial trait fast reproduction and relentless pursuit. The leader's base attributes make my eyelids twitch, since with the equipment I cannot even see factored in, is it not a bit too strong? The remaining 14 level 4 giant ants are called giant strength war ants. Attributes also above ordinary troops, distinctly stronger than heavy armor goblins, and with the leader's half attribute boost they edge close to my level 5 rare troops. Already the region's public enemy and still leading a whole clan to strip every island in sight, the ant clan has to be the dominant force here, and between their rapid reproduction and relentless pursuit, I chicken out and decide not to provoke them, acting as if I never spotted them at all. A pity about the few trees on the island. Just as I am about to pull my gaze away, an ant stone sculpture much like an ordinary stone carving suddenly flashes with light and snaps my attention to it. On a closer look, this 2-meter tall, 4-meter long object actually has a name, and an imposing one, the Ant Clan War Puppet. Its description marks it a super rare territory treasure, the Ant Clan's racial treasure, telling me they are naturally warlike and cannot do without its protection, so whoever seizes it earns the clan's furious assault. The war puppet's first function is decomposable, its second a pair of question marks, its attributes not activated and unviewable. Holy crap, a territory treasure, how can I give that up? I have not forgotten the goblin staff's support ability, and a thing serving as a clan's treasure cannot be simple. Back when I was weaker I dared to meet goblins face to face, and now, as for why a racial treasure sits in the hands of a small boss, or whether the giant ant clan is dangling it as bait, I no longer care. Since I have run into it, I will take your bait and see whether you reel me in or I drag you down. By now, several people who caught the system messages have gathered near me. I glance southeast and see a 25 square meter monster island holding a team of 10 level 3 flower fairies. Spread thin as I am, all I want is to clear the goblins fast and chase the giant ant clan so the flower fairy island I can only give up attacking. Then a lord prompt tells me my subordinate barbarians urgently request to fight on the flower fairy island. Do I agree? So this is thanks to me, since their field of vision widened along with mine. Are they planning to earn a little living money for themselves? Refusing now would drop their trust, but their trust is nowhere near a defection risk. The real problem is that without me leading them, they get no lord attribute bonus and turn into weaklings, and if there are casualties, where would I replenish the population? The 2 girls cannot be sent out, since they still have their perfect battle achievement to protect, so it seems I can only let Do Chang go with the barbarians. Before I can voice it, the floating island trembles slightly and the goblin attack begins. Where others would need to go all out against level 4 monsters, I have already become a hands-off manager, and amid the girls' chatter and the chaos, dealing with the enemy is just a matter of time. Du Cheng realizes too that an overwhelming battle like this needs no personal hand from the Lord, but now that he is a follower he has to act like one, and he prepares to lead his 4 level 3 troops in to help. Let them play by themselves, I tell him, and send him instead to the Barbarians' Island to help against the Flower Fairies. No casualties allowed. More monsters, he asks, and I tell him yes. To the southeast, I run him quickly through the Flower Fairies' attributes and hand him 4 heavy armor goblin troop cards, 6 skeleton archers, 2 fireball spells, and 1 ice cone spell. Troop cards? All for him? Du Cheng certainly knows what they are. A trump card everyone wants on standby that few at this stage can buy in bulk. Flower fairies are not hard to handle, and he has experience killing them, but their hallucinogenic pollen is troublesome, and once affected it is not easy to take them down without losses, so carrying a few of my cards is reasonable. But this is simply too many. Is the boss doubting his troop control skills? I do not know what Du Cheng is chewing on. I have already approved the barbarian's request, and now I am only waiting for him to link up with them before handing over free control of the island. Of course they are for you. I tell him that if your perfect battle had not already ended, I would have given up on that flower fairy island entirely. But this is too much, he says. Safety first, I tell him that until I can replenish his troops he will have to lean on troop cards, and seeing him about to speak again I head him off, telling him it is fine if he does not use them all. Good to have for emergencies. He opens his mouth and says nothing, finally spitting out a dry as you command before leading his troops around the battlefield toward the barbarian's island. So while I ask, do you have any leadership points? Seeing the stack of troop cards I handed her father, Du Sowal figures that even bringing not a single soldier her dad could take the flower fairies, let alone with his own troops and a band of barbarians. Aside from divine power, skills, and the Lord's token, she answers, she has everything else. It is just that her troop slots have never been full. I say, and though I do not speak again, Du Sowal is overjoyed, since the fact that Big Brother asked means he has not forgotten her, and she believes that one day she too will have her own army. Watching the two beautiful big sisters control their troops, she really wants to tell them battles should not be fought that way, but she is still young, and if she hit a sore spot and annoyed them that would be no good, since a child should act like a child. When she has a gun, no. When she has troops she will show them a thing or two, since how does the saying go? The deadliest showing off is the kind nobody sees coming. As expected, every attacking goblin is killed, and I gain 10 more soldier cards. The two girls win easily but receive no battle end notification, because I am controlling the floating island, running at full speed with accelerated movement, chasing the giant ant island that has already vanished from view. At my current speed the enemy truly cannot escape, and before long the giant ant island reappears in sight, and a little after that the enemy notices me trailing it, wheels around and charges. The system warns me I am under attack by the giant ant clan, to gather my troops fast, prepare for battle and protect my crystal with everything I have. Going on the offensive against small monsters is fine, but against a boss a defensive counter is far safer. The giant ant does not disappoint, charging straight in, and since I cannot let it down either, I look at the siege ballista at my feet, and my confidence surges. The monster is close enough that its attributes are visible to the girls, their usual rowdiness and the pride from their fresh wind long since drained away. Seeing their faces I think smugly that now they know who the big shot is, that my seat as head of the family is unshakable. Even Do Sowal, who prides herself as a troop control expert, keeps stealing glances at me. The chance to witness the region's strongest fight, not something everyone gets. Lost in that thought, she catches my muttering drift over, that last time the monster could wreck the tower and force me to fight, and this time, let us see whether it can break through my cheap formation. Those are the exact words she hears, and how could a great expert say a thing like that? The question leaving her baffled. In fact, the giant ant leader is not afraid of my cheap formation at all, since who ventures out without a few tricks? The boss walks up to the giant stone sculpture, merely touches it, and the next moment the massive stone ant actually moves, slowly rising and advancing at a marching pace, leading the charge toward my territory with the giant ant troops in its wake. Here I see the basic attributes of the activated stone ant golem. An ant clan war golem, health 500 plus 100, attack 5 plus 13 with double damage to buildings, defense 20 plus 7, magic attack 1 plus 5, magic defense 10 plus 4. Its special skill taunt, drawing all enemy attacks within 10 square meters. Classified as a war machine that does not consume leadership value. Balanced in offense and defense, its trait to prioritize attacking defensive structures. I am dumbfounded. Is it really a monster produced by a monster? Who can tell me how to fight this thing? My earlier confidence in a perfect battle evaporates, since the high health is one thing, but that base defense of 20 plus the boss's base attributes, plus unseen equipment bonuses. Is it even letting people live? However stunned I am, the enemy's attack will not stop. As they enter the arrow tower's range, 7, 8, 7. 8 damage keep floating over the stone ant's head, the junior defense master trait lending the towers 10% more power. And the stone ant keeps advancing, soaking it. Only when you need a tower do you regret having too few. That is my heartfelt sentiment right now. The other arrow towers useless, thanks to their placement. Just 3 firing steadily. The temporary moat and city wall are pure decoration, and at the critical moment the Minotaur warriors still have to hold the line, so as my frontline damage soakers I send out 10 Minotaur warriors. But this tanking is a problem, since inside the stone ant golem's taunt range every Minotaur warrior's attack is funneled onto it, and yet only 4 can reach it, dealing 6 and 6 damage, unbearable to watch when these are level 5 rare soldiers buffed by the Lord. The other 6 cannot attack at all. The Minotaur warriors caught by the taunt drifting back and forth in the range, unable to escape, unable even to use their skills. It is over. A miscalculation, my mind goes blank. 30 seconds, I calculate fast, that I need at least 30 seconds for the arrow towers to deal with the golem. And that does not even count whether it has healing skills. The problem being how the enemy would ever give me that much time when my troops cannot possibly hold out. An armored Minotaur warrior, level 5 rare troop, health 100 plus 66 from the Lord, plus 20 from the follower, plus 20 from the equipped heavy armor belt, attack 15 plus 4 plus 14, defense 8 plus 4 plus 6. Just as I feared, with the war golem pulling fire, the Minotaur warriors fully absorbed the giant ant troops' attacks. 16 damage floating over their heads without a single counter, since those wielding 2 weapons hit just that hard. Damn it, how is this supposed to work? As long as the perfect achievement is not interrupted, I still have to try. So I throw all 11 skeleton archer cards behind the giant ant troops, 5 and 5-point shots landing in a steady stream. I do not expect them to kill anything, do not even care if they die. I only hope their back attacks pull the giant ants' fire off the Minotaur warriors, and it actually works. A real troop control expert would seize the chance to lure the drawn monsters further away with the skeleton archers. But a noob would not be a noob if he had those skills. Right then the boss makes its move. A normal triple attack on the nearby enemies, dual weapons, and a bite. 30 armor piecing, 30 armor piecing, 60 armor piecing. And that is just a normal attack, since if it followed immediately with a skill it would very likely instant kill a Minotaur warrior. Holy crap, every hit pierces armor. Is this what they mean by a certain probability? I nearly wet myself, and without thinking I fire a ballista bolt at the boss. The bolt lands, 60 damage, and a series of combat notifications crashes in. The trembling giant ant taking a heavy blow for 16, wound pierced for 14, wound torn for 12. A string of negative statuses locking the boss out of casting any skills. That is right, I fired one shot originally meant for the stone ant golem, but the boss jumped out and ate it. Terrifying negative effects paired with that exaggerated health loss. This is what happens when a war machine bites into flesh. Simply a divine artifact for killing bosses. Since killing the golem first is off the table given its despair-inducing health and thick defense, the only path is to strip a layer off it first, so killing the boss becomes the sole option. Then, without my command, Rang Rang casts a skill on the boss, but with 4 legs its base is rock steady, its body only sways. And as expected, the skill fails. "You seen," I shout. "Take your troops, protect yourselves, get to the defense tower, and use health potions on the Minotaur at the very front of the stone ants. Do not worry if you run out. You absolutely cannot let it die. And if you cannot hold, use your skill." "Understood," she says. The Minotaur's position is excellent, perfectly blocking the defense tower, which in troop control jargon is called carding, I think. If not for the giant ants behind the stone ants being able to reach it, the carding would be flawless, so this troop cannot retreat, since the moment it leaves its spot the stone ants will prioritize tearing down the tower, and with double damage to buildings they could level 1 in a few hits. Then I urgently tell Gok Hayan to load the ballista, pick her own target, and keep her troops at her side, since the boss can fly. Lord Chicken will not be much use, but he is petty and cannot stand being ignored by his master, so I tell him to protect them, and tell Little Soulwol to stay put, and not mess around. The last part comes out unclear because I nearly shouted over my shoulder while leaving, and I do not catch their replies. I do hear Lord Chicken's solemn cry, but I pay it no mind, since it was just an excuse to keep him in the back. We will not lose this battle since I still have backup cards and plenty of troop recruiting resources, and right now I am only fighting for the 2 girls' perfect accomplishments. It is over. It is too late. Rushing to the boss's side, I freeze it while it is weakened, launching an ice cone spell, frost splattering, and a big block floats over its head. Incredibly, the boss recovers its status in that instant, and blocks my magic with the weapon in its hand, since a single target spell does nothing if it does not strike the enemy's body. But it does not matter, since I still have 6 fireball spells, and once it engages my troops, let us see what it uses to block them. The ideal is rich, the reality poorer. The trembling winged giant ant just throws me a cold glance, then turns its gaze straight to the war machine, not daring to give that thing another chance to fire, since it is the one thing that can truly end its life. The next shot may be killing it outright. Amid a buzzing drone, the wings on its back beat fast, its body rising into the air, its target obvious. Hiding behind the Minotaur, I am dumbfounded, since are you blind? I am the Lord standing right next to you, and you do not attack me. How much do you look down on me? Seeing the boss bear straight for my beloved girl, I panic, telling myself it is fine. She has a level 5 troop blocking it. The monster cannot hit her. She still has a ballista. Oh crap. Damn it. How could I forget to give her magic cards for self-defense? Just as I am about to rush back to reinforce her, Lord Chicken, who has also taken flight to meet the enemy, lets out a cry, and the boss noticeably slows. The bolt fires. 60 damage, 16 penetrating, 14 tearing, 12 knockback, 12 severe injury, 12 fall to the ground, and the boss that flew over flies back again, but in that brief back and forth its life is gone. If the boss had a dying wish, it would surely demand to know how a ballista hit it while it was flying in the sky. From across the island, Seoul's clear cheers ring out. Lord Chicken is awesome. Yeah. Ha-hey-on. Did you see that? I hit that flying monster. Though the boss could fly, its wings were its most vulnerable part, and seeing the enemy's flying creature about to collide with it mid-air, just as it prepared to dodge, the ground fired a shot, a quite accurate one, more than a level above my own lucky bolt. The boss dies, the skeleton archers are all dead too, and right then Song Yusin's group heal finishes casting, a green 32 health recovery blooming over the Minotaur left with only a sliver, turning what should have been a drop in the bucket into a single-digit health loss for the Minotaur that had been bleeding more than 10 per hit. The Minotaur under the taunt skill can no longer be commanded, and I, arriving nearby, can neither push my troops closer nor count on ranged units I no longer have, so I have no choice but to treat this giant ant troop to a magical feast. The boss itself never enjoyed, taking it down with 3 fireball spells. As for the stone ant golem, purely a damage soaker, once the boss died it cannot even break the Minotaur's defense, so there is no need to worry. The defense tower can grind it down slowly. On the contrary, Song Yusin quietly slides one of her own troops into the spot where the dead giant ant troop stood, her thinking simple, that her brother is focused on the bigger picture, so why fuss over such a small oversight? The little troop, stripped of the boss's attribute bonus, is a tiger without teeth, and under my attribute boost, the Minotaur can stand and take its hits without losing much health, while we wait for the defense tower to finish the golem. Until the stone ant golem crumbles into scattered rubble and the Minotaur returns to normal, victory is no longer in doubt. Besides the intelligent boss, I also gain 14 level 4 gravity giant ant troop cards. The system tells me my perfect battle achievement now reads 5 of 10. Uncle Gok Haiyan calls, we won. I ask whether she can please not do that, since even Do Sowol calls me big brother. If I do not like it, she says, she can have little Sowol and herself call me uncle together, and I have no answer to that. Listening to the run of system notifications, I am grinning wide enough to show my molars. I have successfully repelled the giant ant clan's attack and perfectly preserved the crystal platform. Congratulations on the victory. My hard difficulty achievements are coming one after another. Now 4 of 10, and my hard difficulty achievement, this isn't hard at all. Now 5 of 10. Then it tells me my subordinate force has won an offensive victory. My leadership up 1 to 13. And I have earned the Lord Achievement Strategic Planning at 1 of 10. Reward 2 free attribute points. So Du Chang has taken the Flower Fairy Island. I understand at once. The next notification tells me I have drawn the attention of the Ant God in the Chasing Wind region, that I have earned the enmity of the giant ant clan's strong individuals. The grin dies on my face. Damn it, killing a small boss and stealing their treasure? It is understandable their strong ones would come for revenge. But did it have to draw a god's eye? The trouble being I know nothing about gods. There is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. Then a final notification tells me my ultra-rare territory treasure, Beacon of the Night, has completed its next advancement at 5 of 100. Its missed concealment, each successful attack raising the concealment by 1 meter, now generates a 3-meter war mist at the castle's center, and its extreme vision, each successful defense raising my vision by 1 meter, has dispersed 14 meters of war mist for a total vision of 54 meters. Holy crap, so the victories of subordinates can affect the main island too. Right then it clicks, that since more followers bring this many benefits, the limited quantity is entirely reasonable, and so the effect of prosperity is this enormous. It also tells me something else, indirectly, that anyone who takes the pure combat route is bound to fall behind on development. Then again, when food and water are the problem, who has the head to think about development? I am overthinking it, since that is someone else's worry, and what I should be looking at is the gear the boss left for Hyungdo. The thought of the Ant Clan's ultimate treasure, already as good as mine, sends a thrill through me. The system asks what to do with the goblin floating island, and I choose to occupy. As expected, beyond the patch of territory I gain nothing there. Then it asks me to occupy or destroy the giant ant clan floating island, and again I occupy. The notification confirms it, my territory swelling by 40 square meters to 350, the rewards rolling in. 1 puppet generation pedestal, a C-grade jujube tree, a D-grade prickly ash tree, 1 common willow, a B-grade armor-piercing blade, a rare pair of equipment called Quivering Wings, a C-grade space ring, and 12 fine battle blades for my soldiers. I end the battle and send my troops into the rest tent to recover, and with that every reward from the wave is mine. Only by beating a boss do you get the good stuff, I think, turning first to the puppet pedestal. The Ant Clan War Puppet is a super rare grade territory treasure, the Ant Clan's racial ultimate, and the idea that another race's birthright could fall into my hands almost makes me laugh. The pedestal takes 6 square meters and summons stone ant war puppets, but 2 functions sit blank with question marks. Its attributes are not activated and cannot be viewed, and all I can read clearly is that it cannot be lost or damaged, and raises my prosperity by 13. A note warns its functions will switch on by themselves in roughly 23.5 hours, and that I should prepare to defend against enemies. I pout at the locked fields, but the thought of owning a puppet like that leaves me more than satisfied. So the giant ant clan wants revenge, and the ant god has me in his eye. Big deal. I have seen what that puppet can do, and there is no force on Blue Star that makes me give it up. The C-grade space ring has 15 storage slots, and rather than fuse it with my own ring, I hand it off casually to Gokhayan, since ingredients keep longer in a ring than a refrigerator, and the food is more her concern than mine. She takes it without a word of refusal. The armor-piercing blade gives attack +4 and attack speed +1, with a passive that grants a 20% chance to ignore the enemy's armor. The chance climbing higher the more strength the wielder has. The number is not small, but in the boss's hands it had been frankly absurd. I understand now that by choosing to occupy instead of destroy, I missed out on some other gear, and I do not regret it, because only proper development lets a defensive route show its real strength. The quivering wings, usable only by flying units, simply meld with the wings to enhance flight. That one plain line, the whole of it. So I call Lord Chicken over with the news of something good. And just like that, the rooster can fly. No more clumsy flapping. The girls treat it like a new toy, calling for him to fly this way and that, and for the first time the rooster, in a fine mood, plays along happily. When I ask if anyone wants to watch me plant trees, the answer is silence. Those trees are amazing, sure, but they have already seen them. The jujubes are already eaten, and who has the patience to stand around while I dig holes? A shame. Those jujubes really were good. There were just too few. I carry the 3 new trees into the mixed tree forest, and the prompts cascade my C3 grade special mixed tree forest climbing to C4, then C5, advancing all the way to a B grade jungle. The jungle is an unformed tree line with 9 mature trees and 15 species, the next upgrade needing 15 of 20 different species, and it grows. The larger and more varied it gets, the richer the harvest, sitting now at 40 square meters. It has already derived weeds, pasture, wildflowers, shrubs, vines, edible fungi, ferns, and red berries, and unlocked self-derivation, producing 1 new species a day, rare trees and special plants the slowest, weeds and wild vegetables and edible fungi the fastest. Its daily output runs to 38 of 60 timber, plus bamboo shoots, hawthorn fruit, large red dates, and prickly ash, and the description, in the jungle's own cheeky voice, says it has matured, that it has wood and mushrooms now, and asks whether there is water, since it thought it would grow faster with some. The prickly ash is a top aromatic spice, and the C-grade large red dates replenish blood, settle the stomach, boost immunity, help sleep, beautify the skin, and a dozen other things the note credits, with a wink, to a search engine. Prosperity climbs by 200. The jungle keeps handing me surprises. Beyond the doubled timber, the mushrooms and wild vegetables finally give me a way to improve our meals, and the variety will only widen with the days. Far more reliable than the scraps I scrounged through trade. The kind of wild mushrooms and greens no money can buy. Everything wants water though, and at this rate Hyungdo's barbarians will not be enough. Hyungdo returns with the barbarians, a clean sweep. They left on a 15 square meter small floating island and came back on one grown to 40, and the Captain Ada even leveled up to the standard of a level 4 soldier. They chose not to destroy the island, which surprises me a little, as the auxiliary force Hyungdo should have had a claim on the spoils, but the barbarians did the real fighting, and you cannot expect them to hand their rights over. So the man who contributed the most walks away with nothing while every barbarian comes home loaded with loot. They line up and present their spoils with both hands to their lord, armor or food, and I settle on the perfect routine, taking each item, trying on the armor or pinching off a sliver of food to taste before returning it. The barbarians light up like I have blessed it. The people watching left to wonder whether the stuff tastes better after passing through their lord's hands. The last to step forward is Ada, with 2 items, a strategic flower fairy bracelet granting spirit +2, which the barbarians cannot use, and which suits me fine, so I exercise the Lord's right of requisition and keep it. The other is Stranger, a chrysanthemum grown nearly the height of a man, lush and crowded with blossoms of every color, more a small tree than a flower. The girls have had their eyes on it the whole time, and if it were not already mine by custom they would have snatched it long ago. 3 pairs of eyes fix on me as I finish my inspection and move to hand it back to Ada, and Gok Hayan speaks up first, telling me Ada has given it to me, so I should give him something in return, since it is useless to them anyway. Somnusin chimes in that the flower is far too beautiful to leave with people who cannot even appreciate it, and Do Sowell pipes up that I should keep it because her father loves chrysanthemum tea. chrysanthemum tea. I glance at Hyung-do, and beyond a slightly awkward look, he raises no objection. Fair enough. The tea is bitter, but on a floating island, a cup of anything counts as a luxury, and there is no room to be picky. The girls never asked me to repay the other barbarians' gifts, so it is plain what is going on. They have simply fallen for the thing, and no matter how thick my skin, I cannot keep taking advantage of Ada alone. So with those eager little eyes on me, I go along with it. Amid the cheers, the chrysanthemum tree takes root at the spot I mark in front of the door, and my gaze drops to it as the appraisal stops me cold. It is a luminous chrysanthemum king, sealed, a strong member of the Flower Fairy clan, and a treasure cultivated by the chrysanthemum elder. And the instant it is planted, she locks onto it, the attributes hidden until I either defeat her or wait out a full day. The girls go still, shaken that a flower could drag a powerful enemy onto our island just by being planted, and Do Solwall stammers an apology, saying she did not know this would happen. I cannot bear their guilty faces. I have already gathered plenty of lice on my head, so what is one more itch? I tell them an elder is nothing, that she is hardly worse than a goblin hero or fiercer than the giant ant clan, that the more enemies the better, since my real worry is going a whole day without running into a single monster, my territory so cramped it is choking my own growth. Watching me shrug it off, they truly relax, my undefeated record giving them bottomless confidence. An elder of the Flower Fairy clan, a strong individual, which means a hero-level being. A hero, that is no small thing, and the moment I think it, a decision settles in me. My hero orb, the one nobody wants, is far too powerful to leave rotting in my hands forever. With no better candidate around, the barbarian Ada, who is so easy to work with, becomes my only real choice, and at worst, once he is a hero, I will carry him everywhere like a lucky charm that boosts everyone's attributes. Ada is waiting off to the side for my answer when I extend a closed fist, palm up, and open it before his eyes to reveal the hero orb that every lord on Blue Star covets. His simple mind cannot keep up, his whole body trembling with the feeling welling out of him. Since he never once dreamed there would come a day he could become a hero, the system tells me I have used a hero orb on the barbarian Ada, that he has advanced to a hero-level strong individual, that his intelligence has evolved and he has unlocked the hero skill Warcry. The Lord notification congratulates me on my first hero, with a note that a hero's attributes apply to the whole army, excluding the Lord himself, and a final prompt says, "My subordinate has received my divine grace, his trust climbing to the maximum of 100. A green halo rises from Ada's feet, where he kneels, the unmistakable mark of a hero, and in that same instant, every combat unit but me feels their power surge. One hero lifts the entire army. I check Ada's panel while everyone is still gaping. He is a hero-level barbarian at level 4. His health 55 plus 10. His attack 10 plus 10, his defense 5 plus 10, his magic attack 1 plus 10, his magic defense 3 plus 10, with his natural Master Hunter talent giving him a 20% damage bonus against animal-type creatures. His hero skill Warcry unleashes a roar that for 5 seconds raises his soldiers' attack and attack speed by 20%, while dropping their defense by 10, and his current status reads bound to a low-level hero orb, upgradable but not advanceable. Trading defense for offense. That makes sense. An ordinary soldier yesterday, today his stats have changed beyond recognition, a nobody transformed into a precious asset, and the jump in intelligence has turned the dull Ada into someone who thinks like a normal man. Amid the barbarians chanting his name over and over, Ada speaks, thanking me, his lord, and swearing to follow me unto death. The same Ada who could barely string a sentence together now uses words like that. I held my first hero subordinate to his feet, swelling with pride, because this is a hero. And with his current attributes, if I outfit him fully with Minotaur warriors, he should be able to sweep right through the other survivors. Never underestimate a woman's curiosity. The moment they notice Ada's transformation, it ignites, and a barrage of questions follows with no opening for me to cut in. They have caught a barbarian who only just gained intelligence, and dozens of questions deep he looks thoroughly confused, every odd and tricky thing they ask forcing him to think a long while before answering. Hyung-do, watching, twitches at the corner of his mouth, wondering whether a normal person could endure this many questions. It shows him, too, how much these two girls mean to me, and seeing his daughter getting along so well with them satisfies him. His hope's simple, that as long as I do not treat them as outsiders, that is enough, the experienced man able to see plainly that I treat his daughter like a younger sister. When they finally quiet down, I say that since Ada is one of us now, we should build another house beside ours. The girls are nodding when Ada suddenly remembers something, his expression shifting, and says quickly that there is no need, that when there is no war he wants to stay with his people. His tone leaves no room for argument, and since this Ada is no longer the old Ada, I take his wishes seriously. Just before he goes, he points to the white jade stone pillar on the statue base and asks me to grant him a small statue of myself, swearing that he and his people will become my most loyal servants, praying and offering to me day and night. Somehow Ada has grasped what the pillar is for. I am stunned at first, then flooded with joy, because this is exactly the direction I have been pushing toward all along. His idea landing right on top of my own. The old problem was simple. Offering sacrifices to a deity is not impossible, but I had no idea what a deity even looks like, and I could not just leave these two items idle forever. With godly offerings off the table and the barbarians eager to worship me, I figure I might as well see what this prayer power collection is actually about. The statue pedestal is a territory treasure with a divine skill, letting me build a statue of myself, or a deity. A tool deities use to gather divine power, since pious prayers and offerings from believers are sensed by the deity, who may even grant blessings in return. The white jade stone pillar is a treasure grade, one-time permanent territory treasure carrying a holy aura. Breakable and devaluable gem resources are used for carving divine statues, and once a target is chosen, it generates that target's statue automatically, producing a small sub-statue every 5 days that can be used for offerings and collecting prayer power. With its holy aura still locked, and a prosperity of 100. The two look like a matched set, so I combine them, lay one hand on the pillar, and confirm I want to use the statue function. When it asks for the subject's name, I give my own, Seo Hyuk, and when it asks for my title, the trouble starts. God of War, taken. God of Song, God of Wells, taken. God of Defense, God of Turtles, God of Vegetables, taken. After hundreds of tries, I am ready to give up, since every halfway decent title is claimed, and the system has warned that names believers cannot understand or revere generate no prayer power, which leaves me wondering how many deities are crammed into this world, and how worthless they must be. I could force a name another god already holds, but picking a needless fight with some unknown deity would be foolish. Then the system warns me that using the title of Barbarian God will make me a sworn enemy of the Barbarian God. I confirm. Aside from the barbarians, I have no believers anyway, and as long as I am not squaring off against some great god, a barbarian god is probably not that fearsome. By Ada's account, the barbarian god would have the barbarian king come deal with me, but the barbarians here are essentially exiles, plain from how wretchedly they live, so very few would answer the barbarian king's call. The more the merrier, since I am still short on labor, and what king would leave a comfortable home to march on a godforsaken patch like this? Let's do it. The next moment, golden light pours down onto the pillar, and when it fades, the 5-meter, white glowing column has taken my own likeness. It is now the barbarian god statue, a one-time permanent territory treasure with a divine skill, a tool the barbarian god uses to gather divine power, sensing the prayers and offerings of believers. It doubles believers' prayer power, generates one small sub-statue every 5 days for offerings and collection, and would produce a barbarian god amulet daily, except that I am not yet a deity, and the function is locked, as is the holy aura, with more functions waiting on divine power and a prosperity of 200. The system tells me I have unlocked some steps on the path to godhood, having completed the statue pedestal, the carved statue 1 hero level subordinate, at least 10 subjects with maximum trust, and territory prosperity of no less than 1,000, while what remains is at least 1,000 divine artifact, and at least 50 subjects. A whole pile of brutal conditions, and somehow I have cleared more than half without meaning to, though the artifact and the 50 subjects are a long way off. I have not seen the shadow of an artifact, and while I am still scrambling over my own food and water, who has the means to feed 50 mouths? Becoming a deity is simply not something a survivor at this stage can pull off. And to everyone else, all my effort just looked like watching the pillar sprout my likeness. None of the details visible at all. At 2 in the afternoon, under a blazing sun, Uncle Lee's floating island comes into view, and he lands. No need to dwell on his shock at my strength and resources, nor on the pleasantries. He does not understand troop control or leading soldiers, so he abandons his own 50 square meter island and merges it with mine. His resources and specialties raising my sail tree and gold generating stone each another level and pushing the main island to 400 square meters. When I learn his specialty is concrete pipes, I cannot help laughing. No wonder he had no income, given how few people need such a thing now. Useless on the surface, yet a treasure in the right place, like a passage over a moat. He got it because he understood how much survivors need shelter, choosing a pipe he could live inside, only to learn later that houses improve vision, which left the pipe pointless. An elder at home really is a treasure. Uncle Lee glances once at the goat that will not give milk and finally pronounces it pregnant, then casts a divine skill that showers the goat in dazzling stars which seep slowly into its body, its belly swelling visibly. He tells me to give it one of these a day, and in under a week it will birth a lamb. And as long as it is well fed, there will be no shortage of goat milk after that. I ask whether he can do it twice a day, and he says no. The goat cannot handle it. The thing is practically a divine skill, and everyone's amazement is easy to picture, since it turns out non-combat professions can be staggeringly powerful. Though the restriction is severe, only twice a day, with the afternoon still ours. I will not let his skill go to waste, since my fish-producing pond has not yet been merged into the stream, and I have been holding it back precisely for him. At the fish-producing pond, Hyungdo taps the water jar and the fish and shrimp surge toward him, and another divine skill scatters bright stars across bodies of every size, the creatures suddenly growing by a large margin. Some big fish near spawning spawn on the spot, fry appearing one after another, packed so densely the pond cannot hold them all. On a floating island, the things that bring peace of mind, beyond strong troops, are food and water. And small as my island is, it has now achieved food security. Hyungdo says days free of worry over food are what truly make people want to live, calling the skill nothing short of divine, and Uncle Lee answers that his skill is only good here, a mere show anywhere else, before trailing off at the sheer density of fish. I am in a fine mood too, laughing that he should not worry, I already have a plan. I knew the skill was useful. I did not expect it to be this useful. Everyone follows me to the source of the little river to witness the upgrade, and even braced for it, the change brightens every face. When I move the fish pond into the spring-like source, the pond's surface covers it, and the crowded fish and shrimp swim out along the connected river, spreading through the whole little river to find their places. The prompt confirms my D2 grade island river has merged with the higher grade pond and upgraded to a C grade island river, a large functional specialty that flows endlessly around the floating island, 100 centimeters wide and 20 deep, developable on its own, and especially suited to water storage and aquaculture. Its water clear and thick with aquatic plants and algae, best boiled before drinking. It has derived redline fishworm, can cultivate grass carp and crucian carp and river shrimp, puts out a fixed 30 kilograms of assorted freshwater fish and shrimp a day, and can produce 10 low-grade common winding aquatic plants daily, which once placed cannot be moved but do accumulate, and it raises prosperity by 100. I had not expected those aquatic plants, drifting on the current like kelp, to actually fight enemies, which means that as long as the river runs deep enough, anyone who falls in will struggle to swim back out. The low-grade winding aquatic plant has health 10, attack 1, defense 1, no magic defense or magic attack, and its skill drowning entanglement drags enemies down to drown. Its power growing with the river's depth, and its reach with the width. A functional defensive unit that cannot move or go on expeditions, strengthening the longer it grows. Exactly as I expected. Aquatic plants are not a troop type and deal almost no damage, but their skill works far better on enemies who tumble into the water than any ordinary soldier could. Just picturing a Minotaur's fearless charge, an enemy pitching into the river, then strings of bubbles. The thrill alone is enough. Developing this river to the fullest is no exaggeration. Thanks again, Wang Pyo. A joy like this calls for a celebration. And the afternoon being the most pleasant stretch of the day, we all pitch in under the good weather, though dinner is too humble a word. Supper fits better. Rice liquor, beer, hawthorn juice, fish meatballs and stir-fried fungus, deep-fried river shrimp, and mixed bamboo shoots, wild vegetable stew with meat, mushroom stems, braised crucian carp, watermelon rind. The meal is warm, our bonds drawing closer, and at last the talk circles back to the battle. Gok Hyon says that since the territory has grown again, we should use the remodeling chance to put up a few more defense towers, while Hyungdo argues for recruiting cheap troops instead, since otherwise we waste a heap of leadership points, and with my and Ada's attribute bonuses plus his own skill buffs, even cannon fodder would hit harder than anyone expects. I nod without arguing, but take neither idea to heart. The remodeling plan lacks novelty, and the scrap of new land is not enough for many towers. As for low-level troops, I will not recruit them, since once you are used to high-level soldiers, who goes back? Besides, counting Uncle Lee, 3 of us now hold perfect achievements, and how would I know whether they can keep them without trying? I already have a rough idea. To rearrange the defense towers, trading a loose all-around defense for concentrated firepower in one place. My troop control is poor, but that does not mean I do not understand tower placement. Song Yusin and Uncle Lee sit like outsiders, content to obey their lord without condition. After dinner, Du So-wall stays off to the side, replaying my fight against the boss over and over, hunting for the troop control technique behind it, and coming up empty. She mutters that it is impossible that this was a boss, yet she could not spot a single skill from her big brother, wondering whether the whole key was just the magic that emptied his mana, and the Minotaur that mindlessly charged the taunt. Through the entire battle, the one who should have been the focus basically stood there after tossing out a few troop cards, and then we won. How high-end is that? Late at night, lying in bed, I cannot sleep. New ideas surfacing only to be shot down. The territory looks free of food and water worries now, but it still faces plenty of trouble. The enemy's growing stronger and stronger. A clash with the goblins is coming sooner or later, and now there is the chrysanthemum elder of the flower fairy clan and the hostility of the ant clan on top of that. Never mind the barbarian god, who I do not even know will attack or not. To grow myself, confronting other races is unavoidable, since everything the territory owns was taken from enemies. I have always believed danger and opportunity travel together, and maybe once I become a god, everything turns easier. So let's start with becoming a god. What it is like after godhood and whether stronger enemies wait beyond it are problems for then. I am still 2 conditions short, and folding in subordinate forces will sooner or later present a chance. But where on earth do I find a divine artifact? At this stage, the only thing I can reach that touches on gods seems to be the Godfall Island chain. New World, Day 8, 7:30 in the morning. 5 of 7 days left until the server merge. Daytime high near 40, cloudy and muggy, with a reminder to keep out of the heat. The night low drops to 1 below, a reminder to guard against the cold. Air quality good. The current weather warning is extreme weather, Day 2, and the reward says I have survived 2 of 5 days for 1 strength point, the rest still to earn. Looking at the prompt, I cannot help sighing that it is time to prepare warm clothing. My eyes sweep the upper left corner of the regional channel, where the survivor count still reads 901. Yesterday was surprisingly calm, a good result. There is little news now, having weathered the worst opening stretch, with sail trees and gold-generating stones upgraded, specialties online, and the odd monster killed. Plenty of people can fill their stomachs at last, though a large share still tighten their belts to scrape by. Many feel how much a crowd helps, since more people means richer variety in goods, always something one person does not need that another desperately lacks, which lets even those whose specialty is not food trade for enough to keep from starving. I want to gather warm clothes against the colder nights, and I have to figure out how to clothe the barbarians too, who I value highly, since without them the construction would stall, no one to dig the river channel or haul all that water. So I post on the regional channel that I am buying warm clothes with food and troop cards, bulk orders preferred, bring your own prices. I look like a fool with too much money, all but telling people that as long as they have goods, they can come and fleece me. A friend message pops up almost at once, Gina calling it too much. I ask what is going on, since I only bought some clothes, and she fires back that I had such a good deal and never thought of her, that she even believed I was strapped for cash and held off pressing me for soldier cards. Her resentment radiating off the screen even though the gear she traded me before served almost no purpose. I owe her, so I smooth it over as a misunderstanding, swearing I had no idea she was selling clothes or I would not have bought from anyone else, and promising my finances are sorted now and I will not take her things for free. She agrees to trust me this once but waves off the soldier cards, saying she took a big loss yesterday and no longer needs them. So she lost a fight, her mindset surely in pieces. I ask why she did not call me in time, and she blames only her own overconfidence, since who could have guessed the boss had such a perverse trump card, and escaping with her life is already a miracle. I offer more cards to carry her through, but she reminds me she is an alliance leader, recruiting no trouble with her sister's help, her army already full, and what she really lost was a heap of unit-type equipment. I cannot help there, short for myself, and before I answer she messages again asking me to just convert the equipment money into food if I have enough. I ask how an alliance leader is short on food, and she sighs about a gluttonous nephew, a sweetheart, and back-to-back defeats, asking whether I understand now. I skip right past the nephew and fasten onto the sweetheart, asking, intrigued, whether the girl is good-looking. She says she knew my head would go straight there, explaining the sweetheart is a girl from her alliance who feared the lonely nights on the island. So she took her in for company. A woman then. Not interesting. I dismiss it, but she only gets more excited, saying she finally understands why men call women soft sisters, that feel so comfortable especially curling up together to sleep at night. What, she is talking to me about this? This is my favorite subject. I tell her a good feel is useless, that a girl cannot give her a man's pleasure, and she snaps that I am vulgar, asking whether we cannot just have a normal conversation. I nearly cough up a mouthful of old blood. As expected, the man with his shirt off is not the hooligan the one staring at him is. She declares me boring and turns to business, saying her sister happens to have a thermal undershirt, and since I offered to name my price she will not be shy. 3 days of food for 3 people plus 1 level 3 soldier card per piece, 3 pieces a day, no bulk discount. As if worried the price stings, she adds that the Alliance sank 2 upgrade cards into the clothing specialty. That demand is high, and that some even carry physique plus 1, which they had meant to keep, so selling too cheap would leave her unable to face her sisters. I pre-order 16 pieces, telling her I will pay the soldier cards up front as a backup and settle the food every 2 days. I put down the phone, wash up, prepare the day's cards, then trade Gina 9 level 3 goblins, 7 level 3 pikemen, 6 level 4 armored goblins, and 2 days of food converted into 10 kilograms of river seafood. I do business clean when the other side does, and pricey as thermal underwear is, With the upgrade cards they invested, and the chance of a physique bonus, the price is fair. More cold weather clothing is never a bad call, and down jackets later would be even better, though if I cannot buy them I can always shear wool and make my own. Gina thinks the price steep, but I have stopped caring about resources at that scale, and seeing the extra cards and riverfish I threw in, she is thrilled, that being 6 extra level 4 heavy armor goblins, and never mind selling me thermal underwear, she would hand over the underwear her sisters had worn. And this is fish, which she has not eaten in a long time. Then she gives me a not-so-secret tip, that Manhwa has quietly formed a brothers' alliance of over 100 people and stumbled onto a flower fairy tribe last night. A big island past 600 square meters he cannot possibly take alone, so he will certainly come buying soldier cards. Congratulations, I am about to get rich. She adds that the man, riding his popularity, is running a crowdfunding scheme, so I can rake in even more, since you cannot expect over 100 people to thank me all at once. 600 square meters, a whole tribe, countless treasures. Not being envious would be a lie. I thank her, process all my low-level cards but keep the skeleton archers, and after my daily ration of physique water my health reaches 70. I have stockpiled 6 ballista arrows, 5 fireball spells, 2 ice cone spells, 14 level 4 giant ant soldiers, 6 level 3 skeleton archers, and 1 level 2 skeleton soldier, with a core force of 19 rare level 5 minotaurs. A glance at the sail tree shows its speed already at 18, its output generous though I have still not put it to use. That is when Manhwa indeed comes knocking, wanting to buy soldier cards, many of them. I tell him I just came off a big battle and have very few left. My heart stirring, since the crowdfunding big brother Gina mentioned has arrived to deliver money. Normally Manhwa would haggle, but not now, since he has already scouted with a treasure that the chrysanthemum elder of the flower fairy tribe led a wave of powerful units away right at dawn. The only reason a monster tribe like that is even touchable for current survivors. Even so, the tribe's leftover forces plus the natives still number at least several dozen, and while he could rally the alliance to gang up on the flower fairy tribe, then comes the question of dividing the spoils. The point is that with enough troops and no big boss stationed inside, he is confident enough to gamble, and how could he not want to monopolize an opportunity this rare? The cap on leadership value means he can only field troops through soldier cards, and the cost of those cards his brothers in the alliance will bear, which is only right, since otherwise why gather so many people for fun? No kidding, once he secures some benefit and tosses them a little charity, they will be grateful. And so Manhwa's crowdfunding message goes out within the Brotherhood Alliance, because once there is a crowd, what stays secret except from people like me, oblivious to the outside world? He begs me to make 50 cards as fast as I can, no matter what, willing to pay double. 50 cards, double the price, and listen to that tone. Is he even human? He is spending other people's money, so the pinch never reaches him. A deal this big and he doubled it himself before I even quoted. I thought you were a good person all along. I cannot refuse the price. My territory's starved for these resources. If this guy takes the flower fairy tribe, I mutter his strength will probably shoot to the top of the region. And what a pity I do not have a protagonist's fate. The good stuff always going to others first, though I will settle for earning a little money. The trade runs smooth and clean, both of us clear-headed, since making cards is easy and the only real question is the price. By now my resources include 885 wood, 797 stone, 29,200 grams of military rations, clear water, 30 iron blocks, 15 copper blocks, 6 rubies, and 6 emeralds. Upgrading the house once looked to demand an astronomical pile, and now it hardly seems like much. And if not for the enemies bearing down on me, I could do it today. At dinner, I hand the 3 new thermal undershirts to the 3 girls, their gratitude and surprise plain on their faces. Then I lay out my plan to rearrange the defense towers. Every detail already worked through. Once I am serious, there is no room for discussion, and the others can only obey. My method has no real technical content, simply concentrating the fortifications in one place, so that when enemies are spotted, I meet them there, the chosen spot at the edge directly opposite the jungle. The moment they land, they hit a dense wall of defense towers, sparing me wasted firepower and leaving them no time to think up tactics. The battle decided from the first instant, while the timing of deploying my own troops stays firmly in my hands. Steering the floating island is slow, sure, but I have the floating island core and far better vision than most, so from spotting the enemy to finishing the turn, there should be time enough. Best of all, if I upgrade only the short stretch of wall, before the towers, the strain is light, and beyond it I leave enough room for Minotaur warriors to charge. Then the little river with its water plants, which, with the length needing development shortened, can become a moat in the least possible time. This is only for facing strong enemies, of course, since against a small force the island need not even turn. So I pile every fortification in the territory onto that engagement spot. The prompt confirms my 20 level 1 wooden fences and 2 gates upgrading to level 2 wooden walls, then level 3 sturdy wooden walls, and after 176 wood and 176 stone, to level 4 stone walls and stone gates. The wall stands 2 meters high now with a footprint of 2 square meters, and one more upgrade turns it into a city wall capable of holding defense towers along its top. But the cost would double, so I stop, not having forgotten that rebuilding and upgrading the defense towers is the real priority. The level 4 sturdy stone wall has health 500 and defense 5, with magic resistance that halves magic damage, and a swaggering description that says as long as it does not fall, no one breaks through. Behind it sit rows of defense towers, the archer tower's 30-meter range guaranteeing they can hit enemies below the wall, who then face fire from even more towers. After 30 wood and 15 stone, I build a crude archer tower, then following the blueprint spend another 30 wood and 15 stone to modify it into a level 1 double tower crude archer tower, then 60 wood and 30 stone to push it to a level 2 sturdy double tower archer tower. So upgrading a tower does not cost double, after all. I misread the instructions and held myself up, and had I known, I would have upgraded long ago. I build 10 defense towers in one go, then upgrade them all to level 2 together. That blueprint Gakhyome obtained is simply a defensive artifact, the same upgrade cost giving me twice the towers. The level 2 double tower archer tower occupies 4 square meters with a 30-meter range. Building health 300 needs 6 soldiers that automatically become archer tower archers. Consumes 600 grams each of military rations and clear water a day, and attacks automatically while ignoring equipment defense for a fixed 9+9 damage per second, raising prosperity by 10. Add Gakhyon's beginner defensive master bonus and the whole tower line gains another 10%. Looking at the rows of archer towers, not just me but everyone, barbarians included, feels a thick sense of security. The busiest people in the whole territory are without question the barbarians, who after hauling enough well water for the Lord's Crystal platform, still have the task of widening the river channel. I call out to Ada, working alongside his clansmen, and tell him to let them know that once I deal with this wave of enemies and free up resources, I will build them better houses. He thanks me, swearing again that he and his clansmen will follow me to the death. He is too easily moved. The workload has grown, but the salted food is plentiful, and that alone keeps them working without complaint, and perhaps from all the well water, I could already see their health rise by 3. There are still too few hands, but eating more salt really is fine. A system note congratulates someone on a victory in an active attack, on defeating the Chrysanthemum Elder tribe, offering a choice of occupy or destroy. That is right, Shimwai won. The Flower Fairy tribe with no big boss and no high-level troops really did fall to him after he hurled soldier cards at it, until it broke. Standing on his fully owned 600 square meter tribe, he cannot contain his excitement. The gains spanning territory, barracks and specialties, down to weapons and equipment, a beehive, a level 2 floating island core, a sealed treasure chest, a sealed level 4 rare elite Flower Fairy troop, a level 4 common Flower Fairy barracks, 10 square meters of C-grade psychedelic chrysanthemum field, C-grade daylily, and a pile of Flower Fairy staffs, bracers, and leggings. He laughs out loud, asking who else. A system alert cuts his laughter dead. It warns that his location has been locked by the Flower Fairy clan powerhouse, the Chrysanthemum Elder, that she will retaliate and reclaim her tribe, and that he should ready his defenses at once. His special equipment has already scouted the Great Boss's heaven-defying attributes, and no one could possibly withstand her at this stage, yet his island is already connected to the tribe. So what can he do? His laughter is replaced by fear. On my side, the luminous Chrysanthemum King, still sealed, ticks down to its final second, and then a wisp of black smoke rises from it and vanishes in a flash, as if nothing ever happened. Song Yusin wonders aloud whether the Flower Fairy Elder was scared off by my brother's strength, too afraid to even show her face, and Gak Hayon, glancing at me as I read the Flower King's panel, quietly admits she does not know either, but she is certainly more at ease not having to fight an enemy that powerful. The seal lifts, and the Flower King reveals itself as an intermediate luminous Chrysanthemum King, an advanced territory aura treasure that generates a 200-meter cold-resistant shield centered on itself, holding longer against extreme cold the more energy it has. Currently storing 5 minutes of cold-resistant energy an hour for a shield lasting 5 hours. Switchable on and off at will, able to be upgraded and evolved, with a note that the rare Flower Fairy talent, the Flower Fairy Sorcerer, can refill its energy fast. I sit silent a long while after reading it. The thing offers nothing in a fight, yet it is all but priceless, since the worst stretch of extreme cold each night runs only about 2 hours, and the Flower King can shield us for at least an hour and a half, getting us through the hardest part in a way no other treasure could replace. Picture it grown enough to hold a shield through the entire night someday, not hindering the vegetables and beating back extreme cold all at once. How incredible that would be. Pure imagining for now, of course, since none of it happens before it evolves, rare flower fairy talent or not. Shimwai messages me begging for help. I tell him I have not even congratulated him yet, so why is he already crying for help? And then he lays out his situation. I ask whether a monster fished him, telling him there are only two paths in a spot like this: beat the boss and reach the peak of life, or use a floating island core and start over. He ignores the first outright. The unheard of core his only lifeline, and the fact that he even brings it up means the boss had won. He pleads for me to spare a core since he cannot possibly handle the chrysanthemum elder. The name stuns me. Holy crap, is the coincidence really this perfect? The monster clearly came for me, and the instant she left, her lair was stolen by him. I tell Shimwei honestly that I do have one, very rare. He is desperate, finding me a last resort, treating a dead horse like a live one, and he never expected I would actually have a solution. He sends me a system screenshot of his items, his only relief being that the system warned him before he could use any of what he just took in the tribe, since otherwise he would have no bargaining chips left. Looking at it, I blurt out that this flower fairy tribe is incredibly rich. If I do not carve off a piece, I will not sleep. If Shimwai cannot hold it, I will try. So I use the star of positioning to lock onto his location, then tell him we will trade later, that there are too many odds and ends and I cannot bear to throw any away, so I have forgotten where I put the core. He insists I must find it, that it is life or death, and I tell him not to worry, since the boss has not even come back yet. And by the way, not to forget the tribe's floating island. He thanks me and begs me to keep his defeat a secret. Heh, you want to keep fleecing others? Do you? I do not answer and I will not meddle, since anyone whose resources can still be so easily taken does not deserve my special warning. While I leave Shimwai to stew, I check the puppet pedestal, which cooled down a few minutes before the Flower King. A stone ant, like a stone sculpture, has formed conspicuously on the once bare pedestal. The Ant Clan war puppet has health 500, attack 5 with double damage to buildings, defense 20, magic attack 1, magic defense 20, and a passive taunt that draws every enemy attack within 10 square meters. It is a rare war machine type that does not occupy leadership value, balances offense and defense, can enjoy leader attribute bonuses, and prioritizes defensive structures. It can be decomposed into two half-attribute puppets of the same quality, though the lowest quality stone puppet cannot be split yet, and synthesized into higher quality ones, reviving on its own a day after dying in battle. Capped at 2 pedestals per territory, a tribal treasure bestowed by the ant god, neither damageable nor losable. A thing this heaven-defying is only the lowest level. No wonder the giant ant clan was so arrogant, picking fights with everyone they met. They really had the capital for it. A whole heap of good stuff, and Shimwei does not even have time to check it before it all becomes someone else's property, losing not just this tribe's harvest, but his accumulated wealth. The plunge nearly enough to break him, though it does not matter once he has my item. He waits a long while with no answer, until he sees the chrysanthemum elder return and despairs, running the opposite way and messaging me that the boss is back, that he is going to die. Only then do I respond, apologizing that I was just looking for it, that we can trade now. Once the core is in his hands, Shimwai relaxes and checks it, a core that generates a 10 square meter floating island. And never mind the achievement points, the reward for conquering a tribe alone is a choice of any level 3 barracks. That alone is his chance to rise, since across the whole region very few possess a troop type matching their own profession, and his glorious moment will begin with this defeat. What is a child of fortune? Shimwei feels he has won. The direction he fled is his old floating island, since everything else can be discarded but not the crystal platform, the symbol of his lord status. He calls up Fog, his new small floating island vanishing into white mist, and seeing the boss not give chase he feels reborn, knowing it is because he wrecked the tribe's houses and gutted her vision. So in this battle, win or lose, he came out the lucky one, getting a cleaner, fresh start instead of dying in despair, exactly like a novel's protagonist, while those villains who started so strong will surely be left in his dust. He steers away, regret playing at the sail tree and gold generating stone he had no time to take, the trade with the big shot too late, only a few small specialties salvaged. Fortunately, he had already demolished his own house and the tribe's, so supplies are no worry for now. Shimwei's good-natured image shattered in my heart long ago. His habit of enriching himself by pooling everyone's resources earns nothing but my contempt, which is why I left him with nothing. Looking at the still light spot on the map, hidden inside the fog-covered patch, I chuckle that such a large territory should not go to waste, so I will go pick it up. The chrysanthemum elder did not appear when her lair was captured, and the question now is whether I can take her down. 600 square meters I have not even seen. How could I be content without trying? This is exactly why I waited for the boss to return before trading with Shimwai, since I feared he would get the core early and, while she was away, reoccupy the tribe, destroy the island, and take the treasure. That possibility was absolutely certain. How could I allow it? The Flower Fairy tribe is already reserved by me. What if there are heroes? I have one too. Even if a gap with the boss remains, it is no longer out of reach. Chrysanthemum Elder, that name carries an inauspicious meaning, I mutter, and if she does not believe me, she can wait until I come and burst her chrysanthemum. Strange, though, that her staying hidden makes sense. But why have the ant clan still not shown? Forget it. Godfall Cemetery is not urgent, so first I go see whether I can handle the flower fairies, turning the island to chase the tribe. What I do not know is that the ant clan did come for me. Only my enemies were intercepted by Wang Pyo, who had been lingering in this area waiting to trap me for my water resources. After waiting with no sign of me, the bored Wang Pyo spotted a monster floating island instead, scoffing at the giant ant clan general Iron Wing's Vengeance Vanguard Squad and its trash name, telling them they were out of luck meeting him, demanding they leave their equipment. The Flower Fairy tribe is already marked by me. After the boss returned, the tribe started moving too. Its speed slowed, perhaps because Shimwai took the core, so catching it is only a matter of time. And once the pursuit direction is set, I need only correct the occasional drift between us, which makes this the most idle stretch yet. The boss is not yet beaten, and the spoils are already in hand, something no one would believe if I told them. And Brother Shim and the expert really are my benefactors. A passive encounter and an active attack feel completely different, and the two girls who worried earlier about dragging the Flower Fairy Elder onto me no longer worry now that I am taking the initiative, because this is my choice, and in Gok Hyun's words, I am quite reliable. Du Sowal asks her big brother whether I gathered everyone because I bought something good again. I reach over and ruffle her hair, and amid her protests I smile and tell her no, I did not buy it, I traded for it. The kind of trade worth far more than the price. She asks what kind of skill that is, a spark in her eyes, even her disdain charming rather than grating. I do not explain, only laugh and begin pulling items from the crystal platform, everything unconfirmed, wrapped in bubbles and floating in the air, while everyone curiously reads the descriptions. Song Yusin shouts about a honeycomb, telling Uncle Lee to look, that she wants honey, while someone else marvels at the level 2 floating island core and the sealed treasure chest, asking where all these treasures came from. Uncle Lee hurries from those two to the honeycomb at her shout, since he does not lead troops and wants to prove his worth elsewhere. Kyung-do can hardly believe his eyes at the Flower Fairy barracks, one ordinary level 4 and one sealed elite level 4. Since he has killed flower fairies and knows how troublesome level 4 spellcasters are, and the sealed elite must be no simple thing. Then come the 10 square meters of C-grade illusory chrysanthemum field and the C-grade daylily. Reading the wonder on Gok Hyun's face, I tell her with a smile that if I am not wrong, the chrysanthemum king she took a fancy to is closely tied to this specialty, since every type of chrysanthemum inside it can be found on the chrysanthemum tree. I ask what use the chrysanthemums are now, with our territory so tight that any spare space is better saved for daylilies, and since the Flower King makes them redundant yet it is a shame to toss them, I decide to put them on our small floating island. Gok Hyun protests that we cannot throw them away, that I heard the girl wants honey, and as for territory size, maybe it will not be a problem very soon. The honeycomb plus the two specialties add exactly 100 prosperity, bringing the territory's total to 1,180. Du Sowal announces she wants to lead troops too, Flower Fairy troops, and asks for the 10 staffs. Given the conditions for fielding multiple troop types, this is the best choice. So I tell her she can have them all and promise that when conditions allow, I will recruit her a full force of flower fairies. Kyung-do's face goes a little grim, since this sensible girl knows we do not even have the money for a full force of level 5 soldiers. So is she not putting the Lord in a hard spot? He frowns, holding the words back, but I catch it, pat his shoulder, and ask whether he thinks Sowal has only him to spoil her. I say nothing more, but it instantly brings tears to his eyes. Sometimes a single sentence is all it takes to move a grown man. I tell him not to overthink it, that before we had flower fairies I had already planned to equip her with Minotaur warriors, and he thanks me. This is the little girl's first time asking for anything, and I have the means and the same intention, so it is a win all around. 20 flower fairy bracers with stamina +2, and 18 flower fairy leggings with defense +2 go on to my Minotaur warriors, the extras handed out. By now I have processed these items, and while there were surprises, they fell short of what I imagined. Since beyond an unopened treasure chest and barracks I cannot use, the rest is merely average. I firmly believe a tribe that large must have more good things, either on the boss or hidden in the chests, the former more likely. Around 4 in the afternoon, the Flower Fairy tribe finally comes into view. One of the Flower Fairy clan's tribes, the seat of the hero-level Chrysanthemum Elder, covering 600 square meters, its tribe trait hidden from view. My gaze sweeps across it, but with limited visibility I cannot make out its full extent. I really do not know how Shim Y managed to detect the boss leaving without being caught. I think wondering whether he sees farther than I do or holds some special treasure. As luck has it, the Chrysanthemum Elder, staff in hand, is at this moment directing her clan to repair the damaged defense towers at the tribe's edge. 3 already fixed and a 4th underway, and it is unclear why she does not recruit soldiers first to get the towers running. Because she has shown herself, I get the chance to investigate her. What I do not know is that the destruction of the tribe's main building gutted her vision, which is why my prying goes unnoticed. Let me see your details first, to decide whether you are truly as unbeatable as Shimwai claimed. I scan her with the eye of oversight, and as expected a pink halo glows at her feet, plainly marking her hero's status, though I cannot tell what the different colors mean, and no one at this stage could answer me. The Flower Fairy Sage Chrysanthemum Elder is a mid-level hero with health 200, attack 18, hidden defense, hidden magic attack, magic defense 17, the skills Illusory Sandstorm, and one more obscure to note that all her subordinate troops receive her full hero attribute bonuses. A plant-type trait skilled in wood element magic, a small-sized creature, a hero among the Flower Fairy clan guarding a tribe, with racial animosity toward the giant ant clan. Her small half-human height is real, and so is her formidable strength. A magic-type mid-level hero. Even with her attributes only partly visible, I can tell the rest will not be low, and this is just her base, before equipment. My own hero Ada is instantly left far behind. A small unit carrying off her treasures and still able to pinpoint the Chrysanthemum King. If that is not a trap, who would believe it? It was simply the boss's bad luck, that between losing her lair and losing her treasures, she chose her treasures. This trip was a waste. My earlier confidence is a joke, and if I forced an attack I might well fall here. Still, I checked the Flower Fairy clan units on watch, just to gain experience. 5 follow the boss closely, clearly no ordinary fodder. The level 4 Fairy Vinecaller, a rare elite, has health 80, attack 7, defense 8, magic attack 12, magic defense 8, and a skill called Sanguine Vines that summons a barbed vine dealing twice the caster's magic attack per second, while recovering 20% of the caster's highest attack as health, lasting 5 seconds on a 30-second cooldown. The latest unit she painstakingly developed from elite stock. The attributes are ridiculous, and the skill is practically a divine skill. So how does it land on a mere unit? The Chrysanthemum Elder lives up to her title as a sage, a real talent at cultivating treasures. I read it aloud, so the people beside me hear it too. A level 4 unit on par with a rare level 5 Minotaur warrior. And who would believe it? Hyung-do says gravely that he has never met this unit, that otherwise they would have had no chance, and that if these two take the hero's bonuses, anything below level 4 could very likely be killed in one hit. With that, the others feel this fight is hopeless. I nod without speaking and go on examining the 15 ordinary level 4 Flower Fairy units. The level 4 Flower Fairy caster has health 65, attack 4, defense 6, magic attack 10, magic defense 6, a passive that emits illusory pollen to trap enemies in an illusion where they cannot move or attack while taking 5 fixed health damage a second, and an active plant essence that restores 20 fixed health a second to allies for 5 seconds on a 45-second cooldown. Just as I am working through them, unknown to me, the Chrysanthemum Elder's gaze suddenly fixes on a spot in the mist, the whole tribe halting, then turning, then floating straight toward my position. The system warns, twice over, that I have been discovered by a Flower Fairy clan powerhouse, and should prepare a response at once. So I have been discovered. Even without the warning I saw her turn, the sail tree Shimway left on top already at full power. You really cannot underestimate people, I think, since I did not expect this fellow's sail tree to have been upgraded right on schedule. I do not take her reaction seriously, since no matter how fast her sail tree, it cannot catch me. As for the 15 clan members helping her, I have no time to check them, but from their weapons at least 10 are archers, and their fitness to follow her on an expedition proves they are no ordinary clan members. 20 level 4 units and 15 clan members. Every force she has thrown at me. She really went all out. Count in what Shim we killed, and how many did this tribe have? Forget it. None of my business, and since there is no fight, I am not playing with you. I start turning my own sail tree to retreat, but I have forgotten one thing, that when she chased me, she used a small floating island, and now that she is back on her own territory and finds the tribe's old power core gone, she will surely install the small floating island's core into the tribe, going at full speed in pursuit, her speed no slower than mine. Seeing her suddenly accelerate, I realize the same thing, and think it through further. That from her abrupt turn she must have sensed the Chrysanthemum King or those 2 sealed treasures, which serve as a guiding light, so even with no vision she could not lose me. And now that I am in her sight, throwing away the sealed items would do nothing. Besides the goblins and the giant ant clan, this is yet another enemy who can chase me to the ends of the earth. Every clan member in the tribe was killed by Shim Y, so the hatred must be sky high. And even if I did not kill them, I hold her entire family fortune in my hands, so how could it be any smaller? With our speeds basically identical, fleeing is meaningless. I have no confidence in attacking first, but passive defense is another matter entirely. Time to test the defensive measures. The formation I set up earlier is exactly my confidence. I tell Hyundo that after all that circling I never expected to meet him again, and offer to turn his level 3 soldiers into card soldiers. He has no objection, only asking whether I still mean to protect their perfect achievement, and I admit I can only try my best, with no confidence at all. He nods and says if only he had had the chance to pledge allegiance to me sooner. I tell him it is not too late now, that growing stronger is not the only road through that one method, so we should work hard together, and he agrees. Just as I adjust the island to meet the enemy in a defensive formation, the body shudders violently, the flower fairy tribe already connected to mine. The system warns, twice, that the Chrysanthemum Elder, a flower fairy clan powerhouse, is leading a regular army to attack. That I must gather my troops for a defensive counterattack and protect my crystal platform with my life. The rule that attackers cannot retreat except by abandoning their soldiers applies to other races too. The instant she recklessly connected to my island, it proved they were confident of winning, since they plainly saw my defense towers, and their willingness to start regardless of consequence shows it never occurred to them they could lose. The notification carries another message for me, that it seems only troops led by a powerful individual count as a regular army, since apart from the battle with the Goblin Powerhouse, no matter how strong my other enemies, they can only be called irregular troops. The Chrysanthemum Elder deploys her troops with tactics as strange and unpredictable as my own, which is due so well as most direct impression. She cannot grasp why a magic user, instead of falling back, would use herself as a shield. Is that something a person does? As the frontliner, she takes the worst of it, and from the moment she steps onto our island and wades the knee-deep unfinished river leading the charge, the Twin Tower Archer towers lock onto her. Damage of -10, -10, -10. With the Defense Master bonus striking without pause, at least 4 towers able to reach her. That is when the 5 Flower Fairy clan members trailing her move first, casting spell after spell, green healing numbers of +36, +36 surfacing every 2 seconds, keeping her health full. The boss, perhaps feeling it is not enough, walks a few more steps to the extreme edge of the archer's range, where at least 6 of my towers can hit her and the clan's healing cannot keep up. Then the spellcaster troops join in, steady +20 holding her in the safe zone, and when even that lags, she casts a skill on herself, an oversized +100 healing that nearly blinds me, one I had not detected before, though the cooldown on something like that must be long. Looking at my rearranged tower formation tying down so much of the enemy's combat power, I smile smugly and give myself a quiet thumbs up for the brilliant decision. Then Hyungdo suddenly says it is bad, that the boss is going for a tower diving focused kill, that she can absorb our maximum damage but we cannot withstand so many archers concentrating fire, and he urges me to send out the stone ant golems and deploy troops fast. Tower diving focused kill. I have not heard of it, but I can understand it, and I trust his words. Alright, outside the stone wall, behind the minotaurs, stand my followers and me. I send out the stone ant golems, but before they can attack, I throw the 14 giant ant card soldiers I am holding into the line ahead of the stone ants, charging straight at the boss, figuring it is best to let the card soldiers soak damage, so the enemy archers do not pour everything onto the stone ants alone. The tower diving focused kill is the tactic Dusowol despises most, but my move bewilders her even more than the boss's. She knows her big brother does not want casualties that would cost her sisters their achievement rewards, so sending card soldiers to charge makes sense. But why not put the stone ant golems with the most health in front? She does not understand, but she will not ask now, since perhaps this is Big Brother's tactic. At the same moment, the Chrysanthemum Elder, single-handedly bearing the brunt of most of my towers, sees the giant ant clan charging in, and racial hatred takes effect at once, so she casts her powerful magic directly while the Flower Fairy archers behind her prioritize the giant ant soldiers too. After a string of incomprehensible incantations, the boss inhales sharply, her belly swelling visibly, and as the giant ant soldiers close in, she raises her staff and, like someone blowing a dandelion, blows air at the gem set in its top. She keeps blowing, gusts surging out as if the wind will not stop while she does not. The staff-enhanced magic fierce enough that no one can keep their eyes open, the conjured sand striking the giant ants for steady -15, -15. A wide area spell draining every unit type's health at once. As the wind builds, pink pollen drifts around the level 4 soldiers near the boss, and the frontmost giant ants suddenly freeze in place while taking minor -5 damage. Plainly the passive hallucinogenic pollen of the level 4 common flower fairies. By the time the wind reaches my side, the damage is far milder and the pollen's effect nearly nothing, -1. A hallucinogenic flying sand spell that does not seem to hallucinate, Gak Hayan suggests it might be because she no longer has the hallucinogenic chrysanthemum field backing her, and the reminder suddenly makes perfect sense. Picture the chrysanthemum elder casting this from inside a flower field, and the enemies would die without ever knowing how. Even without the hallucination, the giant ant soldiers press so close to the boss, even with my attribute bonus, are doing badly, their health plunging toward critical. Seeing the boss about to finish her breath, I stop Song Yusin as she moves to heal the giant ant card soldiers, telling her they are just card soldiers and can be left to die, since once the boss's skill ends the minotaurs go in and her skills are better saved for them. I entrust the minotaurs and barbarians to Hyundo's command, telling him to attack the instant the enemy's skill ends, and to keep the barbarians at the rear, since I only want them gaining battle experience. I tell Du Sowal to stick with me for the ballista I will hand her later, that Haeyeon cannot leave since the towers still need her buff, and I call Rang Rang and Lord Chicken to follow me so we can all gain some experience. The instant the boss blows away 14 of my level 4 cards in one breath, I want to slap myself, because I completely forgot about troop card synthesis. If those had been level 5 troops, a single spell would never have wiped them out clean. There is no way I am admitting a blunder this large, so I keep my face blank and nonchalant. And across the way, Du Sowal's eyes light up as if she has just glimpsed some secret, deciding for herself that the giant ant troops were sacrificed on purpose to bait out the enemy's ultimate. Let her think that. The girl looks thrilled to have learned a lesson, and I am not about to correct her. Then the battlefield saves me. Before the boss's spell even finishes, the stone ant golem finally reaches him, and it turns out he can blow away small soldiers, but he cannot blow away the stone ant golem. The barbed vines the vine caller summons cannot so much as slow that enormous body. They wrap and tear apart like waterweed in a shallow stream. Useless. The golem soaks the enemy archer's fire and brings its stone hammer, big as the boss's own head, down on him for a forced single point of damage that leaves everyone staring. What stuns them more is what happens next, because the golem, down to a sliver of health, starts ticking green heal numbers above its head. 36, 20, double stacking on doubles, its health climbing the longer it fights. That is the gift of dumping so many giant ant troops onto the field. If the archers had locked onto the golem from the start, it would never have lasted to this sliver. Now it only grows stronger. I nearly laugh out loud, because aside from the boss's ranged archers, every surrounding unit has fallen for the stone ant golem's taunt, and every heal meant for the boss's landing on my golem instead, with it tying up the bulk of the enemy force. My rookie's mistake is buried where no one will ever find it. Stripped of his flower fairy sorcerer's healing and grinding under my defense towers, the boss is having a miserable time. He throws a supercharged heal on himself and starts his old trick, belly swelling for another breath. His cooldown is shorter than I expected, but at this range, I am not letting that ultimate go off again. So I tell Du Sowal to fire the cannon. The bolt slams home and she crows that she hit him again. A born gunner, that girl. The crossbow bolt should have stacked debuffs, but the hero aura on the boss flares and every negative status vanishes off him in one wash. Fine, I send Rang Rang and Lord Chicken in together, and the system tells me my pet's level is too low and the skill fails. Then that the magic attack is ineffective. Stubborn resistance both ways. So I cast 2 ice cones back to back, and his swollen belly deflates for 26 damage. Then the light on his robe flickers and the freeze sheds right off him. The resistance on this thing is off the charts. I do not care. Interrupting the cast is all I needed. Ada and Hyungdo reach the field now, their Minotaur warriors in the front rank already braced to charge. The Chrysanthemum Elder, his breath interrupted, shows no after effect at all, just plants his staff into the ground, flicks his free hand twice toward the Minotaurs, and wooden thorns erupt and burst the charge for 50 damage twice over in raw blood loss. That is on Minotaurs carrying my Lord and Hero buffs, and he still tears that much. So this is his real ultimate. Normally he blows that breath first, drops the enemy to nothing, then finishes with this. Watching it, I actually feel relief because the charge broke and the Minotaurs bled, but it proved the boss's ultimate cannot one-shot. As long as the stone ant golem holds, with most of his force pinned to it, his defeat is locked. He has been casting non-stop and just spent his ultimate, so right on cue he drops into a weakened state. I fling my last 6 skeleton archers at the flower fairy archers and let them trade shots, not caring if they all die, only that they buy me a moment, because archers always prioritize whatever is nearest. Once the boss is gone, those flower fairy archers lose his attribute bonuses, and then they are easy pickings. I call to Ada and Hyungdo not to splinter off chasing small soldiers, to focus everything on the boss, and I tell Song Yusin to keep watch on enemy health. Hyungdo looks baffled, since to him the troops are overflowing with no room to swing, and the obvious move is to clear the archers and sorcerers first. But he swallows his confusion and obeys. Ada is simpler. He obeys instantly and triggers his hero skill, Battle Roar, a war cry that buffs all my troops' attack and attack speed for 5 seconds, at the cost of a little defense. Riding that window, Hyungdo fires his own general skill, Tactical Adjustment. Every infantry unit hurling its weapon at a single target, and dozens of buff weapons crash into the boss alongside a giant crossbow bolt and 2 fireballs. The Chrysanthemum Elder, who has been eating defense tower fire all along, dies quietly on his feet. The battle is not over though, because every flower fairy is now penned in by my troops, and each time one drops to a sliver of health I try to recruit it. Now they all understand why I would not let them be killed. Hyungdo shakes his head and says he finally gets why they can only ever be followers. And Do So-al announces she guessed it ages ago, that if I were not saving the sorcerers to throw at the Chrysanthemum King, these small soldiers would have been culled long since. Sharp kid. The battle notification tells me the flower fairy sorcerer Hua Ewi, cowed by my might, asks to become my subordinate. I confirm it gladly, because a sorcerer at a sliver of health surrenders easily, and even if she had not, I have all the patience in the world for rare talent. I would just beat her down to a sliver again and again, until the morale broke. 5 sorcerers fall in line, then I start on the 10 flower fairy archers, and once they are mine the system reports 5 vine callers and 15 casters, asking to surrender too. I confirm. So if the leader will not bend, the second and third in line do not even get the right to surrender apparently. My leadership value is maxed, and cannot command another body, which is a fine excuse to hand the surplus around. I call Do So-al over to collect her troops, and the little one accepts 5 vine callers without ceremony, and then helps herself to 5 more flower fairies. Hyungdo looks happier than anyone watching his girl loaded out with tier 4 soldiers, when most survivors do not even own tier 3. After splitting the rest between the 2 of them, I tell Hyungdo I will top up his troops tonight, and he waves it off, saying minotaurs are too expensive and these suit the girls anyway, that he can hardly march into battle leading flower fairies. I end the battle and the notifications roll in. I have eliminated the flower fairy tribe's guardian. The clan now marks me as an enemy. I have conquered a regular flower fairy army unit. And I have angered the flower fairy guardian god. The hero terminator achievement ticks to 2 of 10, with a nudge to kill more enemy heroes for more rewards. Kill one hero and offend a whole god in the same breath. I can only brag since I cannot change it, and I am hardly wrong to fight back when the enemy walked up to my doorstep. Still, the calm is a front. The enemies keep getting stronger, and I am starting to think becoming a god myself might be the only way to keep surviving. Except divine artifacts do not grow on trees, so it seems my only road there runs through divine tombs. The system tells me my pets and the subordinate barbarians, having fought in a hero-level battle, have all improved. Rang Rang holds at pet level 3, health 45, attack 10, defense 6, magic defense 5, his dragon tier intact. Lord Chicken matches him at level 3 with health 45, attack 8, defense 5, magic defense 6, his 4 and 8 skills led by Flying Peck unchanged. The barbarians sit at level 4 now, health 48, attack 9, defense 5, magic defense 4, skills the same but every base number lifted, and the barbarians especially nearly doubled across the board jumping from tier 3 to tier 4. More notifications stack up. My difficult achievement, this isn't hard either, climbs to 6 of 10, the one for beating an enemy whose main general or unit type outranks my own by at least a level. My ultra-rare territory treasure, the Beacon of the Night, reaches 6 of 100. Extreme Vision rewards me a defensive win with another meter of sight, clearing 55 meters of war fog now. Then the hall itself, a hero orb, a level 3 floating island core, a specialty upgrade card, the legendary personal equipment Grand Mage's robe, the advanced strategic equipment Flower Fairy ring, the legendary strategic equipment Chrysanthemum Elder's staff, and a rare item skill book with the prompt to occupy or destroy the Flower Fairy tribe. I occupy, obviously, because a boss this size is not leaving me a handful of trinkets, and I am not torching an island for scraps. The Occupy choice pays out a C4 grade sail tree, a C4 grade gold generating stone, and a level 3 pikeman barracks, and my territory swells by 720 square meters to 1120. I got the good stuff in advance, the only leftovers tracing back to Shim Y and his old 120 square meters of land. At that, the whole territory brightens, the cramped, suffocating squeeze of our living space loosening all at once, and though we have not moved an inch, everyone's breathing eases a notch. Apart from the 4 defense towers not yet operational, the new world stretches out empty, and not one person stops cheering. The flower fairies are far smarter than the barbarians, sharp enough to talk normally, and since surrendering they have stayed quietly to one side, so finding them a place to live matters now. Evening comes on fast in the new world, and once everyone settles, I tell Hyungdo and Uncle Lee to lend a hand, that we will eat first and save the proper victory banquet for another day. I send Ada to take his clansmen and gather fish for themselves, since his intelligence reads as ordinary now but he still prefers his own kind, and fish is the barbarian's favorite, and I never cap the supply anyway. With everyone else sorted, I asked the first flower fairy I subdued whether she eats fish. Hua-ui, that being her original name, shakes her head. When I ask what she eats, she says water, daylilies, honey, and points at my island river. Eating raw daylilies, drinking river water. I am genuinely impressed and tell her so. When I ask if her tribe had no water of its own, whether it was destroyed, she says they had none, that the elder led them out searching for water resources. And suddenly it clicks. I did not subdue them by force alone. The deciding factor was water. I ask about fruit and vegetables, and she says they eat no meat and have never tasted anything else. Looking at these sleek little flower fairies, I never would have guessed their lives were as wretched as the barbarians before I took them in. This is nothing like the legends, the elves who scorn earthly food and live on fruit and leaves. It strikes me that I only ever read the boss in the unit summaries, that the bosses was incomplete and the unit data is nothing like that of intelligent life. So I pull up the full readings. The flower fairy archer sits at level 4. Health 45, Attack 15, Defense 3, Magic Attack 3, Magic Defense 2, with a life skill, Cultivation Technique, that speeds plant growth. The description calls them a small-sized race, fine archers, able to serve as archers in battle. No wonder a single daily specialty sustains the whole clan. They eat almost nothing and they are born gardeners. And even with no real combat skill, the fact that they cling to powerful figures speaks for itself. The Flower Fairy Sorcerer is the gem. Level 4, Health 45, Attack 4, Defense 3, Magic Attack 8, Magic Defense 4, Spirit 3. Her combat skill, Essence of Vegetation, spends 5 mana to restore 16 health to a teammate on a 10-second cooldown. And her life skill of the same name spends 15 mana to speed plant growth, store energy in plants, and with a slim chance even push a specialty plant to evolve. I rub my eyes to be sure I am reading it right. Their heal is weaker than the fixed heals of regular troops, but it takes attribute bonuses, which makes the two incomparable. One skill that serves both combat and life. Truly rare talent. Her trust in me reads 55, which my first instinct calls another long task of cultivating feelings, until I catch myself. What task? They wander off hunting water, and I am so broke that water is the one thing I drown in. They are absurdly cheap to keep. Perfect gardeners, and with them the fruit and vegetable output only climbs. I went in wanting sorcerers to throw at the Chrysanthemum King, and it turns out every flower fairy is a treasure. So I tell Hua-ui to spend her free time at the tree line, tending it and rounding out her own diet with the mushrooms and fruit there, and I point her to the better well water on the far side, promising her the daylilies too, and a real place to live tomorrow, the troop tent for tonight. Being able to simply talk to a unit is its own luxury. The flower fairies understand, though privately they wonder whether their new lord has forgotten to put any limits on their freedom at all. My heart is itching to dig into the loot. The beginner hero orb grants all attributes plus 10, which puzzles me, since that flower fairy boss was clearly a mid-level hero. The level 4 floating island core reads speed 40, the number you get when 2 level 3 cores fuse. The specialty upgrade card will go to the water well, no question. The Grand Archmage's robe gives magic attack 4, magic defense 6, Defense 6 magic resistance plus 20%, with a passive that cuts spell cooldowns by a fifth. The Flower Fairy ring lifts spirit by 6, and the Chrysanthemum Elder's staff carries magic attack 12 and a skill, Sandstorm Technique, that drains 10 mana per second to blow a gale of magic sand one direction, dealing 15 fixed magic damage a second to enemies within 15 meters. Useless against defensive structures, stackable with other items. Beyond range, the fixed damage vanishes, but anything caught is forced to lose 1 point of health with a 10% chance to interrupt its casting. Powerful gear always comes shackled to absurd conditions, but for floating island combat it is usually plenty. The forced health loss is mostly there to break an enemy's cast, and this one piece has me beaming, because finally I have a way to actually fight someone myself. The days of doing nothing but flinging troop cards and burning magic scrolls are over for good. Then there is the skill book, an advanced single target heal, 20 mana to restore 30% of a target's health. The boss's own super heal. I try to use it and the prompt tells me Dark Element professions cannot. Which figures. The rest of the prompts pour in. My Pikmin barracks upgrades to a C1 grade level 3. 3 free conscriptions a day. The C4 grade sail tree merges into my own and pushes it to B grade. Speed 20. 3 square meters. 2 speed boosts a day. A daily yield of 50 wood, 15 planks, and 1 B grade wooden stake. With the cheerful note that I may pick 1 output type a day without stunting its growth. Half being enough for me. After nurturing that tree so long, it has finally come into the light. A true B-grade treasure. And again, I have Shimwai's generosity to thank. The B-grade wooden stake can make sub-statues or build a treasure exchange pavilion, and since I have no idea what that is, I set the question aside for when I do. I choose planks today, which solves my whole problem of wanting a dining table and chairs. If the sale tree changed that much, the gold generating stone owes me a surprise too, and the C grade 1 merges into lift mine to B grade. 50 stone a day across 6 square meters, 20 iron, 10 copper, 10 rubies, 10 emeralds, and 1 B grade stone stake, with the same note that I may pick 2 output types a day. The stone stake matches the wooden one. I pick 2 kinds of gem, because with this output, I finally have a shot at tinkering with the magic cannon tower, the second defensive structure on the building page that every lord can place and almost none can afford. Immense power chained to an exaggerated cost. It takes 4 square meters, a 20-meter range, building health 100, 3 mage-type soldiers to staff it as cannon tower mages, 300 grams of food and 300 grams of water a day, and to build it, 50 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron, 20 copper, 20 gems, with a warning that the gem attributes lock in the tower's element. It manually targets enemies, ignores their equipment defense, fixed damage 40 with splash 20, banks 1 magic cannonball a day, fires once per 5 matching gems consumed, and adds 25 prosperity. It does not even one-shot, and the cost is brutal, so any lord would be confused. And I was too, before. Not now. With the legendary staff and a few saved shots, I am grinning at the math. With the boss dead, the sealed treasure chest and the elite barracks both read usable. The elite flower fairy vine collar barracks, a rare, lets me spend wood and the rest for resource conscription and 1 free elite flower fairy a day. Units that far outstrip the ordinary casters in combat power yet cannot replace them, since the casters are support and matter just as much. After taking today's 2 free flower fairy soldiers, my leadership value still shows 1 open slot. Unboxing time. The moment my hand touches the chest, Do So Wall cries out that her uncle is about to open a treasure chest, and everyone drops what they are doing and crowds in, eyes fixed on me. Song Yusin frowns that we agreed to open it together, and I protest that I only touched it. Under their urging, I open it, and it is not stuffed with loot. Only 3 things sit inside. The first is a wooden display case the size of 2 open palms with a grand name, the Flower Fairy Guardian God's Treasure Exchange Pavilion. It has 9 slots and 3 rows, the top 2 rows showing Divine Descendant items, and the bottom row for offerings. The offering area empty while the Descendant area is loaded with equipment and attribute potions. All of it good. All of it only projection, the only way to display the thing's true nature. Each item is plainly priced in the power of faith it costs. The second is a wooden statue shaped like, no matter how I turn it, a giant spider. A statue is supposed to be a god's tool, so what does a flower fairy elder mean carrying a spider instead of his own flower fairy god? My face goes peculiar as I read it. The Chasing Wind Region Flower Fairy Guardian God Substatue. Low grade, a tool the Guardian God uses to collect divine power. Its first function gathers faith value from a follower's sincere prayers and offerings, faith that can be spent in the Treasure Exchange Pavilion. Its second function prays for divine descent, summoning a god's clone or even main body to fight. When faith or accepted offerings run high enough, and the higher the statue's grade, the more divine energy it can hold. The peculiar expression is catching, because when I read the statue out loud, everyone goes still. The 2 items are clearly a set, and the plain wording makes the whole thing obvious. Hyung-do asks whether the Flower Fairy Guardian God is actually a spider, and his daughter answers that obviously it is. I say it is one thing to seal a treasure this precious, but not carrying it makes no sense. Until I work it out, the wooden statue simply cannot hold a god's energy. It serves only as a tool, which is why it ended up tossed in the box. Hyung-do frets that offending a god is trouble in the end. And Do So Wall points at the spider and says, maybe before we needed to worry, but now that we have seen this thing, there is no need. I have already reached the same place, the relief loosening my face at last, but Hyung-do has not caught up and keeps pressing his daughter to explain, and he never minds asking her. She has always been the clever one. She says the statue is less a relic than a locator and a divine descent medium, that as long as we do not keep the thing on our island, even a god who wants us has no target to lock onto. He sputters that there is still the clue about the clan's treasure, and she tells him flatly the clan treasure does not support divine descent, and he just keeps saying this, with nothing to put after it. Leading troops, it turns out, has nothing to do with seeing through a problem. The whole table accepts her reading, and honestly this father and daughter have answered every question anyone else might have wanted to ask. Her words are exactly my own thinking. As long as I do not run into a god for now, it is as if a stone has lifted off my chest, and I can develop in peace for a while. And if in that time I learn more about gods, or even become one myself, better still. The third item is an egg-sized seed, the Elf Treehouse Seed, a rare-grade building, a seed handed down from the Elf Forest, needing C-grade water and D-grade soil to germinate. Its function locked until grown. Its description noting that creatures close to plants all long to live in tree houses. This is the perfect place for the flower fairies to settle, and once it grows and they move in, their trust will soar. Whenever the effect kicks in, I will plant it now, And as it happens, I meet the requirements precisely, since black soil arrives the day after tomorrow. Whether real elf clans exist, well, gods are as common as cattle here, so an elf clan is hardly strange, though an elf forest sounds like nothing tied to a floating island at all. I drop the thread. The harvest in the chest barely matters. What matters is knowing gods cannot come at me directly, and that alone made the opening worth it. At dinner, I am the center of attention, and when asked about the boss kill haul, I say not bad. Hand Song Yusin the single heal skill book since it suits a combat priest, and run through the rest of the loot. I offer the equipment around, but Hyum Do says to keep it with me that once they find a way to become heroes, this gear will not go far enough to share anyway. We talk and laugh. Each post-battle haul, one more sign the territory is bending the right way. Too pleased with myself, and since they are all followers, I even tell the awkward little story of nearly becoming a god, and the table lights up at the idea of me as the barbarian god. I wave it off, that is a long road yet, and ask whether anyone wants the hero orb. Uncle Lee hesitates, then says nothing, and the others want it even less, since no one with any sense blocks his own path unless he is desperate. After only a few days in the new world, following me, they no longer worry about food or water, and the road ahead looks bright. I tell them honestly I do not even advocate using it yet, that gods are as common as cattle and a hero who cannot advance is nothing special, and Gak Hyon snorts that only I could say such a thing, that no one else would dare even think it. It is a plain dinner, but it brims with joy because they believe that following me their lives will only keep getting better. The sudden flood of territory has eased the strain on our cramped land, since the jungle alone, for all its tree-growing power, had no room left to develop. Morning, and the rooster's crowing climbs until I open my eyes. Lord Chicken finally remembering his actual job. First thing after waking, always, is grabbing my phone. New World, Day 9. Just past 7 in the morning. 6 or 7 days to the server merge. A daytime high of 42 degrees, clear and brutally hot, with a nighttime low of -4. Air quality good. The extreme weather alert on its 3rd day. The reward for surviving 5 days is 1 strength point, so the merge is tomorrow. I do not know how other regions are faring, but more people in the region is, in the end, no bad thing. My eyes catch the count in the corner of the region channel, 890 left. If no one is playing dirty, the number makes no sense, because I checked the region last night before bed and saw not one person asking for help. If a few were suicidal, fine, but this many all going at once does not add up. And for people like that, the kind you want to help but can never find a hand to grab, even a god would be helpless. There is good news too. After so many days, lives have plainly improved, and plenty of survivors are showing off harvests that look genuinely good. The lucky ones even turning up ownerless floating islands that pay out richer still. Benefits reserved for whoever is still alive. The screen that used to overflow with complaints has gone quiet, maybe because people finally noticed that whining solves nothing. Dozens of messages already fill the channel, mostly server merge speculation, every flavor of guess. And I do not join unreliable talk, I believe only what I see with my own eyes. Scrolling back, I find one that concerns me, a heavily liked message from CO Ire. He claims everyone should have noticed that the water the big player sells genuinely improves physique, that his own health ceiling rose by 3 points today, or 3/10 of a physique attribute point, no less than the reward for enduring extreme weather. So where others gain 1 attribute point every 5 days, our region earns 2. Plenty of people reply, and since the math holds, the endorsements came easily. Some worry it is sweet bait that the price will jump once everyone is hooked, and others dig up my old promise never to raise prices as a preemptive shield, not stopping to think that if I meant to raise prices I would never have promised in the first place. CO Ire answers the agreeing comments one by one, but will not touch the questions he cannot settle. His intentions are good, and I should save him face, so for once I leave my own comment under the message that it is good it works, and water resources will not go up in price. I will credit the kid for now. I have plenty to do today and no time to fuss over him. I put the phone down and step outside to find Uncle Lee already at it, surrounded by boards of every size. When I ask what he is building, he says the larger set of tables and chairs we discussed, and adds that he ran short on materials before, so he claimed today's boards too. I offer to help and he asks what exactly I could do, that he has nearly everything ready, he only waited so as not to wake me, and all that is left is rivets. A polite refusal if I ever heard one. I tell him that once we have the resources, we should build a workbench so we can make small parts ourselves instead of shipping out pounds of fish to buy a handful of nails. And he hums agreement, content so long as I say yes. When I look around for the others, he tells me not to bother, that since we agreed not to shift the defense tower formation for now, Hyungdu took the barbarians to keep deepening the river while everyone else went to the tree line. Something about the tree line nags at me today and I cannot place it. He says only I have not eaten. That breakfast is warming in the pot and it will be a quick bite. There is much to do. I head off to the toilet first, and he warns me not to squat too long. My legs will not thank me. Everyone else is building the territory while I have become the idle one waiting for ready-made food. Half an hour later, I come out of the toilet to 3 girls each hauling a bucket brimming with wild greens and mushrooms, and from their chatter they are in high spirits. I ask, tentative, whether they really picked all that from the small tree line, since there cannot possibly be so much, and Gok Hyon laughs that it is all thanks to the flower fairies, then explains. This morning, waking to cook, they found the little flower fairies already out of the barracks tent, drifting through the whole territory like mischievous babies, touching nothing but the well water I had promised them. Harmless enough, until they spotted the strawberries and gathered round to watch, their synchronized swallowing and longing little faces both funny and heart-tugging. The trouble cuteness causes, so the 3 women decided to share the day's strawberry haul with them, and since the strawberries run sour and no one else cares for them anyway, that was theirs to give. The move won the little flower fairies over completely, and that was only the start, because when the buckets reached the jungle and the flower fairies saw the red dates on the trees, they fell back into the same habit, and the women's hearts melted again and the little ones got their wish a second time. Then the flower fairies, 2 wishes granted, watched the women hunting wild greens and mushrooms and seemed to understand, and one after another they cast cultivation technique and essence of vegetation across the small tree line. It showed them what a miracle looks like. The grown trees barely changed, but the saplings and shrubs shot up visibly, and the wild greens and mushrooms singled out for attention went from bare sprouts to ready to pick in no time. I asked quickly where the flower fairies went, that they should give our vegetable garden a boost too, and Gok Hyun's pretty face flushes as she says, awkwardly, that their magic ran dry so they went back to rest. I get it at once, they were so lost in picking mushrooms they forgot the garden. Do So Well asks whether we can eat fresh vegetables soon. The most unbeatable way to fish for confirmation. The girl who saw it with her own eyes asking me who only heard about it, as if she had eaten the intelligence she showed off yesterday. Of course, I tell her, you have already seen it yourself. She cheers. I am overjoyed too, never expecting cultivation technique to work this well. These little flower fairies are simply treasures. Hitting the jackpot feels incredible. Territory, specialties, barracks, equipment, the Flower King, tree houses, flower fairies, upgrade cards, the haul ran far past anything I imagined. My territory has reached food freedom, fish and water both. And with the little flower fairies, vegetable freedom is not far behind, and a few new varieties would only enrich the table. Building something from nothing day after day leaves a person more hopeful and driven. After dinner I start the haul. First I turn 13 level 2 skeleton soldiers into card soldiers, and with the 1 level 2 card I already held, I run card synthesis to make 7 level 3 skeleton archers. That leaves my accumulated stock at 6 ballista arrows, 5 fireballs, 1 ice cone, 7 level 3 skeleton archer card soldiers, and my standing army at 20 level 5 minotaur warriors, 7 level 4 fairy wine callers, and 12 level 4 flower fairy casters. Touring the territory and collecting the day's output and trade earnings, my resources come to 686 wood, 570 stone, 24,100 grams of military rations, water in plenty, 40 iron, 20 copper, 28 rubies, and 28 emeralds, most of it won through trade, since the more people survive, the more I can deal. The B-grade jungle pumps out a wide spread of goods, near enough to keep everyone happy, where before, choked by territory size, it could not grow at all, and its output was throttled. With the flower fairies, it yields even more, so I move the jungle into the new land and set aside 300 square meters just for it, and I shift the barbarian god statue, the gem mine, the infirmary, and every barracks over 2. The once strangled territory feels far roomier, still not big enough, but I will keep working. It is clear from all this hauling that I have scrapped the renovation plan, after long deliberation, because however cleverly I redesign the land, it means nothing without the resources to field another defensive formation. The floating island grew larger, yet the upgrades to the sail tree and the island core made it stronger than ever, so I changed tack and simply moved the existing formation across. The one thing I cannot move is the river channel the barbarians just dug waist deep, but that is fine. Deepening it stores water and raises fish anyway, and the aquatic plants in it I will leave to pile up and toughen, not touching them again until the river runs deep enough. The floating island now reads like an irregular giant peanut, a little strange but no real problem, and the shape even helps, since moving sideways indirectly widens my field of view. The system confirms I spent 50 wood, 50 stone, 20 iron, 20 copper, and 20 rubies to build a fire magic cannon tower, and with 3 flower fairy casters pulled from Gok Hyon, it goes live. The defensive formation stays as it was, only now a far stronger magic cannon tower sits dead center. Next, the water well upgrade. The system tells me the specialty upgrade card lifted my C-grade body strengthening water well to a C-grade body tempering well, prosperity up 160. It improves the physique of animals and speeds plant growth and maturation, with the 1% chance that long-term drinking or irrigation advances them, and it can extract water essence from its endless body-tempering purified water, 1,000 grams a day. For every 500 grams of body-tempering essence consumed, physique rises 1 point, which is 10 health, capped at 500 grams of essence a day, and extreme essence extraction pulls an extra 500 grams daily at the cost of dropping that day's well water back down to body strengthened grade. The well now gives a physique point a day and lets me cultivate 2 more teammates, and I am not missing extreme essence extraction, since spent on my own people it is a real, concrete lift to combat power. Benefiting the masses, do not be ridiculous. Keeping the water price flat is already fair enough to them. After today's special water, my health jumped straight to 80. This thing is incredible. The extra portion of physique water goes to Ada and Hyungdo without question. My core fighters. Seo Ire, meanwhile, is on the run. A monster floating island grinding after him, and looking at it, he suddenly smiles, calm because the thing simply cannot catch him. He touches the 5 level 5 card soldiers in his hand, his trump cards for survival, bought from a big player at the rock bottom price. He is not incapable of taking those 15 level 4 barbarians, but burning level 5 cards on them would cost too much. And on the enemy's bare island with nothing but a few sad weeds, destroying the place after a win would be inevitable and uncertain to pay off, since not every victory recoups its losses. If a big player would shoulder the losses though, it changes everything. Even the leftover scraps after that player takes the lion's share would be pure profit. And these are level 4 monsters, rarely seen. Even a big player does not stumble on a monster worth a second look easily, and no one ever has too much equipment or supply, so it is not greedy for him to sip the soup while the big player eats the meat. He is sure the big player will not refuse. He starts a private message, then pulls his hand back, deciding a public post is better so others see he is covered by a big player, and remembering all the people who died silently, certain someone is harming survivors in secret. He holds his card soldiers close as his self-preservation, so he tags me directly, a level 4 barbarian monster. Interested, he sends troops, I handle the monster. Before I can reply, others jump in. Wang Meng tells him there is nothing wrong with currying favor with a big player, but he finally found a level 4 monster. Does he not want to strengthen himself? And Hyungjung cuts in that if he cannot even handle a level 4 monster, he should not expect a big player to notice him, while someone else marvels at a level 4 monster they have never even seen. Stronger than him, weaker than him, all of them talking. Seo Ire answers none of them, because of course it is easy for experts to talk big, and he does not need anyone telling him which road he wants to walk, or pretending everyone is qualified to buy a big player's level 5 card soldiers at original price. A qualification he earned by currying favor and nothing else. 15 barbarians on a 60 square meter floating island. Seeing Seo Ire's message, I stopped my own island which was bound for the divine tomb, because I am never passing up barbarians and little flower fairies. Everyone can read the purpose behind a regional channel post, and so can I. So I reply that I am interested. I will buy the island. He lures them over, and we settle details in private. It is a purchase, not a steamroll with troop cards. If the price is fair and I can outrun the monster island, who would turn down a deal that good? People pile in at once asking what a level 4 monster goes for, and never one to waste free advertising. I post that for now I only accept barbarians and little flower fairies. They're clan members, not their unit types. Then I tell Seo Ire to name his price, that as long as it is reasonable and I have it, it is fine. He lights up, since it is only a level 4 island and he is not fool enough to gouge, and asks to recruit high-level troops on my island. I tell him to prepare his recruitment resources. We set coordinates in private and both head for them, and by his estimate it is roughly 2 hours out if all goes smoothly. Faster if I push full speed. What I cannot work out is why the Ant Clan has not come for me yet, after all that talk of fighting their enemies to the death. While I am in private with Seo Ire, the channel runs hot. Wang Meng announcing that if the boss does not fancy other things, anyone who meets a level 4 or higher monster and lures it to him, he takes one item after the win and splits the rest evenly. Suddenly, the experts who can crush high-level monsters speak up, because for them it was never that the monsters were too strong, only that they could not find enough of them. While the survivors who cannot beat a level 4 island, who used to only flee, now have a way to earn a cut. A clean win for both sides. And the best part is that in this region no one dares openly kill and plunder, since killing is forbidden here. Elsewhere a phone chimes and Wang Pyo reads my message, sneering that even level 4 troops can excite this guy, that he is clearly bent on turtling to the end, accepting only monster clansmen because his leadership value has him boxed in. So now he plays real person defense, raising a pile of level 4 barbarians when food is this scarce, his brain waterlogged. Defense has no future, in his book. Then his own warning sounds, a giant ant clan floating island detected. and he orders the attack and wins, his total leadership value up 20 points. Looking at the level 5 giant ant boss dead at his feet, and the stone ant golem smashed to fragments across the ground, Wang Pyo laughs from the belly. Who else? The giant ant clan is far too rich, and battle after battle he has gained heavily each time, draining nearly the whole alliance's resources into his own hands, not by crowdfunding but by trading equipment and items with his members. He holds a mass of strategic equipment now, stacks of high-level troop gear, special product cards, even a level 4 giant ant barracks. His own losses run high too. His troops and mounts spent down to nothing and not a troop card left. A great haul in every other way but for the plain shortage of resources to recruit again after several straight major fights. If he had troops, fights at this level would only thrill him more. The system tells him he has drawn the ant strength god's attention and roused the hostility of the ant clan's powers, which has been pinging since he killed the first wave of giant ants and does not move him. Fight if he can, run if he cannot. He reads the Stone Ant Golem base, the Ant Clan's racial treasure, that summons Stone Ant war golems that must not be lost. A relentless racial trait, prepared to defend within 23 hours of cooldown. The perversity of that golem makes him itch to keep it for himself, so he resolves to sell some equipment for recruitment supplies. The strategic kind sold in private chats, and he asks every friend he values except pointedly me. If anyone else can afford it, he will not trade with me, because strategic equipment is precious, and 2 pieces plus a few items nearly cover the recruitment cost. With troops in hand, he feels capable again. The thought has barely formed when the system blares a warning, twice, that he has been found by the giant ant clan's powerhouse, General Iron Wings, prepared to respond at once. The enemy comes from one direction, so Wang Pyo does not even wait to see them, raising his special equipment and looking that way. The mist goggles, which see through targets inside a 100-meter range on a 10-minute cooldown. The new monster has a pink halo at its feet and his scalp prickles instantly. The detection still works within sight, though one should not expect complete information. A giant ant, unlike the rest, stands at the very back of the formation. Its plain difference the weapon in its hand, because where every other giant ant soldier carries dual weapons, this one alone holds a great bow. Giant Ant Clan General Iron Wings. Heroic grade. Health 250. Attack and defense both unknown. Buffing all troop attributes, with a skill flapping wings to fly. The rest hidden. A heroic ranged archer with 250 health that can fly. And Wang Pyo wonders aloud whether it is too late to run, whether sending out the Stone Ant Golem might divert the boss's aggro. Back home, the midday sun has the whole territory dead quiet, except the few girls who will not leave the pool and a swarm of little flower fairies. 3 of us men hide in the house, and on the table sit 3 thin slices of watermelon rind, 2 fingers thick, while in the corner Rang Rang and Lord Chicken have already finished theirs, the rinds beside them bigger than ours. As Uncle Lee would put it, they have fur, so this heat is even harder on them. I mutter that the watermelon is a real treasure, just a bit short to go around, with no edge meant, but my timing is terrible, because to the old man it sounds like a dig. He says at once that he just gave some to the sheep, that if he does not cool it down in this weather, I had better plan on eating mutton. Right, he is touchy about that sheep. I should not have raised it. If he does not like the topic, I change it, asking why I have not seen him help the little hen, since the chicks should be hatched by now. Livestock he takes seriously, and he says only that he has helped it one more time tomorrow and it should be ready. I let it drop. Once the subject turns, the job is done, and I never had to worry about any of it.